transmigrating into the role of a low-ranking ninja in the world of Naruto, I was immediately presented with a formidable task: to publicly confess my feelings to Konan. Under the intense gaze of pain, I thrust a paper flower into Konan's hand and uttered the words, "I like you," which not only unlocked the full potential of my paper jutsu, but also unexpectedly enhanced my rapport with her. From that moment onward, I clung to the Akatsuki organization, hoarding explosive tags with Konan and utilizing pain's protection to confront Obito, leveraging the Akatsuki's influence to upend the shinobi world. While others believed I was pursuing love, the truth was that I had transformed the Akatsuki into my stronghold, determined to protect Konan against all odds and vowing to make her the happiest person in the shinobi realm. Chapter 1. The beginning of the transmigration. In the world of Naruto, within the dungeon of Amigakure, a young boy who had just perished suddenly regained his breath and opened his eyes. A cacophony of fragmented memories surged through his mind. He was named Kobayashi Naoya, a prodigious ninja from Amigakure, exceptionally skilled in taijutsu and poison techniques. He had once single-handedly defeated over 50 contemporaries during the graduation exam, an achievement that caught Hanzo's attention, leading to his apprenticeship. However, not long after, Hanzo was eliminated by the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki swiftly seized control of the Land of Rain, resulting in a brutal purge of Hanzo's faction, and Naoya was inevitably classified as part of Hanzo's legacy. Consequently, his chakra was sealed, and he was imprisoned in the dungeon. The dramatic rise and fall left the young Naoya psychologically crushed, leading to his despair and eventual demise not long ago. Then, the soul from Blue Planet traversed into this realm, reshaping his body and becoming the new Kobayashi Naoya. Like many other transmigrators, Naoya awakened a system upon his arrival, known as the Affection System. Though the name might seem frivolous, the system's functions were indeed unconventional. Simply put, it rewarded the enhancement of characters' affection levels within the narrative. Affection levels range from 0 to 100, divided into 5 stages, with significant rewards granted upon advancing to each stage. Unfortunately, Naoya was still confined within the dungeon, devoid of suitable candidates to elevate his affection levels, rendering the system ineffective. The Land of Rain perpetually shrouded in rain. The dungeon was not only cold and damp, but also exuded a putrid odor, making the living conditions exceedingly dire. The immediate priority was to devise a way to escape the dungeon. However, his chakra remained tightly sealed, and vigilant ninjas patrolled the dungeon, making any attempt at escape nearly impossible. Ding! The novice gift package has been sent. Please claim it. Naoya's face brightened. Perhaps the system's novice gift could aid him in overcoming his current predicament. He promptly thought to himself, claim. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Memory Disguise. Ability, Memory Disguise. Description: the Memory Disguise technique allows the host to mask memories, thoughts, and emotions within their mind, fabricating partial memories and associated emotional connections to mislead intruders. As the system's reward materialized, Naoya instantaneously acquired the ability of Memory Disguise. Like a form of superpower, he could now easily conceal and disguise his memories, thoughts, and emotions. Yet, this ability seemed rather useless. While it could prevent others from probing into his memories, in light of his current circumstances, the Memory Disguise ability appeared utterly incapable of aiding him in escaping this predicament. It seemed he could only rely on his wits to find a way out. What should he do? Pick the lock? No. Even if he miraculously escaped the prison, he would undoubtedly be apprehended by the guards outside. Dig a tunnel? That was equally implausible. Not only did he lack the tools, but even if he had them, he did not possess the stamina to excavate a tunnel to the outside world. Attempt to break the seal on his chakra? That seemed even less feasible than digging a tunnel. He had never learned sealing techniques, so how could he possibly unravel the seal on his own? How frustrating. In such dire circumstances, there appeared to be no viable solutions. Thus, Naoya endured a life of hunger and deprivation in the dungeon, day after day, until the third day. Suddenly, a flurry of paper scraps flew into the dungeon, converging to form a familiar figure. Konan, a core member of the Akatsuki, was one of Naoya's favorite kunoichi from his past life. After failing the art examination in his previous life, he had made a living through drawing, with Konan being one of the female characters he excelled at depicting. However, in reality, her proportions were far more appealing than those he had illustrated. At that moment, Konan stood at the entrance of a dungeon, looking down at Naoya with a stern demeanor, remarking, "Kobayashi Naoya, after all this time, do you have nothing to say?" What was there to say? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Naoya, and he grasped Konan's intent. He had been misguided by the original owner's thoughts, fixated on escaping the dungeon, and only now did he realize that her sparing of his life indicated he still held some value. He could choose to pledge his allegiance. With this revelation, Naoya felt a surge of optimism. He promptly rose and spoke to Konan without hesitation. Lady Angel, I was foolish before, but I have come to my senses. I am willing to follow you and serve you faithfully. Excellent. It seems you have gained clarity. In that case, I can offer you an opportunity. Konan nodded, gesturing for the guard beside her to open the cell door. Clearly, Naoya had guessed correctly. As a native talent of the Land of Rain, she was willing to extend a chance for him to demonstrate his loyalty. Follow me. After the cell door swung open, Konan walked straight out, signaling for Naoya to follow. Lady Angel, where are we headed? To meet Lord Pain. He will assess you. Chapter 2. Confession to Konan. Small nations are often embroiled in the conflicts of larger powers, becoming battlegrounds and enduring immense suffering. Lord Pain seeks to bring an end to such a world. He aims to make those complacent in peace experience profound anguish, ultimately leading to genuine tranquility. Konan conveyed Pain's philosophy of peace to Naoya. The figure of Pain refers to Nagato. This doctrine, rooted in the experience of suffering, is derived from Nagato's personal tribulations. Its central tenet advocates for the use of absolute force to instill pain upon the 5 great nations, thereby deterring them from waging war. Naoya found himself in general agreement with this ideology. At the very least, it appeared far more credible than Naruto's philosophy of mutual understanding. Consequently, after Konan's explanation, he immediately donned an expression of both shock and acknowledgement, indicating his stance. Konan, clearly pleased with Naoya's reaction, softened her demeanor towards him significantly. However, instead of escorting Naoya directly to Pain, Konan led him to a bathing area, instructing him, "Please freshen up. You are quite unkempt. Once you are clean, you may prepare to face Lord Pain's trial." This was entirely reasonable, considering Naoya had been confined in a dungeon for several days without a bath, and he had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. It was hardly appropriate to present himself to Pain in such a state. "Thank you, Angel." Naoya expressed his gratitude before hastily entering the bathing area. The long-awaited hot shower was absolutely delightful. This was the life one ought to lead. Naoya quickly washed away the grime, emerging rejuvenated. Yet, he soon realized the dilemma. He had not brought a change of clothes. "Angel," he said, somewhat embarrassed. "I don't have any spare clothing." "I see," Konan responded, acknowledging her oversight. It was indeed foolish of her to assume Naoya would have a change of clothes after emerging from the dungeon. "Wait a moment, I will fetch you something." Konan procured a fresh outfit and opened the door, ready to enter the bathing area. Naoya was taken aback, hastily interjecting, "Please don't come in, Angel. It is inappropriate for men and women to be so close. Just throw the clothes in." Konan chuckled softly at his words. "What if I toss them into the water? Besides, how old are you? There's no need to be shy. In the Land of Rain, students typically graduated at a young age, and in Konan's eyes, Naoya posed no threat. Yet, some individuals are simply exceptionally gifted. "Ah!" Konan exclaimed, startled, and quickly retreated. Naoya waved his hand in resignation. After all, he was a prodigy. Shortly thereafter, Naoya emerged clad in a pristine kimono. The transformation was remarkable. He now resembled a figure stepping out of a painting. His face bore a resemblance to a youthful Orochimaru, with long hair cascading loosely and light blue eyes that drew one in irresistibly. The only flaw might be his height. Slightly shorter than Konan. Yet, this was merely a matter of time, as he had yet to reach his full growth. Beautiful things naturally evoke fondness in others. Konan gazed at the handsome Naoya, momentarily entranced, and murmured under her breath, "You look quite handsome after a wash." "What?" Naoya inquired, unable to hear clearly. "Nothing. Let us hurry. Lord Pain is waiting for you," Konan replied, then hurriedly advanced. Naoya followed suit, but keenly noticed a faint blush blooming at the back of Konan's ears. Ding! Konan's affection level increased to 5. Soon, Naoya found himself standing outside Pain's office. He could surmise what the impending trial would entail. Particularly since the human path of Pain possesses the ability to read memories, there could be no more secure test. Just then, the system's rewards proved advantageous. Concerned that Naoya might be anxious, Konan gently patted his hair, offering reassurance. "You needn't feel nervous. The test is quite simple. As long as you embrace Lord Pain's ideals, you will surely pass." Naoya met her gaze earnestly, declaring, "Angel, I will not disappoint you." Perhaps due to the intensity of his gaze, Konan averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of shyness. Naoya then pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing him, Pain inclined his head slightly, revealing little emotion. "Please, take a seat." He gestured for Naoya to settle. As anticipated, the human path emerged. Moving behind Naoya and placing a hand upon his forehead, Relax, do not resist, it instructed, activating its ability to read Naoya's memories. Konan stood by silently, observing. Unbeknownst to them, Naoya had preemptively altered his memories. What he presented was deliberately curated for Pain's eyes. As time passed, Pain's expression grew increasingly peculiar as the human path delved into Naoya's memories. He glanced between Konan and Naoya, his demeanor shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Konan quickly sensed something amiss with Pain and inquired, "What is wrong? Does Naoya have a problem?" Pain shook his head, opening his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. It was not that Naoya had issues. In fact, his performance was commendable. Within the memories Pain accessed, Naoya expressed strong agreement with the Akatsuki's ideals and held no desire for revenge against Hanzo. Pain was pleased and, by all accounts, Naoya had passed the assessment. Yet Pain's gaze flickered between Konan and Naoya, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. Yet what? Is there something unspeakable? Well, it's not that it's unspeakable. Rather, what I intend to say may not be appropriate. Let me cast an illusion to draw out his true feelings. Not appropriate. Konan was perplexed by Nagato's words. She glanced at the entranced Naoya, wondering if his memories had any connection to her. For reasons unknown, a wave of anxiety surged within her. Meanwhile, Pain swiftly performed several hand seals, and Naoya fell under the enchantment of the Rinnegan, his eyes spiraling into its characteristic pattern. Rendering him dazed, Konan regarded Pain with suspicion, sensing something peculiar about him. Once all was prepared, Pain cast a final glance at Konan before commencing the illusion. Naoya Kobayashi. How do you perceive Konan? Within the illusion, Naoya appeared puzzled. Konan is the angel in my heart, Pain prompted. Understanding dawned upon Naoya, and without hesitation, he responded. I like her. What? A confession? Konan's hands clenched tightly, as this marked the first time in her life someone had professed their feelings to her. In that moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure of how to react. Chapter 3. A teacher-student romance. In such a situation, what should one do? Should she reject him? Yet this was the first time someone had confessed to her. Furthermore, Naoya was rather good-looking. However, the age difference between them was quite significant. Despite Konan having attained a level of power equivalent to that of a Kage, she possessed no experience in matters of the heart and was utterly clueless on how to navigate this circumstance. At that moment, observing Konan's flustered demeanor, Nagato, who was remotely controlling Pain from a hidden chamber, wore a strange smile. In that instant, he seemed to awaken a peculiar trait within himself. After Yahiko's demise, Nagato's heart became consumed with anguish and the desire for vengeance. He vowed to avenge Yahiko and fulfill his unfinished aspirations. However, Konan remained the sole beacon of light within Nagato's heart. He wished for her not to be engulfed by the same thirst for revenge. At that moment, a seemingly suitable individual appeared. Just as Konan's thoughts became a tangled mess, Pain continued to inquire. What do you like most about Konan? I adore everything about her. I long to cradle the esteemed angel in my arms and cherish her tenderly. Ding. Konan's affection level has risen to 20. Initial rewards for Konan's affection granted. Shared power level 13. Acquired random ability. Dance of paper, and 1 entry for a basic lottery. Note, power refers to attributes, including chakra, physique, and mental strength, while abilities encompass skills, including ninjutsu and bloodlines. Sharing allows for real-time exchange, permitting any abilities acquired through training to be shared with the host in the future. Nagato, still intrigued, found that there were many more captivating memories within Shizai that he had yet to hear. However, when met with Konan's piercing gaze, he complied and dispelled Shizai's illusion. As Shizai stirred awake, he feigned ignorance about the events that transpired. So, did I pass the assessment, Lord Pain? He asked, his expression brimming with anticipation. Pain maintained his ever-cold demeanor. Well, you should ask your esteemed angel. Pain deliberately lingered on the word your. Konan immediately grasped Pain's implication, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, she endeavored to maintain a serious facade. Shizai, you barely passed the assessment. But there are some ideological shortcomings that require correction. So, I passed, and I can follow the esteemed angel now? Shizai seized the moment, recalling the adage that proximity breeds favor. Observing Konan's obliviousness to romantic feelings, he believed that as long as he remained by her side, winning her affection would merely be a matter of time. Pain cast a meaningful glance at Shizai and remarked, You truly are devoted to the esteemed angel. The emphasis on devotion was unmistakable. Thus, it seemed that Nagato's aloofness was merely a facade, revealing his inherently curious and somewhat reserved personality. At that moment, Konan's face flushed with embarrassment. She could no longer remain in that environment, and swiftly grasped Shizai's hand, hastily leading him out of Pain's office. The two fled hand in hand until they reached Conan's own office, where she finally released his hand, both still warmed by the lingering heat of their touch. This peculiar sensation left Konan feeling unexpectedly reluctant to part. A thought flickered in her mind. If only they could hold on to each other like this forever. However, she soon chastised herself for such musings. The feelings stirring within Shizai were ultimately a product of youthful infatuation, and given the circumstances, she must guide him onto the right path rather than shamelessly take advantage of his vulnerability. Furthermore, the significant age difference between them would undoubtedly lead to judgments of impropriety if they were to pursue a relationship. With these thoughts, Konan felt an increasing sense of responsibility to guide Shizai's emotions correctly. "Shizai, do you genuinely wish to remain by my side?" she inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Shizai responded with unwavering certainty. "Of course, esteemed angel. I admire you immensely, and I would do anything to be by your side." Konan sighed, realizing he had become completely infatuated with her. However, this could also facilitate her efforts to steer his feelings toward a more appropriate direction. An idea soon emerged in her mind that could satisfy Shizai's desires while also providing a means to guide his emotions correctly. "Shizai, given your exceptional talent, I have decided to take you on as my disciple." Shizai was left speechless, astonished by the unexpected offer. He had anticipated merely serving as Conan's personal attendant. Yet here he was, elevated to the status of her disciple. The teacher-student dynamic was one that could easily foster deeper feelings, a prospect that Konan remained blissfully unaware of. She assumed Shizai's surprise stemmed from reluctance to accept her mentorship, as in her worldview, there were no precedents for teachers and students becoming romantically involved. To preempt any potential refusal from Shizai, Konan decisively confirmed, "All right, it's settled. Tomorrow, I will officially announce this in the village. From now on, you need not address me as esteemed angel, simply call me teacher. As for your living arrangements, I will have you temporarily placed next to my room." After finalizing this arrangement, Konan dismissed Shizai, as her responsibilities had multiplied following the Akatsuki's recent takeover of Amigakure. Consequently, her time was exceedingly limited. Regarding the seal on Shizai, she provided him with a note and instructed him to seek assistance from the sealing team. The sealing team in Amigakure was notably inefficient. Even a basic chakra sealing technique took them several hours to execute, something that could have been accomplished in minutes back in Konoha. Being a small nation, one could not harbor overly high expectations. For Amigakure, merely having a sealing team was already a remarkable achievement. In contrast, Kusa no Kuni might not even have a single ninja proficient in sealing techniques. By the time Shizai emerged from the sealing team, twilight had descended. He initially considered using the dance of paper to fly back, but, recalling the rain tiger free technique, he suppressed that impulse. As he strolled through the streets of Amigakure, he noted that while the buildings were not particularly dilapidated, the overall ambience was somewhat somber. Numerous shops adorned with awnings lined the streets, offering various delicacies, including fish balls, grilled fish, and ramen. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, prompting Shizai's stomach to grumble in response. Searching his pockets yielded nothing. He lamented, "Alas, lacking funds makes progress difficult." Resigned, he decided to return home. Shizai's room was located within a central building in Amigakure, with Konan residing next door. Their rooms separated by merely a wall. Upon returning, he discovered his own room lacked any provisions. "It seems I must resort to dining at my teacher's house," he sighed. Chapter 4. Teacher Konan. Naturally, one cannot visit the teacher's household empty-handed. However, with no money at his disposal, Shizai could not procure a gift. Instead, he took a piece of white paper and used the recently acquired dance of paper technique to fold a flower, intending to present it to Konan. The flower resembled a white dogwood, symbolizing eternal love and commitment. Yet, after scrutinizing the flower for a moment, Shizai felt it was inappropriate. The flower was too exquisite, far beyond what he could realistically create. Presenting such a flawless flower might reveal his newfound mastery of the dance of paper, which would lead to complications. With this in mind, Shizai discarded the perfect dogwood flower and resolutely folded a simpler one by hand. The flower meticulously crafted by hand this time pales in comparison to the previous one. If one were not to observe closely, it could easily be mistaken for a lily. Shortly thereafter, Naoya heard a sound emanating from the neighboring room, realizing that Konan had returned. After a brief moment of tidying up, Naoya knocked gently on Conan's door. "Who is it?" Konan inquired as she opened the door, revealing Naoya standing outside. "Teacher, this is for you," he said, presenting her with the flower. Ding. Conan's affection level increased to 25. Konan, her expression devoid of emotion, accepted the flower and remarked critically, "Your technique is rather crude. lacking any sense of beauty. As she spoke, she placed the flower atop a small box in her bedroom. Seizing the opportunity, Naoya slipped into the room. "Teacher, your room feels rather desolate. Is everything truly all right?" he inquired. "Not at all. I have grown accustomed to it," Konan replied, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. "Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naoya scratched his head and admitted, "Teacher, I have no money on me, and there is no food at home. I am quite hungry, so I shamelessly came here to mooch a meal." Conan's expression faltered. As she realized she had overlooked this matter, a wave of guilt washing over her. "Naoya, I apologize for my oversight." She sincerely conveyed her regret. Her character was such that she acknowledged her mistakes without pride in her status, a quality Naoya admired deeply. In response, Naoya waved his hands dismissively. "Teacher, you manage all the affairs of Amigakure daily. It is only natural for some oversights to occur. Besides, I did come here uninvited to share a meal." Hearing Naoya's words only intensified Conan's guilt. Having experienced hunger herself, she could empathize deeply with Naoya's plight. He must have been starving for quite some time. With that thought in mind, Konan promptly headed into the kitchen, swiftly preparing dinner for Naoya. "Teacher, let me assist you," Naoya offered, eager to expedite the cooking process and join her in the kitchen. Before long, a delicious meal was ready. "I shall begin," Naoya declared, eagerly devouring the food. This was his first proper meal since arriving in this world, and he consumed a large portion of the feast, clearly famished. After the meal, Naoya approached Konan. "Thank you for your hospitality today, teacher. You have worked hard for my sake. Allow me to give you a massage." Without waiting for her consent, he gently took hold of one of her arms and began to knead it. Konan initially intended to refuse, but as Naoya's hands worked their magic on her arm, she found herself reluctant to decline, for the massage was genuinely soothing. Naoya diligently massaged her, transitioning from her arm to her shoulder, then to her neck and forehead. Throughout, he remained respectful, refraining from any inappropriate actions, and Konan gradually relaxed her guard. Massage alleviates physical stress and liberates the mind. Perhaps Konan was indeed quite weary. For before long, she leaned against Naoya and drifted into slumber. "Teacher, teacher," Naoya called softly, noticing her lack of response. It seemed she had truly fallen asleep. He murmured to himself, then gently removed her outer garment, cradling her in his arms and carrying her to the bedroom, tucking her in with care. During this process, Naoya maintained a respectful demeanor, but at the very end, he could not resist placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering, "Good night, teacher," before quietly departing. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, Konan opened her eyes, lightly touching her forehead, and a smile graced her lips. She rose and approached a small box, retrieving the paper flower atop it and opening the box. Inside were some old photographs. She took one out, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. The photograph captured a youthful Konan alongside Nagato and Yahiko, as well as several members of the original Akatsuki. After a moment, Konan returned the photo to the box, placing the paper flower inside as well. The following day, Konan officially announced the acceptance of Naoya as her disciple in Amigakure. Alongside Naoya, she also took an Ajisai as a disciple. However, unlike Naoya, Ajisai held little renown within the village. After all, during the tenure of the previous leader, Hanzo, Naoya had already been accepted as a disciple, and now, with a new leader, he was still chosen as a disciple, a testament to his remarkable talent. Yet, while this news elevated Naoya's standing within the village, it also sparked resentment among some. "Damn it, that traitor Kobayashi Naoya. Lord Hanzo valued him so highly. Yet he betrayed him, he deserves to die." Chapter 5, Ajisai. Meanwhile, Naoya had arrived early at the training grounds. Having received notification from Konan that she would be providing him with ninjutsu instruction that day, the training ground was empty, suggesting he had indeed arrived too early. As Konan had not yet arrived, after a short while, another girl hurriedly approached. Excuse me, are you Kobayashi Naoya-senpai? My name is Ajisai. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, bowing deeply, her nervousness evident. This was Naoya's first encounter with Ajisai. In his previous life, this young girl had been affectionately referred to as a lowly by many online, yet in truth, she was a tragic figure. Having perished at a young age during a mission, her body later transformed by Nagato into one of the 6 paths of pain. However, at this moment, Ajisai was still just a child, only reaching Naoya's chest in height, with violet red hair tied into a horizontal bun atop her head, giving her an endearing appearance. "Hello, Ajisai. No need for such formalities. I am Kobayashi Naoya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Here, this is for you." Naoya stepped forward to help her up and presented her with a paper flower as a token of their first meeting. "Ah, thank you, senpai." Ajisai exclaimed, visibly taken aback. She had heard of Naoya's fame, rumored to have slain over 50 comrades during the graduation exam, and had anticipated a difficult personality. She was pleasantly surprised to find him so approachable, not only handsome but also thoughtful enough to prepare a gift for her, while she had arrived empty-handed. As Ajisai delicately inhaled the faint floral scent of the paper flower, she began rummaging through her bag, searching for something to reciprocate, but sadly found nothing suitable amid her collection of ninja tools. Finally, blushing with embarrassment, she produced a shuriken as a makeshift gift. Here is a kunai as a parting gift. Thank you, Ajisai. I truly appreciate your thoughtful gift, Naoya replied, accepting the kunai with a smile, gently ruffling her hair in encouragement. Ajisai's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Before long, the appointed time arrived, and paper scraps swirled in the air as Konan's figure appeared promptly at the training ground. Naoya and Ajisai stood in line, awaiting their teacher's guidance. Observing the two standing side by side, Konan proposed. Upon their first encounter, everyone was invited to introduce themselves. Naoya was the first to step forward. I am Kobayashi Naoya, skilled in physical techniques and poison. I have a penchant for delicious food and harbor a disdain for pure vegetables. My dream is to stand beside my teacher and assist in realizing the ideal of peace. Next was Ajisai. I am Ajisai, proficient in ninjutsu. I enjoy sunny days. She glanced at Naoya, her cheeks flushing as she struggled to continue. My aspiration is to one day help the land of rain achieve true peace. After the two completed their introductions, Konan stepped forward to present herself. I am Konan. You may call me teacher or Ms. Konan. My specialty lies in the art of paper ninjutsu, a secret technique of my own creation. As she spoke, she transformed a segment of her arm into paper, fashioning it into wings, paper spears, and shurikens for the two to behold. Remarkable, Ajisai exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. As for dreams, mine is quite similar to yours, achieving peace. I firmly believe that through our combined efforts, we can realize our aspirations. Indeed, we can. Naoya chimed in enthusiastically. Now, since I am still unfamiliar with your true abilities, I would like for you both to engage in a sparring session to facilitate future instruction. Do remember to hold back. Though, Konan added. Upon hearing this, Naoya and Ajisai nodded in agreement. In the training arena, they stood opposite each other, forming their respective seals as the spar began. From the onset, Ajisai felt a surge of nerves, given that her opponent was the renowned Kobayashi Naoya. She dared not let her guard down, fearing that any lapse might result in her swift defeat. Conversely, Naoya too felt a pang of anxiety, though he had inherited the full prowess of his previous self. He lacked any practical combat experience and was uncertain of how effectively he could wield his powers. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand, intending to use it for another purpose. And now it was proving to be fortuitously useful. At that moment, Ajisai was cautiously circling Naoya, searching for an opening, while Naoya discreetly opened a small vial of poison in his palm. Noticing Naoya's stillness, Ajisai hesitated to strike until she had circled to his rear. Wait a moment. Is there an open glass vial in my senior's palm? She pondered, confusion creeping in, when suddenly her body went numb. Oh no, poison. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to realize the danger. Her entire body became paralyzed, collapsing to the ground, unable to move except for her eyes. Hearing the thud behind him, Naoya smirked, tightened the cap on his vial, and turned to face Ajisai, drawing out the kunai she had gifted him. Pressing it against her neck. Ajisai, you have lost. Konan facepalmed, surprised by the unexpected outcome. The spar had concluded, yet their abilities remained somewhat elusive. Well, the profiles do provide a general description. I suppose we will leave it at that for now. Oh, I must add a note to Naoya's profile. Exceptionally skilled in the use of poison. Afterward, Naoya dispelled the toxin from Ajisai's system. Senior, this is unreasonable. How could you possess such potent poison, colorless, odorless, and acting so swiftly? I felt nothing before succumbing to it. This is utterly illogical. Ajisai exclaimed, her face a mask of frustration. Konan glanced at Naoya, inquiring with her eyes. Such an impressive toxin was unprecedented for her. Could it be that Naoya had concocted it himself? If so, his talent for poison was indeed formidable. Naoya chuckled, ruffling Ajisai's hair. There is nothing so extraordinary about the poison. Yes, it is of my own making, but it is not without color or scent. In fact, it has a strong flavor and acts rather slowly. You simply didn't notice it. Didn't he notice? Ajisai still looked perplexed, prompting Naoya to produce the small vial once more. This merely contains a catalyst. The true toxin lies within you. Within me? Ajisai suddenly grasped the implication, hastily rummaging through her pouch to find a paper flower resting quietly inside, exuding a faint aroma. Ah, I see now. Senior Naoya, you. She pushed him away, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes, desperate to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately unable to voice them. Clearly, Naoya's strategy had struck a significant blow to Ajisai's innocent nature. In her heart, she chastised him. Senior Naoya is truly despicable, so deceitful. That Kanai was a gift from me. And he has proven that handsome boys are the best deceivers. I shall never trust him again. Ding. Ajisai's favorability has increased to 10. Chapter 6. Strategies for winning over Ajisai. Now, let us commence formal instruction, Konan announced. Upon hearing this, Naoya and Ajisai promptly stood at attention, eager to learn. Naoya, you excel in physical techniques and poison. To be frank, I am not particularly skilled in physical techniques. If you wish to learn, I will arrange for Pain to provide guidance. As for poison, I possess the summoning contract for the salamander of Hanzo. After our training concludes, you may accompany me to retrieve it. Ajisai, similarly, I have numerous ninjutsu scrolls available for you. After training, you may come to collect one at a time, learning each before proceeding to the next. Furthermore, I intend to impart my developed paper ninjutsu to both of you, as it is immensely beneficial in combat. Mastering it will significantly enhance your personal strength. Without further ado, they began. To cultivate paper ninjutsu, we must first. Konan elaborated meticulously, detailing the principles and processes of the technique, frequently demonstrating it for the pair. By the end of her explanation, Naoya and Ajisai had garnered a fundamental understanding of paper ninjutsu. Ajisai was earnest in her studies, while Naoya feigned seriousness. Yet, Konan could not remain indefinitely to instruct them. Soon after Naoya and Ajisai had noted the theoretical aspects of paper ninjutsu, Konan took her leave, leaving them to practice in the training ground. Theory and practice are two distinct entities. Despite Ajisai having memorized the theoretical framework of paper ninjutsu, she found herself at a loss when it came to practical application. Naoya, on the other hand, had already mastered the dance of paper through system rewards, making the corresponding paper ninjutsu effortless for him, including various forms such as paper spears and shurikens. In fact, he still had one opportunity for a beginner's lottery draw, initially intending to use it immediately. He hesitated upon receiving a system notification that indicated a guaranteed reward after 3 consecutive draws, leading him to decide against rushing. He was not particularly anxious to enhance his power at the moment. Meanwhile, Ajisai was diligently practicing nearby, while Naoya, having already learned paper ninjutsu, found himself with little to occupy his time, so he settled onto a bench to rest. On a distant rooftop in the Rain Village, Pain and Konan stood side by side, gazing toward the training ground. After a moment, Pain withdrew his gaze, disappointment etched on his face as he remarked, "The talent is commendable, yet his lethargic nature is a cause for concern. I believe it is best not to hastily entrust him with the salamander's summoning contract." Pain's assessment was pragmatic. However, Konan offered a contrasting perspective. "He is my disciple. I will take responsibility for guiding him in matters of character." Pain regarded her with a bemused expression but chose not to respond. The land of rain seldom experienced sunny days, and today was no exception. A gentle drizzle fell outside the training ground, the sunlight failing to penetrate, creating an atmosphere perfect for rest. At this moment, Hydrangea was diligently channeling the chakra within her body, following the route instructed by teacher Konan. Paper ninjutsu, paper shuriken technique. A puff of white smoke erupted from her palm. But once again, Hydrangea's ninjutsu had failed. Did she truly lack the talent for paper jutsu? This marked her 6th failure, and the scant chakra remaining within her had been completely exhausted. In a daze, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. By sheer coincidence, in the direction of her fall, she caught sight of Naoya, leisurely reclining in a chair, seemingly unconcerned with training. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing his relaxed demeanor only served to heighten her frustration at her own predicament. "Kobayashi Naoya-senpai, do you not think your behavior is excessively unreasonable?" In her exasperation, she resorted to addressing him by his full name. Naoya, utterly oblivious to the situation, blinked in confusion. "Huh, what did I do?" Seeing his bewildered expression only fueled Hydrangea's dissatisfaction. "Kobayashi Naoya-senpai, our teacher has generously imparted such a precious secret technique to us, and you not only fail to appreciate it, but you also choose to nap instead. Do you not feel any guilt?" Though her words were delivered with righteous indignation, Naoya saw right through her facade. The young girl was clearly grappling with an imbalance of emotions. In such situations, Naoya excelled. He disregarded her complaints entirely and instead approached her, gently grasping her arm to brush off the dust from her clothes. "I know you are working hard, Hydrangea, but training is not an endeavor that yields results overnight. Sometimes, it is essential to take a break. Let us rest for a while." The two were now in close proximity, and as he spoke, the warmth of his masculine presence enveloped her. Hydrangea, an innocent girl unacquainted with such intimacy, found herself overwhelmed by a thought. Naoya-senpai is so gentle. Gazing into his handsome face, her heart raced uncontrollably. Surely, she wasn't developing a crush, was she? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her words became stammered due to her nervousness. Yet she feigned composure. Who needs your kindness? You might be secretly plotting something nefarious. Naoya chuckled softly as he leaned closer. Oh, so my impression on you is so poor? I was being kind this time. Do not be too harsh on me, Hydrangea. Humph. Who knows if this is merely a ruse? Just as she spoke, Hydrangea suddenly realized that Naoya's hand had, unbeknownst to her, found its way to her waist. In an instant, he swept her into his embrace, their proximity narrowing, as Naoya gazed down at her. His light blue eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated her senses, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and vulnerable. Could it be? What was about to unfold? Caresses? A kiss? Hydrangea panicked. No, this was far too soon. She was utterly unprepared. In a moment of urgency, she jolted awake, breaking free from Naoya's hold. Unable to meet his gaze, she buried her head and fled as swiftly as if escaping a ferocious beast. Notification: Hydrangea's affection level has risen to 20. Initial affection rewards granted. Hydrangea's strength sharing 13, random ability acquired, body substitute technique, and 1 entry for a novice lottery. The rewards from Hydrangea's affection were instantaneously bestowed. And Naoya smiled, brushing his lips with his fingers. This young girl was quite easy to win over. In the evening, Naoya once again visited Konan's home for dinner. Tonight's fare consisted of vegetable soup and mushroom pizza. To be frank, the taste was passable, though the ingredients were rather bland. Not a hint of meat. How am I supposed to eat this? He lamented. If you find it so distasteful, then do not eat. Konan shot him an irritated glare. With a grimace, Naoya complied and finished every morsel of food. Satisfied, Konan finally revealed a content expression. After the meal, she handed Naoya the summoning contract for the mountain pepper fish left by Hanzo. However, since he had yet to master the summoning technique, he would have to wait a while longer to formalize the contract. Additionally, she provided him with some funds for his daily expenses, totaling around 100,000 ryo. While not a fortune, it was ample for his routine expenditures. Thank you, teacher. You are truly wonderful to me. Allow me to give you a massage. Chapter 7. The Weary Konan. Konan had initially intended to decline the offer for a massage, but Naoya was too swift. Before she could refuse, he had already begun. Very well, let this be the last time. It is merely a massage after all. He is my disciple, so it is nothing. By the way, Naoya, how is your training in paper ninjutsu progressing? Have you encountered any difficulties? Quite smoothly. I have not faced any issues. That is good to hear. If you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me at any time. Understood, teacher. After their brief exchange, Konan settled in to enjoy Naoya's massage. He gradually eased the tension from her muscles, eventually resting his hands on her calves. Teacher, your calf muscles seem a bit tense. Would you like me to apply more pressure? Konan lay on the bed, unresponsive. Teacher? Naoya approached, only to discover she had fallen asleep. Oh, it seems teaching is quite exhausting for her. He mused. As her disciple, it is my duty to care for her. With that, Naoya gently lifted Konan, removed her outer garment, and arranged her in the most comfortable position on the bed. Perhaps due to her fatigue, her muscles were quite tense. And Naoya employed proper techniques to gradually restore their softness. Each of his movements was professional, soothing, and devoid of discomfort. After a lengthy session, Naoya reluctantly completed the massage, tucking her in before quietly departing. Once he left, Konan slowly awakened, touched her forehead, and felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of a kiss. However, she quickly chastised herself for having anticipated such a gesture from her disciple. Was she not straying from her original intentions? Her purpose in taking Naoya as a disciple was to guide his understanding of love correctly. Notification: Konan's affection level has risen to 28. The following day, the three of them reconvened at the training ground. Today's lesson mirrored that of the previous day, during which Hydrangea sought Konan's guidance regarding the challenges she faced in her training the day before. Konan patiently addressed each of her inquiries until both were satisfied, at which point she departed to attend to other matters. Once Konan had left, it was time for the duo to resume their training. Hydrangea exhibited no signs of lethargy, immediately immersing herself in her practice. However, throughout her training, she found herself glancing at Naoya, as if anticipating something. As for Naoya, once Konan was gone, he quickly reverted to his lazy nature. He procured 2 long benches from elsewhere in the training ground, combined them into a makeshift bed, and reclined upon it. Yet, Instead of dozing off, he retrieved the training manual for the summoning technique and diligently studied it. After all, Konan had presented him with the summoning contract for Hanzo's mountain pepper fish last night. He could not afford to disappoint her expectations by failing to master the technique promptly. Moreover, Hanzo's salamander is indeed formidable, ranking among the elite of the numerous summoning beasts within the ninja realm. Should Naoya successfully summon the salamander to assist in battle, his prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant augmentation. However, this summoning technique appears to be rather challenging. The hand seals. Hi, Su Yu Shun Wei, oh my. This ninjutsu requires seals as well. It is exceedingly intricate. As time elapsed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, Naoya soon succumbed to slumber upon the bench. Not far away, the diligent hydrangea, who had been practicing alone, quickly noticed Naoya's slumbering form. During this brief interlude, she had been quietly observing him. After all, given the ambiguous moments shared between them the previous day, it was likely that today Naoya would take a step further in their relationship. Hydrangea's mind had already simulated countless possibilities, such as him suddenly attacking her, pinning her against the wall, or even stealing a kiss to profess his feelings. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, Naoya did not act as she had envisioned. Or, to put it more harshly, he completely ignored her today. Hydrangea's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, evolving from anticipation to anxiety, and then to profound unease. Why hasn't he come to find me? Why isn't he speaking to me? Is he upset with me for fleeing yesterday? Surely he isn't genuinely angry. As her impatience mounted, she continued to covertly watch Naoya's every move. Upon realizing he had fallen asleep, Hydrangea rushed to his side to confirm. He truly is asleep. Gently, she brushed her fingers against Naoya's eyelashes. And when he showed no reaction, she confirmed his slumbering state. This is what you get for ignoring me, for bullying me. Hydrangea clenched her small fist and aimed a playful punch at Naoya's shoulder. But as her fist drew near, she couldn't bring herself to strike him with force, transforming her intended blow into a mere light tap. Perhaps he is simply exhausted and not intentionally ignoring me. Hydrangea promptly devised an excuse for Naoya. Chapter 8. A single move to conquer all. Subsequently, Hydrangea took it upon herself to guard Naoya as he slept, fulfilling the role of a vigilant protector. After all, with such a handsome individual, she couldn't bear the thought of him being taken advantage of by a passing female ninja. However, while dutifully guarding him, Hydrangea couldn't help but indulge in a bit of mischief. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she playfully toyed with Naoya, treating him like a plush doll, curiously poking and prodding him. Gradually, her actions became increasingly audacious. In truth, Naoya had awakened long ago, or more accurately, he was feigning sleep, choosing not to interrupt Hydrangea's current antics. It felt like a dream, as delightful as milk, smooth and gentle. No one wished to shatter it first. Yet, fate had other plans. A notification from the system suddenly echoed in Naoya's mind. Ding! Hydrangea's affinity has reached 40. Intermediate affinity reward granted. Gain 23 shared power from Hydrangea. Acquire random ability, ninja tool throwing, and receive 1 intermediate lottery draw. With the system's rewards granted, Naoya's strength surged unexpectedly, causing him to inadvertently move with greater force. Startled, Hydrangea jumped, mistakenly believing her own actions had woken Naoya. In her haste, she employed a transformation technique to disguise herself beside him. Hydrangea executed the transformation skill with remarkable finesse, aside from the bench beside Naoya morphing into 3 separate benches. There were no other flaws. However, Naoya was not blind. How could he fail to notice the extra benches before him? Should he expose her, or let it be? It would be wise to take things slowly when it came to matters of the heart. Rushing could lead to regrettable outcomes. Recognizing that lingering here was inappropriate, Naoya decided to seek out Konan. The reward for Hydrangea's 40 affinity was rather meager, primarily due to her lack of strength compared to Konan, who was far more affluent in abilities. As he departed, Naoya left behind the training method for the summoning technique on the bench, if memory served. Hydrangea was quite adept at utilizing summoning techniques in the original narrative. Thus, it was only fitting for her to learn the summoning technique, allowing Naoya to acquire it later through the means of increasing her affinity. Once Naoya had left, the bench beside him promptly transformed back into Hydrangea's original form with a resounding thud. Beads of sweat dotted Hydrangea's brow. Fortunately, her cleverness had saved her, allowing her to use her transformation technique at a critical moment. Had Naoya discovered her, she would have been too embarrassed to face him. This scroll is. On the other side, Naoya arrived at Konan's office. Ever since Pain had taken control of Amigakure, although he held the nominal title of leader, he largely neglected his duties. The affairs of Amigakure were primarily managed by Konan, resulting in her daily workload being substantial and quite taxing. He pushed the door open directly. Konan was presently engrossed in handling a document, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Ah, Naoya," she said upon seeing him, setting the document aside. "What brings you here? Have you encountered any challenges in your training?" "Not at all. My training has been going smoothly. I came specifically to visit you, sensei." As he spoke, Naoya closed the door behind him and approached Konan from behind, placing his hands gently on her shoulders to massage them. While doing so, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Though it has only been a brief moment since I last saw you, I cannot explain why I miss you so dearly. Considering how hard you work every day, I thought I would come and lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Konan's face flushed crimson. While such words might seem somewhat cliché in the Blue Star, in the ninja world, they held immense weight, comparable to an S-rank jutsu. "Smooth talker." Konan feigned annoyance, casting a playful glare at Naoya. Unbeknownst to her, her expression only served to highlight the extraordinary bond between them. "All right, no need to keep massaging. Since you're here, you can help me with some paperwork." With that, Konan produced a hefty stack of documents and placed them beside her for Naoya to assist with. Naoya settled next to her, picking up one of the documents to read. It detailed a conflict between a ninja from Kumogakure and a traveling merchant from the land of Earth. After a brief inquiry into Konan's opinion, Naoya swiftly penned a resolution. The next document addressed the replacement of drainage pipes on street number 6 in Amigakure. The previously requested procurement funds were insufficient, necessitating an additional application. This too was straightforward. He would first verify the details and then decide on approving the funds. Before long, Naoya had efficiently processed several documents, noticing that most of them pertained to trivial matters. If Amigakure required Konan to personally handle such mundane issues, she would surely be overwhelmed. Such tasks could easily be delegated to her subordinates. Thus, Naoya shared his thoughts with Konan, yet she merely smiled and remained silent, observing him. Confused, Naoya wondered if he had misspoken. Why was she looking at him like that? Noticing his bewilderment, Konan pulled him closer and said, "Naoya, I'm fully aware that these matters can be entrusted to subordinates. That is precisely why I am training you." Taken aback, Naoya stood frozen in surprise. So it was like this. He never expected to find himself in a position of being utilized by someone else. Upon regaining his senses, Naoya displayed a countenance steeped in despair, exclaiming, "Teacher, is it still possible for me to retract my decision?" Konan playfully extended her finger and tapped Naoya's forehead, responding, "Regret has come too late. You should diligently attend to your administrative duties." "Teacher, you are quite devious," Naoya retorted, albeit reluctantly accepting the documents and commencing their meticulous processing. After all, each task he completed meant one less for Konan, allowing her to finish her work and return home sooner. At long last, after more than an hour of relentless effort, Naoya triumphantly eradicated the imposing stack of documents before him. Finally done, he thought, brimming with joy. "Oh, you finished so swiftly. You truly possess remarkable talent." Konan praised with a smile. "Of course, you need only consider my identity," Naoya declared proudly. "In that case, continue the momentum. Tackle these as well." "What?" To Naoya's incredulity, Konan produced yet another stack of documents, identical in thickness to the previous one. Naoya took the files, feigning diligence while his mind wandered elsewhere. This was amiss. If things continued this way, he would truly become embroiled in administrative affairs. This simply would not do. It appeared he would have to resort to an old trick. Although the tactic was well worn, there was no shame in employing a familiar method to navigate through this predicament. As time passed, Naoya began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber, his head resting upon the desk. Konan noticed this scene and approached to assess the situation. Has he fallen asleep from exhaustion? After a brief examination, she confirmed that Naoya was indeed asleep from fatigue. This was hardly surprising. Even she felt immense drowsiness when grappling with such administrative tasks. Let alone Naoya. It is inappropriate to sleep here, Konan mused. Rather than waking him, she gently lifted him and carried him to a nearby room. Placing him on the bed, after tucking him in with a blanket, she hesitated momentarily before planting a soft kiss on his forehead. Such misdeeds, she silently lamented. Preparing to depart. Observing this, Naoya thought to himself how exceedingly honest Konan was. He could not allow her to leave so easily. Thus, he pretended to be sleepwalking, extending his arms just as she was about to exit, encircling her waist and pulling her onto the bed. "Teacher, don't leave me," he murmured in a dreamlike state. Chapter 9, Too Fast. Konan found herself enveloped in Naoya's embrace, akin to a rag doll held tightly in his grasp. The proximity between them was suddenly intimate, the fine hairs on their faces discernible. Meanwhile, Naoya remained with his eyes closed, breathing evenly, murmuring phrases like "Teacher, please don't leave," giving the impression that his actions were merely the result of unconscious dreaming. However, Konan was no hydrangea. She was all too aware of Naoya's feigned slumber. Embarrassment and irritation washed over her as she confronted the audacity of her wayward pupil. "Are you still pretending?" she chastised, pinching the soft flesh at his side mercilessly, causing him to yelp in pain. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. Naoya, realizing he could no longer maintain his charade, immediately ceased pretending and rolled over, pinning Konan beneath him. He gazed into her eyes with his cerulean irises and softly confessed, "Teacher, I have feelings for you," though he had already uttered this sentiment under hypnosis. Declaring it in full consciousness carried a different weight. Stunned into silence, Conan's heart raced with a flurry of emotions, panic mingled with joy, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Naoya, not allowing her a moment to process, leaned in and kissed her. "No, this is unacceptable," Konan protested, her eyes regaining their clarity. "We are teacher and student. This cannot be. It is far too hasty." She struggled to rise. Yet, Naoya, eager to seize the moment, disregarded her objections. Konan, unprepared for this escalation, instinctively bit down in a flurry of panic, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Naoya's tongue, abruptly halting his advances and restoring his mental clarity. Ouch! A small wound appeared on his tongue, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining the sheets. "Teacher, you were too ruthless." The intense pain rendered Naoya's speech halting, for he had never anticipated such a fierce reaction from her. It was a dangerous maneuver indeed, and thankfully, it had only been his tongue at risk. Had it been something else, the consequences could have been dire. As she gazed at the bleeding Naoya, a pang of regret welled within Konan, yet her position as a teacher compelled her to suppress her acknowledgement of wrongdoing. "For a disobedient student like you, such a bite is merely fitting punishment for your disrespect," she asserted, transforming into paper and swiftly flying out the window. She feared that lingering too long would lead her to soften and regret her actions, potentially resulting in unforeseen complications. Naoya watched Konan depart, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, this has turned out painfully. Speaking was now a challenge due to the throbbing pain, so he opted to remain silent. "I should seek medical attention." Arriving at the hospital in rainy Hidden Village, Naoya learned from the doctor that a single healing spell would cost 50,000 Rio. He glanced at his wallet and chuckled. "Is this minor injury worth a healing spell? In a couple of days, I will be right as rain. As the saying goes, it's not that I cannot afford the 50,000 Rio healing spell. Rather, recovering on my own is far more economical." As evening descended, Naoya found himself hesitating outside Konan's door during dinner time, ultimately deciding against entering. He was uncertain whether she was still upset, and the wound on his tongue made speaking laborious. It would be inappropriate to visit in such a state. "Never mind, I'll just eat out." The fishball shop in rainy Hidden Village served exceptionally delicious fish balls, floating atop lotus leaves, filled with crushed water chestnuts and fresh pine nuts. Naoya ordered a pound of fish balls. Meanwhile, at home, Konan debated whether she should apologize to Naoya. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have bitten him. In retrospect, if she had truly wished to escape, she could have used her paper transformation to flee. However, in that moment, she had acted on instinct, not having the luxury of deliberation. It must hurt terribly. He bled so much, she thought, feeling compelled to apologize and clarify matters, yet pride held her back. After all, what teacher apologizes to their student? Moreover, what if he resumed his previous behavior after she apologized? In the end, after much contemplation, Konan refrained from approaching Naoya. She reasoned that, as per their usual pattern, it would not be long before he came to her for dinner. At that point, she could address the issue then. With that thought, her anxiety eased somewhat. "I should prepare some dishes, perhaps a few of his favorites, to compensate for today." On the other hand, Naoya had completed his dinner. It seemed today was a festival day in rainy Hidden Village, as the streets were bustling with vendors. With nothing pressing to return to, he decided to leisurely wander about. Meanwhile, Konan awaited Naoya's arrival at home, though the dishes had already grown cold. There was no sign of him coming. If it were any other day, he would have already begun his evening massage by this time. Unbeknownst to her, a sudden pang of heartache pierced through Xiaonan's chest. In her youthful days, she had never experienced the intoxicating sensation of love, yet at this moment, she was unequivocally certain that she had indeed fallen in love. Though the events of the morning had caught her unprepared, she resolved to confront him and clarify her feelings. With newfound courage, Xiaonan approached the door to Jia's room without hesitation. She knocked, but no one answered. Pushing the door open, she found the house eerily empty. Oh, he must have gone out. With her emotions unexpressed, Xiaonan returned home, her heart heavy with disappointment. Meanwhile, Jia strolled along the street, lost in thought. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Xiaonan's affection level has risen to 30. What could this mean? Jia pondered, completely baffled. Could it be that distance indeed breeds beauty? Although he had no inkling as to how this affection rating had increased, it was undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. Just then, he happened upon a jewelry store and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to enter, intent on selecting a piece of jewelry for Xiaonan as a gift. Inside the store, an array of dazzling adornments greeted him, though many were priced beyond his reach. After much deliberation, Jia finally settled on a stunning purple gemstone bracelet. It was said to be crafted from top-quality amethyst mined from the land of demons, blessed by the contemporary priestess of that realm, and meticulously handcrafted by a master artisan from the land of crafts, with a staggering price tag of 1,080,000 Rio. Despite the exorbitant cost, the craftsmanship was exceptional, with flawless details befitting a master's touch. Furthermore, the delicate lavender hue of the crystal complemented Xiaonan's essence perfectly, making it an ideal accessory for her. With a determined grit, Jia purchased the bracelet. The shop assistant promptly packaged it and handed it to him. However, just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Hey, is that you, Jia-senpai? He turned to find that it was Ajisai. Ajisai, what brings you here? He inquired. I came to buy a gift for you, Jia-senpai. Look at this, she exclaimed, producing a gift box from behind her and holding it aloft for him to see. With a mixture of surprise and delight, Jia accepted the gift, pointing to himself and asking, Is this for me? Ajisai nodded eagerly. Yes, I specifically chose it for you. Please, open it and see if it pleases you. Jia felt a swell of emotion. It was the first time a girl had given him a gift. He opened the box to reveal a silver metal necklace, featuring an irregular diamond-shaped pendant roughly the size of his index finger. Without considering the price, he admired the necklace's impressive craftsmanship and striking design, which aligned perfectly with his aesthetic. It's beautiful. I truly love it, Jia praised, preparing to stow the gift away. However, Ajisai seized his arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you don't mind, may I put it on you myself? She asked, gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. Jia saw no reason to refuse, as it was not an unreasonable request. He lowered his head, permitting Ajisai to fasten the necklace around his neck. As she did, she leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, Senpai. What is it? He responded, intrigued. I forgot to mention. This necklace is made from chakra-conducting metal and has the ability to store chakra. What? Jia exclaimed, taken aback. This metal was extraordinarily rare even within the ninja realm. Sold by weight at exorbitant prices. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. As the realization struck him, Jia instinctively reached to remove the necklace. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Ajisai had boldly closed the distance between them, her small form pressing against him. In that moment, the petite and adorable Ajisai eclipsed Xiaonan entirely. I did it. Jia-senpai did not refuse. Ajisai's heart soared with joy, her earlier assumptions validated. He must harbor feelings for her. She leaned closer, asking, Senpai, that summoning technique scroll you left at the training ground this morning was intentional, wasn't it? You were awake all along, weren't you? Her words brimmed with certainty. And Jia finally understood her audacity. She had discerned the truth. However, he felt no need to deny it any longer, so he admitted, Indeed, I was awake, and I left the scroll there on purpose. With his admission, a smile blossomed on Ajisai's lips. I knew it. You're so wicked, Jia-senpai. Although her words were playful, there was no hint of reproach in her tone, and she instinctively leaned closer once more. Though you are wicked, I cannot help but like you, she confessed. Ding. Ajisai's affection level has risen to 60. Advanced affection rewards granted, shared overall strength ability of Ajisai, and one chance for an advanced lottery draw. Hearing the system's notification, Jia couldn't help but marvel at how far Ajisai had advanced. They continued to stroll together, resembling a couple, until Ajisai discovered the gift Jia had purchased for Xiaonan. Senpai, who is this gift for? She inquired playfully. It is for, well, of course it is for you. There are no other girls, he replied with a grin. Hee. You're such a poor liar, Senpai. But since you say so, I suppose I shall begrudgingly accept it on behalf of that girl. Wow, this purple crystal bracelet is stunning. Senpai, your taste is impeccable. It was meant for you, so it's wonderful that you like it. Though I know this is a falsehood, it nonetheless fills my heart with joy. Ding. Ajisai's affection level has risen to 70. Jia and Ajisai spent the day reveling in each other's company until it grew late, reluctantly parting ways. Upon returning home, Jia discovered Xiaonan, who had been dozing off while leaning against the door. "Teacher, were you waiting for me?" he asked. Startled awake, Xiaonan stammered, "No, I just got back. I worked late today." She desperately tried to mask her embarrassment, not wanting to reveal that she had been waiting for Jia to return, only to fall asleep. Jia nodded in understanding, recalling the events of the morning, and he earnestly began to apologize. "Teacher, I was wrong today. I acted impulsively and offended you, causing you to be unable to finish your work. I am truly sorry." With a sincere bow, he expressed his remorse. "Oh, no, you needn't apologize. It's fine, actually I think I should head home to rest," Xiaonan stuttered, flustered. She had intended to apologize to him first, but he had once again preempted her, disrupting her thoughts. As she turned to leave, Jia called after her. "Some things cannot be hidden. It's better to clarify face to face. Teacher, do you not wish to know why I returned so late today?" At his words, Xiaonan's pace slowed, curiosity piqued. Jia continued. "Today, Hydrangea confessed her feelings to me, expressing her affection and desire to be together. In an instant, Xiaonan found herself frozen in place, her mind struck as if by a thunderbolt. Her heart seemed to halt in that very moment, overwhelmed by an intense ache. Tears welled up in her amber-hued eyes, and she longed to weep, yet found no justification for it. She would never admit it. She did not harbor romantic feelings for Naoya. He was merely a cherished disciple in her eyes. Indeed, he was simply a disciple. "I truly rejoice for you, Hydrangea. She is wonderful, and you too are well suited." Xiaonan struggled to bestow her blessings upon Naoya. Unable to turn back, she feigned nonchalance and incrementally made her way home. Suddenly, a pair of warm, large hands encircled her waist. Naoya had embraced Xiaonan from behind, assertively stating, "Teacher, what disingenuous words are you uttering? Do you not feel even a hint of jealousy? Is it true that you do not harbor any affection for me, wishing to relinquish me to another?" At that moment, Xiaonan's body softened, nearly succumbing to Naoya's embrace. Yet in a last-ditch effort, her rationality prevailed. She was a teacher. How could she engage in a romantic entanglement with her disciple? Moreover, the age gap between them was considerable. Their union could never yield happiness. "Release me, you disrespectful disciple." Xiaonan forcefully extricated herself from Naoya's grasp. Slap! She struck Naoya across the face. Naoya was momentarily stunned by the blow. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaonan stepped back, her voice hoarse as she addressed Naoya. "I regard you solely as a disciple. I have never entertained any other notions. Do not indulge in self-deception. If you dare to entertain such rebellious thoughts again, I shall expel you from my tutelage." Chapter 11. Retreat as Advance. The sting of her slap burned fiercely on Xiaonan's face. She had indeed delivered it with force. This left Naoya hesitant to approach her again, and he could only stand in place, watching Xiaonan depart. That night, Naoya lay in bed, tossing and turning. The words Xiaonan had uttered about his self-delusion echoed repeatedly in his mind, intensifying his heartache with each recollection. Perhaps Xiaonan was indeed correct. He had been overly sentimental. Upon introspection, he recognized his shortcomings. He lacked prowess and was of lowly rank. Even his appearance was diminished by the passage of time. Why would anyone harbor affection for him? Perhaps it was time for him to alter his strategy. Additionally, he must not disappoint a pure and lovely girl like Hydrangea. In the days that followed, Xiaonan resumed her strict teacher persona, her demeanor towards Naoya becoming increasingly stern. During this period, even their usual displays of closeness were curtailed by Xiaonan. Naoya, observing this shift, ceased his self-deceptive musings and dedicated himself earnestly to his training. He had already mastered the dance of paper technique bestowed by the system, and had even developed several additional variations, such as dance of paper, paper snow, dance of paper, paper blade wheel, dance of paper, angel wings, among others. Witnessing all this, Xiaonan was astounded. She had never anticipated that Naoya's talent would be so prodigious, mastering her paper-based ninjutsu so swiftly and even creating entirely new techniques. This revelation shattered her previous notions of genius. At this rate of progress, Naoya could surpass her in but a year or two. As for Hydrangea, her greatest joy during this time was soaring through the sky in Naoya's embrace, euphemistically termed the training method for mastering paper ninjutsu. Since she had yet to grasp the technique fully, she clung to Naoya, requesting demonstrations of its application, though her true desire was merely to be held aloft by him. Naoya chose not to disabuse her of this notion. Hydrangea's presence was delightful, and he was more than willing to embrace her. Moreover, Hydrangea brought him an unexpected delight. She exhibited a remarkable aptitude for summoning techniques, mastering them in just a few days. Due to their 100 shared progress, her advancement in these techniques was mirrored in Naoya, who was now prepared to form a contract with the summoning beast, Jinbu. Jinbu, a creature summoned by Hanzo, was based on a giant salamander residing in the mountains of the land of Rain. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo had utilized the salamander to single-handedly defeat the summoning beasts of the three great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuichi Cave, annihilating the Konoha forces and earning the title of the legendary Sannin. Undoubtedly, Hanzo's strength played a significant role in that victory, but the salamander's contribution was undeniably crucial. Now that Hanzo had passed, it was only fitting that Naoya, as Hanzo's sole disciple during his lifetime, inherit the salamander. Naoya ventured into a remote forest, retrieving the summoning contract for the salamander and directly signing his name upon it. Inu, Su, Tori, Shin, Yu. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The moment Naoya activated the summoning technique, a substantial portion of his chakra was instantly drawn from him. Boom. Amidst a plume of smoke, a colossal salamander materialized before Naoya. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he could not suppress his astonishment upon gazing directly at the creature. The salamander, merely resting, towered over 10 meters tall, its head comparable to a house, its body a mottled brown, and measuring an astonishing 50 meters in length, akin to a Godzilla of the Naruto world. Such a size was reminiscent of tailed beasts. Due to the sheer enormity of the salamander, Naoya resorted to using the dance of paper to ascend into the air, enabling him to meet the salamander's gaze on equal footing. At that moment, the salamander groggily opened its eyes. It had not been summoned by Hanzo in ages, and today felt unusual. This aura was not Hanzo's. The salamander abruptly turned its gaze toward Naoya hovering above. Strange ninja, who are you? And why do you possess my summoning contract? As it spoke, a cloud of purple toxic mist seeped from the salamander's mouth, spreading into the surroundings. Naoya's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly fanned his wings to create a gust, preventing the noxious gas from encroaching upon him, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Naoya responded to the salamander's earlier inquiry. Lord Jinbu, my name is Kobayashi Naoya, a disciple of Lord Hanzo. He has now returned to the netherworld, and before his passing, he entrusted your summoning contract to me. Has Hanzo truly perished? The salamander uttered, its tone laced with sorrow. Yes. Master Hanzo was slain by hostile ninjas in the land of Rain. The current Rain village is now under their control. Naoya recounted the present situation of the Rain village to the salamander. He could have deceived it, claiming that Hanzo had died of old age, but he refrained, for his character had always been one of integrity. He spoke plainly, never resorting to falsehoods. Indeed, Naoya never lied. He merely stated facts. The facts he acknowledged were his convictions, and his convictions were the truth. Upon hearing Naoya's account, the salamander sighed in resignation. So much has transpired during my slumber. Summoning beasts generally have long lifespans. Sometimes, they may sleep for years, while the world outside evolves beyond recognition. Given this, young Naoya, do you wish to summon me for the purpose of revenge? The salamander inquired. However, Naoya shook his head in response. No, Lord Jinbu. I summoned you solely to forge a contract. I harbor no desire for vengeance. The salamander pondered, visibly perplexed. Why do you not seek revenge? Your teacher was murdered. Do you not feel any hatred? Faced with this dilemma, Naoya provided a response that left the salamander fish astounded. Indeed, there exists animosity, yet I shall not seek vengeance. Why? Because although our teacher was slain by that group, his ideals have been inherited by them. They are resolute in their mission to eradicate the wars plaguing the ninja world and to usher in peace for the land of Rain. This was the lifelong ambition of our esteemed teacher, Hanzo. I have come to embrace their philosophy. Thus I have chosen to relinquish my hatred. I believe that even if Hanzo were alive, he would indeed endorse my decision. Chapter 12, Inufuku. Peace, you say? Inufuku remained silent for a considerable time, conceding that he was somewhat moved by Naoya's words. He recalled Hanzo's past aspirations, and it was indeed as this young lad had articulated. If it were Hanzo, he might truly have laid down his grudges for the sake of peace and amicable cure. However, the fact that this child could resolutely decide to forsake such profound hatred at such a tender age was truly remarkable. Inufuku scrutinized Naoya closely, and for the first time, he discerned the youthful spirit of Hanzo within him, that vigorous drive to pursue ideals without hesitation. With this realization, Inufuku hesitated no longer. Little Naoya, you are commendable. I hereby pledge to form a contract with you. Henceforth, you may summon me to assist you in every battle without reservation. Upon hearing this, Naoya was filled with joy. It is worth noting that even if a creature of the salamander's caliber enters into a contract, it can still opt to refuse to engage in combat. With the salamander's recognition now secured, Naoya no longer harbored such concerns. This is splendid, Lord Inufuku. By the way, Amigakure has procured some sea fish from Kirigakure today. I shall bring some to you later. Thank you, little Naoya. I have yet to sample the fish from Kirigakure. I have only tasted those brought by the ninjas from there. Ah ha ha. Lord Inufuku, your experiences are indeed vast. Naoya chuckled awkwardly, dispelling Inufuku's summoning state. Upon returning to Amigakure, he discreetly pilfered some sea fish from the warehouse to present to Inufuku. Naoya was a man of his word. Another fulfilling day had passed. In the deep of night, Naoya lay in bed, succumbing to a profound slumber. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Konan's favorability has increased to 35. What transpired? Why did Konan's favorability rise at such an hour? What could she possibly be doing? Lost in thought, Naoya suddenly heard a series of soft, hurried gasps emanating from Konan's room next door. Could it be? Driven by curiosity, Naoya employed the paper jutsu to transform into paper flakes and drifted out the window, peering into Konan's window. In the dim light of the night, the contours of Konan's movements became faintly visible. Her slender hands were engaged in weaving a rather provocative craft. Naoya widened his eyes, fearing he might miss any detail. To gain a clearer view, he instinctively floated closer, inching forward, almost able to discern everything. However, in his moment of distraction, Naoya inadvertently alerted Konan, who, instantly, countless sheets of paper adhered to Konan's body, transforming into garments that concealed her alluring form. Once clothed, Konan scanned the room, detecting no signs of intrusion. Yet she was certain she had sensed a disturbance in the chakra. Has someone hidden? Konan pondered briefly before opting for action, transforming her body into a flurry of sharp paper that filled every corner of the room. Dance of the Shikigami, Paper Dragon Whirlwind. In an instant, innumerable sheets of paper began to whirl at high speed, shattering everything within the room into fragments. Naoya had concealed himself as paper in a corner. But when Konan's Paper Dragon Whirlwind was unleashed, his form was swiftly torn asunder. Nevertheless, as he was in the paper jutsu state, he could still consume chakra to restore himself. However, maintaining the paper jutsu and regenerating his body required a significant amount of chakra, and Konan showed no signs of relenting. If his chakra were to deplete, he would truly be reduced to mere fragments. Have mercy, teacher. Naoya's pleas echoed in the room. Upon hearing this, Konan quickly retracted her Paper Dragon Whirlwind, and Naoya's figure materialized once more. It's you. Konan and Naoya locked eyes momentarily before quickly averting their gazes. Naoya felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, being caught spying on his teacher was hardly a dignified affair. Meanwhile, Konan sighed in relief. Her initial intention had been to obliterate the intruder, yet upon realizing it was Naoya, her anger dissipated, replaced instead by an odd sense of delight. What? What did you just see? Teacher, I didn't hear anything. No, I didn't see anything at all, Naoya stammered in a flurry. A faint blush crept across Konan's cheeks. This is not what you think it is, do you understand? Naoya nodded vigorously. I understand, teacher. I want to speak a word of this. After a prolonged silence, Naoya suddenly mustered the courage to step forward and grasp Konan's hand. Teacher, the bedding here has just been destroyed. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? Konan trembled slightly, casting a glance at Naoya. I'm only staying temporarily. Of course, teacher, I understand. Please, follow me. With that, Naoya led Konan to his room. There was but one bed, and neither mentioned the prospect of sleeping on the floor. However, before lying down, Konan issued Naoya a warning. Make sure to sleep well and don't move around. Naoya readily agreed, but he was acutely aware that, at such moments, a woman's words often carried an inverse meaning, and thus he remained skeptical. After the two settled down and extinguished the light, it was not long before Naoya extended his hand, gently pulling Konan into his embrace. Konan, as anticipated, did not resist, acquiescing to Naoya's actions. Holding her warm, delicate form, Naoya's thoughts raced with unprecedented fervor. He leaned in closer to her ear, whispering intimately, Teacher, you must have feelings for me, don't you? At this, Konan's body shivered, instinctively rejecting the notion. No, I don't like you. We agreed not to move around. Let go of me. Naoya observed her tightly shut eyes and trembling eyelashes as she spoke, chuckling softly. Teacher, your current demeanor lacks any persuasive power. Upon hearing this, Konan opened her eyes, biting her lip. You're mocking me. I'm leaving. Let go of me. With that, Konan attempted to wriggle free from Naoya's embrace, but he held her tighter, hastily saying, It was merely a jest. I had no idea you were so sensitive. Allow me to make amends. Saying this, Naoya lifted Konan's chin and leaned in to kiss her. Ding. Konan's favorability has reached 40. Konan's intermediate favorability treasure chest has been unlocked. Gained shared abilities from Konan, 23. Obtained random ability, paper clone technique. Received 1 intermediate lottery draw. Chapter 13. The official sets fire. The following morning, Naoya awoke to find that Konan had already left, leaving him in a state of gloom as he rose from the bed. I've had enough. I will never sleep alongside teacher Konan again. That selfish woman who only thinks of her own pleasure. Arriving at the training ground, he noted that Ajisai was also absent, having left a note stating she had gone to contract a certain summoned beast. This only served to heighten Naoya's frustration, and with no outlet for his ire, he begrudgingly practiced the taijutsu inherited from the original. Influenced by Hanzo, the original's 2 areas of expertise were poison and taijutsu. The techniques passed down from the Amigakure assassination unit were clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes, each strike aimed with lethal intent to swiftly eliminate foes. The original owner's proficiency in swordsmanship had indeed reached the level of a chunin, which was one of the reasons he had the confidence to face 50 opponents during the examination. However, after Naoya inherited the original owner's memories, his mastery of the sword technique slightly diminished, and he was currently unable to fully harness the original owner's strength. Fortunately, Naoya did not solely rely on the so-called swordsmanship, for he had already acquired the power-sharing ability of Konan 23 and coupled with the capability of the Shikigami dance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his current strength had surpassed the vast majority of jonin. Now, his practice of swordsmanship was merely a means of honing his skills. Suddenly, a voice of commentary came from behind. Heh, Kobayashi Naoya. Has your swordsmanship regressed to such a degree? Naoya turned around to find a middle-aged man with a bald head and a scar extending down to his face. This individual was. Naoya searched his memories and quickly arrived at the answer. Yubari, a former jonin from the assassination department of Rain Village. However, after sustaining severe injuries, he had retired from the assassination department. In the original owner's memories, Yubari had once taught him during his time at the Ninja Academy, and most of his sword techniques had been imparted by Yubari. Nevertheless, Yubari had become overly strict in his teaching, resulting in the deaths of 2 students during training, leading to his dismissal from the academy. Teacher Yubari, what wisdom do you have for me? Naoya inquired. I wouldn't call it guidance, Yubari replied, his expression unfriendly as he circled Naoya twice. I merely heard that Kobayashi Naoya has risen to new heights, so I came to see how much you've improved. With that, Yubari unsheathed the long blade at his waist and said, it appears that not only have you failed to improve, but your skills have significantly declined. Having spoken, Yubari gripped his sword with both hands and thrust it towards Naoya's abdomen. In the assassination techniques of Rain Village, the emphasis was on swift and concealed killing methods, with thrusting, slicing, and cutting techniques predominating, while wide, sweeping strikes were relatively rare. Yubari's swordsmanship pursued ultimate speed. Naoya had not even reacted when the long blade was already before him. Instead of blocking, Naoya allowed Yubari's long blade to pierce his abdomen. Shoo! The long blade penetrated Naoya's flesh, yet the sound that emerged was akin to paper being sliced. Yubari's expression shifted as he hastily attempted to withdraw his blade, but unfortunately, it had become lodged in Naoya. Seeing this, Yubari's expression changed again, and he immediately prepared to abandon his sword, but it was already too late. 2 paper spears materialized in Naoya's hands and shot towards Yubari in an instant. With no chance to evade, Yubari was struck by the paper spears, sending him flying several meters backward before being pinned to the training ground. Teacher Yubari, it seems my skills surpass yours. Naoya teased with a smile before retracting the paper spears and departing. He spared Yubari's life because Yubari had aimed for his abdomen, avoiding any vital organs. Thus, Naoya saw no need to take his life. Moreover, he had left Yubari with 2 penetrating wounds in his abdomen, which could be considered a tit-for-tat exchange. Sighing, Naoya mused. What use is swordsmanship when it can be crushed by my ninja techniques? Following this encounter, Naoya felt significantly uplifted, humming a tune as he strolled home. That evening, Konan came over to Naoya's house with an air of entitlement, citing that her bed had yet to be properly arranged in her room. Naoya, having completely forgotten his words from the morning, was overjoyed to embrace Konan as they drifted into slumber. During the night, the 2 exchanged whispers. Teacher Konan, let us play a game, Naoya suggested. What game? The game of hide and seek. Hide and seek? I haven't heard of it. Don't worry. You'll know about it after today. Soon, the 2 began playing hide and seek beneath the covers, which quickly progressed to a crucial moment in the game. No, stop! Konan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she forcefully halted Naoya. You can't. You're still young. You shouldn't engage in such things, she gently explained. Upon hearing this, Naoya's anger flared. Hey, don't say that. I'm not young. Well, In terms of age, you haven't fully matured yet. You shouldn't become too obsessed with these matters, Konan replied kindly. Seeing that Naoya remained somewhat upset, she opened her arms and embraced him. All right, don't be angry. When you grow a bit more, okay? Feeling the irresistible warmth enveloping him from behind, Naoya's irritation gradually dissipated. Ding, Konan's affection level increased to 45. Chapter 14, Let me inherit your ideals. The next day at the training ground, Naoya, I'm back. Did you miss me? Ajisai cheerfully bounded up to Naoya and leaped into his arms. If Konan was the gentle and caring older sister, then Ajisai was the agile and adorable younger sister. Both had their unique charms, bringing joy to Naoya's heart. Though they had been apart for just a day, Ajisai had missed Naoya immensely, and upon their reunion, she immediately sought a kiss. However, someone inopportunely interrupted their intimate moment. Ahem. Naoya turned to see a familiar middle-aged man, bald with a scar, and thick bandages wrapped around his waist. Teacher Yubari, what brings you here? Do you wish to fight again? No, cough, not at all. Yubari waved his hand, seemingly distressed by the piercing injury to his abdomen that had affected his lungs, leading to persistent coughing. Cough. Naoya, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have one matter to discuss regarding my sword. What sword? Naoya tilted his head in confusion. Ajisai in his arms mirrored his puzzled gesture. Cough. Yubari coughed violently again, trembling as he pointed at the long blade behind Naoya. Naoya suddenly realized and retrieved the sword. Is this the one? This is my trophy from yesterday, Teacher Yubari. As a ninja, how could I possibly return a lost weapon to the victor? Well, hearing Naoya's words, Yubari was at a loss. He glanced at the sword in Naoya's hand, torn between adhering to a ninja's pride and his reluctance to part with the treasured blade. With tears welling in his eyes, he half-kneeled before Naoya, pleading, Cough. Naoya, I know this is shameful, but this sword is forged with chakra-conducting metal, and the savings of several generations of my family are invested in it. I truly do not wish to lose it. Seeing Yubari in such a state softened Naoya's heart, and he quickly stepped forward to help him up. Teacher Yubari, there is no need for such theatrics. It's just a sword. You are my teacher, and all my sword techniques were taught by you. How could I make things difficult for you? Yubari was moved by Naoya's magnanimity. All right, good child, cough. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Cough. Can I have the sword back now? No. Yubari, who had been helped up, was met with 2 large question marks. Ajisai, witnessing Yubari's dazed expression, could hardly contain her laughter but refrained from disrupting the atmosphere, leaning against Naoya's shoulder to stifle her amusement. As the gentle breeze wafted by, Yubari felt as though he had been petrified. Wait, he had already expressed his praise. How could this kid so brazenly say no? He distinctly remembered that during his time at the Ninja Academy, while this kid had potential, he was still a shy and introverted youth. How could such a significant change occur in just a few years? Left with no other choice, for the sake of his precious ninja sword, Yubari had to once again lower himself and plead earnestly. Naoya, surely you jest with me. Such frivolities shall best be reserved for another occasion. This ninja blade holds immense significance for our teacher. I implore you to return it to him at once, if you would be so kind. Upon hearing this, Naoya promptly raised the blade and extended it toward Yubari. Of course, Yubari-sensei, the ninja blade is yours by right. Yubari's expression brightened, and he hurried forth to accept it. Yet, as Yubari reached out, Naoya retracted the blade, stating, however, I ponder that even if I were to return the blade directly to you, it is likely that you would not be pleased, would you? Yubari thought to himself. No, I would be pleased, exceedingly so. Quickly, return it to me. Unbeknownst to Naoya, Yubari's inner monologue remained unvoiced. At that moment, Naoya unsheathed the blade, scrutinizing it under the sunlight with unwavering seriousness. Behold, Yubari-sensei, what a magnificent weapon this is. Yubari retorted, indeed, it is. I invested the savings of several generations to have it forged. The few ounces of chakra-conducting metal within cost a staggering 10 million ryo. As Naoya infused his chakra into the blade, the wind chakra surged forth, revealing its cutting power. Then, he channeled fire chakra, igniting the blade in a display of explosive might. Indeed, the chakra flows seamlessly through the blade, indicating the material quality is exceptionally robust, no corners cut in its creation. A blade of such caliber would fetch no less than 1 million ryo in the ninja world. Given such immense wealth, how could I possibly part with it? Suddenly, Naoya pointed the blade at Yubari, who, startled by the flames erupting from its tip, recoiled in dismay. Naoya pressed closer, until Yubari found no retreat. Yubari-sensei, such a splendid blade. Why do I hear it lamenting? Yubari exclaimed, lamenting? Do not point that blade at my neck. Naoya inched the blade closer. Do you hear it, Yubari-sensei? Have you not noticed? Yubari turned his head away, avoiding Naoya's gaze, his heart racing with fear that a mere tremor from Naoya could spell his end. Satisfied by Yubari's reaction, Naoya sheathed the blade, declaring, "Perhaps you cannot hear it, but I can. Do you know why? The blade is a weapon of slaughter. If I am not mistaken, Yubari-sensei, you have not engaged in battle for quite some time, have you?" Yubari faltered at Naoya's words. Indeed. He had suffered considerable damage during the Second War, controlled by the oil-wielding clan of Konoha, and since then, his prowess had waned significantly. Coupled with the passage of time, he had not truly fought for over a decade. It was this very reason that prompted him to approach Naoya yesterday, unable to resist the urge to offer guidance upon witnessing his training. Yubari-sensei, your dormant aspirations have overshadowed the blade's brilliance, yet this should not be its fate. Naoya caressed the blade, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Yubari. I believe I must inherit your ideals, allowing this blade to shine anew upon the battlefield. Look, the blade dances in joy. It has consented, and surely you will agree as well, Yubari-sensei. Yubari regarded the earnest Naoya, glancing at the blade. A flicker of reluctance in his eyes, yet he could not find the words to reclaim it. Perhaps Naoya spoke true. The blade's lament should not accompany its master into obscurity. He observed Naoya, who wielded the blade with such fervor, reminiscent of his own youth. All his thoughts coalesced into a deep sigh. It had once felled 46 ninjas, 3 of whom were Jounin. He could not allow its renown to fade. Trust me, Yubari-sensei. Naoya vowed. Yubari cast one last glance at his blade before departing with heavy steps. Wait, Yubari-sensei, Naoya called. If you have the time, please instruct me on the art of the blade. Very well. Chapter 15, Lottery, Stealth. Once Yubari departed, Ajisai rushed forward, her expression one of skepticism as she scrutinized Naoya. Naoya, talk of inheriting ideals. Are you not merely coveting that chakra blade? Naoya shot her a sidelong glance and playfully tousled her hair. This is a matter of ideals among men. A young girl like you cannot possibly comprehend. Ajisai pouted in indignation. An ideal is an ideal. Why must you mess up my hair? Naoya smiled faintly, gripping his long blade as his gaze drifted into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, he, Naoya Kobayashi, now bore the aspirations of 3 men, Nagato, Hanzo, and Yubari. 3 distinct individuals had been moved by his character, ultimately entrusting their ideals to him. In that moment, a sense of mission welled within Naoya. This blade measures 12 meters in length. Henceforth, let it be named Shire. Hey, could you be any more lackadaisical in naming it? Ajisai quipped. Naoya's expression darkened as he lifted the petite Ajisai high above his head. Such disobedience warrants a proper punishment. Terrified by Naoya's fierce demeanor, Ajisai's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded, Kobayashi-kun, please, have mercy. Otherwise, I might. Ding. Ajisai's affection level has risen to 80. Special affection reward granted. Shared combat prowess of Ajisai, 300. 1 special lottery chance awarded. A special lottery. Naoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he set aside his ice cream, drawing a displeased look from Ajisai. However, Naoya paid her no mind. He had already savored the most delectable portion of the ice cream, and now his thoughts were wholly captivated by the special lottery chance he had just acquired. According to the system's description, the lottery progressed from beginner to advanced tiers, corresponding to Genin, Chunin, Jounin, Kage, and Super Kage pools. For instance, to guarantee a Chunin-level reward, 3 beginner lottery chances were required for a triple draw. Thus, Naoya had refrained from using his previous lottery chances, intending to accumulate 3 before using them all at once. Yet now, he found himself unable to resist the temptation. This time, he had obtained a special lottery chance, corresponding to the Kage-level pool. Such opportunities were rare. One needed an affection level of 80 to earn even 1. Who knew how long it would take to gather 3 again? It would be far more pragmatic to utilize this chance to bolster his strength. Although there was no guarantee, he still had a 50 probability of drawing a Super Kage level reward. He could hardly believe his luck would be so grim. Even in the worst-case scenario, the least he would receive would be a Kage level reward. Moreover, he vowed that this would be his only draw. He would diligently save up chances thereafter. It was well known that Kage level rewards included the possibility of acquiring the legendary Bition Shun, the implications of which needed no further elaboration. So it is decided. System. Expend the special lottery chance. Commence the draw. Special lottery pool draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Kage level reward. Wuchan Misai. Though prepared for the outcome, Naoya felt a pang of disappointment as the draw concluded. Oh well. At least it is a Kage level reward. Wuchan Misai. Naoya had little recollection of this jutsu. Yet given the system's classification of it as a Kage level technique, it must possess considerable merit. Soon, Under the system's guidance, Naoya grasped the principles and application of this jutsu. It must be said that the inventor of this ninjutsu is truly extraordinary. The technique known as dustless obfuscation is an auxiliary ninjutsu that enables its user to attain a state of invisibility, rendering them imperceptible to all forms of sensory ninjutsu, save for physical touch. The fundamental principle behind this ninjutsu is remarkably straightforward. In essence, it allows the user to manipulate the atoms surrounding them through chakra control, thereby creating an atomic-level cloaking shield. Consequently, unless the adversary possesses an equally formidable atomic-level perception, they will be utterly incapable of detecting the user's presence. Upon grasping the essence of this technique, Naoya could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He found it incomprehensible to fathom the creator's line of thinking. If one possesses the ability to manipulate chakra at an atomic level, why not delve into the study of dust release instead of concocting such a seemingly impractical invisibility jutsu? Was the allure of invisibility truly that compelling? Unbeknownst to Naoya, the creator of this technique was none other than the illustrious second Tsuchikage, who pioneered dust release. However, unlike the widely recognized dust release, knowledge of dustless obfuscation remained scarce. Nevertheless, under the system's guidance and through his relentless efforts, Naoya mastered this ninjutsu, and unexpectedly, with the system's assistance, his chakra control abilities ascended to an atomic level. While Naoya held little interest in the invisibility aspect of dustless obfuscation, he harbored a substantial fascination for the formidable dust release, as the sole bloodline limit to be eliminated in the original narrative, and a ninjutsu that ordinary individuals could learn and inherit. The significance of dust release was evident. He recalled that dust release was composed of the elemental transformations of wind, earth, and fire chakra. With his newfound atomic-level chakra control, he could now attempt to combine these three chakra types to create dust release. However, he understood that inventing dust release from scratch would not be achievable in a short period. Instead, he conceived a more ingenious plan: to stealthily make his way to the rock-hidden village's office using dustless obfuscation and, by mere chance, discover a wild dust release training scroll. If that were to happen, he could leverage his genius to master dust release. Additionally, he could conveniently take little Kuratsuchi along, which would be splendid. It was truly a brilliant idea. Yet, for the sake of prudence, it would be best to wait until he raised Konan's affinity to 60 and received her full power sharing before executing this plan. It was not out of any other concern, but primarily because he feared that the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, might misunderstand and pursue him as an intruder, leaving him without the means to protect himself. During the day, he would frolic with Hanabira, enjoying ice cream and drinks, but that was the extent of their interactions. While Naoya yearned to elevate his affinity with her to 100, he had to consider Hanabira's feelings as well. Thus, the true sustenance for his endeavors had to rely on Konan. On a new day, after spending the morning with Hanabira, Naoya stealthily slipped into Konan's office in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to her, Konan was completely unaware of Naoya's arrival, as he had utilized dustless obfuscation to conceal his presence. Truth be told, this ninjutsu was indeed quite effective. Naoya had previously underestimated its potential. The one who developed it was truly a genius. Chapter 16, The Tsundere of Konan. At this moment, more than a month had elapsed since Akatsuki had just seized control of the rain-hidden village. During this time, Konan had cultivated a portion of new subordinates, alleviating her burdens and allowing her to manage her affairs with much less effort, thereby granting her ample free time. Currently, Konan was idly reading a newspaper from the rain-hidden village, her mind wandering far from the pages before her, fixated instead on her disciple. In truth, she could easily set her work aside and seek him out, but he was likely with Hanabira at present. The mere thought of this caused a pang of sorrow in her heart. It was her oversight, prioritizing the so-called face, that led her to relinquish Naoya. In retrospect, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She vowed that such a situation would never occur again. From her pocket, she produced a photograph, an intimate picture she had taken of Naoya alone. In the image, the youth wore a faint smile, his long black hair cascading casually behind him, and his soft blue eyes exuding a blend of cuteness and charm. Though his face still bore a hint of youthfulness, it also held an air of maturity that belied his age. Yet, a wave of tenderness swept over Konan as she recalled that during the day, Naoya was obliged to accompany Hanabira, and in the evening, he would also need to consider her feelings. The thought of his predicament surely filled him with hardship. "Teacher, what are you thinking about?" Naoya suddenly appeared behind Konan, snatching the photograph from her grasp. "Ah, when was this taken? The photography skills are lacking. It makes me look smaller." Initially startled by Naoya's unexpected entrance, Konan quickly transitioned from surprise to flustered embarrassment upon recognizing him. Naoya, give that back. Konan stretched out her hand, pursuing Naoya, who nimbly leaped aside, evading her capture. I want to return it. I can't give it back. Teacher, you've gone bad. Admit it, were you doing something naughty with that photo? I was not. Konan retorted angrily, lunging at him once more. This time, she successfully tackled Naoya to the ground. But he cleverly concealed the photograph behind him, pressing it down with his back, rendering it inaccessible to her. Hee, teacher, words alone won't suffice. If you wish to prove your innocence, I must inspect you first, or else I'll confiscate the photo. You. Konan pointed at Naoya, her face flushed with indignation. Seizing the moment as Naoya's attention waned, she reached for the photograph. However, Naoya, in a crucial moment, held it firmly in place, denying her any opportunity. Teacher, are you trying to play tricks? Avoiding inspection like this? Could it be that I guessed correctly? At this, Konan became infuriated, grabbing Naoya's face and fiercely pinching it from side to side. What are you thinking? You've got an ill intention, showing disrespect to your teacher. I can forego the photograph, but today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Teacher, be gentle. Spare me. Payne's office was situated just above Konan's. And given Payne's formidable sensory abilities, he could clearly hear Naoya's pleas for mercy. At that moment, Payne hesitated, contemplating whether he should intervene with Konan. Considering Naoya was still quite young, and some matters shouldn't be taken too far. Fortunately, Naoya's cries for mercy soon subsided, prompting Payne to exhale in relief. It appeared that Konan understood moderation, which was a relief for him, unbeknownst to Payne. The silence was not due to Konan's restraint, but rather that Naoya had adeptly shifted from defense to offense, seizing control of the situation. An ample amount of time passed before Naoya finally released Konan from his embrace. Teacher, with all those moves you just used, I only needed one technique to defeat you. Naoya lifted Konan's cheek affectionately, saying, or perhaps, Teacher Konan secretly hopes to be inspected by me, thus feigning weakness? Upon hearing this, Konan was once again provoked, and she could not help but struggle anew. However, Naoya seemed to have anticipated this, executing his movements with grace and gentleness, swiftly subduing her once more. Teacher, is this black outfit specially prepared for me? By some twist of fate, Konan slightly nodded. Seeing this, Naoya's face lit up with joy, and he said intimately, I really like it, but from now on, you can only wear it for my eyes alone. Knock, knock, knock. Lady Angel, I have important documents to report. May I come in? Upon hearing the knock at the door, Xiaonan immediately jolted awake, hastily adjusting her attire. She swiftly concealed Ziai beneath the desk and composed herself behind the office table, stating with authority, Come in. A middle-aged female ninja entered, one of Xiaonan's recently promoted subordinates, here to report the peculiar activities surrounding the grass-hidden village. After what felt like an eternity, the reporting individual departed. Hentai, Ziai, you little hentai? Xiaonan exclaimed. What do you mean? Clearly, you, Teacher Xiaonan, enjoyed it just as much. You are a hentai too. Female hentai. Dance of the Shikigami, paper gun. Spare me, teacher. As night fell, it seemed that Ziai, having exhausted himself during the day, succumbed to sleep early, leaving Xiaonan to gaze at her slumbering little hentai. In truth, Xiaonan desired little. She merely wished to hold him close at night, savoring the gentle rhythm of his breath, perhaps adding a tender kiss. That would suffice. Yet, her young disciple often sought alternative paths. Despite his innocent and charming appearance, he consistently pursued actions that would make even her blush. Ziai, oh Ziai, grow up quickly. Suddenly, Ziai opened his eyes. Teacher, I have grown up. How infuriating, little hentai, pretending to be asleep to deceive me. Ding. Xiaonan's favorability rating has increased to 50. Chapter 17, Assassination of Ziai. Another day at the training ground found Yubari instructing Ziai in the art of swordsmanship. No, Ziai, your method of wielding the blade is incorrect. Do not focus excessively on flamboyant slashes. Thrusts and feints will enable you to inflict greater damage on your adversary with greater ease. Yubari earnestly advised, personally demonstrating the movement of the blade, swift and concealed. Devoid of sound, Ziai observed Yubari's actions, nodding. I understand, Teacher Yubari. With that, Ziai seized his weapon, the Shire, and unleashed a powerful thrust. Enveloped in a layer of wind chakra, producing a howling sound as a blue projectile darted forth from the blade's tip, shattering a nearby training dummy. Witnessing this scene, Yubari was instantly filled with exasperation, bellowing, Kobayashi Ziai, did you completely disregard my words? I explicitly stated to avoid these ostentatious techniques. Such conspicuous attacks will inevitably alert the enemy long before you strike. This approach merely wastes chakra and will not reach your foe, you fool. Returning home in frustration, Yubari found himself alone in a sparsely decorated abode. Once, a fine sword rack adorned the hall, but now it lay abandoned. Recently, he had spent much time teaching Zi, only to feel betrayed by the boy's relentless pursuit of flashy techniques, often performing worse than a child named Ajisai nearby. This led Yubari to feel that his ninja blade had fallen into unworthy hands. No, his blade was not entrusted to that child. It had been deceitfully taken. Fuming, Yubari retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet. However, his poor tolerance had him feeling slightly intoxicated after just a few sips. In a sudden moment, a figure emerged from the shadows before him. A frail, lanky individual with triangular eyes, their mouth and nose wrapped in bandages. Yet even so, Yubari recognized the identity of the visitor instantly. You are the Hidden One. Hidden, a name that inspired dread within the rain-hidden village. Rumored to be a compatriot of Hanzo, he had gained favor through his exceptional swordsmanship and was regarded as Hanzo's right hand. During the Third Great Ninja War, he served as the head of the torture department, infamous for his ruthless methods, instilling terror not only in foreign spies, but also among his fellow villagers. Yet, after Hanzo's demise, Hidden vanished, presumed dead alongside him. To Yubari's astonishment, he had survived and reappeared now. Upon seeing Hidden, Yubari's inebriation faded significantly. He recognized that Hidden's presence was undoubtedly ominous. Yubari, I have heard that you are currently in a dire predicament. I require your assistance with a particular task. Upon its successful completion, I shall reward you handsomely and transport you to a peaceful land. Yubari's heart sank. Hidden's words might deceive others, but not him. Having endured both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, he understood well that apart from the Pure Land, there existed no truly peaceful nations. It was evident that Hidden intended to enlist him for a lethal mission. However, Yubari's current strength rendered him no match for Hidden. He could only feign agreement, attempting to placate Hidden before devising a plan. At that moment, Hidden slowly articulated the objective of the task. I want you to lure out that traitor Kobayashi Zi and kill him. When Hidden uttered Zi's name, he nearly ground his teeth in evident hatred. This. Yubari hesitated upon hearing that Hidden sought to kill Zi. What, are you unwilling? Hidden's gaze turned furious as it bore down on Yubari. Have you forgotten who elevated you to the rank of Jonin? Were it not for Lord Hanzo's appreciation, how could a waste like you, incapable of even chakra nature transformation, ascend to Jonin? I am not. Yubari stammered. Hidden scoffed. Kobayashi Zi, that traitor, forsook Lord Hanzo for wealth and power, aligning himself with those wretches. Such an ungrateful wretch deserves to be torn to shreds. Moreover, I have heard that your precious ninja blade was taken by Kobayashi Zi. Do you not harbor hatred for him, or are you intimidated by his current standing? No, that is not the case. Yubari quickly clarified. I mean no offense. I have long wished to eliminate that Zi. He stole my ninja blade, and of course, I seek revenge. However, I merely wish to point out that it seems we are not a match for him. What did you say? Hidden's aura erupted with ferocity, pressing ominously toward Yubari. Are you questioning my strength? Yubari, frightened, lowered his head to explain. No, I am not questioning your strength, my lord. I merely wish to inform you that Kobayashi Zi has learned the paper manipulation technique from that woman, Angel. Ordinary attacks will have no effect on him. Should he utilize his ninjutsu to evade, and you find yourself unable to subdue him, it may attract the attention of patrolling ninjas, complicating matters. Upon hearing Yubari's explanation, Hidden's demeanor softened slightly, and he relaxed his pressure. Your considerations are indeed not without merit. Very well. I shall employ a bounty ninja from the black market at great expense. Once I have news, I will inform you immediately. With that, Hidden suddenly fixed his triangular eyes upon Yubari. But what if you leak information during this time? Yubari, drenched in cold sweat under Hidden's gaze, stood frozen, trembling as he replied, My lord, I despise Kobayashi Zi. I will not divulge anything to him. Hidden shook his head. That cannot be guaranteed. I have encountered too many who speak with forked tongues over the years. Thus, for safety's sake. As he spoke, Hidden produced a black pill from his pocket. Take this poison, and only then will I trust you. Otherwise, before Hidden could finish, Yubari snatched the poison from his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. A brief pause ensued, followed by a sinister smile. Very well. I shall expedite the arrangements for an accomplice. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. This is the venom of the interrogation department. If you do not ingest the antidote within 30 days, you will find yourself on a path to certain demise. Chapter 18. A swift raid, seizing the initiative. Naoya. News has arrived from the border. Numerous incidents of missing ninjas have been reported along the borders of the Rain Country and the Grass Country. I require you to investigate. This will serve as your inaugural mission and a test of your capabilities. As she spoke, Konan handed Naoya a scroll detailing the task. Naoya took the scroll, perusing its contents with mild surprise. Am I to undertake this alone? Indeed, Konan replied, her tone matter of fact. Our village's ninja resources are rather strained. Just days ago, we suffered a significant theft due to inadequate defenses. Consequently, we could not find a suitable partner for you, and given your current skill level, you are more than capable of managing this assignment solo. She continued, however, fret not about working alone. There happens to be a member from the Akatsuki who is also heading to the grass country. I shall arrange for him to accompany you. A senior from the Akatsuki? That sounds promising. I wonder who he is. His codename is Sasori, but you may also refer to him by his name. Very well. I will endeavor to complete the mission with utmost diligence. Naoya accepted the scroll with a sense of resolve. Konan then shared some pertinent information regarding Sasori, concluding with a warning. Though his temperament may be somewhat peculiar, he possesses a good nature. Avoid provoking him, and you should be just fine. Remember, he will be waiting in the western forest of Amigakure at noon. Do not be late. I understand, sensei. I shall ensure a harmonious relationship with Sasori-senpai, Naoya affirmed earnestly. Yet, instead of departing immediately, he moved closer to Konan. What are you doing? She chided, swatting his hand away. You should be more serious. This is your first mission. Do not take it lightly. Remember, safety comes first. Naoya, undeterred, grasped both of Konan's hands, drawing her closer as he whispered, Sensei, I assure you I will handle the task with care. However, during the mission, you want to see me for a while. And since we still have time before I depart, don't you wish to? Suddenly, a sharp thud resonated as something struck Naoya's forehead, eliciting a brief sting. It was Konan, who had somehow freed herself and struck him with a piece of paper, leaving a red mark on his brow. With her arms crossed and a smirk playing on her lips, she remarked, Humph, at your age, you should be striving for greatness rather than indulging in such thoughts. A good thrashing is warranted. Naoya, however, remained obstinate. So, when I return, can I thud? Another strike interrupted him. No. Clutching his forehead in protest, Naoya exclaimed in frustration. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, this is your responsibility as my teacher. It's distressing that you're neglecting it. How dare you talk back? Konan glared, brandishing the paper once more. Seeing her resolve, Naoya quickly retreated. Behind him, her voice echoed. Remember, you may abandon the mission, but your safety is paramount. Next, Naoya hurried to bid farewell to Ajisai. Upon learning of his assignment to the grass country, Ajisai's concern was palpable, and she lamented her own lack of strength. Feeling powerless to aid him, Naoya could only comfort her with affectionate gestures, lifting her high into the air, despite her being no longer a child. Naoya-kun, when you return, shall we marry and have children? His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He glanced down at Ajisai, who barely reached his chest. No, absolutely not. Ajisai's expression fell, her eyes welling with tears as if on the verge of crying. Why not? Seeing her distress, Naoya felt a pang of guilt. Honestly, Ajisai, you are too young for marriage, and even more so for children. Really? You're not just saying that because you like someone else, are you? She queried, suspicion clouding her gaze. Naoya felt overwhelmed. No, Ajisai, I assure you, I do not. Ask your mother, she knows the truth. But my mother was married for years by my age. Indeed, it was common for ninjas to wed young during wartime. Well, perhaps your mother's circumstances were unique. But, you must have another woman. Are you planning to abandon me? At this, Ajisai burst into tears. Typically strong, she became vulnerable when faced with Naoya's dilemma. He quickly embraced her, reassuring, No, Ajisai, I care for you deeply. I would never abandon you. A gentle kiss quieted her sobs. You truly don't wish to leave me? Naoya vigorously shook his head. No, never. Then you admit there are other women? I certainly do not. Naoya broke into a cold sweat, realizing he was treading on dangerous ground. Ajisai huffed, her dissatisfaction evident, and she tiptoed to plant a kiss on Naoya's cheek. Humph. I can taste the lie in that. Naoya was baffled. How could she possibly discern such a thing? And yet, her intuition was eerily accurate. He felt compelled to escape before he revealed too much. All right, Ajisai, enough of this. I cannot agree to marriage. Time is pressing, and I must prepare for my mission. I'm not causing trouble, she protested, pulling him back earnestly. Naoya-kun, even if you have other women, I don't mind. I just really like you. Mother said marrying someone you love is the happiest thing, so please, will you marry me? Naoya was once again touched by Ajisai's sincerity. Where could he find such a wonderful girl? Yet, he could not marry her. Doing so would imprison him for life. Ajisai, I can promise you anything but marriage, all right? Naoya stated earnestly. Her eyes lit up with hope. Then can we marry when I'm older? Naoya fell silent, torn. He had Konan to consider. And agreeing to Ajisai's request would mean a lengthy wait for Konan. Silence perhaps was the best response, as Ajisai's light began to dim. I understand, Naoya-senpai. I won't trouble you with difficult requests again. I just hope you won't abandon me. With a downcast gaze, she released her hold on him. Taking slow steps back. I promise. I knew it. Suddenly, Ajisai's sorrow vanished, and she leaped into Naoya's embrace like a fledgling returning home. Naoya held her close, savoring her affection, though his thoughts remained with Konan. Oh, my poor Konan-sensei, be mindful. In the span of just half a day, your wedding has been effortlessly stolen by this little one. Ding. The affinity for hydrangea has reached 100. The ultimate affinity reward has been granted, a total strength sharing of 1,001 opportunity for the ultimate lottery draw. Chapter 19. Senior Scorpion. Jizai did not utilize the ultimate lottery chance, as it was far too precious. The previous special lottery pool featured shadows of the supreme level, which was somewhat acceptable even if it was a bit off. However, this time, the ultimate lottery pool was at the level of the 6 paths, representing a power capable of dominating the entire shinobi world. If he were to draw poorly again, he would truly despair. Thus, he could not afford to be careless this time. He must first accumulate enough for a safety net before proceeding with the draw. Of course, this also stemmed from his previous lottery failure. Had he drawn an award of the supreme level then, he might have chosen to gamble this time, hoping for a miraculous single draw. This notion parallels that of purchasing a lottery ticket. If one wins a small prize initially and tastes a hint of sweetness, they are likely to invest more in pursuit of greater rewards. Conversely, if one suffers losses at the outset, they are unlikely to continue investing in hopes of recouping losses. As he grew closer to hydrangea, time swiftly approached the moment of departure, and Jizai truly felt the urgency to leave. Before departing, he had someone convey a message to teacher Yuba, informing him that he was on a mission and would not require guidance on his swordsmanship for the next few days. After a brief preparation of food and water, Jizai promptly utilized the dance of paper to hasten his journey to the western forest. Alas, it was all Hydrangea's fault for being so clingy. He feared he might be late if he didn't hurry. As he soared through the air with great speed, Jizai spotted the puppet, Fei Lu Hu, lying on the forest path from a distance. Fei Lu Hu was a puppet frequently employed by Scorpion, resembling a rather rotund scorpion. Scorpion often concealed himself within this puppet. Due to Fei Lu Hu's inherent offensive and defensive capabilities, it could withstand some external attacks, thus compensating for Scorpion's relative weakness in close combat. Upon spotting Scorpion, Jizai maneuvered his wings to land beside him. Senior Scorpion, I'm not late, am I? Just in time, let us depart. Came a flat voice from within Fei Lu Hu. Scorpion seemed to have little desire for conversation and promptly proceeded forward. Jizai followed suit, controlling his wings to keep pace. Fei Lu Hu moved at a rather leisurely pace, comparable to that of an ordinary person walking. In a previous life, some speculated that Fei Lu Hu's movement was powered by Scorpion pedaling inside the puppet, hence the slow speed, which piqued Jizai's curiosity. Since following Fei Lu Hu did not require much effort, Jizai decided to take out the bento he had casually purchased beforehand, a box of fried cod sticks. Senior Scorpion, would you like some? No need. Enjoying food will lower your vigilance. Danger may arise at any moment in the shinobi world. Maintaining alertness is a fundamental duty of a ninja. Senior Scorpion, you truly possess vast knowledge. You are indeed a senior within the Akatsuki. As he spoke, Jizai swiftly devoured the remaining cod sticks, and then produced a bottle of apple juice. Senior Scorpion, would you care for some juice? Scorpion. Oh, my apologies, Senior Scorpion. I forgot your previous admonition about vigilance. Yes, I shall remain vigilant. The two continued on their journey. Senior Scorpion, I'm quite curious. Isn't it exhausting to walk while lying down? This is a puppet, you fool. Oh, I see, it's a puppet. My apologies, but one cannot fault me. Your puppet is simply too realistic, nearly indistinguishable from a real person, unlike the puppets I have seen crafted by other puppet masters. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's interest in conversation was piqued. Humph, those puppet masters you encountered previously were merely third-rate artisans. What notable puppets could they possibly create? I am aware of this. I recall teacher Xiao Nin mentioning it. She said that your puppets are crafted from human corpses, making you the most powerful among puppet masters. Xiao Nin had shared intelligence about Scorpion with Jizai, noting that human puppets were merely a part of his repertoire. The mention of Xiao Nin appeared to evoke some unpleasant memories for Scorpion, yet upon hearing Jizai refer to him as the most powerful puppet master, his mood lightened considerably. Humph, to compare me with those third-rate artisans is an affront to my puppet mastery. Though he spoke thus, Scorpion felt a sense of satisfaction. even causing Fei Lu to quicken its pace slightly. Jizai could not help but wonder if Scorpion's excitement had led him to pedal faster. The two pressed on without pause, traveling from the heart of the land of rain to the border of the land of grass. After such an extended journey, Jizai began to feel fatigued. Senior Scorpion, we are nearing the mission location. Shall we take a short rest? Scorpion, feeling somewhat fatigued himself, did not reject Jizai's suggestion, especially since Fei Lu required maintenance. Then let us rest here. As he spoke, a hatch at the back of Fei Lu opened, and Scorpion leaped out. Wow, I didn't expect Senior Scorpion to be quite dashing. You're nearly as handsome as I am. You little brat. Scorpion shot Jizai a fierce glare. However, given their time spent together, they had grown relatively familiar, and Scorpion chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Looks fade with time, rather than fixating on inconsequential appearances. It would be wiser to scout for enemies beneath your feet. Enemies? Oh no, we've been discovered. Earth release, earth flow spears. From beneath Jizai's feet, a concealed ninja from the grass village suddenly sprang up. Several sharp earth flow spears erupted from the ground, shattering Jizai's body into a flurry of paper fragments. Seeing this scene, Scorpion narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of déjà vu. The lurking ninja emerged, kunai in hand, cautiously observing the myriad of paper fragments. The paper slowly reassembled, revealing Jizai once more. You scoundrel, how despicable. Lurking underground for a sneak attack. I was nearly killed. The ninja, listening to Jizai's words, remained silent, and immediately threw a dozen shuriken in response. Unfortunately, these shuriken merely pierced through Jizai's form, causing yet more paper shreds to scatter. However, in the blink of an eye, Jizai's body healed once more. Physical attacks are utterly ineffective. The ninja's expression grew grave as he scrutinized Jizai, then cast a wary glance at Scorpion, who was calmly maintaining his puppet. The chakra emanating from this puppet master was on par with the one soaring above. He appeared to be a formidable adversary. Doubt began to arise in the ninja's mind regarding his ability to contend with such individuals at the border. He needed to report this situation to the higher-ups in his village without delay. With this in mind, he first unleashed a wind release technique, stirring up dust to create a cloud of obscurity, then decisively retreated. Jizai, witnessing this scene, was initially taken aback, then hastily conjured a flurry of paper fragments. Paper release, paper blowing snow. The paper shards swiftly penetrated the dust cloud, slicing through the escaping ninja. Each paper fragment acted like a razor, and in an instant, blood splattered as the ninja was reduced to countless pieces, dropping lifelessly into the forest. Chapter 20, The Will of Grass. Observing the scattered remains, Scorpion's brow furrowed. Jizai, refrain from employing such brutal techniques in the future. You've ruined my materials. Understood, Senior Scorpion. Jizai scratched his head awkwardly, surprised that such a benevolent individual could one day be deemed cruel by another. Scorpion-senpai, it occurs to me that there is a question I have yet to comprehend. You mentioned that materials such as the human body, even when crafted into puppets, could hardly rival the strength of metal. However, do not be overly rigid, Naoya. Human puppets can indeed be augmented with metal. Yet, if that is the case, why not simply utilize metal puppets? The reason lies in the fact that pure metal puppets possess a significantly reduced flexibility, making chakra manipulation exceedingly difficult. Moreover, while the human body may be frail, it also harbors formidable strengths. I see. After a brief respite, the two continued their journey toward the land of grass. Scorpion's objective was to gather materials in the hidden grass village, while Naoya aimed to investigate the missing ninjas at the border of the land of grass. Theoretically, their paths diverged, yet Naoya was not adept at tracking investigations. Thus, he intended to accompany Scorpion to the hidden grass village first, intending to capture the village leader for interrogation, which should yield information regarding the missing ninjas. Upon learning of Naoya's plan, Scorpion not only expressed no opposition but wholeheartedly supported it, even generously imparting his wisdom to Naoya. Indeed, your plan is commendable. Breaching a small ninja village like Hidden Grass is not particularly challenging. The crucial step is to first ascertain the location of the village leader. Along the way, Scorpion diligently shared his insights, while Naoya listened attentively. When discussing the execution phase, Scorpion declared, "We shall infiltrate first. You will apprehend the leader of Hidden Grass, and I will hold off the remaining grass ninjas." However, Naoya voiced his concerns. Scorpion-senpai, can you truly handle so many grass ninjas alone? Should I summon a summoning beast to assist you? Rest assured, I am quite experienced in such matters. Without their leader's command, these grass ninjas will merely be a disorganized rabble, posing no threat to me. At this juncture, Scorpion glanced at Naoya, cautioning, however, when you capture the leader of Hidden Grass, remember to preserve his entire body. Do not, as before, reduce him to fragments. I require his corpse as material. No problem. Scorpion Senpai. Thus, the two finalized the details of their mission, and shortly afterward, they arrived at the Hidden Grass village. The scale of Hidden Grass seemed even larger than that of the Rain village. However, size does not equate to strength. Upon closer inspection, the quality of the ninjas in Hidden Grass was far inferior to that of the Rain village. Despite a larger population, most were destitute civilians, clad in tattered garments. While the village's structures appeared dilapidated, exuding an air of decay, Naoya and Scorpion did not even bother with disguises, brazenly mingling with the inhabitants of Hidden Grass. Encountering no obstructions along the way, perhaps the residents had grown accustomed to such appearances. Here, wandering ninjas were commonplace, and formal authority was scarcely encountered. Nonetheless, Naoya and Scorpion were taken aback to witness that, while the wandering ninjas were unregulated, many merchants within Hidden Grass were subjected to stringent control by the Grass Ninjas. Just as Naoya and Scorpion ventured into a street of food stalls, they witnessed a scene unfold. A man, presumably the shop owner, was being jointly assaulted by two ninjas adorned with grass forehead protectors. The man pleaded desperately, yet due to the beating, his words were barely coherent. Naoya could only discern fragments regarding a management fee amidst the chaos. Before long, the two Grass Ninjas extorted the so-called management fee from the unconscious man and swaggered away. Naoya and Scorpion, witnessing this, hastened to follow them. They needed to capture two Grass Ninjas to procure the relevant intelligence, and none could be more suitable than the two they had just observed. As the ninjas passed through a narrow alley, both Scorpion and Naoya struck simultaneously, swiftly subduing the pair. They separated for interrogation. Naoya led one of the Grass Ninjas aside to commence questioning. Who is the leader of your Hidden Grass village? And where is he now? To Naoya's surprise, the Grass Ninja displayed unexpected fortitude. Humph, do you think I would divulge that? I am a ninja of Hidden Grass, and I shall never abandon the will of the grass. Naoya was genuinely taken aback. The same ninja who had just been bullying a fellow villager now clung to the will of the grass. With no useful information forthcoming, it seemed he would have to eliminate him. Wait, what are you planning to do? The Grass Ninja gazed in terror as Naoya produced a kunai. Naoya replied, Your will of the grass is commendable, but since I cannot extract useful information from you, I have decided to kill you. No, wait, this is not right. According to procedure, you should be interrogating me. The Grass Ninja exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Naoya, slightly embarrassed, responded, Well, I'm not particularly skilled at interrogation, and I see you as a ninja with the will of the grass. Even if I interrogated you, I doubt anything would emerge, so it's best to just end it. With that, Naoya raised the kunai, aiming it at the Grass Ninja's throat. The Grass Ninja, witnessing this, was overtaken by sheer terror and frantically pleaded, Stop. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Naoya paused, the kunai hovering at the Grass Ninja's neck, and queried, But didn't you just proclaim yourself a ninja with the will of the grass? How can you surrender so easily? Are you attempting to deceive me with false information? No. No. How could I? The Grass Ninja shook his head vehemently, explaining, I am sincere. I have no intention of deceiving you. In truth, the essence of the will of the grass is to endure and live tenaciously, so survival is paramount. I would never dare to offer false information. Is that truly the essence of the will of the grass? Naoya mused. Subsequently, through the Grass Ninja's testimony, Naoya gleaned the current state of Hidden Grass Village. The village leader, known as Kusamon, was a powerful ninja who had survived the Third Great Ninja War, earning the respect of the Grass Ninjas. However, half a month prior, Kusamon had been assassinated and was now deceased. A new leader had yet to be appointed, though the most prominent candidate was Ryanosuke, a jonin of the Ryu clan, who was currently involved in managing the village's affairs. Shortly thereafter, having acquired valuable information, Naoya executed the Grass Ninja. He believed that the ninja's unyielding betrayal of the village's secrets indicated a sinister mindset, possessing formidable patience, and left unchecked, he would inevitably seek revenge for today's actions. Thus, for the sake of his future safety, Naoya deemed it necessary to eliminate the Grass Ninja preemptively. Chapter 21. Even Shadows Cannot Protect. The Hospital of Hidden Grass Village. This was the location of Ryanosuke, the acting leader of Hidden Grass Village. According to the Grass Ninja's testimony, Ryanosuke frequently practiced a powerful ninjutsu that inflicted injuries upon him, prompting him to reside within the hospital for his work. As Naoya and Scorpion approached the hospital, they were suddenly drawn to a voice. In a makeshift storage area formed by several wooden boards at the corner of the hospital building, a frail, red-haired little girl was kneeling outside, beseeching passers-by. Please, let my mother rest for a day. If she doesn't tea, she will die. I beg you, get lost. A grass ninja roughly seized the small girl and tossed her aside. You think you can rely on the village after being taken in as a refugee ninja? With that, the grass ninja pulled out a red-haired female ninja from the room, who appeared utterly weakened, covered in bite marks, unable to resist, her life hanging by a thread. Mom. The little girl scrambled to her feet and rushed to her mother, clinging to her in a desperate attempt to prevent the grass ninja from taking her away. Please, I beg you, let my mother rest for just one day. If this continues, she will surely perish. You troublesome little imp. The grass ninja grasped the little girl by her collar and hoisted her up, glaring fiercely at her. The village has taken you in, and you must contribute to its welfare. With so many injured ninjas, the healing cannot cease. And if your mother were to tragically die, you would. As the grass ninja's words trailed off, his mouth opened and closed in vain, unable to utter another sound as a multitude of slashes appeared on his neck, blood spilling forth as he crumpled to the ground. The little girl fell from his grip, not onto the hard earth as she had envisioned, but into the warm embrace of another. Instinctively turning around, in that fleeting moment, her azure eyes became the most cherished memory of her life. How did it go, Scorpion-senpai? Is the body intact this time? Scorpion ambled over, and from behind Hotan, a sharp blade sprang forth. A flurry of gleaming steel sliced through the lifeless form before them into pieces. Heh, such refuse holds no value whatsoever. It's better to obliterate it. Indeed, you speak true. Scorpion-senpai. Naoya cradled the girl protectively, ensuring she did not witness the gruesome dismemberment. Help! An enemy attack, an enemy attack. In the wake of the ninja's demise, chaos erupted around the vicinity of the hospital. At that moment, the little girl's mother, frail and weak, crawled towards Naoya, grasping at his pant leg. Ninjas, please flee quickly. I know a hidden path. Naoya smiled softly. Thank you for your kindness, but please rise first. He crouched down, assisting the weakened woman to her feet, noting the surprising figure beneath her tattered clothing. Lacking medical ninjutsu, he could do little for her frailty. So he took out half a bag of his recently consumed food pills and pressed them into the woman's hands. Thank you, kind sir. The ordinary food pills appeared to the woman as treasures. She consumed 4 in quick succession before pausing to store the remainder. I don't even know your names. 2 voices chimed in unison. Uzumaki Mena. Konan. At this point, Scorpion had also approached Naoya, observing the mother and daughter duo with intrigue. I never imagined you possessed such a compassionate side. Naoya, upon hearing this, gently stroked Korin's hair, smiling as he replied, compassion is perhaps too grand a term. I merely find this child endearing. Were it another, I may not have offered assistance. Konan looked up in surprise, her heart fluttering at the realization that Naoya's motivation stemmed from her cuteness. Their eyes met briefly, and Naoya smiled softly at her, causing Konan to shyly bury her face in his embrace. Naoya picked up a single strand of Korin's red hair and remarked to Scorpion, Look, Scorpion-senpai. This child's hair color is identical to yours. Perhaps you share some kinship. A fleeting look of longing crossed Scorpion's eyes, but he ultimately shook his head. I have no family left in this world. At that moment, a throng of grass ninjas began to encircle them from all directions. Hotan, Jinpachi, Paper Jutsu, Paper Snowstorm. Scorpion and Naoya launched their attacks, swiftly dispatching several grass ninjas. The remaining ninjas, witnessing the carnage, hesitated to advance. Scorpion then inquired, Having 2 burdens on this mission must be quite challenging for you. What do you intend to do with them? Upon hearing this, both Konan and Mena tensed. Konan clutched Naoya's clothing anxiously, fearing he might utter words of abandonment. If Naoya were to forsake them, they would truly be devoid of hope. Without hesitation, Naoya replied, Of course, I will bring them back to the village. From now on, they shall be part of the Kobayashi family. Kobayashi Konan and Kobayashi Mena. Ding. Koran's favorability reaches 60. Favorability rewards granted. Shared abilities at 100, including Uzumaki Bloodline. 1 entry each for beginner, intermediate, and advanced lotteries awarded. Ding. Uzumaki Mena's favorability reaches 60. Favorability rewards granted. Shared abilities at 100 awarded, along with 1 entry each for beginner, intermediate, and advanced lotteries. Konan, upon hearing this, buried her head completely in Naoya's embrace, while even Mena felt a blush creeping onto her previously pale cheeks. Scorpion, perplexed, asked, With your strength, can you truly protect both of them in battle? Naoya responded, I may not be a powerful Hokage, but I will protect those I care for. Scorpion remained noncommittal, yet found the statement laughable. Indeed, it was absurd. Even a Hokage could not safeguard his subordinates in battle. So how could Naoya possibly ensure the safety of Meina and her mother in the impending conflict? Scorpion had made up his mind when the battle commenced. He would not assist Naoya in protecting the mother and daughter, allowing this naive young man to experience the harshness of loss. Naoya, unaware of Scorpion's intentions, pressed on, confident that he had amassed enough entries for the beginner, intermediate, and advanced lotteries. Thus, he initiated the system lottery. Chapter 22, The Will of Hanzo. Beginner lottery, 3 consecutive draws in progress. Draw complete. Obtain the body replacement jutsu. Proficiency in body replacement jutsu enhanced. Obtained great fireball technique. Obtained water body flicker technique. Intermediate lottery, 3 consecutive draws in progress. Draw complete. Obtained partial multiplication technique. Obtained water release. Water dragon tornado. Obtained bloodline limit. Byakugan. Advanced lottery, 3 consecutive draws in progress. Draw complete. Obtained bloodline limit. Corpse bone path. Detected existing bloodline limit. Byakugan. Fusion complete. Obtained Akatsuki bloodline remnant. Obtained impure world reincarnation technique. Obtained summoning technique. 9 tails. At the instant the rewards were dispensed, Naoya's strength surged immensely yet again. The rewards were undeniably bountiful. His physique had already seen a significant increase after sharing Konan and Meina's Uzumaki bloodline, and now, with the acquisition of the Akatsuki bloodline, his physical capabilities underwent a true metamorphosis. His mental acuity, perception, and recovery abilities expanded dramatically, alongside a substantial enhancement of his learning capabilities. Most crucially, his chakra reserves had achieved a qualitative leap. He was now at least equivalent to 10 of his former self. Additionally, he had acquired the impure world reincarnation technique from the second Hokage, a jutsu he had long coveted. Not to mention, possessing this technique would allow him to learn dust release by resurrecting the second Tsuchikage. As for the Nine Tails summoning technique, it was a reward of minimal significance. As the Nine Tails was still sealed within Naruto, even with the summoning, he could not call forth the beast. Meanwhile, as Naoya's powers escalated, the ninjas of the Grass Village converged from all directions, encircling Scorpion and Naoya within the hospital. As time passed, the number of encircling ninjas swelled. Ultimately, when their ranks surpassed 300, the doors of the hospital swung open. A green-haired elder, flanked by numerous followers, emerged slowly from the hospital. Elders were a rarity in the Grass Village, and if Naoya's conjectures were accurate, this individual was likely Ryanosuke, the current acting leader of the Grass Village. Indeed, as Naoya had surmised, this man was Ryanosuke, who upon his appearance immediately identified Scorpion, delivering a stern warning to the two. Sands of Red Scorpion. And this unidentified ninja, what brings you both to our Grass Village? Scorpion remained silent, offering no reply. Naoya advanced according to plan, steadily making his way toward Ryanosuke. As he walked, he retrieved a forehead protector from his pocket, adorned with the insignia of the Rain Village, and secured it upon his brow. Mr. Ryanosuke. He began to introduce himself. I am Naoya, a disciple of Lord Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. Upon hearing these words, a wave of disarray rippled through the gathered grass shinobi, including Ryanosuke. What? Half-god Hanzo. This boy is a disciple of Hanzo himself? The Hanzo of the Rain Country. Naoya paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, continuing his approach as he declared, I have come on Lord Hanzo's orders to inform the Grass Village that, henceforth, it must unconditionally submit to the directives of the Rain Village. Furthermore, it is to support Lord Hanzo's ascension to the position of Tsuchikage. And all mission commissions from the Grass Village must be surrendered to the Rain Village for execution. The succession of the Grass Village's leadership requires the Tsuchikage's endorsement. Before the multitude of grass shinobi, Naoya audibly recited one stringent directive after another from Lord Hanzo, leaving all present, including Scorpion, utterly astounded. They were both awed by Hanzo's infamous name and incensed by the harshness of his commands. Ryanosuke, listening to Naoya's proclamations, felt his beard bristle with fury. You jest, boy? Are you truly serious? These orders are genuinely from Hanzo, and you claim to be his disciple? A dangerous glint flickered in Ryanosuke's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Naoya. Unfazed, Naoya retorted, Oh, would you care to test that? Ryanosuke let out a derisive laugh. Child, you are still too young. I have numerous subordinates at my command. Do you truly believe you can? His words faltered as he beheld the long blade piercing through his abdomen. This is Hanzo's water instantaneous technique. Just moments prior, as Ryanosuke spoke, Naoya had swiftly formed a hand seal, transforming into a puddle of water. In the next instant, he appeared behind Ryanosuke, plunging the blade into his gut, while Ryanosuke's guards remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos until it was too late. Do not move. If anyone dares to stir, I shall activate the chakra within this blade, and your leader will be reduced to mere pulp. Ryanosuke's face turned pale in response to Naoya's merciless words, likely exacerbated by the blood loss from his wound. Stay still. No one move. Obey him. No one is allowed to act. In a state of panic, Ryanosuke issued frantic commands. Approaching 60, he found himself increasingly fearful of death. Having savored the beauty of life for 6 decades, he was unwilling to part with it even a moment earlier. Devoid of any semblance of dignity, the captured Ryanosuke commanded all grass shinobi to lower their weapons, offering a substantial bribe of wealth to Naoya. He publicly acquiesced to the outlandish demands Naoya had laid out and even consented when Naoya requested access to the grass village's intelligence files, instructing the relevant personnel to retrieve the documents. The grass shinobi, witnessing their leader shamelessly betray the interests of their village, seethed with anger, yet felt powerless to act. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Father, he has fallen under the enemy's jinjutsu. Everyone, do not hesitate. Charge forward and defeat the enemy. We must rescue Father. Ryanosuke stared in shock at the man, utterly taken aback to discover that it was his own son who had spoken. Under his son's leadership, a multitude of grass shinobi rallied with fervor, charging toward Naoya. Meanwhile, Scorpion, observing the scene, activated his secret technique, the 100 machine manipulation. Scores of puppets surged forward under Scorpion's command, effectively obstructing the advance of the grass shinobi. These warriors, of varying prowess, generally fell within the ranks of low to mid-chunin, with some barely matching the level of mere samurai. Thus, despite their numbers, Scorpion's puppets managed to provide a temporary defense. However, as the battle escalated, more grass shinobi continued to converge, showing no signs of retreat, and Scorpion found himself increasingly overwhelmed. One particularly bold grass shinobi even broke through the ranks, charging directly toward Scorpion, only to be instantly dispatched by a golden chain that pierced his chest, killing him on the spot. Scorpion, it appears the pressure is mounting. Do you require assistance? Naoya approached Scorpion, who glared at him defiantly. Not at all. I can handle this rabble on my own. Truly remarkable, Scorpion-senpai. You are indeed formidable. Naoya praised earnestly, but as he drew nearer, he noticed beads of sweat forming on Scorpion's forehead. How peculiar. Do puppets sweat? Is it a result of realistic design or steam from overheating? Regardless, Scorpion's resistance was evidently strenuous. Although he stubbornly refused Naoya's offer of aid, Naoya, as a backup, could not simply stand idly by. Summoning technique, giant salamander. A massive white cloud of smoke erupted, and a gigantic salamander emerged from the earth, letting out a deafening roar. Lord Jibutsu, I entrust this to you. No problem, little Naoya. A torrent of purple toxic mist spewed forth from the salamander's maw, rapidly enveloping the battlefield within mere moments. Any grass shinobi who came into contact with it succumbed, convulsing and ultimately perishing. Run. A monster. The demigod has arrived. The grass village is doomed. Do not slay me. I am not a grass shinobi. Scorpion, observing the fleeing grass shinobi and the towering salamander beside him, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He recalled the earlier admonition from Konan to keep an eye on Naoya during their mission. In this moment, he mused. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Undoubtedly, the grass shinobi had been utterly vanquished. None could withstand the might of the salamander. Ryanosuke, pallid and resigned, awaited Naoya's judgment. Without hesitation, the benevolent Naoya delivered a lethal strike, ending Ryanosuke's life, before leaping onto the back of the salamander, cradling both Corinne and Mina, with Scorpion following closely behind. The salamander charged out of the grass village, demolishing countless structures along its path, amidst the cacophony of the grass shinobi's terrified screams. The village seemed to be engulfed in a calamity akin to the Ninetales rampage, yet tragically, the grass village lacked a Minato to save them from their impending doom. As the salamander sped through the streets of the grass village, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing shinobi, Scorpion, seated atop its head, reveled in delight, employing the 100 machine manipulation to gather materials. Despite the village's dilapidation, it was still a ninja village, home to several skilled shinobi. Now, all these capable fighters were falling into Scorpion's grasp. Ultimately, Naoya piloted the giant salamander into the ninja tower of the grass village, plundering the various documents housed within before raiding the treasury for a substantial sum, approximately 200 million ryo. Having completed these tasks, he and Scorpion swaggered out of the grass village. On the journey back, Naoya found himself alone, as Scorpion had other matters to attend to. However, before parting ways, Scorpion could not restrain his curiosity. With your strength, you could easily join Akatsuki, couldn't you? Naoya humbly replied. Senpai Scorpion, you flatter me. The previous battle was solely due to Lord Jibutsu's efforts. My own abilities are still woefully insufficient. Really? Scorpion questioned, skeptical of Naoya's modesty. For even he had struggled to match Naoya's speed during the water instantaneous technique. The day after their departure from the grass village, various factions within the ninja world swiftly received intelligence regarding Naoya, disciple of Hanzo, the man who single-handedly defeated a nation. Naoya's emergence stirred the nerves of the major ninja villages, with some, like the Fourth Raikage, dismissing the significance of vanquishing the grass village as an unimpressive feat certainly. There are individuals who hold Naoya in high esteem, such as the third Hokage of Konoha and the third Tsuchikage of Awakens. These two venerable figures possess a considerable age advantage over their counterparts from other villages, granting them a deeper understanding of the terror once wielded by the demigods of yore. Could the heir of a demigod be destined to become the next one? Konoha, Hizashi, we cannot permit this individual to flourish. I propose we dispatch an Umbu squad to assassinate Kobayashi Naoya immediately. Danzo retorted, your thoughts are excessively radical. Amigakure is our ally, as Hokage. I cannot jeopardize the peace between our villages. The implication being, as Hokage, I cannot take action. You must do it. Hizashi, you shall come to regret this. Danzo declared, I am the Hokage. Iwagakure, Anoki, let us issue a bounty for the assassination of Kobayashi Naoya in the black market. Remember, do not expose our involvement. Naoya made his way back to Amigakure, and naturally, the first order of business was to introduce Konan to his companions, Kin and Shirori. Teacher Konan, I have returned. Adhering to their reunion promise, the first instinct was to share a heartfelt embrace. Let go, there are others present. Konan chided, albeit unable to extricate herself from Naoya's grasp, who tightened his hold and even managed to steal a kiss from the corner of her mouth when she was distracted. How inappropriate. Teacher Konan, this is Minai and Shirori, a mother and daughter duo I took in from Kusagakure. Naoya explained their circumstances to Konan, evoking a significant emotional response within her. However, now a mature ninja, she stifled her sympathy, burying it deep within. Subsequently, Naoya introduced Konan to Minai and Shirori. Minai, Shirori, this is my wife, Teacher Konan. You may refer to her as Lady Konan, and you can seek her assistance with any matters. Minai and Shirori were taken aback, astonished that their esteemed Naoya had already taken a wife. Thwack. Konan, blushing, playfully swatted Naoya on the head with a paper stick. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? I am your teacher. Realizing the misstep, Naoya offered a sheepish apology. All right, Teacher Konan, I misspoke. Yet, his heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions. Alas, Teacher Konan, I am merely assisting you. Do you not realize that the Tsundere trend has faded? If this continues, you may become the fourth. Unbeknownst to her, Konan remained oblivious to the threat posed by the weary Minai, adorned with teeth marks, and the even lesser threat from Shirori. Soon, Naoya arranged for the identities of Minai and Shirori, and subsequently submitted all the intelligence acquired from the Land of Grass. Whether it contained information on missing ninjas was uncertain, but Naoya was too disinterested to sift through it, opting instead to present it to Konan in one fell swoop. Konan had already gleaned some details about the mission through Scorpion. Initially, she was taken aback by Naoya's prowess in defeating the ninjas from Kusagakure alone, but upon learning that he had relied on the summoning of the salamander, her surprise waned. After all, she had personally entrusted Naoya with the summoning contract. She simply hadn't anticipated his swift mastery of the salamander's abilities. Consequently, Konan declined Scorpion's proposal to have Naoya join the Akatsuki and team up with him, as she believed that Naoya, who excessively depended on summoned beasts, was not yet capable of standing on his own. Allowing him to enter the Akatsuki at this stage would be too perilous. Once all matters were settled, Naoya took Minai and Shirori out of the office and purchased a spacious house in a bustling district of Amigakure for them to reside in. The house, a grand 2-story, 9-room abode, reflected Naoya's generous spirit. Following that, he attended to a myriad of trivialities, such as procuring clothing and supplies for Minai and Shirori, enrolling Shirori in school, providing Minai with a sum of money for daily necessities, and changing the nameplate on the house to Kobayashi Residence. In summary, by the time Naoya concluded all his tasks, night had fallen. He declined the invitation to stay the night and intended to seek out Ajisai, for he found himself yearning for the uncomplicated girl. Naoya had visited Ajisai's home several times. It was often empty, as she and her mother relied solely on one another, with her father having perished during the Third Great Ninja War. Naoya-kun, Ajisai exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at his arrival, and she could not help but rush into his embrace. Are you here to have babies with me? Naoya, such a thing is absolutely impossible. Naoya had merely come to spend time with Ajisai. For the more experiences he gathered, the more he recognized the value of this girl, who had completely devoted her heart to him in such a short time. Come, taste my mother's cooking. Ajisai affectionately served Naoya a portion of her meal. As evening fell, Naoya held Ajisai as they drifted into slumber. Ajisai, restless, kicked her legs about. Naoya-kun, are you really not going to do anything? Really? Calm down, Ajisai. Ajisai appeared somewhat miffed by Naoya's inaction, turning her head away in disappointment. Yet, she could not resist leaning in to whisper in his ear, Naoya-kun, do you like white stockings? Would you like me to wear them for you? Naoya, why? Why can I not utter a word of refusal? Is it the Sharingan? Chapter 24, The Master of Poison. The following day, Naoya awoke to find himself ensnared from head to toe by Ajisai, who clung to him like an octopus, making escape impossible. Recalling the previous day, he felt utterly humiliated. He was unaware of when he had fallen under the control of the Sharingan, forced to consume an entire evening's worth of snow clothing ice cream, which was far from his intention. All blame lay with the nefarious Uchiha. In the afternoon, he visited Minai, who looked considerably better than the day before. The marks on her skin were beginning to fade, and her complexion had brightened. It seemed her condition did not require the assistance of a medical ninja. With sufficient nourishment, she could likely recover on her own in no time. As it happened, Naoya excelled at providing nutrition. Naoya had intended for Minai to establish a sealing class, as Amigakure sealing techniques were woefully inadequate. However, this matter was not urgent. He could easily address it once Minai had fully recuperated. Shirori had grown quite dependent on Naoya, her inherently timid nature making her hesitant to venture out alone in the unfamiliar environment of Amigakure. Consequently, Naoya dedicated an entire afternoon to escorting her around the village, allowing her to enjoy the sights. After spending time with Shirori, Naoya also paid a visit to teacher Konan, before returning to spend the night at Ajisai's home. Thus, Naoya's life became a harmonious tapestry woven with the threads of Shirori, Minai, Ajisai, and teacher Konan, each day filled with diligent activity and purpose. The days passed in fulfilling succession. Suddenly, half a month later, Naoya was summoned to Konan's office. Upon his arrival, he discovered Pain was present, accompanied by a green-eyed man wearing a mask. Kisame, the legendary figure who had once battled the first Hokage. Kisame produced a photograph from his cloak, scrutinizing it against Naoya's face before nodding. Indeed, this is him, Kobayashi Naoya, with a bounty of 60 million ryo. It must be said, certain occurrences in this world are remarkably strange. An internal contractor within Amigakure had separately hired Kisame to carry out a mission to eliminate Naoya. Coupled with the recent bounties placed on Naoya's head in the black market, the two factors combined had elevated his price to an astonishing 60 million ryo. Consequently, Kisame had come to consult Pain on whether he could proceed with the assassination of Naoya in exchange for the reward, leading to the unfolding of this very scene. Pain naturally declined the request to kill Naoya, much to Kakuzu's disappointment, who subsequently departed. As for uncovering the identity of the individual who had issued the bounty in the Hidden Cloud Village, that task fell to Naoya. Thus, Naoya left the Rain Village headquarters clutching a mission scroll. The scroll contained scant information, comprising only a few lines pertaining to the task. Target, Naoya Kobayashi. Reward, 30 million ryo, with an additional 30 million ryo bounty on the black market. Meeting location, the waterfall at the back of the Rain Village. Target's capabilities, proficient in taijutsu, skilled in poison, able to utilize the secret technique of paper transformation, immune to physical attacks, and certain ninjutsu. Following the instructions on the mission scroll, Naoya arrived at the designated waterfall at the appointed time, waiting for the contact. He concealed his presence using a stealth technique, patiently awaiting the arrival of his associate. However, after an hour had elapsed, apart from the roaring sound of the waterfall, he had yet to see a single figure. Suddenly, a ninja bird circled in the nearby sky. It was the summoning beast of hydrangea, come to seek him. Naoya then dispelled his invisibility, and the bird promptly spotted him, swooping down to perch on his shoulder. Naoya retrieved the information from the bird and began to read intently. Thus it was. He hurried back to the Rain Village, racing to Hydrangea's home. At Hydrangea's residence, he finally encountered the contact for this mission. Yubari-sensei, I never expected you to be the one. Yubari smiled wryly, bowing his head. I'm sorry, I was forced into this. Naoya waved his hand dismissively. I have no intention of blaming you. Since you've decided to defect early, we can naturally disregard the assassination. Now, please tell me, who ordered the hit on me? Yubari sighed in relief and replied, it's hiding. He wants you dead. Subsequently, Yubari detailed all the information regarding hiding, including personal details and the motives behind the assassination. After hearing Yubari's account, Naoya could not help but lament Hiding's misfortune. A simple assassination plot, involving 3 members, yet 2 of them were traitors, truly a lack of mercy. However, when inquiring about Hiding's whereabouts, Yubari was uncertain. He has always contacted me through a direct line, so I have no idea where he is hiding. Naoya furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given the current situation, it seemed they had reached a point where the protagonist would have to act as bait to lure out the enemy, yet Naoya was reluctant to serve as such. He had a better plan. Yubari-sensei, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to share this intelligence with me. Leave this matter to me. As for the poison in your system, I will seek the help of a teacher who is quite adept with toxins. Adept with toxins? Hydrangea tilted her head in confusion. Is Teacher Konan skilled in poisons? Naoya smiled and clarified, not Teacher Konan. It is another teacher. This teacher is not only skilled in toxins, but can also assist me in tracking down Hiding. However, to enlist this teacher's aid, I will need to prepare some gifts. First, he would extract a spy from the dungeon of the Rain Village, someone not too powerful. Merely a chunin would suffice. Given Naoya's identity as Konan's disciple, this task would be relatively straightforward. Naoya first visited a flower shop in the Rain Village, purchasing a bouquet of yellow and white flowers, then proceeded to a fruit store to buy a bag of oranges, and finally acquired a shovel. After which he set off to visit his teacher. The architecture of the Rain Village was generally grand, in their traditional beliefs. The lower levels were meant for living space, while the upper floors housed the remains of the deceased. However, his teacher was an exception, as Pain had discarded the teacher's remains in the wilderness of the back mountain as punishment for past transgressions. Upon reaching the back mountain, Naoya first arranged the flowers, fruits, and the body for a solemn tribute, then picked up the shovel to commence his task. Soon, Naoya gathered sufficient materials, and then, with a chant, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, he invoked the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. He slammed his palm against the ground, causing a series of black runes to materialize, which swiftly enveloped the prepared chunin. The chunin struggled in terror, but it was all in vain. The materials had already transformed into a fine ash-like substance that adhered tightly to him. Once the ashes settled, the chunin ceased to struggle, having transformed into another's likeness. Chapter 25. Impure World Reincarnation. As the ashes gradually dispersed, an elder adorned with a gas mask appeared before Naoya. Is that you, Hanzo-sensei? It's been a long time. Naoya greeted Hanzo with a smile. Is it really you, Naoya? Hanzo squinted at Naoya. His brow furrowed as he pondered the youth's identity. After a long moment, he finally recalled that this young man was a disciple he had taken in shortly before his demise, his only memory being of the boy's exceptional talent, regrettably cut short before he could impart any teachings. Hanzo-sensei, I'm so glad you remember me, Naoya replied with warmth. Hanzo scrutinized Naoya, then glanced at himself. But I was supposed to be dead. What is happening? Have you resurrected me? Naoya shook his head. No, Hanzo-sensei, you are not resurrected. I have merely controlled you with this technique. What? In an apparent effort to validate the boy's assertion, Hanzo raised his scythe and swung it down upon his own arm. Indeed, as the boy had claimed, he was truly under control. To his astonishment, he witnessed his severed arm miraculously restore itself. Hanzo's expression shifted to one of greater horror. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, teacher, I harbor no ill will towards you. After all, I am your disciple. My sole aim in controlling your spirit is to enlist your assistance in completing some trivial tasks. Naoya spoke earnestly. Sensing Naoya's sincerity, Hanzo's apprehension eased considerably. Indeed, he was the boy's mentor, and having already faced death once, what could the boy truly do to him? Hanzo regained his composure. What is your request? Speak freely. Out of respect for our teacher-student bond, I will do my utmost to assist you. Naoya responded with a smile. It is not a significant matter. You once had a subordinate named Hiding, and he is currently causing me some trouble, so I need you to eliminate him. Hiding? His strength is no trifling matter. In this current body of mine, it may prove somewhat troublesome. I will endure the hardships and agree. Hanzo pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Naoya's request. However, he suddenly grew puzzled. Wait, I recall that Hiding is the head of the interrogation department. How did you get entangled with him? Naoya, truthful as ever, replied, Oh, it's nothing too serious. I merely allied myself with those who killed you, and Hiding intends to exact revenge for your death, hence his desire to kill me. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Hanzo's forehead. Kobayashi Naoya, are you jesting? You say you allied with the Akatsuki? You are my disciple. Naoya hastily sought to calm Hanzo's rising fury. Calm down, Hanzo-sensei. I merely betrayed you. There is no need for such anger. Hanzo, upon hearing this, grew even more incensed. You bastard. To speak of betrayal so lightly, you are inherently evil. Hanzo's words were abruptly cut off as he realized he was utterly incapable of moving. It was then that he understood Naoya had employed the impure world reincarnation technique to seize control of him. Now, Hanzo-sensei, can we calm down? Naoya sighed, raising his hand in resignation. You claim to have perished, yet you remain so concerned about the matters of your former life. I acknowledge my betrayal. But should you not also engage in self-reflection? Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any fault? At this juncture, the technique of Edo Tensei invoked a sudden and overwhelming surge of energy. Fortunately, the sacrifice utilized by Naoya was merely a chunin, rendering Hanzo incapable of resisting the control exerted by Edo Tensei. Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Such jutsu is beyond your current capacity to dispel. Naoya intensified his control, swiftly suppressing Hanzo's power. Dear teacher Hanzo, what folly is this? Moreover, in comparison to my treachery, is it not far more terrifying that I now manipulate your very soul? Hanzo once more struggled against his restraints, yet all efforts proved futile. After an interminable period, this once semi-divine being finally grasped the stark reality of his predicament. Naoya subsequently articulated his demands: locate and eliminate the hidden one, and unravel the poison concealed within teacher Yubari's body. I shall not assist a traitor such as you. Relinquish that hope. Hanzo vehemently declined to aid Naoya. Although Naoya could exert control over Hanzo's actions, he could not manipulate his thoughts. Thus, essential matters, such as the antidote's formula, necessitated Hanzo's cooperation. Consequently, Naoya found himself compelled to solicit Hanzo's assistance. With sincerity, he said, Teacher Hanzo, please do not be angered. Understand that if you refuse to assist me, I shall commandeer your current vessel to venture into Akatsuki. I concede, moved by Naoya's earnestness. Hanzo acquiesced to both of Naoya's requests. A smile graced Naoya's face. A wise choice, Teacher Hanzo. Henceforth, you may roam freely within the confines of Amigakure under the guise of my vassal, but remember to maintain your disguise. You would not wish for the esteemed semi-divine to be controlled by a mere disciple to become public knowledge, would you? Hanzo glared fiercely at Naoya, ultimately conceding with a curt, I understand. 2 days later, Hanzo returned with the Hidden One's corpse, having effortlessly tracked him down and executed him. Despite the limitations imposed by the sacrificial offering, which restricted Hanzo's power to less than 110, it sufficed for the task at hand. Subsequently, Hanzo skillfully neutralized the toxins afflicting Yubari. Such a level of poison posed no challenge for him, and he dispelled it with ease. Well done, Teacher Hanzo. In just 2 days, you have accomplished both tasks for me. You are now free, with the exception of maintaining your identity's secrecy and refraining from inciting rebellion. You may pursue any endeavors you desire. Naoya encouraged, patting Hanzo's shoulder and leaving behind a reward of 500,000 ryo before departing. Hanzo stood alone, momentarily dazed. Truth be told, Hanzo had initially contemplated asking Naoya to release him from this state, allowing his soul to return to the afterlife. Yet, after 2 days, he found himself reluctant to depart from this world. Even in a controlled state, he found it difficult to reject the world's splendor. Only one who has tasted death can comprehend that returning to the realm of the living, basking in sunlight, savoring exquisite cuisine, and engaging in conversation, all are gifts from existence. After all, that is my disciple. There is no shame in being controlled. Hanzo silently tucked away the riches left by Naoya. When considering his next course of action, perhaps he would undertake some C-rank missions to earn money. In the following days, Naoya found himself with little to occupy his time. His routine consisted of simple training, or occasionally, Teacher Konan would entrust him with administrative documents to handle. In terms of training, there was little of note. Naoya had thoroughly mastered the paper jutsu, and even harnessed the vast chakra bestowed by his Uzumaki lineage to create a brand new ninjutsu, Paper Dragon. This technique summoned a colossal dragon constructed entirely of paper, stretching over 100 meters. The chakra consumption was staggering, while it lacked the lethal potency of the wood dragon. The paper dragon's might was not to be underestimated, as ordinary ninjas would undoubtedly struggle against such a formidable entity. Additionally, the paper dragon's most significant advantage lay in its ability to carry passengers. While not particularly swift, its broad back offered a comfortable flight experience. Naoya once used this technique as a pretext to test ninjutsu, while taking Konan soaring high into the sky. Amidst the clouds, the forest, buildings, and rivers below appeared minuscule. And in such a state, one could easily feel a sense of tranquility and relaxation. At that moment, Naoya seized the opportunity to present a bouquet of roses to Konan. Though it was framed as a gesture from a student, the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. Conan's cheeks flushed as she accepted the flowers. And as the paper dragon soared through the sky, piercing the clouds and basking in the sun's rays, her face reddened further. However, just as Naoya sought to deepen their connection, Konan hastily gathered her disheveled hair and exclaimed, there are still matters to attend to in the village. I must descend. She leaped from the paper dragon, unfurling her wings, and gracefully descended. Naoya felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Subsequently, upon learning of Naoya's new technique, Hanabi clamored to experience it for herself. Reluctantly, Naoya acquiesced and took the young girl on a flight atop the paper dragon. Perhaps the thrill of flight was truly a rare delight, as Hanabi and Naoya soared through the skies for an entire day before reluctantly returning to the ground. Had the sun not set, Hanabi likely would have continued to revel in the experience. In addition to his ninjutsu studies, Naoya also delved into taijutsu. The instruction from Yubari regarding swordsmanship was one aspect, while Hanzo also provided guidance in the art of the blade. Hanzo's technique of body flicker was remarkably effective, enhancing Naoya's water-based body flicker technique speed. However, Hanzo's swordsmanship, which employed chain scythes, did not align with Naoya's preferences, leading him to refrain from mastering it. Beyond the teachings of Yubari and Hanzo, Pain also dedicated time to provide Naoya with specialized training in taijutsu. To be candid, Pain's approach to martial arts was difficult to articulate. Naoya felt that his opponent possessed no discernible techniques, merely relying on the formidable insight and reflexes granted by the Rinnegan to engage in erratic strikes. As a result of Pain's training, Naoya's actual combat techniques saw little improvement, but his reflexes and evasion skills were significantly honed. Furthermore, regarding the mother-daughter duo, Kaguya and Mina had nearly fully recovered, showing no signs of their previous scars. As for Kaguya, she had enrolled in the Ninja Academy. On her first day of school, Kaguya, under Naoya's banner, clashed with older students, prompting Naoya to be summoned to the teacher's office. Initially, Kaguya wept, claiming that the other party had instigated the conflict, only for Naoya to discover that Kaguya had provoked the altercation herself. After some contemplation, Naoya chose not to apologize. Instead, he assertively supported Kaguya, understanding that her outward toughness masked an inner softness. If he did not stand by her this time, she would undoubtedly face bullying at school in the future, and would likely remain silent about it. To prevent such occurrences, Naoya felt compelled to take a firm stance on her behalf. On their way home, Kaguya strutted with her head held high, even requesting Naoya to carry her, citing that brothers should carry their sisters. Naoya, with a resigned sigh, complied. Later, Naoya discreetly visited the parent of the student he had physically reprimanded, apologized, and compensated them tenfold for the medical expenses, while simultaneously threatening them to keep the matter confidential or face dire consequences. Would a simple apology combined with financial compensation suffice to resolve the issue? Naoya was uncertain, but he felt significantly better after providing the money. Thus, the expenditure seemed worthwhile. If the other party does not acquiesce, then there is little recourse. Naoya would not permit himself to bear any moral blemish, and at that juncture, he would have no choice but to eliminate the problematic individual. Chapter 26. Joining Akatsuki. A year swiftly elapsed, and everyone matured by a year. Naoya grew taller, matching Conan's height. Concurrently, Conan's affection for him blossomed to a score of 60, granting Naoya access to the full extent of her formidable abilities, culminating in her eventual consent for him to join the Akatsuki organization. With a gentle demeanor, Konan personally adorned the young man in a crimson cloud-patterned black robe, alongside a ring inscribed with the character for blue and a bottle of nail polish. Naoya accepted the ring, placing it upon his finger, yet he declined the nail polish. Teacher, this does not appeal to me. He took Conan's hand, leaning closer to her ear. Teacher, from now on, you should refrain from using that as well. I genuinely prefer the unadulterated taste of food. Ahem. Beside them, Pain coughed vehemently, interrupting their exchange. There will be a gathering tonight. Remember to utilize the body flicker technique. After his hurried admonition, Pain departed, inexplicably sensing a restless discomfort in his role as leader within the base. Once Pain had left, Naoya's demeanor grew bolder. He boldly embraced Konan, who only squirmed slightly before yielding to his advances. Perhaps this was due to Conan's acute awareness of impending competition. As Meina had grown increasingly beautiful, the once-won Meina now radiated vitality, her skin glowing and supple, her figure captivatingly exquisite, attributes that Konan felt she could not rival. Recently, Naoya's visits to Konan had diminished, and she was acutely aware of the reason, no matter how appealing the contents of the cupboard. It was the sustenance that one could savor that truly mattered. Yet, despite her understanding, Konan remained unable to make a decisive choice. Lost in thought, Naoya suddenly swept Konan into his arms from behind. Gazing into Naoya's flawless visage and those captivating azure eyes, Konan found herself entranced. The subsequent events unfolded as Naoya had anticipated. After losing, Konan resorted to pouting. Naoya, exasperated, could only storm off. Their year-long acquaintance had allowed him to discern her true nature. On the exterior, Konan projected an air of aloofness and pride, yet she was gentle and kind within, albeit selfish and heartless towards him. To Naoya, Konan consistently prioritized her own desires, disregarding his feelings. He had seen through her. She was a woman of profound selfishness and hypocrisy, proclaiming noble ideals while promising not to compete with Hydrangea, yet would insistently summon him to her room after days apart, only to heartlessly cast him aside afterward. White Tiger of Akatsuki. Just you wait, Konan. The day will come when you will rue your choices. That evening, Naoya employed the body flicker technique to infiltrate the Akatsuki meeting. At that moment, Konan, Pain, Kakazu, and Zetsu entered alongside him. Shortly thereafter, Sasori and Orochimaru followed suit, marking the entirety of the current Akatsuki membership. In the presence of outsiders, Pain maintained a commanding presence, announcing a significant matter. From this day forth, Kobayashi Naoya shall join our ranks, bearing the codename Blue. The revelation of Naoya's induction into Akatsuki elicited varied reactions among the members. Sasori, having previously collaborated with Naoya, was unsurprised. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name Kobayashi Naoya, recalling him as a disciple of Hanzo, a former acquaintance. This piqued Orochimaru's interest in Naoya. Kakazu, having recently eliminated his teammate for a bounty, eagerly hoped Pain would assign Naoya to him as a partner. The allure of Kobayashi Naoya was unprecedented. As for Zetsu, he paid little heed to Naoya, believing his lineage would merely yield another Hanzo or another Konan, lacking any significant merit. Naoya. Recent reports indicate that the wielder of the decapitating sword, Hozuki Kisame, has defected from the Mist Village. Your task is to recruit him into our organization. Understood, leader. Zetsu. You shall provide intelligence support for Naoya. Affirmative. Following the meeting's conclusion, Naoya accepted the mission to venture to the Mist Village. Hozuki Kisame, a figure Naoya held in good regard, had defected due to dissatisfaction with Ibido's tyrannical rule over the village. He possessed a cold yet compassionate demeanor towards his comrades. As the inaugural member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Kisame's strength could not be deemed weak, though he was not particularly formidable either. His life was marked by 2 illustrious feats. One, escaping from Might Guy during the 8 Gates, and the other, sacrificing himself to protect Uchiha Itachi by intercepting a tailed beast bomb with the decapitating sword. Naoya considered his own abilities adequate. Thus he was supportive of recruiting Hozuki Kisame into the Akatsuki as his ally. Before undertaking the mission, a proper farewell was in order. Meina had planted numerous green plants around the Kobayashi residence and was currently tending to them, having fully recovered her health after a year of careful nurturing. Her skin was fair, her figure voluptuous and alluring. Though clad in simple home attire, she exuded an irresistible charm. Utilizing the water instantaneous technique, Naoya quietly appeared behind Meina, gently wrapping his arms around her. Madam, you smell delightful. Meina recognized Naoya's voice, turning to embrace him. Goodness, this was far beyond what Konan and Hydrangea could offer. Meina far surpassed them. She tenderly stroked Naoya's hair, softly inquiring, Naoya-kun, have you made up your mind? Are you not concerned that your teacher might feel jealous? Chapter 27. Deceiving Shikuro. Would you be willing, Meina? Naoya countered. Meina offered no reply, instead pulling Naoya inside the house. Notification: Uzumaki Meina's affection level has reached 80. Granting Naoya access to a shared pool of her overall abilities and 1 premium lottery draw. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance. Mama, I'm back. Why didn't you come to pick me up from school today? Sister Hydrangea brought me home. A pair of figures entered, and with time of the essence. Naoya hastily grabbed a blanket, concealing Meina within. Ugh. Shikuro quickly walked in, her face lighting up with excitement upon seeing Naoya. Naoya, you're here? Shikuro joyfully lunged forward. But Naoya, wary of her discovering the concealed presence, hesitated to let her approach. Shikuro, your brother is quite tired now. Why don't you practice your ninjutsu outside? Allowing me to rest for a while. Naoya feigned exhaustion, attempting to persuade Shikuro to leave. However, Shikuro was not easily deceived. If brother is tired, then let Shikuro help him sleep. Didn't you say that you sleep best when I'm around? Naoya. At that moment, Hydrangea entered the room, having fortuitously passed by the ninja school and picked up Shikuro. What is going on, Shikuro? Shikuro, still clutching Naoya's hand, replied, Sister Hydrangea, brother says he is tired. Let us help him fall asleep together. Unlike innocent Shikuro, Hydrangea sensed something amiss upon entering. The air was thick with a magical scent, the same one that permeated when Naoya summoned her for chakra replenishment, connecting the dots with the missing mana and the peculiar outline beneath the blanket. Hydrangea transformed into a detective, piecing together the unfolding situation. Shikuro, Naoya-kun is currently training a powerful ninjutsu, so he cannot have anyone nearby while he rests. You should step outside. I shall guard the room. Hydrangea concocted a pretext and dragged Xianglin out. However, before Xianglin could protest, Hydrangea had already pushed her outside and closed the door behind her. Xianglin, feeling indignant, let out a heavy huff. It was evident that Hydrangea was intent on monopolizing Brother Jizai, and to deceive me was utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, Jizai, unable to conceal anything from the astute Hydrangea, could only sorrowfully savor the dessert she had brought him. This life was indeed one of decadence. As dawn broke the following day, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, simultaneously delivering the intelligence Jizai required for his mission. His life of indulgence was about to come to an end. According to the latest news from the organization, after his defection, Bijian Shirzong had taken refuge within the borders of the Bear Country, thus necessitating Jizai's journey there to recruit him. The most expedient route to Bear Country was to traverse the Fire Country, which was the quickest and most convenient path available. Alternatives existed that circumvented the Fire Country, but those routes were considerably longer, requiring a detour through several smaller nations, by which time Jizai would likely find his chances squandered. Furthermore, there was nothing particularly menacing within the Fire Country. Jizai was merely passing through, posing no cause for concern. However, Jizai was utterly unprepared for the fact that upon crossing the border of the Fire Country, he was immediately halted. Halt. Unauthorized entry into the Fire Country. Who are you? Blocking Jizai's path was a standard lookout team, comprising 1 elite Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 3 Jinin, one of the Chunin possessing the Byakugan, tasked with reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, likely belonging to a branch family. At that moment, the elite Jonin, flanked by 2 of his subordinates, wore a stern expression while the other 3 were stationed around, ready to assist their captain at a moment's notice. Observing the scene, Jizai let out a cold chuckle, refusing to back down as he locked eyes with the elite Jonin. I have trespassed into the Fire Country, but what can you do about it? Aren't you from Konoha also frequently intruding into our Rain Country? Faced with Jizai's provocative inquiry, the Konoha ninjas tightened their grips on their kunai, their expressions growing grave. In times of peace, foreign ninjas entering the Fire Country for legitimate missions could typically pass through by presenting the appropriate credentials. However, the hostility emanating from the opposing side suggested they were likely there to sow discord. Unbeknownst to them, Jizai was merely a novice on a mission, having only previously completed a task under the guidance of Scorpion, a rogue ninja, and thus was entirely unaware of the necessity to present credentials. The elite Jonin immediately adopted a serious tone, warning, Rain Ninja, if you take another step forward, we shall consider it an intentional provocation of war between our 2 nations, and we will take immediate action. Yet Jizai remained unfazed, audaciously stepping forward. Observing this, the elite Jonin gripped his kunai without hesitation, utilizing the body flicker technique to instantly appear before Jizai and launched a direct attack. Unexpectedly, Jizai spoke up, I am a disciple of the demigod Hanzo. Should you dare to attack me, it will be considered a declaration of war against the Rain Village. What? Upon hearing Jizai's declaration, the elite Jonin's expression shifted to one of panic, causing him to retract his kunai, nearly stumbling in the process. However, his 2 subordinates behind him were unable to halt their attacks. Several shuriken whirled through the air, piercing Jizai's body with a resounding thud. Gazing at the wound upon his form, Jizai bellowed, Is Konoha intent on waging war against the Rain Country? The elite Jonin hastily responded, No, you misunderstand. That was merely an accident. Konoha has absolutely no such intention. Yet before he could finish, Jizai had already launched his counterattack. Paper release, paper snowstorm. A flurry of razor-sharp paper shards swiftly sliced through the body of one Chunin, and mere seconds later, the Chunin disintegrated into a mass of flesh. Enemy attack. A signal flare detonated in the sky, prompting the remaining Konoha ninjas to retaliate against Jizai. Fire release, grand fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. The combined ninjutsu of 2 ninjas surged forth, yet the fire release posed a slight counter to Jizai's secret techniques, compelling him to evade. Water release, water body technique. Jizai formed hand seals with one hand, instantly appearing behind the ninja who had cast the grand fireball. What? The ninja barely had time to register his shock before Jizai's blade severed his head in one swift motion. Jingtai. The elite Jonin roared as he charged forward, his expression revealing his distress over the death of his subordinate. Paper release, paper snowstorm. The sharp paper sliced through the elite Jonin's body, exploding into a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone. In the next instant, a figure lunged toward Jizai, a blade engulfed in flames piercing through Jizai's abdomen. The elite Jonin exhibited an exquisite timing and impeccable speed, a testament to the prowess of Konoha's elite. Fire leap. The fiery assault proved effective against Jizai, igniting the wound on his abdomen, a significant portion of his paper consumed by the flames, forcing Jizai to relinquish that part. The loss would require substantial chakra to replenish. And if this continued, Jizai would soon find himself incapacitated from chakra depletion after merely 100 more hits. This was untenable. Jizai promptly altered his tactics. Dustless concealment. His figure vanished from sight. The elite Jonin broke into a cold sweat, urgently seeking assistance from his teammate, Hinata nearby. Himaru, where's the enemy? The Hinata ninja. Named Himaru, strained to locate Jizai, his Byakugan activated to its fullest extent, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not perceive Jizai's presence. Suddenly, Jizai materialized behind the elite Jonin without a trace, swiftly plunging his blade into the Jonin's heart. The elite Jonin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jizai, unable to fathom his demise in such a manner. Why had he not detected the approach? Why did it end this way? Perhaps in his life? He had once been a protagonist as well. Jizai proceeded methodically, dispatching the remaining Konoha ninjas one by one, their attempts to uncover his movements proving futile. He moved like a specter, vanishing in one moment and claiming a life in the next. Beads of sweat soaked Hinata Himaru's brow as he trembled in fear, staring at Jizai before him, completely paralyzed by terror, devoid of any courage to retaliate. I shall spare you, Jizai stated calmly. The deeds of the powerful require witnesses and storytellers, thus I grant you a chance to live. Hinata Himaru's face lit up with immense relief, and he fled in haste, fearful that Jizai would change his mind. Jizai quietly watched Himaru escape. His decision to spare Himaru was not solely for the sake of his reputation. There was an additional reason. He did not wish to slay a relative. Continuing on his journey to Bear Country, the Konoha support unit swiftly arrived, encountering the fleeing Himaru, quickly grasping the situation before relaying the information back to Konoha. Shortly thereafter, in Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows as he reviewed the intelligence returned from the front lines. Thus far, 4 border patrol teams have encountered Naoya Kobayashi. However, the demeanor of the adversary has been exceedingly poor. 3 of the teams suffered a brutal massacre, while only 1 managed to escape by pleading for mercy after receiving advance intelligence. Naoya Kobayashi is adept in stealth techniques, instantaneous movement, assassination arts, and possesses the secret art of paper that disregards attacks. The third Hokage, upon reviewing this intelligence, felt an increasing headache. He picked up the nearby pipe, inhaling deeply. The rich smoke coursed through his nostrils and into his lungs, offering him a modicum of relief. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Danzo stormed in with fervor. The Rain Village has invaded the borders of Konoha. I propose we immediately mobilize forces from the major ninja clans and prepare for war. Witnessing Danzo's fervent desire to escalate the situation, the third Hokage felt an additional weight upon his heart. Danzo, the situation at the border is merely a misunderstanding. We are not yet at the brink of war. Danzo, incredulous, slammed his hand on the table. What do you mean a misunderstanding? Are you not aware that they have slaughtered 3 teams? Have you grown so weak? The third Hokage took another deep puff from his pipe and responded slowly. Konoha has barely recovered from the Nine Tails incident. We cannot endure another war at this time. Danzo knew that the third Hokage's words were grounded in truth. The current strength of Konoha had dwindled to a historic low. The 3 legendary Sannin had departed, White Fang had committed suicide, the 4th Hokage had perished, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had fallen. Konoha seemed devoid of formidable figures, while the demigod Hanzo of the Rain still thrived. In such circumstances, should war break out between Konoha and the Rain Village, unless they could swiftly subdue their opponent, Konoha would inevitably find itself in an irretrievable predicament. If Konoha exhibited signs of fatigue during the conflict, the other great nations would converge like ravenous wolves, tearing apart the weakened lion that Konoha had become. Yet, despite understanding this, Danzo could not acquiesce to the third Hokage's perspective. The more dire the situation, the more he felt compelled to voice opposing views, as this would undermine the third Hokage's authority while garnering support from hardliners. Even when he recognized that his stance was detrimental to Konoha, he persisted in voicing it. Hisashi, you are far too weak. Continual retreat will only embolden the reign. Enough, Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will come to regret this, Hisashi. The farcical exchange concluded with Danzo storming out. After witnessing this altercation, the third Hokage appeared resolute. This seemed to be a habit of his. Whenever he found himself wavering, Danzo would emerge, prompting the third Hokage to fortify his resolve by choosing a path opposite to Danzo's. Perhaps this was the essence of Danzo's role as an advisor to the Hokage. Summon Kakashi. Meanwhile, Naoya Kobayashi continued his journey within the Land of Fire, when, for reasons unknown, Zetsu suddenly appeared beside him, visibly agitated. Kobayashi Naoya, what are you doing? What's the matter, Zetsu-senpai? I'm on a mission. Recruiting new members for the Akatsuki, specifically, Kiba Shizun. Zetsu questioned furiously. Then why did you kill Konoha's ninja? Zetsu-senpai, they obstructed my path and spoke disrespectfully to me. Naoya explained. Is that truly the reason? Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Naoya's response. If memory served, this Kobayashi Naoya should lack Uchiha blood. Why did he seem even more arrogant than an Uchiha? Zetsu pondered this, while Naoya remained blissfully unaware of any arrogance on his part, insisting that he was quite polite in his speech. He had always referred to Zetsu with respect, calling him Zetsu-senpai. Isn't this reason sufficient, Zetsu-senpai? Chapter 29. You killed the Hidden Lord. Zetsu gazed at the youth before him with a pained expression. Despite his youth, his demeanor was disturbingly ruthless. In any case, this behavior could not continue. The Akatsuki was still in a dormant phase, and provoking a war between Konoha and the Akatsuki at this juncture was unacceptable. A plan that had been in the making for a millennium must not falter at this critical moment. Kobayashi Naoya, I now command you, as a senior member of the Akatsuki, to immediately divert your course toward the Land of Bears and cease all conflicts with Konoha's ninja, Zetsu coldly ordered. However, Naoya merely regarded Zetsu with disdain, chuckling. I refuse. You, Zetsu exclaimed. Kobayashi Naoya, are you defying a senior's command? Naoya nodded. Indeed, I am defying it. What will you do about it? You, Kobayashi Naoya, are exceedingly arrogant. Zetsu threatened. Do you not fear that I will expel you from the Akatsuki? Yet, Naoya remained utterly unfazed. Did others not understand Zetsu's true nature? At present, Zetsu could do nothing to him. He could only seethe with impotent rage. Spare me your bluster, Zetsu-senpai. As far as I know, within the organization, you and I should be equals. I merely afford you the courtesy of addressing you as Zetsu-senpai. Zetsu felt as though he might explode with anger. This newcomer, who had only just joined the organization, dared to treat him with such contempt. Kobayashi Naoya, you are unnecessarily courting trouble for the organization. Once this mission concludes, I will report to the leader and have you expelled from the Akatsuki. If anyone should be expelled, it is you. Naoya retorted with a cold laugh. Zetsu-senpai, you are merely a relic relying on your seniority to linger in the organization, surviving on scraps. Apart from your intelligence-gathering skills, you are utterly devoid of value. How dare you arrogantly threaten to expel me? I am useless? Zetsu felt as though he might burst with rage. He was, after all, the third son of the illustrious Otsutsuki Kagaya. And now he was being derided by such a lowly being from the ninja world. Were he to possess power at this moment, he would certainly shatter Kobayashi Naoya into 1,000 pieces. Just you wait. After uttering a harsh threat, Zetsu swiftly utilized the Shunshin technique to depart the scene. He intended to seek out Obito and have him eliminate this unpredictable factor that had emerged outside of their plans. Naoya watched with a cold smile as Zetsu departed. His intention to provoke Zetsu bore no deeper meaning. He simply relished witnessing Zetsu's frustrated attempts to kill him while being utterly powerless to do so. Obito was no different. One had to wonder if he considered that when he killed Konan, she was also seen as Rin by someone else. But it mattered little, for he stood firm. He possessed ample means to deal with both Zetsu and Obito. Naoya continued his journey toward the Land of Bears, hardly concealing his trail, and soon enough, an Umbu squad led by Kakashi found him. This is where it ends, guest from the Land of Rain. With a flurry of sounds, 3 figures sprang forth from the thicket. Though all 3 donned standard Umbu masks, Naoya recognized their identities without difficulty. The leader, with silver hair, was Kakashi Hitaki. The seemingly simple-minded one was Yamato, and the final one, a lithe figure with purple hair, was Yuzuki Yugao, whom Naoya recalled as having a rather weak boyfriend. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward, producing an official order, and stated, Kobayashi Naoya, this is an order personally issued by Lord 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Regardless of your intentions, we kindly ask that you refrain from proceeding any further, for the sake of peace between our nations. Konoha is willing to overlook your transgressions against the borders of the land of fire. Please return to your village at once, or the Umbu will be compelled to take coercive measures against you. Oh, Naoya took the so-called Hokage's order, casually scrutinizing it before tearing it to shreds. I am a ninja of the land of rain. The Hokage of Konoha has no authority over me. You. Upon witnessing Naoya's blatant contempt for Konoha's Hokage, Yugao instinctively reached for her ninja blade, only to be halted by Kakashi's outstretched hand. Naoya Kobayashi, as a disciple of Hanzo from the land of rain, do you truly wish to incite war, plunging both nations into chaos? Kakashi questioned. War is a brutal affair, and having experienced its horrors, Kakashi firmly believes that no one yearns for its arrival. Indeed, as Kakashi anticipated, Naoya had no desire to instigate a war. However, he scoffed disdainfully, casting a harsh glare at Kakashi and his companions, and declared, "It is not I who seeks to provoke war, but rather Konoha." Confused, Kakashi struggled to comprehend Naoya's implication. You are the one who came unprovoked to the land of fire to commit murder. Why do you claim that it is Konoha that instigates war? Naoya retorted, "Umph. Behold the deeds of your Konoha." With a look of fury, he produced a sealing scroll from his person, and with a loud puff of smoke, a corpse materialized before Kakashi and his comrades. This is the Minister of Interrogation from our Rain Village, Hanzo-sensei's right hand, the Hidden Lord. It was your Konoha ninja who infiltrated Rain Village and assassinated me. The murderer, Ninja Ryuma, is one of your Umbu. Upon hearing Naoya's vehement account, Kakashi was left in stunned silence. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the name Ninja Ryuma, Kakashi instinctively harbored no doubts about the veracity of Naoya's claims. Indeed, the matters Naoya spoke of were open to debate, yet the crux of the issue lay in the fact that Ninja Ryuma was an underling of Danzo. Kakashi, having served in the Umbu for some time, was acutely aware that any foul deed could easily be attributed to Danzo without raising suspicion. Moreover, the body lay before them. It was implausible that Rain Village would slay its own Minister of Interrogation merely to frame Danzo. Thus, confronted with Naoya's inquiries, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You must surrender Ninja Ryuma. Konoha ninja must pay for their blood debts, Naoya vehemently added. Kakashi glanced at Naoya, troubled. He sympathized with Naoya's plight, yet Danzo was an advisor to the Hokage, and he had no authority to interfere with Danzo's subordinates. I'm sorry, but we cannot reach a conclusion at this moment. I must report this matter to Lord Hokage. Is Konoha prepared to protect the perpetrator? Naoya rebuked, his eyes ablaze with anger, as though the Hidden Lord had truly been slain in defense of him. Kakashi could only continue to apologize. I'm sorry. However, Naoya adamantly rejected his apology, sneering, you great nations always behave this way, bullying us smaller nations simply because of your overwhelming might. Kakashi felt a growing headache. He empathized with Naoya's situation, yet his current role as a Konoha ninja compelled him to press on with persuasion. Kobayashi Naoya, please calm yourself. The matter has yet to be clarified. I trust that once Lord Hokage comprehends the situation, he will provide you with a satisfactory response. Nonetheless, Naoya refused to heed Kakashi's counsel. There is nothing more to discuss. If Konoha chooses to shirk responsibility, then I shall personally seek justice for the Hidden Lord. Chapter 30. Beyond sealing techniques, the youth's words were imbued with determination and rage. Kakashi was left without doubt regarding Naoya's resolve. He could see the depth of Naoya's feelings for the Hidden Lord from the Rain Village. It was clear that Naoya would not hesitate to wreak havoc in Konoha in pursuit of vengeance. There was no choice. He could not allow this to continue. Tenzo, engage. The seemingly simple-minded Yamato, without further ado, launched an attack on Naoya. Would release, thorn kill. Naoya leaped back to evade the wooden pillar conjured from Yamato's jutsu, feigning shock as he glared at him with indignation. Is this your Konoha's so-called sincerity, attempting to bully the weak with your mighty wood release? Kakashi refrained from arguing, as he found it impossible to counter Naoya's words. Presently, he merely sought to subdue Naoya swiftly and bring this conflict to an end. Indeed, it was subdue, not kill. The third Hokage had earnestly instructed him not to slay Kobayashi Naoya, and even to avoid causing serious injury, for Konoha could not withstand another war. Meanwhile, Yamato pressed on with his wood release toward Naoya, who prepared to counterattack. Paper release, paper snow. A flurry of sharp paper shards surged forth, slicing through Yamato's wood release. Initially, it appeared effective, severing several branches, but soon those severed parts regenerated, and Naoya's paper snow was engulfed by the wood. Paper snow, tornado. Suddenly, the submerged paper snow erupted in a surge of chakra, transforming into a paper tornado that rapidly spun, slicing Yamato's wood release into fragments. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi timely unleashed a fire release technique, igniting Naoya's paper tornado. Observing this, Naoya ceased his use of paper release and utilized water body technique to instantaneously appear behind Yamato, delivering a swift strike. Watch out! The blade descended, and Yamato transformed into a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. I have long since acquired your intel, Kobayashi Naoya. A chilling voice echoed from behind him, as Yuki lunged forth. A beam of icy white light enveloped Naoya, and in an instant, his body was cleaved to pieces. It seems your intelligence is far from complete, Naoya remarked, as his severed parts reconstituted into paper. Yuki scoffed, it is far from over. Lightning cutter. Kakashi dashed past Naoya at incredible speed, the potent thunder striking Naoya's form to shatter it. Yet, remarkably, Naoya quickly reformed. Jinjutsu, magic-resistant shackles. Just as Naoya restored himself, a crimson Sharingan fell into his line of sight. Jinjutsu? Naoya paused momentarily, then swiftly dispelled the illusion. He possessed the Otsutsuki bloodline and Byakugan, granting him exceptional resistance to Jinjutsu. So, Jinjutsu is ineffective? Kakashi gasped, realizing that the recent barrage of techniques had drained a significant portion of his chakra, only to find it utterly futile against Naoya. What now, Captain? Yamato and Yuki had leaped to Kakashi's side, confronting Naoya. We may have to resort to sealing techniques, Kakashi panted. However, Naoya offered them little time for deliberation. Paper release, paper snow. The sharp paper once again surged toward them. Kakashi promptly employed a defensive technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. The paper shards were halted by the earth flow wall inscribed with a canine visage. However, this was no ordinary paper. Paper snow, explosion. The paper snow, composed of explosive tags, detonated in an instant, shattering the earth flow wall's defense and forcing Kakashi and his companions to scatter. Naoya pursued the weakest Yuki with water body technique, aiming a lethal strike at her. In a critical moment, Kakashi once again utilized lightning cutter, deflecting Naoya's blade. Nevertheless, the strike still grazed Yuki's waist, and with no mercy. Naoya infused his ninja blade with lightning chakra, incapacitating her and sending her collapsing to the ground. With a swift motion, Naoya turned his blade toward Kakashi, who drew his white fan to parry. Both wielded blades imbued with lightning chakra, yet Kakashi's white fang radiated a brighter glow. As their blades clashed, Naoya distinctly felt the tingling paralysis emanating from White Fang. What a magnificent sword! Gazing at Kakashi's white fang, Naoya's eyes glimmered with envy. His own blade, Shizuka, was already a remarkable weapon within the ninja world, infused with over 2 taels of chakra-conducting metal, yet it paled in comparison to the entirely chakra metal White Fang. In terms of both quality and value, White Fang surpassed it by leagues. Thus, it was only fitting that the will of Konoha's White Fang should be inherited by me. Kobayashi Naoya. With that, Naoya leaped into the air, leveraging the length of his blade to relentlessly strike at Kakashi. Kakashi struggled to fend off the relentless assault of Naoya, wielding the White Fang with great difficulty. His strength and speed were greatly outmatched, and he could only rely on the inside of his Sharingan to barely withstand Naoya's onslaught. Soon, Kakashi's mask was torn aside, a blade grazing his shoulder and causing blood to flow profusely. During the skirmish with Naoya, Kakashi had found himself in peril multiple times, each occasion requiring him to rely solely on his Sharingan to hold his ground, but his chakra was nearly depleted. Fortunately, Yamato outside had finally prepared the necessary jutsu. Wood release, 4 pillars prison. For colossal wooden columns erupted from the earth, encapsulating the 2 combatants, but that was not the end of it. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. Esoteric sealing runes materialized upon the 4 wooden pillars. Captain Kakashi. Received. Kakashi responded, then aimed at the space behind Naoya. Raikiri. Once more. Lightning surged from Kakashi's body as he drained the last remnants of chakra within him to unleash another Raikiri. However, this time, it was not intended for offense, but for escape. In a moment of crisis, Kakashi utilized Raikiri to extricate himself from the 4 pillars prison, and in that instant, Yamato's sealing technique concluded, ensnaring Naoya within the prison's confines. Is it resolved? Kakashi, now utterly exhausted, lay on the ground, glancing towards the prison. Yet, Yamato's face contorted with strain as he struggled to maintain the jutsu. Captain Kakashi, this is bad. The opponent's power is overwhelming. I cannot hold on much longer. What? Before he could finish, a tremendous roar erupted as the 4 pillars prison shattered. Dozens of massive golden chains shot forth, and Yamato had no time to react before one of the chains pierced through his abdomen, lifting him high into the air. Kakashi was not spared from the fate of being ensnared by the chains either. However, at that moment, his shock eclipsed his fear. Vajra Lock. You are of the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. The Vajra Lock was a unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, powerful enough to suppress tailed beasts. A bloodline technique that could only be awakened by those of Uzumaki descent. Kakashi had once had the fortune of experiencing the sensation of being suspended by chains. In his youth, he had complained about the poor cooking of his teacher's wife, and yet, even with her strength, she could only conjure 5 chains, but now, his eyes beheld at least a dozen. Chapter 31, Hand over Ryoma. Naoya approached Kakashi step by step. Kakashi's chakra was entirely spent, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the Vajra Lock's constraints, and faced with such a situation, he could only resign himself to his fate. Nevertheless, he seemed determined to make one last effort. Naoya, you are of the Uzumaki clan. You should not harbor animosity towards Konoha. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha have always been allies. Both the first Hokage and the fourth Hokage's wife were members of the Uzumaki clan. Huh. Naoya scoffed derisively. Allies? How laughable. Memories of the misfortunes befalling Karui and her mother flashed through his mind. Without saying much more, Naoya strode directly before Kakashi and seized the white fang from his grasp. I shall safeguard this blade for you. I have heard of the white fang's renown. In your hands, it would only bring shame to its legacy. I will return it to you once you surpass me in swordsmanship. Kakashi thought to himself. You did not defeat me through swordsmanship. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. He was not foolish. And the mere fact that his life was spared was a significant grace. In comparison, the white fang was trivial, especially since it had been repaired. He almost felt that Naoya was asking for too little. But soon, his thoughts shifted dramatically as he beheld Naoya's hand reaching towards his eye. No, not that. A bloodied Sharingan was forcibly extracted from Kakashi's eye. This eye has hindered your growth in swordsmanship, so I have removed it for you, Naoya stated indifferently. Kakashi gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, laboriously opening his other eye to plead. That was a gift from my dear friend. I implore you, return it to me. I cannot lose it. Naoya remained unmoved. If I were to defeat you in swordsmanship, would you return the eye to me? Never. Naoya replied bluntly. Do not be so naive, Kakashi. Can you not see that my pursuit of swordsmanship is merely a pretext to covet your Sharingan? Kakashi attempted to protest further, but Naoya dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Spare your life to inform the third Hokage. Immediately surrender the perpetrator, or Amigakure will not relent. With that, Naoya hoisted the incapacitated Yuzuki Yugao. As for this ninja, I shall keep her as a hostage, aiding me in the revival of my family. Revival of the family? The Uzumaki clan has been extinguished. How can it be revived? Kakashi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wait, this cannot be allowed. Yugao already has a boyfriend. It is absolutely out of the question. Kakashi shouted in desperation. But alas, Naoya had already departed. He made his way to the nearest town, seeking out the local hospital. Only male doctors? Yes, esteemed ninja. Our facilities are limited, but rest assured, our doctors are quite skilled. That will not suffice. Naoya unequivocally rejected the so-called male doctors. Wasn't it merely a matter of bandaging a wound? Such rudimentary medical care was well within his capabilities. First, he sought a quiet, tidy room. Yuzuki Yugao's wound was located on her waist, a long gash measuring about a foot in length. The injury was not severe. A simple cleaning and disinfection would suffice. This task was trivial for Naoya, who swiftly attended to the wound, even going so far as to change Yuzuki Yugao into fresh clothing. A purple hair color. Quite rare. Yuzuki Yugao slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a pair of deep blue irises. It's the enemy. She soon realized she was in bed with her captor, her clothes replaced, leaving only bandages around her wound. She attempted to resist, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. A mere flick of Naoya's hand subdued her. Do not move. Konoha has sold you to me. Should you disobey, it could spark a war between our nations. You would not wish for your kin to suffer, would you, Yugao-chan? Naoya threatened with a sinister smile. Upon hearing the mention of her family, Yuzuki Yugao froze in fear. She had a father, a mother, a younger sister, and her clan to consider. Please, do not treat me thus. I already have a boyfriend, and I have never. Her voice quivered, tears welling up, evoking a sense of guilt in Naoya, though the reality was indeed as she described. Very well, I will not force you. You shall merely accompany me as a maid. Do you understand what a maid is? Really? Yuzuki Yugao looked at Naoya with surprise. Naoya nodded. I swear it. As Kakashi's team returned in disarray, the third Hokage learned from Kakashi the details of the incident. Without requiring evidence, The mere mention of Danzo's name allowed the third Hokage to piece together the entire narrative in his mind. Danzo, fearing that the prodigy Naoya would become a threat to Konoha as he matured, dispatched the oil woman Ryoma to assassinate him. The assassination failed, resulting in the death of a high-ranking member of Amigakure, thus bringing trouble to their doorstep. The third Hokage had already concluded that Danzo was behind the incident, and indeed, only he would dare to orchestrate such a scheme. Truly, this Danzo, had he not promised to refrain from interference. Soon, the elders Mito Kamen and Tsunade Kinomoto arrived, eager to grasp the unfolding events. Likewise, both had no doubt regarding the authenticity of the situation. Danzo acts too impulsively, too recklessly. Two elders criticized, stating that while Danzo's attempt to assassinate a genius from another nation was not inherently problematic, the failure of the assassination, coupled with the inadvertent leakage of their own intelligence that led the enemy to their doorstep, was a grave issue. Summon Danzo, commanded the third Hokage. Shortly thereafter, Danzo stood before the third. Upon their meeting, Mito Gatekeeper Inan's expression was far from amiable. Danzo, your actions have come to light. Danzo's mind jolted. Come to light. Could it be that my involvement in Orochimaru's arm transplant has been discovered, or perhaps my clandestine capture of Uchiha to study the Sharingan has been uncovered? Or is it both? Danzo dared not voice his concerns and could only cautiously probe. My actions are all for the sake of Konoha. Mito Gatekeeper Inan and Tsurugi Komatsu understood his motivations, yet their intent was to undermine Danzo's influence. Danzo, this matter now threatens the peace of Konoha. You must provide an explanation to the Rain Village. Danzo struggled to recall any recent dealings with the Rain Village. Seeing Danzo's apparent feigned ignorance, Mito Gatekeeper Inan became incensed. Danzo, Hanzo the Salamander is not to be trifled with. Now that this situation has escalated, you must surrender Oil Girl Ryoma to quell their wrath. Oil Girl Ryoma? What has happened to him? As Danzo feigned confusion, Mito Gatekeeper Inan threw Kakashi's mission report at him. Quickly, Danzo furrowed his brows as he read the report. Slander. This is slander, he exclaimed in fury. Oil Girl Ryoma has been serving as my bodyguard. He could not possibly have assassinated Hanzo's disciple. Danzo anxiously defended himself. Ryoma was his most capable subordinate. He could not bear to see him harmed. That is merely your word. The Rain Village will not rest easily. Komatsu pointed out the crux of the matter. Then let it come to blows. I will not yield to Hanzo, for I did not commit the murder, Danzo declared, his emotions aflame. The third Hokage observed Danzo's fervor, unsure whether Danzo was indeed responsible or if he was being framed. However, one thing was certain, war must be avoided at all costs. Danzo, a ninja must grasp the greater good. Our village cannot endure another war. Night Aim. This incident was not Ryoma's doing. Danzo, I believe you, but we must appease Hanzo's anger with Oil Girl Ryoma. You. Chapter 32, The Debt of Gratitude. Danzo stormed out, as Sarutobi Hiruzen was resolute in delivering Oil Girl Ryoma to the Rain Village to avert war. All his arguments were rendered futile. Kobayashi Naoya. This name stuck with him. One day, he would make that individual pay. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi and the others continued their discussion regarding the specifics of negotiations. It was essential to dispatch a reliable ninja to deliver Oil Girl Ryoma to the Rain Village, simultaneously demonstrating Konoha's goodwill. How about Kakashi? Mito Gatekeeper Inan suggested. The third shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Kakashi has just sustained injuries, and his fixation on the Sharingan makes him unsuitable for this mission. Speaking of the Sharingan, Komatsu could not suppress his concern. What of the missing Sharingan, the Uchiha? Do not worry, it is merely a common Sharingan. I will have a thorough discussion with Fugaku. In that case, Hiruzen, do you have a good candidate? After a moment of contemplation, the third replied, what about Hinata? Previous intelligence indicated that the opposition spared a member of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, you say? Komatsu and Mito Gatekeeper Inan pondered this. They recognized it as a commendable choice. The Hyuga clan, being a prestigious family in Konoha, possessed both the status to represent the village and sufficient strength, while their temperament was not as extreme as the Uchiha. Agreed. Seeing both advisors in accord, the third finalized the decision. He instructed the Umbu beside him, go summon the Hyuga clan leader, and while you're at it, invite the head of the Uzumaki clan as well. Komatsu and Mito Gatekeeper Inan recalled the matters concerning the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen, be sure to emphasize to the Uzumaki clan the importance of the greater good. They must not act impulsively. Mito Gatekeeper Inan reminded. Komatsu concurred. Indeed, we must not allow the stakes of one individual to jeopardize the peace of the village. Furthermore, I recall Kakashi's report stating that Kobayashi Naoya is of the Uzumaki clan. If he is willing to form an alliance with Konoha, It could be a fortuitous development. The third nodded in agreement. Shifting the topic, Komatsu added, however, although we are at fault this time, we must not yield excessively. We should also showcase Konoha's strength during the negotiations. The third pondered this and suggested, we could hold a joint Chunin exam to demonstrate Konoha's prowess. Excellent. Agreed. Meanwhile, Naoya continued his journey to the land of bears, accompanied by Uzumaki Yuin. The physical resilience of ninjas was remarkable. His previous knife wound was beginning to scab over, and Yuin had regained her mobility. However, under Naoya's threat, she had no choice but to obediently remain by his side, refraining from fleeing. As night fell, without encountering any towns, they could only camp in the wilderness. Yuin-chan, come here, let me lean on you while I sleep. Naoya commanded firmly. Uzumaki Yuin hesitated, her face etched with reluctance. Hurry, do you wish to bring disgrace upon your family? Naoya threatened. Hearing this, Yuin's heart quivered, and she complied, allowing Naoya to position himself as he wished. Naoya used Yuin as a cushion, comfortably resting his head against her softness, drifting into slumber. Yuin was taken aback by his unguarded repose upon her. Her thoughts began to race. A sharp kunai appeared in her hand, and with a mere flick, the boy before her could meet his demise. Yet, as she raised the kunai, hesitation gripped her. The boy appeared youthful, his innocent face rather handsome. He was completely defenseless. Should she betray his trust? No. He is the enemy. What trust could there be? Yuin's gaze hardened. Suddenly, her wrist was seized tightly. Wishing to repay kindness with malice, Yuin-chan? The boy's voice resonated, his azure eyes piercing her, appearing particularly bewitching in the night. I did not. Yuin stammered, her complexion paling. Yet, the kunai in her grasp rendered her protest feeble. Twice. I have saved you twice. And this is how you repay me. Naoya extended 10 fingers, pressing them against Yuin, ensuring she was acutely aware of the number of times he had rescued her. Yuin's face flushed as she struggled, but could not break free. Desperately, she defended. What 2 times? You merely bandaged my wound once. When did you save me? Unwilling to admit it? Naoya grimaced, pinching Yuin, eliciting a soft gasp from her. The first time, when I could have taken your life with my blade, I chose to knock you unconscious instead, sparing you. That was your first debt of gratitude. Yuin's eyes widened in shock, astonished by Naoya's shamelessness. Could a debt of gratitude be calculated this way? Moreover, how could anyone so candidly speak of their lust for another's beauty before the very person? Naoya ignored Yuin's astonishment and continued, the second time. This very instance. You intended to assassinate me with a kunai. Upon discovering this, I chose not to kill you, thus saving you for the second time. This could be considered a life-saving grace. Uzuki Yuin remained speechless for a prolonged period, once more astonished by the depths of the other's shamelessness. 3 strikes. And if there's a third time, I shall abandon you, Naoya declared, subsequently releasing Uzuki Yuin and reclining once more. Everything returned to its former state, as though nothing had transpired, with even the 1,000 books in her possession remaining untouched. Uzuki Yuin gazed at the boy, who had once again succumbed to slumber atop her, and could not help but reflect on his earlier words. 3 strikes, and if there's a third time, I shall abandon you. To abandon, did that imply a desire to kill me? Grasping the 1,000 books, Uzuki Yuin pondered for a considerable time, but ultimately could not bring herself to act. She harbored no feelings for Naoya. He was cruel, shameless, and lecherous, possessing little beyond a handsome visage and considerable strength. Her hesitation to act stemmed solely from a fear of Naoya employing underhanded tactics. Thus, the night passed in silence. By the time dawn broke, the two, who had initially leaned against one another, had somehow shifted to embrace while sleeping. Uzuki Yuin's long legs were tightly entwined around Naoya's waist, her body nestled within his embrace. This cannot possibly be my initiative. It must be his use of Jinjutsu, Uzuki Yuin conjectured, yet as she stirred to leave Naoya's warm embrace, an unexpected reluctance washed over her. She now comprehended why she had unwittingly sought refuge in his arms, compared to the frigid environment. Naoya's body radiated warmth akin to that of a grand hearth, providing an unimaginable comfort that lured her closer in the night. Was it some special constitution? Uzuki Yuin speculated. Having missed the conversation between Naoya and Kakashi during her prior unconsciousness, unaware of Naoya's Uzumaki lineage. Ding, Uzuki Yuin's affection level has risen to 10. Chapter 33, The Weakness of Absolute. Soon after, Naoya awoke, and the two set off toward the land of bears. Uzuki Yuin, with her aloof demeanor, and Naoya, who showed little desire for conversation, exchanged few words along their journey. As night fell, Uzuki Yuin suddenly felt a surge of anticipation, reminiscent of that hearth-like warmth. A town. A quaint settlement materialized before them, prompting Naoya to exclaim joyfully, "Wonderful. We won't have to sleep outdoors tonight." However, Yuzuki Yuin, gazing at the distant town, found herself inexplicably unable to share in his excitement. Upon arriving in the town, their first priority was, of course, indulging in culinary delights, as any fare there would surpass the taste of soldier pills. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, a refreshing bath was in order. Naoya spotted a hot spring and, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, promptly urged Yuzuki Yuin to accompany him inside. "Wait, can we wash separately?" Yuzuki Yuin suggested softly. Naoya glanced at her but said nothing, merely nodding in acquiescence. "I won't force you," he replied before entering alone. After their baths, they proceeded to the inn. "2 rooms?" Naoya inquired. Yuzuki Yuin instinctively nodded, but then felt a tinge of regret. However, by that point, Naoya had already handed her the key. Staring at the key in her hand, Yuzuki Yuin muttered to herself, "What am I doing? I should be happy." The next morning, they resumed their journey. Now nearing their destination. "In this direction, are you headed to the land of bears?" Yuzuki Yuin finally discerned Naoya's objective. Naoya did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "Indeed. My mission is to reach the land of bears. The matters concerning Konoha are merely incidental." Yuzuki Yuin fell silent, vexed that this man had caused such turmoil for Konoha as a mere afterthought. Yet, she felt a flicker of joy at his honesty, a sense of trust blossoming within her. By midday, the two had finally set foot on the soil of the land of bears. Upon arrival, Naoya halted, standing still as he pressed a ring to his forehead. He intended to contact Zetsu, seeking information regarding the continuation of the Pai Pa Shirzong. However, communication failed, and Zetsu did not respond. In light of this situation, Naoya activated his sensory abilities, instantly expanding his vast perception. Kongo Fuin. A golden chain erupted from behind Naoya, piercing the ground, ensnaring a white Zetsu, who had yet to react, and drawing it before Naoya. "Go inform Zetsu to come see me," Naoya commanded coldly. The white Zetsu flailed its limbs dramatically, defiantly retorting, "I want to go. Why should I listen to you?" Naoya's brow furrowed with irritation as he threatened, "Refuse, and I shall end your life." "What does death feel like?" The white Zetsu inquired curiously, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of demise. Naoya gritted his teeth, realizing he was at an impasse with this foolish white Zetsu, which appeared to possess no fear of death. Rather, it seemed utterly oblivious to the concept. With no other recourse, Naoya shifted his approach. He set the white Zetsu down and inquired politely, "What must I do for you to assist in notifying Zetsu?" Upon being released, the white Zetsu immediately assumed a bizarre position, tucking its head between its legs. Albeit lacking actual legs, the intent was clear. When it heard Naoya's question, it emerged from its odd posture, boasting, "Ha ha, are you afraid? Unless you address me as the esteemed master away, I shall not comply." Veins pulsed on Naoya's forehead as he swore that once Zetsu arrived, he would give it a severe reprimand. "Esteemed master away, please find Zetsu for me." "Understood, esteemed away." The white Zetsu gestured with its fingers an A2 sign before swiftly burrowing underground, employing the Dune technique to make its hasty exit. Before long, Zetsu and the white Zetsu away arrived together. Upon their meeting, Zetsu immediately mocked, "What is this? The mighty Korin Naoya requires my assistance for intelligence? And this woman is from Konoha Esumbu, Isnt. Korin Naoya, have you betrayed Akatsuki?" Listening to Zetsu's taunts, Naoya merely smirked coldly, eschewing further conversation as he activated the Kongo Fuin. Dozens of golden chains surged forth, and Zetsu's eyes widened in horror. "You're of the Uzumaki clan." Zetsu turned to flee, but it was no match for the Kongo Fuin. In the ninja world, 99 of ninjutsu proved ineffective against Zetsu. Yet the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were the most effective against it. "Why didn't you inform me of such critical intelligence?" Zetsu chastised the white Zetsu away in its flight. Away retorted defiantly, "I told you clearly, the opponent excels in using chains. I warned you to be cautious." Zetsu was furious to the point of wanting to spit blood. "Those are chains? They are Kongo Fuin." In the next instant, numerous golden chains bound Zetsu tightly. It attempted to break free, but found it utterly impossible. Terror gripped it. Under the might of such sealing techniques, if Naoya chose to seal it, it would require at least 100 years to escape, and by then, its meticulously crafted plans would be in ruins. Faced with impending doom, Zetsu, once cold and ruthless, resorted to flattery. "Ah, Lord Naoya, please spare me. From this day forth, I shall be the embodiment of your will, devoted solely to you," Zetsu pleaded, adopting a subservient tone. However, the white Zetsu away suddenly interrupted. "Zetsu, are you afraid of death? Why would you fear death?" I remember you saying you would have pain expel this guy from Akatsuki, and even ordered Toby to kill him. Silence, away, you fool. I'm not a fool. I'm the clever away. Baka. If only I were not immobilized, I would truly relish the opportunity to eliminate that foolish Baiju right now. Ha ha. Observing Ju's flustered demeanor, Naoya couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, he could not place any faith in Ju's fabrications. However, he had no intention of sealing Ju away. After all, without him, how could Kagaya emerge? Kagaya held significant importance to him. In secrecy, he employed a Vajra seal to subtly implant a sealing technique within Ju's body, ensuring that he could activate it at any moment. He then casually concocted a pretext to release Ju. Consider yourself fortunate, esteemed Ju, for my benevolence and your residual usefulness. Naoya proclaimed arrogantly. Yet, he did not neglect to exert a veiled threat. Esteemed Ju, do not entertain thoughts of escape, otherwise I shall seal you for a millennium. Hearing Naoya's threat, Ju could barely contain his desire to slay this despicable member of the Uzumaki clan. However, he could only feign submission on the surface. Of course not. Lord Naoya, please trust me. I am now the embodiment of your will. Subsequently, under Ju's direct guidance, Naoya arrived at a town in the land of bears. According to intelligence, Hachiju Juzo was hiding here, having accepted a mission to assassinate a minister from the land of water passing through. Ju explained. Chapter 34, Hachiju Juzo. The minister from the land of water arrived in the land of bears. Whether for a tour or diplomatic relations was uncertain, but this high official exuded arrogance, sending subordinates in advance to clear the area before his arrival. You there? Yes, you. Quickly step aside. A significant figure will be arriving shortly. How significant? Naoya inquired. Significant enough that the Minister of Finance from the land of water is a person of stature you, a commoner from such a minor nation, would never encounter in your lifetime. So impressive, I must witness this. Humph, you ungrateful fool. Remaining here will only cost you your life and endanger the women behind you. The man said with exasperation towards Naoya. Recognizing the man's good intentions, Naoya paid him little heed. The minister has arrived. Naoya's gaze remained fixated. Indeed, it resembled the grand procession of ancient officials. There were gongs and drums, banners being waved, and palanquins being carried, with even a team sent beforehand to clear the area. In short, the pomp surrounding the Minister of Finance from the land of water was truly extravagant. The minister approaches. Ah! A scream erupted. The minister is dead. A vicious man suddenly leaped from the shadows, wielding no ninjutsu, merely raising his executioner's blade, cleaving the minister and his palanquin in twain with a single stroke. Mission accomplished. Hachiju Juzo cast a fleeting glance at the chaos before departing, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Naoya, witnessing this, activated his paper jutsu to swiftly pursue. Yuzuki Yuin, however, was left behind by Naoya. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and took flight in the direction Naoya had gone. As for Ju, upon seeing Naoya depart, he rejoiced internally, immediately employing the mayfly technique to burrow underground and vanish from sight. Just wait, Kobayashi Naoya. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in blood. Flight, of course, proved swifter than two legs, and soon Naoya caught up with the fleeing Hachiju Juzo, blocking his path. Hachiju Juzo eyed Naoya warily. Though Naoya appeared youthful, Hachiju understood a crucial truth. One must not judge by appearances. The seemingly insignificant ninja could pose the greatest danger. He noticed the forehead protector upon Naoya's brow. Yukigekure? Naoya floated above, shaking his head. No, it's Akatsuki. What is Akatsuki? Naoya responded. The Akatsuki organization, meaning dawn of the daybreak, is here to dispel the darkness enveloping the entire ninja world. Upon hearing this, Hachiju's expression grew grave. He had never encountered this organization before, and today's first impression of it was one of grandiosity. What do you seek from me? The activities of Akatsuki require your strength. Joining us will offer you protection. Hachiju scoffed derisively. I have no interest in Akatsuki, nor do I require protection. Naoya's eyes narrowed at his words. No, I believe you do. Paper jutsu, paper snow. Are you resorting to violence without provocation? Water style, water surge wave. Hachiju formed seals, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that dispelled Naoya's paper snow, then charged toward him while simultaneously forming a clone. Water style, water clone technique. Naoya took to the skies to evade Hachiju's assault. Paper snow, paper flying wheel. Naoya launched another offensive as the previously airborne paper reassembled into a rapidly spinning, razor-sharp wheel, pursuing Hachiju with lethal intent. Hachiju dodged left and right, yet he could not escape the onslaught of the paper wheel, while Naoya remained aloft, out of reach. With no other recourse, Hachiju resorted to his executioner's blade, swinging it at the paper wheel. be severed. The renowned sharpness of the executioner's blade lived up to its reputation, cleaving the paper wheel in two. However, the divided paper wheel did not lose control. Instead, it continued its assault toward Hachiju's form. Bang! At a critical moment, Hachiju transformed into a wooden figure, evading the attack of the paper wheel. Substitution technique. Immediately after, Hachiju formed seals and expelled a thick fog. Mist concealment technique. Employing his signature ninjutsu. The dense mist obscured Hachiju's presence from Naoya's sight. Naoya lost track of Hachiju. Suddenly, water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon emerged from the fog's edge, striking Naoya in midair. I hit him. Hachiju's expression brightened momentarily, but it quickly faded. The area struck by the attack rapidly reformed, leaving Naoya seemingly unscathed. Naoya frowned slightly, glancing at the mist below. Hiding, are we? How naive. It seems I need to demonstrate the disparity between us. No sooner had he spoken than countless sheets of paper materialized, conjured by Naoya's chakra. Paper jutsu, paper dragon technique. To Hachiju's astonishment, a massive dragon, assembled from paper and stretching over 100 meters in length, soared into the sky. Roar! The colossal dragon let out a bellow, gracefully diving downward. What a joke! Faced with such a gargantuan entity, Hachiju felt no inclination to resist. He frantically retreated, but the dragon merely flicked its tail, blocking his path. For the first time, Hachiju felt his insignificance. Water style, water flow slash. He expended every last ounce of chakra to swing his blade with all his might. Slicing through the dragon only created a small gash. In the next instant, it instantly healed. At that moment, Hachiju experienced despair for the second time in his life. Boom! The immense tail of the dragon swept toward him, and Hachiju raised his executioner's blade, summoning all his strength to defend. With a thunderous crash, Hachiju's blade flew from his grip, and he was sent spiraling through the air, plummeting downward. I'm going to die. As Hachiju watched the ground approach rapidly, he realized that without chakra to cushion his fall, he was undoubtedly doomed. His only regret was dying in a foreign land. Just as he was about to impact the ground, a hand suddenly grasped his back, halting his descent and allowing him to land safely. You. Hachiju turned to see Kobayashi Naoya gazing at him with a mocking expression. See, I told you that you needed protection. Naoya's sardonic demeanor left Hachiju feeling belittled, nonetheless. He was also grateful because, without Naoya's intervention, he would have perished moments ago. Here, take this. Naoya handed him a package. Hachiju, puzzled, accepted it. What is this? Akatsuki's uniform, Naoya replied. I never agreed to join Akatsuki. Hachiju protested. However, Naoya paid him no mind. Instead, he launched into an explanation of the Akatsuki system. In Akatsuki, one is merely required to accomplish tasks, and is free to do as they please with their remaining time. However, as your senior, you must heed my guidance. Hey you. I am Kobayashi Naoya, and you shall address me as Naoya-senpai. Naoya-senpai. Juzu-bipa opened his mouth, unable to bring himself to refer to the youth before him as senpai. Fortunately, Naoya himself seemed unconcerned by such matters. Chapter 35, The Clever Away. Naoya, Juzu-bipa, Yuzuki Yuyami. And the unexpected arrival of the white Zetsu Away gathered at a Odin shop for a meeting. Indeed, Away was not truly regarded as a person. The steaming hot ingredients were a delight to consume, and Naoya relished this method of dining, indulging heartily at the table. Another who was thoroughly enjoying the meal was Away, who, despite lacking an anus, continued to eat without pause. Naoya regarded him with disapproval, believing him to be wasteful of the food. Hey you, this is a gathering for the three of us. What right do you have to partake? Naoya questioned Away. Upon returning, Zetsu intended to eliminate me. So I had to seek refuge here, Away explained while munching on a boiled egg. Naoya, puzzled, responded, I recall you were not afraid of death? His inquiry seemed to evoke some fearful memories in Away, who replied in a panic, I was not afraid of death. But Zetsu threatened to stuff me into a Beto-S rear and to suffocate me. My goodness, that is terrifying. I, the clever Away, cannot perish in a Beto-S behind. At this moment, Away cast a pleading glance at Naoya. Let me accompany you. Only here do I feel safe. I am quite useful. In an attempt to demonstrate his utility, he reached into his belly to retrieve an egg, only to be met with Naoya's furious roar. If you dare put that back, I'll toss you into a latrine. Away froze in fear, hastily swallowing the egg once more. The latrine was a favored abode of the foolish Obito, and he, the clever Away, could not allow himself to be confined there. After this incident, Naoya lost his appetite as well. He turned to Juzu-bipa and Yuzuki Yuyami. The two, like him, seemed equally disinterested in food. Let us call it a day. Juzu-bipa, you take care of the bill. Once outside, Juzubi-pa could not help but inquire. So what exactly is our mission? Naoya replied. The mission is to recruit you into the organization, which has now been accomplished. And what comes next? Juzubi-pa asked. Next is my personal task, to find 2 orphans and pay homage to the water shadow. Juzubi-pa appeared perplexed. What sort of task involves finding orphans and paying homage to the water shadow? Naoya refrained from elaborating. In any case, let us head to the land of water. Meanwhile, Zetsu had gathered intel on Naoya and approached Obito. He aimed to incite Obito to eliminate Naoya, though such intentions could not be voiced directly. Obito, I have some intelligence that I believe you ought to hear. Obito furrowed his brow. Zetsu, refer to me as Madara. Zetsu, do not play games before me. Madara. The information pertains to Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression shifted, though he feigned indifference. Is it about that waste? What has transpired? His Sharingan has been taken. What? Obito's countenance darkened ominously. What is Kakashi's current status? I mean, who did it, and what was the nature of the battle? Zetsu inwardly chuckled, recognizing Obito's concern for Kakashi despite his pretense. The more foolish Obito appeared, the easier he would be to manipulate. It was Kobayashi Naoya, a newly recruited member of the Akatsuki. Here are his details. Zetsu handed Obito the information about Naoya. As Obito perused the details, the terms Konan's disciple and of the Uzumaki clan quickly flashed before him, until he reached the section detailing Kakashi's battle. Noting that Kakashi had merely sustained injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, Kobayashi Naoya, the one who threatens the Moon Eye plan. I shall personally eliminate him. Traveling from the land of Bear to the land of Water required crossing the ocean, and Naoya hired a ship to transport them. As they neared the shore, a fleet of vessels appeared on the horizon. Be cautious, it's the Mist's search party, Juzubi-pa warned. Ever since the Mist Village implemented its Blood Mist policy, it had closed its borders, and the sea was now patrolled by Mist ninjas who barred foreign merchants and shinobi from entry. Juzubi-pa, it's time for you to show your worth. Naoya, as the senior, promptly devised a battle strategy. Juzubi-pa, there are 8 ninjas ahead. You will intercept them while I provide fire support. Understood. Juzubi-pa replied without hesitation, brandishing his beheading sword and charging through the sea. His appearance was unmistakable. Most of the Mist ninjas recognized him. It's the beheading sword. Lord Juzubi-pa. Fool. He is no longer one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He is a rogue ninja. Someone cautioned. Watch out, he is attacking. In the next moment, Juzubi-pa lunged forward, cleaving a small boat in 2 with a single stroke. The remaining Mist ninjas quickly retaliated against him. Naoya provided distant support. Paper jutsu, paper blowing snow, explosion. A series of explosions erupted, and 2 Mist ninjas were obliterated in the blasts of the exploding tags. Don't just stand there, go lend a hand. Naoya kicked Away off the ship. The clever Away hasn't he learned to swim yet? Away cried out, but soon discovered he could float on the water's surface. So I want he sink. Juzubi-pa, hold on. Away is coming to help. With that, Away dashed forward, making a cacophony of sounds. Yuzuki Yayami, seeing the others in action, drew her kunai to join, but was halted by Naoya. What are you doing? You are my maid. Stick to your duties, understood? Yuzuki Yayami bit her lip, but ultimately sat back obediently. Juzubi-pa's prowess was undeniable, though he could not match Naoya. He was more than capable of handling several ordinary Mist ninjas. With Away's reckless cooperation, Juzubi-pa swiftly dispatched his opponents. Upon returning, Naoya rose to high-five Juzubi-pa in celebration. Well done. Our teamwork is unparalleled. White Zetsu Away, currently extracting shurikens from his body, immediately retorted, clearly. I was the one doing the collaborating. Aside from taking out 2 ninjas at the beginning, you did absolutely nothing. Silence. Be careful lest I toss you into the latrine. At the mere mention of the latrine, Away promptly fell silent. The trio then set foot on the territory of the land of water. Naoya's objectives were clear: Haku, Kimimaro, and the second Mizukichi. According to the current timeline, during Yagura's reign, Juzubi-pa had just defected, and Kimimaro should still be imprisoned in the Kagaya clan's dungeon. Subsequently, the Kagaya clan would incite a rebellion due to their dissatisfaction with Yagura's policies, resulting in the deaths of all Kimimaro's kin, while he himself would encounter Orochimaru during his flight. As for Haku, he would likely be rummaging through trash in some alley until Zabuza's failed assassination attempt on the Mizukichi led to his own defection. Naoya's plan was to locate these 2 individuals and bring them back to the Hidden Rain village. As for the reasoning, he desired to do so, and thus he would. He instructed Away and Yuzuki Yayami to search for Haku, while he and Juzubi-pa would seek out Kimimaro. Kimimaro's location was the simplest to find, as he was confined within the Kagaya clan's dungeon. Guided by Paipa Juzong, Jizai directly breached the formidable barrier of the Kagaya clan, swiftly seizing control of the clan leader. With the leader's assistance, he effortlessly infiltrated the dungeons of the Kagaya clan. Junmaru was confined in the innermost depths of the dungeon, a fate befitting his unmatched power among the Kagaya lineage, which instilled fear in the clan members. Consequently, he had been imprisoned from a young age, intended to be wielded as a weapon. Frankly, Jizai found it incomprehensible how the Kagaya clan operated, yet he was grateful for their methods. The rationale was simple. The Kagaya clan had already fully embraced the role of villain, thus Jizai merely needed to play the part of a hero, allowing him to effortlessly rescue Junmaru. For a child like Junmaru, who had known nothing but darkness, even the faintest ray of sunlight would be clung to with desperation, akin to a drowning person grasping for their last hope. Chapter 36. The Adoption of Junmaru. In the deepest recesses of the dungeon, one could discern the small figure of Junmaru curled up in a corner. He appeared no older than 4 or 5, yet he endured such dire treatment. How heart-wrenching. Once, Orochimaru had remarked upon encountering Junmaru that life held no intrinsic meaning, yet persisting might lead to encounters with interesting individuals and events. Much like how you stumbled upon that flower, and I came across you. Such warm and philosophical words enriched Junmaru's world, and he willingly became Orochimaru's instrument. In the art of coaxing children, Jizai found himself utterly outmatched by Orochimaru. He lacked the capacity to articulate such philosophical sentiments. All he could offer was sincerity. He, Kobayashi Jizai, was the most genuine man in the world. Crack, crack. 2 bony spikes suddenly erupted from Jizai's arm. Beside him, Paipa Juzong and the controlled Kagaya clan leader widened their eyes in astonishment. In unison, they exclaimed, You are a member of the Kagaya clan." Jizai smiled, sincerely reflecting, This was once my homeland as well, and thus I am determined to bring about change here." With that, Jizai unleashed the bony spikes, shattering the dungeon that held Junmaru captive. Approaching Junmaru, he extended his spiked hand, unceremoniously grasping the small boy's hand and lifting him up. "Junmaru, your brother is taking you home." "Brother? Home?" Junmaru struggled to articulate the words, gazing at Jizai, who radiated warmth and compassion, devoid of the fear and disdain typically directed at him by other clan members. Surely, this must be a dream, Junmaru mused. Yet quickly he thought, if this is a dream, then I must do everything to prolong it, even if just for another second. Thus, Jizai led Junmaru away from the Kagaya clan. His stealth impeccable, apart from the clan leader, no one else noticed his intrusion. Junmaru held Jizai's hand tightly, terrified that if he let go, he would find himself back in that dungeon. He was uncertain if he truly had a brother, but he fervently wished that the person before him was indeed his sibling. Jizai took Junmaru outside, treating him to delicious food, new clothes, and a bath. Everything felt surreal, like a dream, making Junmaru even more reluctant to release Jizai's hand. Sensing Junmaru's apprehension, Jizai lifted him up, smiling. "What's wrong? Do you want your brother to help you bathe?" Junmaru's little face flushed with embarrassment, accentuated by the 2 red spots on his forehead, making him even more adorable. "No, it's fine. I'll wash up quickly, brother, just wait for me." Junmaru released Jizai's hand and hurried into the bathroom, glancing back to ensure Jizai remained. "Brother, don't go. Wait for me." The sound of water splashed from within the bathroom. Outside, Jizai chuckled with joy. Junmaru had completely fallen into his grasp. Indeed, sincerity was his ultimate weapon. While he might not possess Orochimaru's eloquence, his profound sincerity was equally compelling. Orochimaru could win Junmaru over with words. Jizai could nurture him through genuine affection. Soon, Junmaru emerged from the bath, dashing into Jizai's embrace. "Wonderful. Brother hasn't vanished," he thought, overwhelmed with joy. Nearly in tears. Yet Jizai was there to remind him, "Get dressed, Junmaru." Only then did Junmaru realize his oversight. Feeling exceedingly embarrassed as he hurried to don the new clothes Jizai had bought for him, Jizai could not help but shake his head. Honestly, just like the first day with Kagaya-sakan, so impulsive. After spending a day resting with Junmaru, the next morning, there was still no sign of Bai. However, the Kagaya clan was in disarray, for their clan leader remained in Jizai's possession. The Kagaya clan in the Mist Village was akin to a second Uchiha clan, volatile and unruly. Their audacious attack on a village demonstrated their lack of foresight. Now, having lost their leader, the Kagaya clan was causing turmoil throughout the Mist Village in search of him, leading to a tense atmosphere. In light of these circumstances, Jizai had no choice but to instruct Yuzuki Yugao to cease her search for Bai for safety reasons. Away was fearless and could continue the search. Additionally, having the Kagaya clan leader in his custody was an ongoing complication. Although he suppressed the leader with sealing techniques, it was not a long-term solution. Jizai had already determined a destination for the clan leader. Unlike the memorial system in Konoha, the high-ranking graves in the Mist Village were shrouded in secrecy and concealed in obscure locations. Fortunately, Jizai had Pai Juzong, a former high-ranking member of the Mist Village, as an ally, allowing him to swiftly learn the whereabouts of the second Mizukige's grave. Under the cover of night, Jizai, accompanied by Junmaru, stealthily approached the grave of the second Mizukige, Terumi Mei. Initially intending to come alone, he found that Junmaru, weary of solitude, insisted on staying by his side, even needing to hold his hand to fall asleep. Thus, Jizai had no choice but to bring him along. Fortunately, there were no guards present. After all, it was merely a grave. Even the high status of the second Mizukige meant his remains were nothing more than an ordinary corpse, and the Mist Village would never suspect anyone would be interested in it. As customary, Jizai first paid his respects, honoring the deceased. Now, Junmaru, let us begin digging. The two figures, one large and one small, simultaneously sprouted bone spikes and commenced excavating the grave of the second Mizukige. Before long, a coffin came into view. Generally, ninja graves did not contain many burial items, and the second Mizukige was no exception. Upon opening the coffin, they found only a forehead protector, a decaying garment, and the skeletal remains of the second Mizukige. Jizai retrieved the bones, restored the grave to its original state, and swiftly departed with Junmaru. The pair soon arrived at the back mountain, where Pai Juzong and Yuzuki Yugao awaited, having stood guard over the Kagaya clan leader for some time. All was proceeding smoothly. It was time to prepare the ritual. The group watched curiously as Jizai gathered the materials and positioned the Kagaya clan leader. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation, Jizai declared, slamming his palm onto the ground, black runes instantly spreading across the body of the Kagaya clan leader. The unfortunate leader, bound by the sealing technique, could not even speak, enveloped in a dense cloud of ashes. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the group, the ashes dissipated, revealing the figure of the second Mizukige before them. This is the technique that can resurrect the deceased. The individuals present were astounded as they turned to stare at Naoya. Though they were unfamiliar with the name of the technique, they were nonetheless taken aback by its implications. The second Mizukige, Kagaya Mangetsu, slowly opened his eyes. Humph. What is happening now? Wasn't I dead? Chapter 37. The Kagaya Clan. The search for Shiro is underway. 3 days have passed since the disappearance of the Kagaya clan leader. Kirigakure has been placed under complete lockdown, and the atmosphere within the village has grown increasingly tense. Due to the fourth Mizukige's blatant policies against the bloodline clans, many believe that he secretly dispatched assassins to eliminate the Kagaya leader. This suspicion is not unfounded. After all, given the prowess of the Kagaya leader, very few in all of Kirigakure could have quietly taken his life. Just yesterday, a Kagaya clan jonin brazenly stormed the Mizukige building, instigating a conflict with the Mizukige's bodyguards. The bodyguard was killed in an instant by the Kagaya jonin's explosive bone technique. While the Kagaya clan's strength played a significant role, it was further exacerbated by Obito's decision to recruit less capable ninjas for the bodyguard role to prevent anyone from noticing that Yagura was being controlled, resulting in their swift demise at the hands of the Kagaya jonin. Now that events have unfolded in this manner, it is undeniable that the incident has escalated from a mere disappearance to a political crisis. The authority of the Mizukige is not to be trifled with, and the Kagaya clan is equally unwilling to concede. With storm clouds gathering, many have come to realize that the only thing separating them from rebellion is a mere spark. Numerous affluent merchants have begun to flee the village. Humph, those wicked Kagaya fiends. Your kin are about to clash with the fourth Mizukige. Kagaya Mangetsu excitedly rushed to Naoya's room, recounting the day's events and the fierce conflict involving a Kagaya clan member. However, Naoya displayed no interest in the matter. Mangetsu-senpai, are you quite idle to be spectating? Have you found Shiro yet? Kagaya Mangetsu paused, scratching his head awkwardly. No. Then hurry and find him. Do not disturb my rest, you fool. Naoya angrily tossed a pillow at Mangetsu's face. Mangetsu, irritated by Naoya's rudeness, had his brows twitch in a comically exaggerated manner due to his lack of eyebrows. How infuriating. You Kagaya brat, you show no respect for your seniors. He retorted. Do not insult my brother. Kamaru interjected, defending Naoya. My brother is not at all indifferent. It's truly impossible to reason with a little brat like you. Mangetsu said, waving his hand dismissively. He had to search for Shiro, as it was a task assigned to him by Naoya. However, the only lead he had was the refuse pile, meaning he would have to scour every rubbish heap in Kirigakure. Ugh, I loathe garbage heaps. On the 5th day, the internal conflict erupted, perhaps influenced by Naoya's subtle presence. This insurrection occurred earlier than in the original narrative. The Kagaya clan audaciously initiated a rebellion, pitting one clan against an entire village, and the outcome was inevitable. The Kagaya clan met with total annihilation, yet Kirigakure also paid a heavy price to quell the uprising. It is worth noting that during this turmoil, the Kagaya clan's ninjas made remarkable contributions to restoring order, particularly a ninja named Kagaya Mangetsu, who displayed exceptional abilities in battle, earning the admiration of even Kagaya Mangetsu. However, in the aftermath, the 4th Mizukage not only failed to commend the Kagaya clan but, citing the need to prevent similar incidents in the future, ordered the imprisonment of 12 Jonin-level ninjas from the Kagaya clan, including the highly praised Kagaya Mangetsu. Following this event, Kagaya Mangetsu could not contain his outrage towards the 4th Mizukage. He simply could not comprehend how such a foolish individual could hold the position. Were it not for Naoya's restraint, he would have charged into the Mizukage building and blasted through Yagura's skull with a water cannon. Alright, Mangetsu-senpai. Do not act impulsively. I understand your concern for your junior, but fear not. If Mangetsu were to perish at the hands of the 4th, I could resurrect him. Then you would have a companion. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Mangetsu's forehead was adorned with a large character. You fool. You wretched Kagaya brat. Is it not enough to control me? You would also set your sights on Mangetsu. Haha, merely jesting. Do not take offense. What I meant to say was, you might consider recruiting Mangetsu. If he is willing to join me, I would gladly take him in. What do you think? Well, that is more like it. Kagaya Mangetsu promptly exited the room, heading towards the prison. Half an hour later, Kagaya Mangetsu returned, dejected. That obstinate fool. Mangetsu insists on changing the 4th's mind on his own. Truly hopeless. After some time, at last, the good news arrived courtesy of White Zetsu. Found him. It is hard to imagine that in an abandoned drainage pipe, the 4-year-old Shiro lay sleeping. As the morning sun poured into the drain, Shiro, feeling his hunger pangs, clumsily crawled out and made his way to the nearest trash bin. This was his daily routine, scavenging through various bins during the day to satiate his hunger, and at night, seeking warmth in the drain. However, today seemed different. As Shiro approached the trash bin, a boy accompanied by another child of similar age passed by him. They appeared to be siblings, with the older one carrying a large bag filled with various delectable foods that Shiro had never seen before. He watched enviously as the brothers walked past, the younger one blissfully holding his brother's hand, and for the first time, a feeling of jealousy stirred within Shiro. How he wished to be that cherished child. Alas, the reality was that he had no brother. He was an orphan. His father had killed his mother and sought to take his life as well. Thus, he had killed his father and became an orphan, surviving off garbage. Suddenly, in Shiro's line of sight, a piece of food fell from the older boy's shopping bag. It was a slice of cake, encased in a box, adorned with white cream and red strawberries. Shiro had only seen such delicacies from afar, and he instinctively desired to approach and inhale its aroma, only to be chased away by the shopkeeper wielding a broom. Yet now, that slice of cake lay before him, roughly 5 meters away, while its owner continued onward, oblivious to the loss amidst his abundant bounty. No one else was around. This cake felt like a divine gift bestowed upon him. Shiro swallowed involuntarily. He approached the cake, picking it up and unable to resist the urge to smell it. It was fragrant, sweet, and reminiscent of the flavors in his dreams. His hands trembled as he prepared to open the cake's packaging, but suddenly, his mother's voice echoed in his mind. Shiro, remember, if you find something someone else has dropped, you must return it. Shiro hesitated. Should he return the cake to its owner? Chapter 38, Capturing Shiro. Shiro gazed at the distant figures of the siblings. His stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger, and he thought that sometimes one must learn to be adaptable. Yes, the other boy had a hefty bag of food, clearly indifferent to the loss of one slice of cake, while he had gone many days without eating. In such circumstances, perhaps a little flexibility was permissible. Yet even as Shiro reached out to open the cake, he remained uncertain. Ultimately, he sought a middle ground for himself. He mused to himself that if the other party hadn't noticed the loss of the item before disappearing from view, then this cake would be considered a gift to him. Thus, I stood silently, cradling the cake, watching as the two brothers gradually receded into the distance until they vanished from his sight. Elated, I could hardly contain himself as he opened the cake box, a sweet aroma wafting towards him. Unable to resist, he scooped out a small piece and savored it. Goodness! Is this paradise? His fingers were smeared with frosting. One should eat cake with a spoon. A spoon was offered to him. Thank you. I instinctively took the spoon. Clang. The metal spoon clattered to the ground. At that moment, Bai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, struggling to turn around. Behind him stood the very brothers from earlier, the older one's striking blue eyes unmistakable, now fixed on him with a smile. Terrified, Bai collapsed to his knees. I didn't mean to. Please, I beg you, spare me. Seeing this, Jizai bent down and whimsically lifted the frail Bai, saying, little beggar. This cake is worth 10 million Rio. You must pay up, 10 million Rio. Tears instantaneously streamed down Bai's face as he sank into profound despair. The largest denomination he had ever encountered in his life was a 10 Rio note he once rummaged from a trash bin. He couldn't fathom the enormity of 10 million Rio. I can't pay that. Humph, if you can't pay, then you shall follow me until the debt is settled. Understand? Bai was too frightened to utter a word of refusal. Why yes, I understand. Then follow me. Jizai strode ahead, and Bai dared not lag behind, hastily keeping up. Junmaru had been observing the entire situation from the side. Hello, I'm Junmaru. What is your name? I am Bai. Bai, somewhat timid, couldn't bring himself to meet the gaze of the youth named Junmaru. Though they were roughly the same age, Junmaru was clad in exquisite garments. Impeccably clean, with a doting older brother, while Bai had nothing. If one were to compare, Bai was burdened with a debt of 10 million Rio. Noticing Bai's plight, Junmaru offered a comforting smile. Don't worry, my brother is actually a very good person. However, Bai did not let down his guard. Junmaru chose not to elaborate, believing that with time, Bai would come to understand Jizai's true nature. Meals, baths, new clothes. Though a conventional routine, it was unexpectedly effective for Bai. The events of the day felt like a dream. Despite Jizai's reasoning that it would help him repay his debt, Bai's gratitude remained undiminished. Yet, there lingered a tinge of regret for Bai, or perhaps an unrealistic desire, wishing he could refer to Jizai as brother like Junmaru did. With Bai now under his wing, Jizai's mission felt nearly complete. After resting for 2 days in the hidden mist village and procuring some local specialties, he prepared to embark on the return journey. The departing ships were under the control of the mist ninjas, yet Jizai and his companions had no worries regarding passage. The ghostly Kage, Hozuki Mangetsu, summoned his spirit beast. The Shinju, also known as the giant clam. Jizai, Yugugo, Junmaru, Bai, Biwajuzo, Away, and Hozuki Mangetsu all climbed into the belly of the Shinju, which then commenced its oceanic voyage. The Shinju moved with remarkable speed, its massive tongue capable of drawing in vast quantities of water, which it then expelled for propulsion, far surpassing the speed of ordinary vessels. Inside the Shinju, Jizai felt the convenience of this spirit beast and contemplated having Hozuki Mangetsu sign a summoning contract with the Shinju, allowing him to summon it for future sea voyages. This time, Jizai opted not to return to the land of bears via the usual route, but instead chose to land in the neighboring land of Whirlpool. His objective was the Death God mask located in the Naoya Hall of the land of Whirlpool, a mask that connected to the Shinigami capable of performing the Shiki Fujin technique, a crucial tool for Orochimaru to unravel the Shiki Fujin. For Jizai, acquiring this mask would not only restrain Orochimaru but also enable him to control the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with the half of the 9 tails sealed within him. Shortly thereafter, the group successfully arrived in the land of Whirlpool, which had transformed from its former glory into a desolate ruin. Jizai had previously inquired about the location of the Naoya Hall from Minato. Thus, upon reaching Yuzushio village, he swiftly located its entrance. Due to years of neglect, the structure now lay in a state of disrepair. As they entered, 27 masks were enshrined on the main wall of the Naoya Hall. Jizai found himself momentarily at a loss. With 27 masks before him, he was unsure which one was the Death God mask. Although he had watched the Naruto anime in his previous life, he had glossed over many inconsequential plot points, including the obscure masks and the Shinigami. Never mind. I'll take them all. I'll have Minato discern them when I return. Jizai retrieved a sealing scroll, hastily packed all 27 masks into it, and then exited. Next, it was time to return to the Rain Village. This mission had spanned over half a month, and the thought of his teacher Konan, Hydrangea, Minato, and Corinne filled Jizai with anticipation. While Jizai was setting off back to the Rain Village, negotiations regarding the visit to the Rain Village in Konoha had yet to be finalized. The candidate had indeed been decided upon, a branch elder from the Hyuga clan, a formidable ninja among the Jonin, accompanied by 4 other Hyuga ninjas, including the previously spared Hayashi. However, just as everything was set, a complication arose with Danzo. Danzo was determined to protect the oil woman Ryoma, even at the cost of defying the Hokage's orders. The root cause of Danzo's actions stemmed from the fact that the root organization he had painstakingly built over the years had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. Originally, the root had boasted several elite Jonin-level operatives, marking the pinnacle of Danzo's power. However, a few years prior, while accompanying Hanzo on a reckless mission to seize the Rinnegan, his carefully cultivated elite team was annihilated by Nagato's outer path, leaving only Danzo to escape. Thus, the current root was left with only a handful of Chunin and Jinin to fill the ranks. If he were to lose the oil woman Ryoma, Danzo would truly become a figurehead. To preserve Ryoma, Danzo even defied the third Hokage's orders and secretly dispatched her to the land of Earth on a mission to evade her fate. By the time the third Hokage learned of this, it was already too late. Reluctantly, the third Hokage had to send Kakashi's team and the Hyuga contingent to the land of Earth to capture Ryoma, planning to negotiate in the land of Rain afterward. As for Danzo, due to his insubordination, he was dismissed from his position as an advisor to the Hokage. Of course, this punishment was hardly a blow to Danzo, for the root was his foundation. Furthermore, with the Uchiha clan stirring restlessly, Danzo believed it would not be long before he regained his position and allied with them against the Uchiha. Chapter 39, Matters Concerning Kobayashi. In the land of Rain, Konan, clad in exquisite black stockings beneath the Akatsuki robe, regarded Jizai with a stern expression. So, you've managed to provoke both Konoha and the Hidden Mist with just a simple recruitment mission? The powerful aura emanating from Konan caused Junmaru and Bai, standing behind her, to clutch Jizai's garment in fear, paralyzed with trepidation. Nobuyuki was certainly not intimidated by Konan. He turned around and gently patted the heads of the two little ones, softly saying, "You both go outside first. I will explain things to Teacher Konan on my own. Be careful, big brother." The two little ones expressed their concern. Nobuyuki smiled faintly, nudging them out the door and shutting it behind them. The sound of the door clicking shut caused Konan's heart to skip a beat. Indeed, in the next moment, Nobuyuki rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace. "Did you miss me, Teacher Konan?" "I did not miss you. Let go of me. I am discussing something serious," Konan stubbornly retorted, unaware that the instant their bodies made contact, she had already grown soft and feeble, leaning entirely against him. "Really?" Nobuyuki suddenly released his grip, and without any support, Konan began to fall. She shut her eyes in fright. In the next instant, Nobuyuki reached out to support her waist, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Disrespecting a teacher, Konan playfully swatted at him in a flurry of embarrassment. Nobuyuki chuckled. "Was the outfit meant for me? Since you knew I was coming back?" "No, it wasn't," Konan stammered, her gaze evasive, feeling the warmth of his hand against her. "That outfit was for someone else. I distinctly mentioned it was only for you to see." Nobuyuki's tone grew dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Konan became flustered, hastily explaining, "No, I didn't wear it for anyone else. I knew you were returning today, so I..." Mid-sentence, Konan caught the teasing glint in Nobuyuki's eyes, and her anger surged, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "You're bullying your teacher." She kicked at him in indignation, only for him to catch her foot deftly. "Is this the gift prepared for my return?" Konan's sense of shame peaked, and she closed her eyes, remaining still. Ding! Konan's affection level increased to 70. Shortly thereafter, Nobuyuki swiftly brought the two little ones back home. In the Kobayashi residence, Minato was outside watering the flowers when Nobuyuki swept her into the room. Shine was also present, and Nobuyuki handed the two little ones over to her, asking her to help them choose their rooms. He then retreated to the bedroom with Minato. Later in the afternoon, Hydrangea arrived. Cheyenne and Kimimaro were playing outside, and unexpectedly, Cheyenne awakened her divine perception, causing a rush of energy to surge, reddening her face. Dinner was prepared by Yuin, as Minato lacked the strength to cook, but it was only natural for Yuin, as a maid, to take on this responsibility. However, since arriving at the Kobayashi residence, Yuin's attitude towards Nobuyuki had become increasingly unfavorable. While in the Hidden Mist village, she had been nurturing and gentle while caring for Kimimaro and Cheyenne, but for reasons unknown, she had grown irritable upon reaching the Rain Hidden Village, offering Nobuyuki little more than disdain. Nobuyuki speculated that perhaps she had discovered something upon arriving here, leading to her psychological disillusionment. He felt powerless in this situation. Perhaps he could subdue her through combat, he thought, contemplating giving it a try. Thus, he called Yuin over that evening. "You bastard, what do you take me for? I would rather die than submit." Yuin drew her blade across her neck, seemingly intent on venting her pent-up grievances through this extreme act of defiance, which undoubtedly doused Nobuyuki in a cold shower of reality. He swiftly seized her sword, snapping it in two. "Go home. I have already said I will not force you. Today, I was in the wrong, and such a thing will never happen again. Nobuyuki sincerely apologized, his earnest demeanor seemingly stirring something within Yuin. Ultimately, she relinquished her suicidal thoughts and returned to her room. After all, life is precious. And unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to take such drastic measures. This incident prompted Nobuyuki to reflect deeply. Yuin's situation served as a cautionary tale, reminding him that his charm was not as potent as he had believed. In the future, he should opt for coercion through strength at the outset rather than finding himself in a precarious position like now, unable to advance or retreat. Notably, the following day, Cheyenne discreetly approached Nobuyuki, her cheeks flushed, shyly whispering, "If Sister Yuin disagrees, I can still help." This left Nobuyuki in a state of bemusement, and he could only chuckle while playfully admonishing her. In the days that followed, Nobuyuki indeed kept his word, refraining from crossing any lines, not even resorting to verbal teasing, allowing Yuin to focus solely on her duties as a maid, which brought her a sense of relief. Yet, for reasons unknown, after some time, Yuin began to experience a peculiar sense of loss, as if something had been gained and then lost again, leaving her slightly unsettled. Chapter 40. Infiltration Plan. After a brief respite in the rain-hidden village, Pain summoned the members for another meeting. His image coalesced at the forefront, exuding authority. Below, Nobuyuki and the others' images began to materialize as well, and unlike the last meeting, this time, the attendants included the new teammate of Haiden and Kakuzu. Once all were assembled, Pain solemnly commenced discussing the task at hand. As the Akatsuki organization was still in its developmental stage, the two primary objectives of this mission were to generate funds and recruit new members. Thus, the tasks were centered around these goals. There were 3 tasks in total. The first was issued by the Land of Earth, requiring the assassination of a minister from the Land of Lightning and the destruction of its armory. Pain surveyed the room before assigning this task to Kakuzu and his new partner. The second task was issued by the Land of Lightning, demanding the assassination of a minister from the Land of Earth and framing it on Konoha. Pain's gaze settled on the duo of Orochimaru and Sasori, as it was quite reasonable to have Orochimaru, hailing from Konoha, responsible for implicating its shinobi. However, just as Pain was about to speak, Nobuyuki suddenly raised his hand. "Allow me to take this task. I have dealt with Konoha shinobi before and am confident I can frame them." Pain regarded Nobuyuki, considering the task was not overly difficult. Given Nobuyuki's strength, it was indeed feasible. He nodded, entrusting this assignment to Nobuyuki and Haiden. Lastly, there was an additional task, not commissioned by anyone else, but rather one derived from recent intelligence gathered by Zetsu. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had recently extracted a batch of gold sand from the desert, intending to transport it to the Land of Fire for a lucrative sale. Upon learning of this, Pain was immediately struck with the idea of seizing this batch of gold sand, as it was quite valuable, and with Sunagekyu's weakened state, appropriating it for the Akatsuki's funding development was an ideal plan. Ultimately, this task was assigned to Orochimaru and Sasori, given Sasori's origins from Sunagekure. He was particularly well suited for the job. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Nobuyuki sought out Haiden, preparing for the mission. Before departing, Konan called Nobuyuki aside. She gently stroked his head and presented him with a sealed scroll. "Here are 1,000,000 explosive tags. Use them for self-defense in case of danger." As she spoke, Konan playfully pinched Nobuyuki's cheek. "Last time was merely a routine recruitment mission, and you caused such a stir. Please, do not repeat that. Inoki from Awagakure is quite dangerous. Avoid provoking him, understood?" Nobuyuki obediently accepted Konan's gift, reassuring her, "Rest assured, teacher, I will not provoke Inoki." He thought to himself, "I won't provoke Inoki. I'll just dig up the grave of the second Tsuchikichi." Konan, believing Nobuyuki had heeded her advice, nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Nobuyuki seemed to recall something. He rummaged through his belongings and eventually produced a beautiful bracelet. Shaonan joyfully accepted the bracelet, a delicate string of luminous shells resembling jade, glimmering brilliantly under the sun, a sight to behold. However, it was slightly oversized. "Teacher, this is not meant to be worn on the wrist," she remarked. Naoya winked at Shaonan before departing. The Land of Earth shares a border with the Land of Rain, where Awagakure has constructed numerous earthen fortifications to guard against intruding ninjas. Naoya's current mission was assassination, to execute it without arousing suspicion. He could not act as he did previously in the Land of Fire. Naoya had devised a flawless plan. Yet, upon sharing it with Pipa Shirzong, Pipa expressed some skepticism. "Are you certain this infiltration will succeed?" Naoya scoffed at the inquiry. "What do you know? I am the senior here. My plan is impeccable. Just follow my lead." Pipa felt momentarily silenced by Naoya's words. How infuriating that he, a seasoned executioner with thousands of missions under his belt, had to follow the orders of this rookie who had only completed one task. With no choice but to comply, Peepa agreed. The two selected a vulnerable earthen fort, and Peepa performed a hand seal to unleash a dense fog. Hidden mist technique. Following Peepa's technique, Naoya executed the summoning technique. At noon, the guarding ninja within the fort were munching on rations when one suddenly displayed a look of sheer horror. In broad daylight, fog has descended. An older ninja quickly deduced the situation. This is bad. It's the hidden mist technique. Ninjas from Kirigakure are invading. During the Second Shinobi World War, Kirigakure had previously launched a surprise attack on Awagakure via waterways. Hence, this ninja was well acquainted with their tactics. Quick, launch the signal flare. A ninja commanded. The ninja responsible for the signal flare swiftly retrieved one from his pack. However, his hand froze, and the flare fell to the ground. Oh no, the fog is toxic. By the time they realized, it was too late. The toxin from the mountain pepper fish, even diluted, was beyond the capacity of these Iwagakure ninjas to withstand. Soon, they succumbed and departed for the Pure Land. Subsequently, Naoya and Peepa Shirzong brazenly infiltrated the land of Earth. See, no one has noticed my infiltration. My plan is indeed remarkable. Peepa felt an inkling of unease but could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. She reluctantly echoed Naoya's sentiment. Very impressive. Their target for assassination was named Kurwashi Reef Village, a minister responsible for medicine in the land of Earth. According to intelligence, he was currently negotiating medical affairs in Awagakure, and Naoya's mission was to eliminate him on his way back, framing the act on Konohagakure. However, this meant Naoya did not need to enter Awagakure. Lying in wait outside the village would suffice, rendering the mission considerably safer. Yet for him, that was unacceptable. He still wished to pay respects to the second Tsuchikage. Thus, Naoya altered the original plan, opting to infiltrate Awagakure for a direct assassination of Kurwashi. Meanwhile, a group from Konohagakure had disguised themselves and infiltrated Awagakure days prior. After several days of searching, they discovered that Aburame Ryoma had integrated himself into the protective detail of a certain minister from the land of Earth. Given that this minister was engaged in crucial discussions within Awagakure, any action taken by the Konohagakure team could easily result in a significant diplomatic incident. Therefore, Kakashi and the others had no choice but to wait until the minister departed Awagakure before preparing to apprehend Aburame Ryoma. Chapter 41. Characteristic Stones. Awagakure was established amidst colossal rock walls, providing a formidable natural defense, making entry for foreign ninjas quite challenging. However, Naoya could fly, rendering the rock walls a mere triviality. Yet, as soon as they infiltrated Awagakure, their cover was compromised. Hey, you two ninjas over there, halt. A youthful voice called out, stopping Naoya and Peepa in their tracks. Turning around, Naoya saw a spirited young girl leaping from a nearby rooftop. Unfortunately, she slipped mid-jump and tumbled down. Naoya instinctively reached out, effortlessly catching the girl in his arms. Expecting to crash to the ground, she instead landed in a warm embrace, meeting Naoya's radiant smile as she opened her eyes. So handsome. Notification: Black Earth's affection level has risen to 20, granting the following rewards. Beginner affection reward. Shared strength with Black Earth, random ability, Earth release, rock fist technique, and one chance for a beginner lottery draw. Naoya's smile broadened. Akin to discovering a hidden treasure, this little girl was indeed easy to charm, or rather, easy to coax. He gently tousled her hair, expressing concern. Are you hurt, little sister? Black Earth's cheeks flushed instantly. No, big brother, I'm fine. This big brother is so handsome, with such fair skin and beautiful eyes. Black Earth gazed at Naoya, her thoughts wandering, her head nearly smoking with admiration. Suddenly, it seemed a realization dawned upon her. Wait, what was I here for? Hold on, big brother, no? You must be a suspicious person. Black Earth abruptly broke free from Naoya's arms, dramatically drawing a shuriken from her waist, taking up a defensive stance. Big brother, you're not from the village. Who are you, and what is your purpose in infiltrating our village? The atmosphere grew tense. Peepa Shirzong slowly reached for his execution blade behind him, but Naoya intervened, stopping him. Do not worry, little sister, we are not bad people. Naoya smiled, approaching Black Earth and calmly explaining. I am indeed not a ninja from this village. Strange ninjas took my sister away, and in search of her, I have ventured into the 5 great nations. So it's to find family. Black Earth gradually lowered her guard. Seizing the opportunity, Naoya retrieved the shuriken from her grasp. Children shouldn't play with such adult weapons. I'm not a child. My name is Black Earth, and I'm already a ninja trainee. Give me back my shuriken. Black Earth exclaimed, jumping up to reclaim it, but alas, she could not reach. Naoya lightly tapped her forehead. Are you jumping around in front of me hoping for a hug? That's not out of the question. Realizing he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts, Naoya quickly backtracked. I'm not. I'm already an adult. I don't need hugs. Is that so? Naoya elongated his tone, drawing Black Earth's attention. Seizing her moment of distraction, he swiftly lifted her into his arms. In that case, let us use a hug as a punishment for your earlier antics with the shuriken. I wouldn't mind this kind of punishment at all. Black Earth, nestled in Naoya's embrace, displayed an expression of enjoyment. No, of suffering. TCH. I could endure this level of punishment all day. Black Earth declared proudly. Wow, Black Earth is truly impressive. Naoya feigned astonishment. Since you're so capable, how about showing me around a Wagakure? Of course, no problem. Black Earth eagerly agreed. Pipa Shirzong followed suit. Naoya introduced, this is Pipa, he is my guide. Black Earth paused. Astonished. Pipa? Does anyone else have that name? Naoya chuckled. I was puzzled too, when I first hired him as a guide. I thought his name was a type of emergency food. Really? Emergency food? Black Earth burst into laughter. Bisho Shirzong, with a slight pout, muttered under his breath, how vexing. Those two disrespectful youngsters. The trio strolled leisurely through the streets of Awagakure, where Kuratsuchi introduced various customs of the village, often pretending to be a knowledgeable adult even when she herself was only partially informed. Before long, they arrived at a stall brimming with stones. Choose one. The proprietor of the gambling stones beckoned. Gambling stones? Naoya exclaimed in astonishment, surprised to discover such a thing existed in the world of Hokage. Kuratsuchi explained. This is a unique specialty of Awagakure. It is said that precious treasures lost in the wilderness become encased in stone after enduring the elements for ages. Only by removing the outer layer of dirt can one discern the contents within. Even the proprietor is unaware of what lies inside. Naoya's curiosity was piqued. That sounds intriguing. Should we buy one? Kuratsuchi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the stones on display. Naoya, sensing her eagerness, inquired, do you really want one? Kuratsuchi nodded vigorously, but soon regained her composure and added with some restraint. Well, not that I really want one. I'm just a bit curious because my grandfather never lets me buy these. He says they're all scams. He doesn't even have the ability to see through them. He knows nothing. After saying this, Kuratsuchi furtively glanced at Naoya, who happened to be looking down at her at that moment, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of red. Let us buy one. I don't understand this. So I'll let you pick it out, Kuratsuchi, Naoya suggested. Really? Kuratsuchi's face instantly lit up with joy. She leaned forward eagerly, examining the stones at the vendor's stall. Her eyes nearly glued to them. I want this one. No, wait, that one. After much deliberation, Kuratsuchi finally selected a stone that had a glimmer of gold peeking from one corner. She was convinced it must be something valuable, perhaps even gold. This esteemed ninja. It's 2,000 ryo, the vendor announced. Naoya's lips twitched. It was indeed quite expensive. No wonder Inoki forbade Kuratsuchi from purchasing these. Amidst the vendor's smug grin, Naoya handed over the hefty sum of 2,000 ryo. All right, would you prefer to open it now or take it home? Let us open it now, Naoya replied. Very well. Please proceed to the stone opening table, the vendor said, guiding them to a small stone table nearby. Under Kuratsuchi's watchful gaze, the vendor summoned a delicate swirl of chakra from his palm, meticulously peeling away the stone's outer layers. Naoya, observing this, curiously asked, are you a ninja as well? The vendor chuckled. Haha. Typically, only ninjas engage in this trade. Otherwise, one may easily incur injuries. He thought to himself, injuries from customers, to be precise. Chapter 42, The Wrath of Inoki. Layer after layer of the stone shell was stripped away, revealing the contents within. The exterior indeed shimmered with gold. Yet the opposite side was a stark contrast. What is this? It's merely a piece of broken tile. Kuratsuchi's face fell in utter disappointment. The fragment was exquisitely crafted, and based solely on the exposed corner, one could easily mistake it for gold. Kuratsuchi dared not look up at Naoya, feeling she had let him down. I'm so sorry, big brother. I've made you lose so much money for nothing. I promise I'll repay you. Naoya gently patted Kuratsuchi's back in consolation. Not at all. Regardless of what you've unearthed, I'm satisfied. As a gesture of goodwill, let me open one for you this time. With that, Naoya purchased another stone. Kuratsuchi's spirits lifted as her curiosity returned, eager to see what Naoya would uncover. However, this time, Naoya did not allow the vendor to open it. Instead, he held the stone in his palm and unleashed a breathtaking surge of chakra, which shattered the stone into dust. Kuratsuchi winced at the sight of the debris in Naoya's hand. Big brother, you were too forceful. You've crushed whatever was inside. Yet Naoya replied, it hasn't shattered. I found a treasure. As he opened his palm, a stunning bracelet appeared. Crafted from deep-sea blood coral from the land of water, a priceless gift. Naoya possessed many such gifts. Having previously sent Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu to a large jewelry store in the village, where he procured numerous exquisite items, one of which he had gifted to Konan. Kuratsuchi was no fool. She recognized that the bracelet was the very one Naoya had just conjured. Just as she was about to speak, Naoya silenced her. No refusals, all right? He personally adorned her wrist with the bracelet, declaring, "This bracelet is a testament to our friendship." Kuratsuchi gazed at the beautiful bracelet in her hand, feeling a mix of joy and melancholy. Just friendship? Naoya, noticing her expression, affectionately ruffled her hair. "If you wish to marry me, you'll have to wait until you grow up." Kuratsuchi's face brightened into a grin. "No takebacks, it's a promise." Ding! Kuratsuchi's affection level increased to 30. Soon, noon arrived. Kuratsuchi brought along Awagakure's specialty stone pancakes, 2 servings, no less. Naoya had purchased some side dishes, and he took Kuratsuchi to the large cliff of Awagakure, where they sat side by side to enjoy their meal. As for Bisho Shirzong, being an adult, he could fend for himself. Stone pancakes are made by heating stones and resemble flatbreads, though they contain minimal oil. Naoya had bought some marinated meat and vegetables to accompany the pancakes, creating a delightful flavor combination. Speaking of which, Kuratsuchi, why did you bring 2 servings of food? Kuratsuchi opened her mouth, feeling that the answer was on the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't recall. "Oh well, if I can't remember, it's probably not important. Let us just enjoy the food." Wow, the stone pancakes with marinated meat are unexpectedly delicious. Not far off, an elderly man was glaring intently at the 2 seated on the cliff, his whiskers trembling with every labored breath. At that moment, an umbu from Awagakure appeared behind Inoki, respectfully presenting a scroll. "Lord 3rd Tsuchikage, we uncovered the identity of that boy. His name is Kobayashi Naoya, a disciple of Hanzo of the Salamander from Amagakure. His companion is an S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, the former wielder of the 7 ninja swordsman's beheading blade." As he spoke, the umbu handed the scroll containing information about Naoya and Bisho Shirzong to Inoki. Upon receiving the scroll, Inoki read it carefully, then angrily discarded it at his feet, muttering vehemently, "A disciple of Hanzo, is it? At such a tender age, he dares to come to Awagakure and abduct my granddaughter. Let us see how I will deal with him." With that, Inoki soared into the air, employing the light heavy stone technique to swiftly approach Naoya. At that moment, Naoya was happily sharing food with Kuratsuchi. "Kuratsuchi, are you free tonight? I'd like to come over to do something." "Big brother Naoya, that was rather sudden." Kuratsuchi's face flushed crimson at the unexpected implication. Ding! Kuratsuchi's affection level increased to 40, granting her a mid-level affection reward, sharing abilities with Kuratsuchi 23. Acquiring a random ability, the Wagakure Taijutsu, and 1 mid-level lottery draw. Kuratsuchi, blushing, nestled closer to Naoya, her voice barely above a whisper, "I am free. Big brother Naoya can do whatever he wants." Just then, Inoki, who had drawn closer, overheard this exchange, and his beard bristled with fury. "Beast! Beast!" In a fit of rage, Inoki conjured a conical dust release technique and unleashed it towards Naoya without hesitation. In a moment of sheer terror, Jizai felt his spirit soar as he grasped Kuratsuchi tightly and ascended into the sky. Upon glancing back after his ascent, he observed that the very spot he had just occupied was now reduced to nothingness by dust release. Before he could catch his breath, another wave of dust release surged towards him. With Kuratsuchi in his arms, Jizai's speed was hindered, and he was unable to evade the attack, resulting in a glancing blow to his leg by Inoki's dust technique. Fortunately, his paper jutsu provided some assistance. Otherwise, he would have suffered a grievous injury. This incident ignited a surge of anger within Jizai. "Old potato, are you serious?" Inoki, who had merely intended to outline the attack given the possibility that Jizai might become family, was taken aback by Jizai's apparent lack of combat prowess when the boy inadvertently collided with the dust technique. Initially startled, Inoki's temper flared upon realizing that Jizai was relatively unharmed. "You little brat, what did you just call me?" he exclaimed, fuming. Jizai, undeterred, gently set Kuratsuchi down and prepared to face Inoki, who scrutinized him as he ensured Kuratsuchi was settled. With concern etched on her face, Kuratsuchi warned, "Brother, Grandpa has a terrible temper. If you can't win, you must plead for mercy." Jizai smiled reassuringly, ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, I will spare your grandfather's life." He then placed a gentle kiss on Kuratsuchi's cheek, igniting Inoki's fury anew. In the next instant, as Jizai soared into the air, a colossal cylindrical dust technique swept towards him. Super Ultimate Dust Release, World Separation Technique. Fortunately, Jizai's speed was remarkable, with a powerful flap of his wings. He ascended effortlessly into the clouds, evading Inoki's attack. Jizai's mastery of paper jutsu had already surpassed Konan's. Bolstered by his Uzumaki lineage, he possessed an abundance of chakra, allowing him to wield it without restraint. His paper jutsu manifested in grandiose forms, with angelic wings spanning nearly 12 meters. A gentle flap propelled him skyward, rendering Inoki's dust techniques futile as they swept through the air without striking him. As Inoki's chakra began to wane, he struggled for breath. Recognizing this as his moment to counterattack, Jizai declared, Paper Jutsu, Angel's Descent, Thousand Swords Unleashed. An array of razor-sharp paper swords descended like a torrential downpour upon Inoki. Inoki's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily employed the stone hand technique to shield himself from the onslaught. Countless paper swords pierced through the rocky palm, leaving it riddled with wounds. He was compelled to continuously replenish his chakra to bolster his defenses, and at one point, a paper sword grazed his abdomen. A near miss due to his shorter stature. Had he been as tall as Teru, he would have been skewered. The fierce clash between Jizai and Inoki drew the attention of numerous rock shinobi. Unfamiliar with Jizai's identity, they recognized Inoki as the Tsuchikage, and thus felt compelled to support him. Among them was a slightly chubby youth named Akatsuki, who was one of the few in the village proficient in both light and heavy rock techniques. He was the first to soar into the fray, launching an attack at Jizai with the stone hand technique. Inoki, unable to intervene in time, watched as Jizai swiftly executed the paper dragon technique, sending Akatsuki flying. Alarmed, Inoki disregarded his chakra expenditure and unleashed a massive dust release, obliterating everything in its path, including Jizai's paper dragon. It was evident that Jizai was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. He could only rely on his agility to evade Inoki's relentless assaults. Meanwhile, the rock shinobi below quickly regrouped, and under the command of Teru, they unleashed various ranged ninjutsu, such as the rock shuriken technique and rock rain technique, to confine Jizai's movement and assist Inoki. Kuratsuchi, witnessing her brother Jizai dodging the onslaught of attacks, became increasingly anxious for his safety. Fearful that a stray dust technique might strike him, she resolved to devise a way to assist him. Spotting her father Teru commanding the rock shinobi, an idea struck her. Stop! Everyone, cease fire! Kuratsuchi exclaimed as she dashed to the front of the formation. You've all misunderstood. Jizai is grandfather's grandson-in-law. Grandpa is merely testing him. What? The rock shinobi halted their assault, exchanging bewildered glances as they processed Kuratsuchi's unexpected revelation. They recalled the last time they heard such shocking news. Teru felt as though his mind was racing. He glanced between the old man in the sky, his small daughter, and the elevated Jizai. His gaze shifted among them, contemplating the implications. The youth appeared undeniably young, yet he managed to hold his own against the elder, showcasing extraordinary talent. However, the situation remained hard to believe. With a serious demeanor, Teru placed his hands on Kuratsuchi's shoulders, earnestly confirming, Are you certain that your grandfather said that? Kuratsuchi's eyes flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. Affirming with conviction, Yes, that's exactly what he said. Teru fell silent, gesturing for the rock shinobi to halt their attacks. Meanwhile, Inoki continued his fierce battle with Jizai, oblivious to the cessation of the assault from below. This unexpected turn of events intensified the pressure on Inoki. To maintain his advantage, Inoki relentlessly tapped into his chakra reserves, unleashing a barrage of dust techniques to suppress Jizai. Yet, Jizai found himself unable to counter the relentless dust assaults and was forced into evasive maneuvers. With the enhancement from his Uzumaki lineage, he believed that as long as he could prolong the confrontation, Inoki would ultimately be unable to match him. As Jizai anticipated, Inoki's chakra reserves dwindled rapidly. However, contrary to Jizai's expectations, rather than easing his attacks, Inoki increased the frequency of his dust techniques. A seasoned combatant, Inoki understood that he must vanquish Jizai in one decisive strike. Allowing the battle to drag on would only tilt the odds against him. Initially, Inoki had assumed that Jizai's youth would limit his chakra capacity. He believed that if he continued to pursue and assault him, he could quickly exhaust Jizai's reserves. Yet, to his astonishment, the boy's chakra exceeded his own. When Inoki had only 20% of his chakra remaining, Jizai remained unfazed. As Inoki grew increasingly anxious, he realized that Jizai's chakra was far superior to his own. Under such circumstances, it was clear that a prolonged battle would not yield victory. He had no choice but to unleash his full power and take a gamble for success. Inoki unleashed a torrent of dust techniques, recklessly directing them towards Jizai. Despite the intense pressure from Inoki's full frontal assault, Jizai remained composed. Although his speed was remarkable, he could not entirely evade the barrage of dust techniques and sustained injuries. He was unconcerned about losing an arm or a leg, as he could utilize paper jutsu for repairs. However, he feared the consequences of being completely disintegrated by a dust technique. Should he be entirely dismantled, it would spell his end. Is this it? If so, then let us proceed. In the realm of dustless illusions, as he soared through the air, Naoya's form abruptly vanished without a trace. Demon, struck by shock, halted mid-action, murmuring teacher under his breath. In the next instant, Naoya reappeared behind Demon. Down you go, old potato, he declared, delivering a formidable kick derived from the Earth-style's black soil rock fist, which landed squarely on Demon's lower back. A crack echoed, followed by a pained cry as Demon plummeted toward the ground. Chapter 44. The Inheritance of the Fourth Tsuchikage. Under the watchful eyes of many, Naoya achieved the remarkable feat of defeating the third Tsuchikage. Naturally, he refrained from pursuing further victory, for Demon was Black Soil's grandfather, and his transgressions did not warrant death. Black Soil, remember to wait for me tonight, he called, before soaring away, leaving behind a flustered Black Soil and a disheveled Demon, clutching his aching back. Father, are you all right? Huangtu approached with concern, only to be swatted away by Demon. Humph, ensure that Black Soil is guarded tonight. Capture that boy the moment he appears, and bring him in alive. Also, apprehend his companion. Swiftly, the ninjas of Awakens sprang into action, all too aware of Demon's humiliation at the hands of his granddaughter's husband and his subsequent wrathful intent to teach him a lesson using his power. Surprisingly, Demon did not attempt to quell such rumors. Upon returning home, Demon began to delve into historical records, focusing particularly on documents related to the second Tsuchikage. That technique from today, there's no mistaking it. It was teacher's dustless illusion, a technique I cannot master, indicating that boy must have a profound connection to teacher, be it through bloodline or as an external disciple. No, the ages do not align. Could he be a disciple of a different generation? As Demon sifted through various materials, he stumbled upon some intriguing evidence. For instance, the second Tsuchikage had frequently battled the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and once sustained severe injuries, leading to several months of recovery outside the village. Was it possible that during that time, teacher left behind a bloodline? Additionally, there was a record of the second Tsuchikage encountering an exceptionally talented child abroad, whom he regrettably could not bring back due to the war between their nations. Could it be that teacher secretly imparted his techniques to that child, and that Naoya is a descendant of him? The more Demon contemplated, the more convoluted his thoughts became, as he found numerous potential pieces of evidence to support his hypothesis, yet none that were conclusive. At that moment, he yearned for the second Tsuchikage to return and reveal the truth, relieving him of his inner turmoil. Demon felt weary. Despite his advanced years, Iwagakure had yet to produce a worthy successor. Huangtu had a modicum of strength, but lacked the decisiveness necessary for the role of Tsuchikage. As for the others, no satisfactory successors remained in Awakens. He considered Hanzo as a potential successor, whose strength and accomplishments were marginally sufficient. Yet, Demon was reluctant. Hanzo's power stemmed from the tailed beasts, and he was not of the Tsuchikage lineage. The first Tsuchikage quelled the chaos and founded Awakens. The second Tsuchikage was his disciple, and Demon was the disciple of the second. This was the lineage of the Tsuchikage, and Hanzo did not belong to this succession line. Conversely, if Naoya truly were a descendant of Teacher's bloodline or a disciple, his prowess would indeed qualify him as a candidate for Tsuchikage. Though Naoya had never lived in Awakens or accomplished any notable feats, achievements and prestige could be fabricated, particularly since he had a connection with Black Soil. No, such thoughts were futile. Hanzo would never agree to this. Demon shook his head, dismissing his fanciful notions. He had been overly naive, forgetting that Naoya was still a disciple of Hanzo, who would never release such a gifted student. Alas, why was such a disciple not Demon's? With a heavy sigh, Demon suddenly recalled something. He had recently taken on a promising disciple, albeit one with certain personality issues. Oh no, I completely forgot about Deidara. At that moment, in a stone pillar confinement far from the residential area of Awagakure, Deidara felt he was on the brink of starvation. Not long ago, he had inadvertently destroyed a villager's home while experimenting with explosives, resulting in Demon confining him. Each day, Black Soil brought him his meals, but for reasons unknown. She had failed to come that morning, noon, and now afternoon. Deidara had gone an entire day without food or water. Damn it, I'm so hungry. When I get out, I must invent an edible explosive, so I'll never go hungry again, he mused. Little did Naoya know that his actions had inadvertently led Deidara down a misguided path, steering him toward the realm of bizarre inventions. Meanwhile, Kiba Shizuku was cautiously concealing his presence. With Naoya on the run, half of Awagakure was in pursuit of him. He transformed into a stone, hiding atop a household roof. Unfortunately, he was soon discovered. Capture him, he is here. Before long, Kiba Shizuku found himself encircled. Earth-style, groundquake. Kiba lost consciousness. Take him back for interrogation, but do no harm. Soon, night fell. Outside Black Soil's chamber, a web of traps lay in wait, anticipating Naoya's arrival. Demon was also lying in ambush, fully prepared to capture that insufferable boy who dared to brazenly abduct his granddaughter. In the dead of night, moonlight cascaded upon Demon, bestowing a chill upon the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and to Demon's astonishment, a massive salamander erupted from the earth, indiscriminately spewing a torrent of toxic mist into the village's residential area. In the next moment, a series of explosions rang out, followed by flames and cries of alarm. This boy means business, Demon thought, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. He had never anticipated that Naoya would resort to such extreme measures to slaughter innocents. Was he attempting to ignite a war among the ninja world? Heavens, what manner of beast is that? Oh no, our village. Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do? Demon was roused from his thoughts by his subordinates. He could no longer ponder Naoya's intentions. The village was under attack, and as Tsuchikage, he had to immediately rise to defend it. Regardless of the identity or background of those who dared to destroy the village, he would eradicate them with all his might. With that, Demon soared into the air, followed by countless Awagakure ninjas, hastening toward the residential area. After Demon departed, the number of ninjas outside Black Soil's room dwindled significantly, as most had followed Demon to confront the salamander. In the next instant, Naoya descended from the sky, employing dustless illusion, striding boldly into Black Soil's chamber. Come on, Black Soil, I'm here to take you away. Ah, Naoya and I, you really came. Black Soil exclaimed, brimming with joy. What of grandfather? Heh, that foolish old potato was easily deceived by my mirage. Let us go. Chapter 45. Honoring the ancestors of the Tsuchikage. On their way, Black Soil noticed that Naoya was holding a bouquet of flowers and some pastries. Naoya and I, are those flowers for me? Naoya chuckled. Not quite. These flowers are meant for honoring the ancestors of Awagakure. Honoring the ancestors. Indeed, Black Soil. Do you know of the resting place of the past Tsuchikage? Black Soil nodded. Understood. Is it true that the predecessors you mentioned, Brother Naoya, are the second and first Tsuchikage? How astute of you. Please lead the way. As they journeyed, Akatsuki fortuitously encountered the mackerel fish wreaking havoc upon the village, and her anxiety surged. This is terrible. Someone is vandalizing the village. We must hurry to stop them. Naoya swiftly intercepted Akatsuki, smiling as he explained, Fear not, Akatsuki. This is merely a mirage conjured by my chakra in collaboration with moonlight. Its true form lies outside the village. Listen closely. Aside from the panicked shouts, do you hear any cries of despair? Upon listening intently, Akatsuki indeed discerned nothing but the frantic exclamations of the populace, devoid of any sounds of suffering. I see now. I knew you wouldn't harm the village, brother. Let's proceed. With Akatsuki guiding him, Naoya soon arrived at the graves of the second and first Tsuchikage. He reverently arranged flowers and pastries, then solemnly paid his respects. Skillfully, he produced 2 shovels, one for himself and one for Akatsuki. Let us dig. Akatsuki hesitated. Brother Naoya, why must we disturb the graves of the former Tsuchikage? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? Naoya affectionately ruffled her hair, explaining, I possess a technique that can resurrect the deceased, provided there are remains. I believe the former Tsuchikage would be overjoyed to return to life. Akatsuki was astounded by such a wondrous technique. She recalled how her grandfather often missed his mentor. The second Tsuchikage. If we could bring him back, my grandfather would surely be delighted. Perhaps then he would agree to my relationship with Brother Naoya. Filled with renewed vigor at the thought, Akatsuki began to wield her shovel with gusto, soon unearthing a great pit that revealed the second Tsuchikage's coffin. With a mighty swing, enhanced by chakra, she sent the coffin lid flying. Inside, the decayed remains were laid bare. Brother Naoya, quickly gather the remains of the second Tsuchikage. I will excavate the first Tsuchikage's grave. With that, Akatsuki moved to the adjacent tomb, shovel in hand. Naoya affectionately patted her head. Akatsuki, you are so diligent. Meanwhile, Inoki arrived before the mackerel fish, quickly discerning that it was merely an illusion. The true mackerel fish was nowhere in sight. The earlier explosions and flames were merely a result of explosive tags, causing no real damage to the village aside from the panic among the civilians and some structural harm. Cursed trickery, Inoki exclaimed, hastily returning to Kuratsuchi's home, only to find her absent. How cunning this little rascal is. He fumed, slamming his fist upon the table. Yet, in truth, Inoki harbored no real anger. Upon realizing that Naoya had not truly harmed the village, he felt a sense of relief. This indicated that Naoya held some affection for Awakens and did not harbor hostility. This notion reignited Inoki's plan to integrate Naoya into Awakens. If Kobayashi Naoya is indeed a descendant or disciple of my master, then his union with Kuratsuchi would strengthen our ties. If he were to achieve great deeds for the village, he could compete for the position of the fourth Tsuchikage. Given his current prowess, defeating other contenders would pose no challenge. Once he becomes the fourth Tsuchikage, Iwagakure would surely flourish, and their offspring could aspire to inherit the position of fifth Tsuchikage. The more Inoki contemplated, the brighter the prospects appeared. Thus, he surmised that the only obstacle was Hanzo of the Salamander. He pondered whether to take matters into his own hands to eliminate Hanzo, but his dust release technique was too conspicuous. Should he act, it would undoubtedly reveal his identity and likely provoke Naoya's distaste. Hence, it would be prudent to hire someone else for the task. Who to hire, though? He had heard whispers of a formidable rogue ninja organization recently. Just then, Kuratsuchi bounced back into the room, her cheeks flushed. Inoki, noticing her rosy complexion, surmised something was amiss and grunted in annoyance. Where have you been? He inquired. Just working, Kuratsuchi stammered. Working? Inoki immediately recognized her deception. What work could be accomplished in the dead of night? Why is your face so red? I got flushed from working hard, she replied, her excuse flimsy. Inoki's irritation deepened. His usually obedient granddaughter had concocted a rather elaborate lie. So, where exactly did you go? I went with brother Naoya to pay respects to the first and second Tsuchikage. What? Inoki exclaimed, rising in surprise. That brat truly went to pay respects. Kuratsuchi nodded earnestly. Brother Naoya showed great respect for both Tsuchikage and brought many offerings. His reverence during the ceremony was sincere. Inoki's delight was palpable. I never imagined he would go to such lengths merely to honor the former Tsuchikage. Could it be that he is truly the descendant of my master? He pressed further. Did he mention anything else? Kuratsuchi recalled Naoya's words about resurrecting the second Tsuchikage as a surprise for her grandfather, though he had cautioned her to keep it a secret. Brother Naoya said he would give you a surprise in a few days. Inoki's excitement grew. He paced back and forth, unable to contain himself, eventually deciding to visit the graves of the two Tsuchikage. Upon arrival, he found the site had already been restored by Naoya, adorned with flowers and pastries. Solidifying his belief that his suspicions were correct, this boy was indeed a disciple or descendant of his master. Meanwhile, Naoya summoned the ghostly Gizuki to infiltrate the prison and rescue PP Shizu. Simultaneously, Kakashi's team from Konoha remained concealed within Iwagakure. The skirmish earlier that day had heightened the vigilance of Awagakure's shinobi, rendering them more alert and cautious. Fearing exposure and misunderstanding, Kakashi and his team refrained from revealing themselves, hiding in an inn while observing the movements of a certain minister through the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Chapter 46. Framing Konoha isn't so difficult. What on earth is going on with Inoki? Can he not handle such a trivial matter? Inside the consulate, the minister of the land of Earth, from the village of Blackstone Reef, expressed his dissatisfaction, criticizing Inoki's actions. The minister of Blackstone Reef oversaw the management and sale of medical supplies, equipment, and nutrients, rather than being a doctor. During the Third Shinobi World War, Awagakure engaged in extensive battles with Konoha and Kumogakure, with the conflict against Kumogakure nearly threatening the capital. At that time, the daimyo of the land of Earth, fearing invasion by the land of lightning, forged numerous agreements with Awagakure to protect the territory, including the provision of substantial medical supplies to support the village's war efforts. However, following the war's conclusion, these agreements remained in effect, with Inoki justifying them as a precaution against sudden conflict. Yet, years had passed since the war, and the shinobi world appeared peaceful, showing no signs of impending warfare. It must be noted that those supplies were not without cost. The daimyo of the land of Earth could no longer tolerate the situation and dispatched the minister from Blackstone Reef to Awagakure to annul the agreements. However, given Inoki's character, it was inconceivable that he would easily acquiesce to the abrogation of the agreement. Consequently, the villagers of Korwashi Reef found themselves at an impasse with Inoki. Just a few days prior, they had managed to uncover a flaw in Inoki's stance, poised to exploit this weakness to compel him to relent. Yet, at that critical moment, Chizai inexplicably appeared, leading to a cascade of unforeseen events. Today, Inoki had the audacity to refuse a meeting under the pretext of guarding against foreign ninja incursions, rendering all of Korwashi Reef's prior efforts utterly futile. Who could blame them for their ire? With no recourse to force a confrontation, the villagers of Korwashi Reef resigned themselves to meandering through the village in search of distraction. You needn't accompany me. Marlin alone suffices for my protection. In terms of personal safety, Korwashi Reef felt assured, for he was within the confines of Awakens, confident that Inoki would be too astute to orchestrate an assassination within the village. Moreover, he had unexpectedly recruited a formidable ally. Marlin, a stoic ninja, possessed an unexpectedly reliable skill set. Even the previous guards he had trained could not best him. Korwashi Reef estimated Marlin's prowess to be at least that of a jonin, if not an elite jonin. As he ambled through the streets of Awakens, Korwashi Reef noted the stark contrast in prosperity compared to the capital. This vast village lacked even a single respectable geisha. His disappointment deepened with each passing moment until he stumbled upon a stone gambling stall. Gambling stones, how fortuitous. Today shall be my day of luck. With that thought, he strode toward the stall, gesturing expansively as he declared his intent to purchase. The stall owner's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a substantial sale. Soon, the commotion attracted onlookers, including Chizai and Pipa Juzo, who blended into the crowd. Pipa Juzo, pay attention. I shall demonstrate the art of assassination just once. Be bold yet meticulous. When I signal, obstruct that guard and heed my subsequent actions. Thus, Chizai donned a cat-faced mask and made his way toward Korwashi Reef. Among the bystanders, 5 or 6 were drawn in by the spectacle of Korwashi Reef's stone gambling. Yet Chizai's presence was strikingly conspicuous. Everyone else was unmasked, while he alone wore a disguise. Marlin instinctively took a step back upon recognizing Chizai's mask. A familiar emblem of the Leaf's umbu, a mask Chizai had pilfered from Yuyuki's face. Marlin, known as Oil Girl Ryoma, had learned from Danzo of the Hokage's intent to sacrifice him, prompting his escape to the land of Earth under Danzo's guise, infiltrating as part of Korwashi Reef's retinue. Upon seeing Chizai's mask, he instinctively thought the umbu had come to apprehend him. Initially intent on fleeing, he recalled that they were in Awakens, where the Leaf's umbu would likely not be brazen enough to act so openly. Amidst his confusion, Chizai approached, suddenly bellowing, "Byakugan, activate!" To the astonishment of all present, a pair of pure white eyes emerged from beneath the mask. 8 trigrams air palm. Chizai unleashed a palm strike toward Oil Girl Ryoma. Recognizing the imminent threat, Ryoma turned to flee. It was evident that Chizai was indeed a member of the Leaf's umbu, a Hyuga clan member, undoubtedly there to capture him. Faced with such a perilous situation, retreat was his only option. As he fled, he believed he was escaping a true threat, unaware that Chizai had merely mimicked an ordinary strike, infusing it with chakra for effect. The mere display of Byakugan had instilled enough fear in Ryoma to ensure his flight. Chizai had tasked Pipa Juzo with obstructing Ryoma, initially interpreting it as a directive to prevent him from aiding Korwashi Reef. However, the reality was that Ryoma had no intention of coming to Korwashi Reef's aid. He had fled on his own accord. Should he still attempt to intervene? After a moment's contemplation, Pipa Juzo resolved to block him regardless. Having observed Chizai's unpredictable methods over their time as partners, he knew that adhering to logic might lead to error. Thus, he positioned himself to intercept Oil Girl Ryoma. In contrast to Chizai, Pipa Juzo appeared more professional, having employed a transformation technique to completely disguise his appearance, leaving behind his signature weapon. He bore no overt symbols of the leaf, yet his attire closely resembled that of the Land of Fire, making it easier for others to believe he was a leaf ninja. Chizai regarded Pipa Juzo's approach with disdain. The novice had failed even at the simplest task of framing another. To Chizai, it was no trouble to implicate the leaf. He seized Korwashi Reef by the throat and proclaimed loudly, "Korwashi Reef, Lord Danzo has sent me to inform you of the consequences of your transgressions." At that moment, Iwa Nin swiftly approached, but alas, it was too late. Chizai roared, "Reversal of heaven." In an instant, swirling chakra disintegrated the minister from the land of Earth into fragments. This was not the true reversal of heaven. Rather, it was Chizai's imitation using an abundance of chakra to simulate the technique. Although it bore a resemblance, its practical value was negligible. Nonetheless, it sufficed to eliminate an ordinary person. After dispatching his target, Chizai prepared to flee, only to find Pipa Juzo entangled in a fierce struggle with the guard. Pathetic, Chizai scoffed. The so-called executioner's blade was no match for a mere guard. As he lamented this, he recognized the need for a swift resolution without revealing too many of his techniques. He exploded with chakra. Appearing beside the guard, and executing a sealing jutsu on his abdomen. 8 trigram sealing. Ryoma found himself unable to mobilize his chakra. Pipa Juzo raised his weapon, prepared to strike, but Chizai halted him. Wait, let him be for now. This guard's strength is marginally useful to me. Pipa Juzo grasped the implication of Chizai's words. With Ryoma in tow, the pair quickly vacated the scene. Behind them, pursuing IW and Nin closed in, yet they remained unfazed. They ducked into an inn, swiftly finding a room to shed their disguises, stowing Ryoma in a sack beneath the bed. Their mission was accomplished. Even if IWA Nin burst in, it would not matter, for they had transformed into Kobayashi Chizai and Pipa Juzo, while the true killer was the Byakugan. Inevitably, they would bear no culpability. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. It's a misunderstanding. We are not the killers. This is all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Inoki received word of the assassination attempt on Korwashi Reef, his fury palpable. The timing of such an attack was akin to a misfortune, a calamity of epic proportions. Yet, his ire soon turned to delight. The perpetrator was identified as the Byakugan, witnessed by many, clearly the handiwork of Danzo from the Leaf, who thrived in the shadows of such nefarious deeds. Yet, what brought him the greatest joy was the fact that the assailants had been captured, members of the Leaf's Umbu, from the Hyuga clan, and the illustrious son of the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, Hatake Kakashi. In this present moment, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, it signifies that Oyaki need not bear the blame for the assassination of the Earth Country's minister. Rather, he could extort a considerable sum from Konoha, a notion that undoubtedly brings him joy. Although he remains perplexed as to why Danzo would orchestrate the assassination of the minister from the Blackstone Reef village, it is undeniable that Danzo has inadvertently rendered him significant assistance this time. Kakashi Hatake is lamenting the misfortunes that have plagued his life. His father's blade has been taken from him, his dear friend's eyes have been stolen, and even his comrades have been wrested away. The Konoha hospital provided him with a new eye, yet before his wounds had even healed properly, he was dispatched on a mission to the Earth Country. However, before they could commence their task, they were ensnared by a trap. Their assignment was to apprehend the Oil Clan's Ryoma, not to assassinate the minister. Moreover, they had yet to initiate their mission. Due to concerns over potential misunderstandings between the two nations, Kakashi's team had opted for covert observation rather than overt action, taking residence in a nearby and while keeping a vigilant watch over their target with the Byakugan. Yet, the limitations of the Byakugan's range became apparent when their target ventured out for a stroll, temporarily eluding their sight. Furthermore, with Awagakure under strict surveillance lately, Kakashi refrained from sending anyone to follow the target. This resulted in Kakashi and his companions being entirely unaware of the minister's assassination, and by sheer coincidence, the duo of Naoya and his associate also sought refuge in the same inn, with the IWA ninja pursuit team close behind. Upon witnessing the commotion outside, Kakashi stepped out to investigate, only to be apprehended by the IWA pursuers, who subsequently captured all 4 members of the Hyuga clan, solidifying their involvement in the assassination of the Earth Country's minister. Naoya, oblivious to someone taking the fall for him, had successfully retreated and found a secluded spot to prepare for the reanimation ritual of Ryoma. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, ninja art, reanimation technique. The cries of anguish ceased, the ashes dispersed, and a ninja shrouded in bandages materialized before Naoya. It was the second Tsuchikage, Mu. Naoya possessed the reanimation materials of both the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and the second, Mu, and his choice of Mu was primarily driven by his desire to learn the dust release technique. This was not a matter of shame. Naoya coveted the dust release of Awagakure, wishing to claim it as his own. The reason was simple: dust release was exceedingly powerful. Naoya even believed it to be superior to wood release. Wood release was merely a basic bloodline limit formed from a combination of water and earth, and its prowess in the original narrative stemmed from its user, Hashirama Senju. The strength lay in Hashirama, not in wood release itself, a fact evident from Yamado's performance. With Hashirama's chakra, one could only wonder how devastating the effect would be if, during the release of the true Thousand Hands, instead of fists, it was dust release that was unleashed. Would Madara's Susanoo withstand a single blow? In any case, Senior Mu, I implore you to teach me dust release. Naoya earnestly requested. No, the unfamiliar ninja replied. I do not understand your motives for summoning me from the Pure Land, but I suspect they are far from benevolent. Dust release is a vital asset of Awagakure. Thus, I cannot comply. Mu's refusal came as no surprise to Naoya. He had anticipated such a response. He intended to sway Mu with sincerity. Senior Mu, perhaps you are unaware, but just moments ago, I saved the lives of 100,000 citizens of Awakens. Therefore, you should reward me with the teachings of dust release. Mu was taken aback. You saved hundreds of thousands? If that is indeed the case, I could grant you the secrets of dust release, but I am curious as to how you achieved such a feat. Naoya smiled and replied. The reanimated ninja do not perish. Their chakra is limitless. Thus, when you previously denied me the opportunity to learn dust release, I resolved to manipulate you into attacking Awakens with dust release until 100,000 lives were lost. However, upon hearing your intent to teach me, I reconsidered and abandoned that thought. Would you not agree that I have saved those lives? Mu's finger trembled as he pointed at Naoya, only to realize with horror that his body was no longer under his control, and he was compelled to unleash the light-heavy rock technique toward Awakens. Stop. I agree. I shall teach you dust release. Chapter 48. Naoya, do not. Mu acquiesced to instruct Naoya in dust release. For Awakens, dust release held great significance. Yet it paled in comparison to the lives of 100,000 citizens. Without dust release, Awakens would still remain. But a loss of that many lives would spell its imminent collapse. Mu could not fathom the horror of being manipulated to slaughter his own comrades in the village. Should such an atrocity occur, his soul would never find peace. Hence, he yielded, agreeing to Naoya's request, while also considering the difficulty of mastering dust release. The most crucial requirement was an exceptionally high level of chakra control. Ideally, one would need to achieve atomic-level chakra control, allowing for an effortless mastery of dust release once the principles were understood. A slightly lesser degree would permit the ability to influence atoms through chakra, which would require considerable effort but could ultimately be learned. However, if one's chakra control could not reach atomic levels, regrettably, no amount of effort would suffice to master dust release. As Mu assessed Naoya's youthful age, he surmised that it was unlikely he possessed strong chakra control. Mu had already devised a plan. He would teach with utmost sincerity to avoid provoking Naoya, but if Naoya failed to learn, it would be no fault of his own. Dust release resulted from the fusion of wind, fire, and earth chakra natures, with a ratio of 2:3:3. Wind provided the characteristics of flow and expansion. Fire supplied the essential energy, and earth contributed the gravitational pull and transformation. The combination of these three chakra types could directly disrupt matter at the atomic level, culminating in the manifestation of dust release. This could not be succinctly explained, so to prevent Naoya from becoming frustrated if he struggled to learn, Mu directly demonstrated the training methods for dust release. Gradually, he formed a conical dust release model in his palm for Naoya to observe and learn from. Naoya meticulously studied the process of dust release formation from inception to completion. The 2:3:3 chakra ratio, along with the properties of flow, expansion, energy, and gravity, were all taken into consideration. Following Mu's example, Naoya endeavored to merge his own dust release. Dust release, dissolution technique. A brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings, and in the next moment, it swept forth, obliterating the stone pillars standing in the distant desert. Mu stared, dumbfounded, at the dust release in Naoya's hands, his expression turning bittersweet and complex. Naoya, elated, patted Mu's shoulder. Senior Mu, no, Mu-sensei, your teaching skills are quite remarkable. I hereby declare that you have earned the precious privilege of freedom. Aside from my summons, you may freely wield this body. Of course, you must not reveal your identity or divulge my secrets. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Mu fell silent for a moment, then regarded Naoya. May I visit the village? Of course, Naoya replied readily. Remember what I said. Do not disclose your identity or my secrets. Mu nodded. I understand. Then, under the cover of night, Mu took to the skies and entered Awakens. Naoya paid him no mind. He was quite forgiving of his teacher, as he had several mentors, including Konan, Hanzo, Yahiko, and now Mu. Well, it seemed he had a rather abundant number of teachers. Nonetheless, that was a virtue, for having many teachers signified good character and extensive connections. Everyone vied to be his mentor. After mastering the art of dust release, he found himself with little to occupy his time in the rock-hidden village. Tomorrow, he would bid farewell to Akatsuki before delivering a minor yet impactful demonstration of dust release to Inoki. Meanwhile, Mu had already infiltrated the rock-hidden village. The village remained largely unchanged, reminiscent of his life before, though the population seemed to have significantly increased, indicating that Inoki's governance over the years had been quite effective. Having experienced death and resurrection, Mu felt a profound sense of disconnection, akin to being in a different world. He longed to see his former disciples, but was apprehensive about revealing his identity, so he refrained from acting impulsively. He wandered into a shop, ordered some food, and listened to the conversations around him. Although the body created by the impure world reincarnation could not digest food, Mu had no genuine desire to eat. He merely savored the experience. Suddenly, he overheard snippets of information about Naoya from a nearby table. He became attentive, straining to hear more. Did you hear that the third Hokage's granddaughter's husband came out of nowhere? So powerful? I've never heard of him before. And the third Hokage's granddaughter is so young. Yet she has a husband already? You see, this is the nature of marriages among prominent families. I suspect that young man might have been secretly nurtured by the third Hokage. To defeat the third Hokage at such a young age, he must be exceptional. I think that Tsuchikage let him win. As Mu listened, his brow furrowed deeper. The descriptions of the boy led him to conclude that they were indeed speaking of the one who had resurrected him, Kobayashi Naoya. However, according to their claims, Kobayashi Naoya was the husband of Inoki's granddaughter. What could this mean? If what they said was true, why would Kobayashi Naoya threaten him with the destruction of the rock-hidden village and the death of 100,000 people? Mu's frown deepened as he pondered the implications. Just then, the shopkeeper approached him. We're closing soon. Please settle your bill. Mu reached into his pocket, never expecting that as the illustrious second Tsuchikage, he would find himself dining and dashing. The following morning, Naoya stealthily entered the rock-hidden village and made his way to Akatsuki's room. To his surprise, there were no defenses surrounding Akatsuki's quarters, making his infiltration remarkably smooth. At that moment, Akatsuki was still asleep, clutching a pillow, drooling slightly as she mumbled, Naoya, you're so bad. Naoya chuckled and pinched Akatsuki's nose. In an instant, Akatsuki's face turned crimson, and she gasped, Naoya, I can't breathe. Suddenly, when her patience reached its limit, she jolted awake to find Naoya grinning at her from beside the bed. Eep! Akatsuki squeaked, bashfully retreating under her blanket. Naoya, you're so naughty. Did you hear something just now? Naoya leaned closer, teasing, I didn't hear a thing. Akatsuki sighed in relief. But then she recalled her earlier words, Naoya, don't. Instantly, her demeanor shifted. Naoya, don't say that. After a playful exchange, Naoya broached the topic of his impending departure. Akatsuki's expression soured with sorrow. Naoya, isn't it better to stay in the rock-hidden village? I could be with you every day. Upon uttering these words, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Naoya, noticing her discomfort, embraced her gently. Must we truly part? She asked. I don't want to leave either, Akatsuki, but don't you remember? I need to travel to other countries to find my family. Tsunade, Hinata, Sakura, and Mikoto were all loved ones Naoya had lost in distant lands. Oh, I'm being selfish, wanting to keep you to myself, Akatsuki lamented. Don't say that. If you miss me, you can always come find me. My teacher is in the land of rain. You can visit me there anytime. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear. Having reassured Akatsuki, Naoya prepared to take his leave, but he first needed to surprise Inoki. At that moment, Inoki was interrogating Kakashi and his companions. Although they denied any involvement in the murders, Inoki managed to produce a confession, coercing them to affix their fingerprints to it. One copy was sent to the land of Earth's daimyo, and another to Konoha. Inoki had already resolved to extract a hefty ransom from Konoha. It was unfortunate that the 4 Hinata clan members were from the branch family. Otherwise, they could have introduced the Byakugan bloodline to the rock-hidden village. Old man, Kakashi, how have you been? Naoya's figure suddenly materialized in the air. His intention was merely to surprise Inoki, but he was taken aback to find Kakashi and 4 Hyuga ninjas captured. Naoya was perplexed. He didn't recall such a plot in the original story. Could it be due to his presence, the butterfly effect? After some contemplation, he deemed it unlikely, as he had remained law-abiding since his arrival and had not engaged in any conflicts. He hadn't even visited Konoha. Brat, what are you doing here? Inoki glared at Naoya, offering him no warmth. Upon seeing Naoya, Kakashi felt as if he had found a savior and quickly relayed the situation, pleading, Naoya-san, please explain to the third Tsuchikage. We only sought to capture oil woman Ryoma and negotiate peace with the land of rain. This condition was proposed by you in the past. You must vouch for us. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naoya grasped the situation. He had destroyed the village of Blackstone Reef, and Kakashi and his companions were unjustly bearing the blame due to the Byakugan's involvement. The crux of the matter was that he had deemed oil woman Ryoma a sacrifice, and now there was no evidence to corroborate their claims. Unable to bear the thought of Kakashi taking the fall for him, Naoya decided to speak in their defense. Old man, I came to give you a surprise. But before that, it is true what they say. Oil woman Ryoma is my enemy, so please release them and hand over oil woman Ryoma. Inoki's curiosity piqued. He was eager to hear the surprise, yet Naoya's request was reasonable. He turned to Kakashi and the others. Then you shall first hand over oil woman Ryoma to him, and afterward, we will discuss your alleged assassination of the Land of Earth's officials. Kakashi was bewildered. No. Oil woman Ryoma isn't with us. No, we didn't assassinate any officials. Oh, so you Konoha ninjas intentionally let oil woman Ryoma escape, hoping to incite war with the Land of Rain? Let me remind you, while the Land of Rain may be small, Hanzo is not to be trifled with. Naoya erupted with fury. Inoki seized the moment to question, You Konoha ninjas assassinated the Land of Earth's officials in broad daylight, and the culprit was apprehended on the spot. The evidence is irrefutable, and the mastermind is none other than Danzo of Konoha. Are you still trying to deny it? Do you intend to wage war against the Land of Earth? Though I may be old, I am not to be trifled with. At that moment, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, even doubting the situation himself, as the Land of Earth's official had indeed been killed by the Byakugan. And the signature technique, reversal, had been employed. Many had witnessed it. Was it truly the work of Konoha? Kakashi was uncertain of the specifics, but he understood that mere explanations would not suffice. He resigned himself to waiting for the third Hokage to send someone to rescue him. This scenario was precisely what Inoki wished to see. He had no interest in uncovering the real culprit. He simply wanted Konoha to bear the blame. By the way, brat, didn't you say you had a surprise for me? What is it? Inoki asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. With a mysterious smile, Naoya crossed his arms. Old man, prepare yourself. Dust release, the technique of dimensional separation. In an instant, a beam of white light surged toward Inoki. The speed of the dust release was astounding. And given Inoki's lack of preparedness, he could not evade the attack. To the astonished gazes of all present, Naoya's dust release swept over Inoki's head, disintegrating the carefully styled hair atop it, revealing Inoki's gleaming bald head. Bewildered, Inoki touched his scalp, realizing that it was indeed dust release. His expression oscillated between joy and anger. What do you think, old man? How was that? Naoya asked, brimming with pride. Recovering from his shock, Inoki, now too excited to care about his hair, retorted, Kobayashi Naoya, this is dust release. Where did you learn it? Naoya, known for his honesty, replied straightforwardly, well, it was taught to me by the second Tsuchikage. Inoki's heart raced with delight. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Master, did you foresee that a Wagakure would lack successors, and thus left a legacy outside? He inquired further. What is your relationship with the second Tsuchikage? Naoya answered, he is, in a sense, my mentor. Their brief exchange left everyone in the room utterly astounded. The Awagakure guards and Umbu nearby felt they had stumbled upon a monumental secret that could alter the political landscape of Awagakure and knew they must report back to their clans immediately. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. It was well known that Kobayashi Naoya was a disciple of Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, who held him in high regard, even entrusting him with summoning beasts, making it almost certain he was the next heir to Amigakure's leadership. Furthermore, Naoya belonged to the Uzumaki clan, possessing a formidable bloodline, likely a direct descendant. Additionally, Naoya was a disciple of the second Tsuchikage, having inherited his Kekkei Genkai, dust release. Amigakure, Iwagakure, and Uzumaki. Such disparate factions converged astonishingly in one individual. Kakashi, despite his extensive experience in the shinobi world, had never encountered anything quite like this. Naoya noticed Inoki regarding him with an odd expression. The old man, who had shown him disdain just yesterday, now appeared unexpectedly amiable. What could have caused such a shift? Surely, this cunning old fox harbored ulterior motives. Not intending to linger, Naoya prepared to depart when he suddenly spotted 4 Hyuga shinobi who had been detained alongside Kakashi. Hyuga, Naoya pondered, tentatively addressing Inoki. Old man, these 4 Hyuga shinobi came to negotiate peace with us from Amigakure. How about letting me take one? You have 4 after all, so it wouldn't make much difference. Naoya merely sought to test the waters, not expecting Inoki to acquiesce so readily. To his surprise, Inoki responded with unexpected cheerfulness. No problem, just leave me one, and you can take the rest. Naoya found himself uncertain of Inoki's intentions. How could the old man be so generous when just days before he had been irate over a simple embrace of his granddaughter? Nevertheless, the Hyuga shinobi could indeed prove useful, so Naoya carefully assessed them and chose the 3 with the most potent chakra. After exiting Iwagakure, he regrouped with Tazai and prepared to return. During their journey, Naoya engaged the Hyuga shinobi in conversation. What are your names? He inquired. Hyuga Hayashi, replied the middle-aged man. The same Chunin Naoya had previously released. Hyuga Shiyu, answered a young Hyuga shinobi. I am Hyuga Muninori, an elder from the branch family. here to represent Konoha in the peace negotiations with Amigakure. Naoya's focus sharpened as the conversation shifted toward the peace talks. However, he was far more interested in Munenori himself. An elder in his 60s or 70s, he had lived through the Warring States period and undoubtedly possessed knowledge of many secrets. Elder Munenori. There's no rush regarding the peace talks. I've heard that during the Warring States period, there was a remarkable clan leader from the Hyuga clan, renowned for his extraordinary strength. I wonder if you know the location of his grave, as I wish to pay my respects. The mention of the Warring States period caused Hayashi and Shiyu to exchange glances, both expressing that it was too distant a past for them to have heard of such matters. However, Munenori's response was markedly different. The grave of that clan leader, a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Munenori's eyes. Seeing this, Naoya sensed an opportunity. The elder indeed knew about the Hyuga ancestral tomb. Yet, Munenori shook his head, saying, I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information, as it pertains to the secrets of the Hyuga clan. Undeterred, Naoya pressed on. Family affairs. Are they? I paused to face the three members of the Hyuga clan. You are all part of the branch family, correct? Munenori furrowed his brow. Indeed. Do you have a problem with that? Naoya's words were shocking. Are you truly content to remain the dogs of the main family for generations? Hayashi and Shiyu were immediately incensed by Naoya's provocation, veins bulging on their foreheads as their Byakugan activated, ready to confront him. However, in a crucial moment, Munenori raised a hand to halt them. This seasoned elder, with a wealth of experience, was not easily provoked by Naoya's mere words. He replied calmly, the branch family and the main family are one and the same. There is no real contradiction between us. Naoya sneered at this. Are you deceiving yourselves? The main family can decide the fate of the branch family with a mere thought, and the members of the branch family are akin to slaves, unable to defy any command from the main family. Does that not constitute a contradiction? Naoya's blunt words struck like a sharp blade, exposing the wounds of the Hyuga branch family, and even Munenori felt a surge of anger. Though he had been less troubled by the main family in his later years, he had once suffered under their harsh oppression. Seeing the three Hyuga shinobi agitated, Tazai had already placed his hand on his sword, prepared for the potential conflict. Fortunately, while Munenori was angered, he retained his composure. We are here representing Konoha and Amigakure for peace talks. The affairs of the Hyuga clan are irrelevant to these discussions. I hope you will refrain from pursuing this matter. Yet Naoya paid no heed to Munenori's admonition, continuing provocatively. I can help the branch family break free from their cage, but I wonder if you have lost the courage to escape after being confined for so long. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know what you are saying? Hayashi and Shiyu exclaimed with fervor, their words laced with anger, skepticism, and a flicker of hope. Munenori recognized this glimmer of hope in his younger counterparts, perhaps even feeling more hopeful than they did. However, his extensive experience cautioned him against trusting Naoya's claims. Knowing full well that he lacked the ability to free the branch family, he merely sought to manipulate them. Hayashi, Shiyu, we should leave for Konoha. Do not be swayed by his words, Munenori urged, wanting to prevent the two young men from being exploited by Naoya. However, just as Munenori prepared to step away, he heard Naoya call out sharply, Byakugan, activate. A pair of pure, flawless Byakugan eyes opened within Naoya. Hinata Suju's legs suddenly felt as if they were weighed down by lead, resisting his commands regardless of how earnestly he issued them. Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Shuan were equally taken aback, their gazes fixated on Narukami's forehead, which gleamed to perfection, entirely devoid of the mark of the caged bird. After an extended period of stunned silence, the three finally regained their composure. Hinata Suju swallowed hard and, trembling, posed a question. Should we refer to you as Hinata Narukami? Narukami tilted his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, I have no preference. Call me whatever you wish. Yet, this ambiguous answer seemed to furnish the Hinata trio with a semblance of resolution. Suju then inquired, your Byakugan appears to be capable of being activated and deactivated at will. Narukami pondered for a moment and fabricated a response. This is a testament to the return of ancestral bloodline. Only a Byakugan of high caliber can achieve such a feat. Believing his words, Suju's tone shifted to one of reverence. The reason for this was not due to the sophistication of Narukami's deception, but rather because the branch family had longed for someone like him to emerge and assist them in altering their fate. Thus, as long as it was not too outrageous, they were inclined to believe every word he uttered, all for that singular purpose, the caged bird. With a quiver, Hinata Suju finally broached the question that weighed most heavily upon their minds. You previously mentioned the desire to lift the caged bird. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Narukami nodded earnestly and stated, Indeed, I believe the branch family and the main family should stand on equal footing. In this era, the caged bird has lost its relevance. If you can guide me to the Hinata family's grave, I should be able to discover a means to lift the caged bird. Upon hearing Narukami's affirmative response, an overwhelming joy surged within the Hinata trio, akin to a river bursting forth after a long drought. Hinata Shiwan, typically reserved and eloquent, suddenly grew audacious. Leader Narukami, why should we concern ourselves with the Hinata family's grave? I propose we return to Konoha and eliminate Hinata Hizashi and the elders of the main family. The method to lift the curse will naturally follow. Chapter 51, A Good Omen. Narukami was taken aback by Shiwan's radical notion. This individual was far too extreme. He had merely hinted at his Byakugan heritage and made a light-hearted promise, yet Shiwan was already bowing down in deference. Moreover, he proposed such an extreme course of action as directly storming Konoha to eliminate Hizashi. This was utterly unacceptable. Narukami had no desire to harm Hinata's father, as his ultimate objective was merely to resurrect the ancestors of the Hinata clan. Whether or not they could unravel the caged bird was of little consequence to him, especially since he himself bore no such mark. Furthermore, he had no intention of taking over the mess that was the Hinata clan. Fortunately, not all members of the Hinata family shared Shiwan's extremism. Hinata Hayashi voiced his disapproval of Shiwan's drastic proposal. Compared to Shiwan, Hayashi appeared more temperate, likely due to his youth and relative freedom from oppression by the main family. Hayashi gently suggested, Shiwan, your idea is too radical. While the main family may be detestable, they are still part of the Hinata clan. To eliminate them would be an excessive punishment. I believe it would be more valuable to mark them with the caged bird and compel them to fight on the battlefield. Narukami interrupted, I take back my previous words. Hayashi, you seem even more extreme. Narukami began to worry. It seemed he had underestimated the branch family's aversion to the caged bird. He had merely intended to persuade the trio to assist him in grave robbing, yet they were clamoring to hand over the entire Hinata clan to him. Thankfully, the level-headed elder Hinata Suju finally stepped forward. Hayashi, Shiwan, both of you are being too extreme. The plan to return to Konoha and eliminate all members of the main family is entirely unfeasible. Narukami, relieved to encounter a voice of reason, listened intently as Suju continued. We should lure the members of the main family out of Konoha under the pretense of honoring our ancestors. Once they have been eliminated, we can welcome leader Narukami back into the family and facilitate his smooth succession to the position of Hinata clan leader. Ah, what a brilliant idea, as expected of uncle. Shiwan applauded, acknowledging that Suju's plan was indeed superior to his own. Narukami mused, are you truly Hinata and not Uchiha? Regardless, Narukami ultimately achieved his objective of pinpointing the Hinata family's burial site. The graves of the Hinata clan, prior to the Warring States period, lay to the south of Konoha, in proximity to the Land of Water and the Land of Bear. This land was the ancestral territory of the Hinata clan from the Warring States era, shaped like a peninsula. If the territory of the Land of Fire were likened to a shuriken, this land would represent the tail end of that shuriken. Instead of rushing to plunder the graves, Narukami decided to return to the Land of Rain for a couple of days of rest and to address negotiations with Konoha. Although the ninjas dispatched by Konoha had entirely lost interest in this matter, the three Hinata clan members had clearly begun to regard Narukami as their new leader, obediently adhering to his every word and itching to obliterate the main family of Konoha at once. In Awagakure, after Narukami's departure, Inoki's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, Narukami, do not take offense, I do this for your own good. Only in this manner can you seamlessly integrate into Awagakure. With that, he summoned the village's Umbu and instructed, disseminate the information that Narukami is the disciple of the second Tsuchikage and has mastered dust release throughout the ninja world, with particular emphasis on the Land of Rain. Ensure that this news reaches every corner of the Land of Rain. The Umbu ninja hesitated. Lord Tsuchikage, are you certain this crucial information should be released so freely? Proceed as I say, Inoki reiterated firmly. The Umbu ninja, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to argue further and hurriedly departed to gather personnel for the task. At that moment, a storm of rocks began to fall from the sky outside the window. This phenomenon, unique to Awagakure, saw the fierce winds lift small stones from the desert, raining them down like droplets. When the rock rain occurred, the winds howled and darkness enveloped the skies, resembling a sandstorm. Except that what fell from the heavens was not sand, but rather debris. Inoki gazed out at the somber sky and chuckled. Ah, what a promising omen. Hanzo of the Salamander, I wonder if you can withstand the overwhelming rumors when they rain down upon you, and make the right choice? The rock rain came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, the weather clearing instantaneously as brilliant sunlight pierced through the clouds. Anoki chuckled once more. Haha, what a splendid sign. Does this signify that a Wagakure will soon break through the fog and embrace a bright future? Meanwhile, in the land of rain, within the Akatsuki organization, Obito's figure suddenly materialized beside Nagato. Nagato, I hear that Konan has taken on a disciple? Nagato, barely glancing at Obito, replied indifferently, what of it? Obito spoke with gravity. This individual's temperament is excessively extreme. He has provoked the 5 great nations, and if this continues, it could jeopardize our plans. Nagato chuckled lightly. Aren't you Uchiha Madara? Even legendary ninjas can feel fear? Obito felt a surge of anger at Nagato's words. Nagato, I simply wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Nagato showed no sign of yielding. Haha, I believe Narukami is doing quite well. If you fear retaliation from the 5 great nations, you can hide in a cave in the land of grass until I gather the tailed beasts and complete the plan, then emerge. You. Obito's heart raced with anger. Yet, gazing into Nagato's Rinnegan, he felt a flicker of trepidation. Ultimately, Obito transformed into a vortex and vanished from sight. From the shadows, Konan stepped forward. Nagato, do you truly believe he is Uchiha Madara? Nagato shook his head. Whether he is or not, I have no faith in him. In contrast, I place my trust in family. We must find an opportunity to inform Naoya about our situation. Konan's face flushed slightly as she hesitated to clarify. No, Naoya and I are not what you think. Ah, Nagato, yes. Soon, Naoya and the others returned to the Hidden Rain village. The matter of peace negotiations with Konoha required consultation with teacher Konan. Naoya's plan was to seize the opportunity presented by the disappearance of oil woman Ryoma. As no one knew he was responsible for the act, with no witnesses to the deed, he might as well let Konoha suffer significant losses. By the time they returned to the village, it was already dusk. Naoya instructed Pibata Jizo to settle the Hyuga clan members while he ventured alone to report to teacher Konan about the situation. On the way, he casually activated the dustless barrier. Now he understood that this technique was indeed of no invention. In this regard, he could only say that the second Tsuchikage was the greatest developer of jutsu in the ninja world, far surpassing any so-called Hokage. Silently, he infiltrated Konan's room. What was teacher Konan doing in the dead of night? To Naoya's disappointment, she was merely sleeping. He had anticipated that teacher Konan might be engaged in some peculiar activity, and he had even imagined the continuation of the story, eagerly awaiting to put it into action. Yet, she was simply asleep. However, one must admit that a slumbering teacher Konan was indeed beautiful. It seemed she was dreaming sweetly, her usual stern demeanor softened, her icy pride dissipating, replaced by an endearing gentleness. Perhaps this was the true face of teacher Konan. Her typically stoic and aloof exterior was merely a facade, concealing her genuine nature as a tender and charming individual. Teacher, I really like you, he thought, omitting a chapter. Suddenly, teacher Konan awoke, gazing at him with a warm smile. Naoya felt a bit awkward and stammered. Teacher Konan, I actually. Chapter 52. Teacher Konan finally takes action. Konan pressed her finger against Naoya's lips. At that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. She truly cherished this disciple, despite his numerous flaws, such as his lecherous tendencies and peculiar thoughts. Konan found herself captivated. She liked him so much that she hesitated to taint him. Yet, there was Minato. Konan recalled the woman from the Uzumaki clan. Initially, when Naoya brought her back, Konan had paid little attention, assuming he was merely acting out of kindness by rescuing the mother and child. However, as time passed, Minato's beauty blossomed, leading Konan to secretly compare herself to her, each time feeling a profound sense of crisis. Minato embodied the quintessential image of a graceful and alluring Yamato Nadeshiko, and particularly in terms of her ample assets. She overshadowed Konan, making it nearly impossible for any man to resist such allure. In this context, Konan was deeply concerned that Naoya might succumb to temptation and be consumed by Minato. Rather than worry, she decided to take the initiative. It was her first time, and she had no prior experience. A tempest brewed, pearls of sorrow fell, and fledgling birds chirped. Ding! Konan's affection level has increased to 100. You have received Konan's ultimate affection reward. Shared combat capabilities of Konan at 1,000. 1 ultimate lottery chance, and 1 special lottery chance. Naoya was taken aback. Teacher Konan's affection level had jumped directly to 100? That familiar tsundere vibe was indeed charming. The two embraced and fell asleep. The next day, Konan, in her capacity as the chief secretary, met with the members of the Hyuga clan. They began discussing the terms of the negotiations. To be honest, the Hidden Rain had never intended to go to war with Konoha. Initially, it was merely Naoya who, while passing through the land of fire, had carelessly passed the blame onto Konoha. However, he had not anticipated that Konoha would not only accept the blame, but also send envoys with commendable attitudes to Rain Country for peace talks. Although the negotiations encountered some unexpected complications in the Land of Earth, they ultimately proceeded smoothly. The so-called peace talks were essentially Konoha conceding benefits to quell the anger of the Hidden Rain village. Prior to this, the third Hokage had already communicated Konoha's bottom line to Hyuga Zongshu, and now that Hyuga Zongshu had become Naoya's ally, Naoya naturally understood Konoha's limits. The bottom line set by Sarutobi Hiruzen was a compensation limit of 300 million ryo, allowing for the execution of Oil Woman Ryoma and an apology from Danzo, but refusing to cede any territory. However, the bottom line was subject to change. Now that Oil Woman Ryoma had gone missing, Naoya intended to exploit this situation to compel the third Hokage to make greater concessions. After all, everyone knew what kind of personality the third Hokage had. Sacrificing a bit of someone else's interest for the peace of the village was quite normal, wasn't it? Soon, Naoya and Konan added numerous new terms to the original bottom line set by Sarutobi Hiruzen. For instance, the compensation amount was raised from 300 million ryo to 500 million ryo. Konan felt the amount was excessive and doubted Konoha would agree, while Naoya believed it was merely a sum of money. Konoha was a large entity. The third Hokage wouldn't fuss over such trivial amounts. Furthermore, since Oil Woman Ryoma was already missing, Naoya proposed that Konoha hand over Oil Woman Shino and Oil Woman Kurin as hostages to the Hidden Rain until Oil Woman Ryoma was found. This condition was not unreasonable. They were merely two children, and Naoya believed the third Hokage would not refuse such a simple request. Additionally, the third Hokage had explicitly rejected the cession of territory. Naoya speculated that the third Hokage might be concerned about the impact on his reputation if he were to cede land. Thus, Naoya thoughtfully devised a solution for the third Hokage. If ceding land is unacceptable, we can establish a mutual market. They could delineate a significant area along the border between Konoha and the Land of Rain, allowing merchants from both nations to trade there without taxation. The security of the market would be jointly protected by the Hidden Rain and Konoha, and management would alternate between personnel from both sides, with a rotation every 10 years. Starting with the Hidden Rain, changing the terminology from ceding land to establishing a mutual market made a significant difference, at least on the surface. Both parties appeared to be in an equal partnership, but in reality, that large area designated for the mutual market essentially amounted to a cession to the Hidden Rain, with a minimum term of 10 years. Hyuga Zongshu naturally had no objections to Naoya's conditions, but now that the matter had reached this point, he could not make unilateral decisions. Therefore, to finalize everything, they needed to visit Konoha. Coincidentally, Konoha had also extended an invitation to the Hidden Rain for a joint Chunin exam, providing Naoya with a perfect opportunity to venture to Konoha. Meanwhile, Anoki of the Land of Earth also received Konoha's invitation for the joint Chunin exam. Generally speaking, Awagakure had never participated in such exams hosted by Konoha in previous years due to their poor relations and refusal to acknowledge Konoha's status as the foremost ninja village, a stance shared by Kumogakure. However, this time, Anoki made a different choice. Call Akatsuki and Deidara, Anoki commanded. Before long, Akatsuki and Deidara arrived at the Tsuchikage's office. Akatsuki was the chubby young man who had been casually sent flying by Naoya's paper dragon last time. He was Anoki's disciple, characterized by his honest and straightforward demeanor. In contrast, Deidara exuded a more rebellious spirit and showed no deference to Anoki. "Hey, old man, what do you want?" "I still need to develop new bombs," he said. Upon hearing this, Anoki shot Deidara a glance and handed him an invitation letter. "Konoha has invited Awagakure to participate in the Chunin exam. You and Akatsuki will go to the Hidden Rain village to find your senior brother, Kobayashi Naoya, and have him take you to Konoha for the exam." "Kobayashi Naoya?" Deidara pondered for a moment before asking. Recently, the village has been abuzz with rumors about the successor of Dust Release, the disciple of the second Tsuchikage, and the betrothed of that little girl, Kuratsuchi. Chapter 53, The Conspiracy of Anoki. Anoki nodded and said, "Yes, that's him. You must go to the Land of Rain and seek him out. Upon your arrival, simply mention his name, regardless of what others say. Insist that he is your senior brother and have him guide you to Konoha for the Chunin exams. Do you understand?" Akatsuki immediately affirmed, "Understood, master." However, Deidara always entertained contrary thoughts. "Wait a moment, old man. If he is a disciple of the second Tsuchikage, then he should be our uncle, not our senior brother. How can we address him as such? Are we to refer to him differently, you as brother and I as uncle?" Upon hearing Deidara's remarks, veins throbbed on Anoki's forehead. Dust release. Hold on, old man. I'm going right now. With that, Deidara hurriedly leaped out of the window, followed closely by Akatsuki, who feared that if his master were angered, he would also suffer the consequences. Both Deidara and Akatsuki possessed the ability to fly. Thus their journey to the land of rain was swift. Meanwhile, Naoya was troubled over the upcoming Chunin exams. The purpose of Konoha hosting this Chunin exam was evident, to demonstrate the prowess of the new generation and to assert their strength across the ninja world. Naoya aimed to compel Konoha into signing a prior peace treaty, which necessitated showcasing the strength of the Rain Village in response. The 500 million ryo stipulated in that treaty was exceedingly tempting. Even Pain personally took an interest in the matter. He insisted that Naoya participate in the Chunin exams as a candidate to exhibit his strength and intimidate Konoha into signing the treaty. Naoya had no objections to this. Although it was unsavory to bully the weak, it was exhilarating, and he relished the idea. Oh no. Naoya meant that he was more than willing to mentor the younger generation of Konoha. However, according to the rules, participants in the Chunin exams typically form teams of 3, and Naoya was currently alone, lacking 2 companions to assist him. While there were many lower-ranked ninjas in the Rain Village, Pain was concerned that their abilities were too inadequate and might bring disgrace to the village. Thus he refrained from selecting from within. To this end, Pain convened a meeting of the Akatsuki organization, proposing that Kakuzu and Sasori disguise themselves as lower-ranked ninjas to participate in the Chunin exams. Naoya wholeheartedly supported Pain's proposal. However, Kakuzu resolutely rejected it, stating that it was highly unreasonable to expect a nearly century-old veteran to partake in the Chunin exams. Sasori also disagreed, despite his youth. The presence of Tsunegakure in the exam posed a risk of exposing his true identity. Orochimaru expressed some interest, but he was currently in a critical phase of his forbidden jutsu, making Konoha's actions perilous for him. Thus, Pain's plan for the Akatsuki members to participate in the Chunin exams fell through. Naoya thought of bringing Aoi along, although her abilities were not particularly strong. She possessed a remarkable talent for summoning jutsu. He could contract all his summoning contracts to her, enabling her to manage on her own. However, even counting Aoi, he still required one more teammate. After some contemplation, Naoya decided to visit Konan, suggesting that she revert to her childhood form to accompany him in the competition. The thought of young Konan made him smirk. Konan rolled her eyes in response. Is that your idea of participating? I wouldn't dare to expose your intentions. It was clear that Konan would not participate in the Chunin exams, though practicing transformation jutsu occasionally would not be detrimental. The next day, Naoya slowly awakened, rubbing his groggy head. Recently, Konan's combat prowess had been on the rise, and Minato was not willing to be outdone. His quadruple Uzumaki physique was beginning to feel somewhat inadequate. Naoya contemplated that it would be best to acquire Sage Mode as soon as possible to escape his current predicament. However, the items obtained through the lottery were entirely random, and the likelihood of drawing Sage Mode was quite slim. Perhaps alternative methods could be employed. If he could obtain several times the Senju bloodline, it might serve a function akin to Sage Mode. The thought of the Senju bloodline conjured an exaggerated figure in Naoya's mind. Suddenly, someone came to announce, Lord Naoya, 2 young men from Awakens have come to see you. To see me? Yes, they claim to be your junior brothers. My junior brothers? Naoya pondered, unable to recall any. The only Awakens ninja he could consider a junior brother was Inoki, but Inoki was far beyond the age of youth. Very well, bring them in. Yes, soon. Deidara and Akatsuki were brought before Naoya. Upon seeing them, Naoya understood immediately. It was those 2. Akatsuki, being earnest, greeted him respectfully, calling him senior brother. Naoya speculated it might be due to their earlier encounter. In contrast, Deidara was much more defiant, glaring at Naoya and declaring, You are Kobayashi Naoya. You don't seem much older than me. I hear you've mastered dust release. Are you brave enough to spar with me? Naoya chuckled, choosing not to engage with the insolent youth. Dealing with Deidara required but a slight display of strength. Dust release, original world separation technique. A flash of white light passed, and Deidara's eyebrows vanished into thin air. The technique was instantaneous yet precise, showcasing the atomic-level chakra control employed in dust release. Deidara, still an inexperienced youth, was utterly unprepared for such a fright, collapsing to the ground in shock, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Unable to rise for a considerable time. The previous moment had been exceedingly perilous. The dust release had narrowly grazed his eyebrows, and Deidara was certain that had he taken a single step forward, half of his head would have been instantaneously disintegrated. After a lengthy recovery, Deidara and Akatsuki dutifully conveyed Inoki's intentions to Naoya. Upon hearing their account, Naoya quickly grasped Inoki's ulterior motives, merely an attempt to sow discord. Ever since his return from Awakens, numerous rumors about him had circulated in the ninja world, such as being the successor of the second Tsuchikage or marrying Kuratsuchi to join Awakens, and even claims of his intent to defect from the Rain Village. Now, with Deidara and Akatsuki boldly arriving in the Rain Village to find him, it ultimately boiled down to Inoki's desire to disrupt the relationship between him and Hanzo. However, what Inoki failed to realize was that his bond with Master Hanzo was remarkably solid, impervious to such trifling rumors. Nonetheless, Inoki's actions inadvertently resolved Naoya's dilemma regarding finding teammates. With Akatsuki and Deidara's current strength, they were more than capable of participating in the Chunin exams. It was also prudent to substitute Aoi, given the potential dangers of Konoha. It was wise for her not to participate if her strength was inadequate. Chapter 54, The Thunderbearer. Furthermore, as both Akatsuki and Deidara were ninjas from Awakens, even if they were defeated by Konoha in the exams, it would reflect poorly on Awakens rather than Rain. Additionally, forming a team with them would create the appearance of an alliance between the Rain and IWA, further pressuring Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, the participants for the competition were confirmed: Naoya, Akatsuki, and Deidara. However, aside from the exam participants, it would be prudent for the Rain Village to send a prominent representative to lead Naoya and the others to the competition. The representative need not possess extraordinary strength, but must hold a sufficiently elevated status. In the invitation letter sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was a request to invite Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, to observe the matches in Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, Hanzo had already met his demise. However, it seemed plausible for a deceased individual to attend a match. Chizai contemplated summoning Hanzo, but upon reflection, he deemed it unfeasible. The characteristics of Hanzo's Edo Tensei were too conspicuous, even though transformation techniques could be employed to obscure them. Interactions with high-ranking officials like Sarutobi would render ordinary transformation techniques susceptible to exposure. Chizai was determined to keep the Edo Tensei matter concealed, as he still intended to pay respects to the first and second Hokage. What to do? Was there anyone skilled in disguise who could impersonate Hanzo? Suddenly, a thought struck Chizai. Away, come forth. Clever Away, emerge. No sooner had he spoken than a spiky white Zetsu abruptly erupted from the ground beside him. Clever Away reporting. Chizai gestured towards the Edo Tensei Hanzo and commanded, utilize your transformation technique to assume his appearance. Clever Away acknowledges. In the next instant, Away's form transformed, becoming indistinguishable from the genuine Hanzo, to the extent that even Chizai could not discern the truth. The original text had mentioned that White Zetsu's transformation technique was the most formidable in the ninja world. Even the most familiar individuals or perceptive ninjas could not identify the ruse. Thus, the matter was resolved. The following day, Chizai relayed the plan of Away transforming into Hanzo to Pain, who nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chizai and his party embarked on their journey to Konoha. At this moment, in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed, grappling with the correspondence from the IWA village. The messenger from IWA had arrived in Konoha and presented a letter personally, pinned by Inoki to Sarutobi. The letter was replete with vehement language, demanding compensation from Konoha for the damages incurred by IWA, threatening war if justice was not rendered for the fallen minister of the land of Earth. Sarutobi recognized that Inoki was seizing the opportunity, but there was little choice. Konoha was indeed in the wrong and could not endure another war. Moreover, there had been persistent rumors in the ninja world regarding the unclear relationship between IWA and AIM. The news that Hanzo's disciple, Chizai, had inherited the dust release of the second Tsuchikage further rendered Sarutobi hesitant to initiate conflict. It seemed that Inoki had anticipated Sarutobi's stance, thus demanding exorbitant reparations, 10 billion ryo, alongside the management rights to 2 mines within the territories of the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Grass. The involvement of such substantial sums and resources meant that this matter could not be resolved unilaterally by Sarutobi. A meeting of the Jonin Council was imperative for a formal resolution. Konoha, in essence, was a coalition of numerous ninja clans, and though the Hokage held the highest authority, the various clans possessed considerable influence. Major resolutions required the support of these clans to proceed. The Jonin Council was a manifestation of the power wielded by these prominent families. In the ninja world, Jonin represented the pinnacle of a ninja's strength, a goal pursued tirelessly by many, while the title of Kage essentially denoted a Jonin. As the name suggests, the Jonin Council was composed of Jonin. The authority of the Jonin Council was immense. If a proposal faced collective opposition during the meeting, even the Hokage would be compelled to relent. While this assembly appeared to embody fairness, The reality was that commoners rarely ascended to the rank of jonin. Approximately 90 of the jonin in the council hailed from Konoha's ninja families, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans at the forefront, followed by the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. And then the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, with the likes of the Kurama and Yagura clans at the bottom. Genuine jonin from a purely commoner background were exceedingly rare, typically. The pinnacle achievable for commoner ninjas was the rank of special jonin, with exceptions like Minato Namikaze being exceedingly rare. Returning to the matter at hand, Sarutobi convened the Jonin Council. Aside from those on missions, the remaining jonin hurried to attend the meeting. Naturally, Sarutobi and the heads of the major clans occupied the principal seats, and the focal discussion was centered on these individuals. Soon, the attendees were gathered, and Sarutobi surveyed the room, passing Inoki's letter around to the clan heads while stating, "The matter of Danzo privately sending assassins to target the Minister of the Land of Earth has been exposed, and now Inoki seeks to incite war. Let us discuss." Sarutobi's words reverberated like thunder, leaving the clan heads, save for the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans who had been forewarned, utterly astounded. At that moment, Danzo had just arrived, still settling into his seat when Sarutobi's revelation compelled him to stand abruptly. "Monkey, what do you mean? When did I send anyone to assassinate the Minister of the Land of Earth?" Danzo's neck reddened with indignation as he vehemently denied Sarutobi's claims. Yet, Sarutobi remained silent, quietly observing the clan heads as they perused the letter. Upon finishing, Danzo slammed the letter onto the table, bellowing, "This is slander. I have never dispatched the Hyuga branch to assassinate the Minister of the Land of Earth. There has never been a Hyuga ninja involved." Sarutobi silently observed his performance. Once Danzo's emotions had calmed, Sarutobi finally spoke. "Danzo, regardless of your acknowledgement, Inoki's side possesses both the evidence and the captured Hyuga, who has confessed that you threatened him into committing the assassination. It is imperative to focus on how to resolve this situation rather than shifting blame." Listening to Sarutobi's righteous rhetoric, Danzo felt as though he might shatter his teeth from the force of his clenched jaw. He realized, "Monkey, you wretched dog. You convened the Jonin Council to make me bear the consequences." Danzo's deduction was accurate. Sarutobi's intent was indeed to have him shoulder the blame. Should Sarutobi acquiesce to Inoki's demands, Danzo would undoubtedly be deemed a pariah in Konoha. However, war was not a viable option. Neither he nor the clans would consent. Thus, in this predicament, a scapegoat was necessary to bear the burden of the negotiations. Chapter 55, Konoha shall never betray its comrades. No one wished to ignite the flames of war. Peace resonated as the prevailing ideology among all. Following the vote in the Jonin Council, nearly all clans agreed to the resolution for negotiations. However, the exorbitant amount demanded by Inoki posed a significant challenge, and the specific compensation figures remained unresolved. This situation resembled haggling at a market, necessitating multiple discussions between Konoha and IWA to arrive at a mutually agreeable figure. Prior to this, however, Danzo faced severe repercussions for his unilateral actions that nearly instigated war between IWA and Konoha. The root's funding and influence were drastically curtailed, and Danzo himself was placed under confinement by the Hokage. Konoha's financial resources primarily stemmed from two avenues: allocations from the daimyo's treasury and taxation from the village's various industries and ninja missions, with the village now facing substantial reparations. Naturally, tax rates and mission fees would increase accordingly, resulting in ninjas earning less than before while daily expenses surged. Consequently, the villagers' grievances swelled, and Sarutobi, as Hokage, found himself in the crosshairs of their discontent. At this juncture, the role of Elder Danzo became apparent. The turmoil was instigated by Danzo, whose actions nearly ignited a war between IWA and Konoha. The sagacious Hokage, after arduous efforts, finally unraveled the misunderstandings between the two nations. Although he succeeded in quelling the war, he was now faced with the obligation to compensate the rock-hidden village. Upon learning the truth, the villagers turned their ire towards Danzo, whose reputation had become utterly unsalvageable, though it seemed it had always been so. A few days later, Naoya and his companions arrived at Konoha, where 3 members of the Hyuga clan entered ahead to deliver the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly received word that Hanzo, the leader of the rain-hidden village, had arrived in Konoha alongside his disciple Kobayashi Naoya and 2 disciples of Inoki from the rock-hidden village. As Hanzo held a position equivalent to that of Sarutobi, the latter naturally went to greet him personally. At that moment, Hanzo and his companions were waiting at the village entrance. Naoya stood inconspicuously in the middle of the group, while Hanzo stood beside Deidara, curiously enjoying an unexpected camaraderie with him. Hanzo fidgeted with his trousers, engaged in some secretive endeavor, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Deidara, how do you mold your birds? I can't seem to get it right, he lamented. Deidara advised him that one must use clay to shape the birds. Hanzo, upon hearing this, felt disheartened as he had no clay at hand. Soon, inspiration struck him. He turned his back and, after a brief moment, returned with a handful of damp earth. This should suffice, he mused. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with numerous attendants to welcome Hanzo, expressing his apologies for the lack of a proper reception. As he spoke, Hiruzen extended his hand for a handshake. Hanzo, in response, hastily discarded the mud he was holding and clasped Hiruzen's hand tightly. The Hokage felt an uncomfortable slickness from Hanzo's grip, prompting him to retract his hand, but just then, a photographer rushed over to capture the moment. This photographer had been arranged by Hiruzen himself, intending to document this historically significant handshake between the two leaders. With a click, a perfect photograph was taken, showcasing Sarutobi Hiruzen's beaming smile, reminiscent of crimson stone, evoking admiration. Subsequently, Naoya and his companions were escorted back to the village. With some time remaining before the Chunin exams commenced and the Sunagakure team yet to arrive, Konoha arranged accommodations for Naoya and his group, planning to begin the official examination once all participants had gathered. However, prior to that, discussions regarding the peace treaty between Konoha and the Rain-Hidden Village needed to be addressed. The negotiations consisted of just 4 individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hanzo opposing each other, with Nara Shikaku positioned behind Hiruzen and Naoya standing behind Hanzo. Once the negotiations began, Shikaku forcefully pushed the treaty forward, outright rejecting its terms. This is unacceptable, Leader Hanzo. The conditions outlined in this treaty are excessively harsh. Konoha cannot possibly acquiesce to any of these stipulations. Shikaku's unwavering gaze fixated on Hanzo, keenly observing his reaction, while Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes without intervening in Shikaku's boldness. Hanzo, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the tabletop, having been instructed by Naoya prior to their arrival to speak sparingly, lest he be tossed into a latrine for a bath. Thus, he remained silent, instead picking at a piece of wood from the table, noticing an inconspicuous insect egg nestled within. Shikaku, observing Hanzo's composed demeanor, realized the depth of Hanzo's cunning. His refusal to respond to the rejection of all terms was telling. With no other recourse, Shikaku shifted his gaze towards Naoya. Kobayashi Naoya, the heir of the Rain-Hidden Village, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and the inheritor of the dust released from the Rock-Hidden Village. Such illustrious titles endowed this youth with significant importance, ranking even higher than Hanzo in Konoha's strategic assessments. Naoya tapped the treaty on the table, countering, if Konoha deems the terms of the Rain-Hidden Village to be too severe, which specific condition do you find most intolerable? Without hesitation, Shikaku replied, none of them are acceptable. Naoya, undeterred, turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquiring, which condition is the most unacceptable to you? Sarutobi, momentarily roused from a doze, lifted his murky gaze. Hanzo, meanwhile, extracted another insect egg, squashing a brown beetle in the process. The negotiation room was filled only with the sound of Hanzo's incessant tapping on the wood. Both sides awaited a declaration from the other. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi finally seemed to awaken from his reverie. He gestured for Shikaku to retrieve the treaty, and once it was in hand, he pointed to a specific clause. This one, to surrender members of the Yamanaka clan as hostages, I cannot agree to. The Yamanaka are our allies. Naoya chuckled softly. Third Hokage, the Rain-Hidden Village merely seeks hostages. After all, it was your village that allowed the Yamanaka Ryoma to escape. I believe this demand is not unreasonable. Furthermore, if sacrificing a few individuals can secure peace for the entire village, I doubt the Yamanaka clan would oppose it. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi's resolve hardened. Absolutely not. Konoha will never betray its allies. Moreover, I cannot consent to the matter of trade. The land of fire belongs to the daimyo, and Konoha has no authority to dispose of it. Chapter 56, the Third Hokage. The third was unyielding. Was he truly this adamant? Naoya furrowed his brow, uncertain of Hiruzen's stance. Could it be that the third truly embodied the will of fire? Reflecting on this, Naoya decided to probe further. Third Hokage, our Rain-Hidden Village also cherishes peace. We can make some concessions regarding the treaty. Konoha may eliminate one condition, but the remaining terms must be accepted, or else do not blame us for waging war. The very word war sent a wave of tension through the room. Only those who had experienced war could fathom its brutality. Once initiated, the losses to Konoha would far exceed the current demands. Naoya keenly observed Sarutobi's expression. noting a slight change in his demeanor. He quickly added, I neglected to inform you all. Our Rain Hidden Village has formed an alliance with the Rock Hidden Village. Should war break out, the Rock Hidden Village will not remain passive. At this revelation, it felt as though the last straw had broken the camel's back. Sarutobi clenched his fist, only to release it helplessly. He understood Inoki all too well. Should war commence, Inoki would not stand idly by. He would surely seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Fire. Additionally, the ever-watchful Cloud and Mist Hidden Villages, and even the Sand Hidden Village, could potentially tear up their agreements and strike at Konoha. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi picked up the treaty from the Rain Hidden Village. Densely filled with dozens of conditions, yet only 3 were of paramount importance: compensation, hostages, and trade. His gaze lingered on these critical stipulations, and soon, he eliminated one, yet remained indecisive regarding the other 2, both of which were vital to Konoha. Sarutobi contemplated making one final effort and implored, the residents of Konoha yearned for peace. Might the Rain Hidden Village show leniency and allow me to remove 2 conditions? Naoya firmly rejected this proposition. The people of the Rain Hidden Village also long for peace. Yet their anger remains unquenched. A heavy sigh escaped Sarutobi as he quietly produced a pipe, lighting it, and taking a deep draw. Ultimately, in a moment of painful resolve, he struck through the stipulation demanding a compensation of 500 million ryo, signing his name beneath it. Naoya stood in astonishment at this turn of events. The third Hokage, as always, managed to make choices that defied expectations. Despite his eloquent declarations of unwavering loyalty to his comrades in Konoha and his insistence that the lands of the daimyo were beyond his jurisdiction, he ultimately chose to erase the compensation demands after a lengthy deliberation. It seems that in the face of 500 million ryo, the bonds of comradeship and the daimyo's land lost all significance. I had mistakenly believed this old man to be resolute. Had I known he would take such a path, Naoya would have never considered making concessions. Yet now, the die is cast, and Naoya could not retract his words. Nonetheless, this left him feeling quite vexed. As he tucked the agreement away, he pondered aloud. It seems the third Hokage finds it difficult to part with the agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his expression pained as he replied, In my position as Hokage, for the sake of Konoha, I must make difficult sacrifices. Naoya smiled. Fear not, esteemed Hokage. Our village, Amigakure, is not devoid of compassion. In fact, I propose a mutually beneficial solution. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Naoya, seeing the interest in Hiruzen's eyes, produced the invitation to the Chunin exams from his pocket. I have heard that Konoha is abundant with talent and that prodigies abound. How about we wager? If a Konoha participant triumphs in the Chunin exams, Amigakure will agree to forego 2 of our conditions. However, should we emerge victorious, you must concede to all of our terms. What say you? Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. It appeared that Amigakure was quite confident about their chances of winning. Naoya chuckled softly. Could it be that Konoha has weakened, lacking assurance in victory? After a brief silence, the third Hokage rose. I, in the name of the Hokage, accept. Ah, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku hastily attempted to interject, but as he opened his mouth, Hiruzen raised a hand to silence him. Hiruzen turned to Hanzo, who had been leaning against the table, and extended his hand. Hanzo, it is settled then. Upon hearing his name, Hanzo quickly looked up. Ahaha, a deal is a deal. Hiruzen smiled, complimenting. You have indeed taken on an excellent disciple, Hanzo. Hanzo reciprocated the compliment. The son of the third Hokage is quite handsome, though he bears little resemblance to you. Hanzo, you jest well, Hiruzen replied. This is Konoha's strategist, Nara Shikaku. Ahaha, my apologies. I misunderstood. Here, allow me to offer this as a token of goodwill. As he spoke, Hanzo produced a handful of insect eggs and placed them in Shikaku's palm. Quickly, Naoya and his companion took their leave, leaving only Hiruzen and Shikaku in the negotiation room. Hokage-sama, I do not comprehend why you agreed to that wager. Given the prowess of Kobayashi Naoya, there is scarcely anyone in our village who could rival him. Hiruzen continued to puff on his pipe, smoke enveloping his features in a haze. Shikaku, I intend to send members of the Uchiha clan to compete in this match. The Uchiha are Konoha's strongest clan, and I believe they will secure victory. Shikaku struggled to grasp the implications. Hokage-sama, are you certain the Uchiha clan can prevail? Based on the intelligence on Kobayashi Naoya, even if we were to deploy Uchiha Shursui, Shikaku, Hiruzen interjected, cutting him off. He took another drag from his pipe, allowing the smoke to drift languidly from his lips. The Uchiha are Konoha's mightiest clan, and the villagers will believe in their victory. Shikaku couldn't help but think that perhaps the Hokage was losing his faculties. No, this is not merely a matter of belief. The real issue is that they cannot win. That Kobayashi Naoya has mastered sealing techniques, dust release, flight, invisibility. He is proficient in all. According to Kakashi's intel, he is even immune to Jinjutsu. Sending the Uchiha to confront him would be tantamount to folly. As he pondered, a single keyword from Hiruzen's words struck Shikaku with chilling clarity: belief. The villagers certainly had faith in the Uchiha. Reflecting on Hiruzen's earlier statement, a shiver coursed through Shikaku's body as he gazed incredulously at the Hokage, only to see his form obscured by swirling smoke. Hokage-sama, shall I disseminate this information? Shikaku asked, his voice trembling. Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward the window overlooking Konoha. Yes. Go forth. You know what must be done. Shikaku scarcely recalled how he returned home, only that upon arrival, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 57. The Murder of Rumors. Following the conclusion of the negotiations, a particular piece of news spread like wildfire. Due to the actions of the Oil Girl clan's Ryoma, who had assassinated high-ranking officials of Amigakure, Konoha was now required to pay a compensation of 1 billion ryo to Amigakure or face the threat of war. Concurrently, the Hokage's office issued a bounty for Ryoma, now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja wanted throughout the shinobi world. These two announcements sent shockwaves through Konoha. Firstly, the issue of compensation. Merely days prior, Konoha had already initiated a series of tax increases to gather funds for a payment to Awakens, leading to a significant decline in the living standards of nearly all villagers. Now, with an additional compensation demand looming, the specter of further tax hikes became inevitable. Though the rumors were yet unsubstantiated by formal decrees, the residents of Konoha were already gripped by anxiety. Some merchants, seeking to mitigate their losses, began preemptively raising prices, triggering a vicious cycle of inflation as others followed suit, causing the cost of living in Konoha to surge once more. Moreover, the names of the Oil Girl clan and Amigakure ignited public sentiment. Ryoma, being the primary instigator of this compensation demand, had fled, leaving no means to hold him accountable. Yet, the Oil Girl clan could not flee, and thus, many turned their ire upon them. The Oil Girl clan was a vital family renowned for their secret techniques. Adept at insect manipulation, proving invaluable in reconnaissance, support, and offense, forming the backbone of Konoha. Regrettably, in this moment, it felt as though they had been cast aside, facing only endless vitriol and blame from their fellow villagers, despite their complete ignorance of the events transpiring. Most members of the Oil Girl clan were taciturn and not given to confrontation. Confronted with accusations and insults, they could only endure in silence. In a similar plight were Naoya and his companions. At that moment, their residence was besieged by an agitated throng of Konoha's citizens, both ordinary folk and shinobi alike. Surrounding the building, some pleaded for Naoya and his companions to relinquish their claims, while others resorted to threats, seemingly attempting to coerce them into submission. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong adversary. Naoya had never been one to show mercy. He had intended to rest in the afternoon, having traveled continuously from Amigakure to Konoha, followed by an arduous negotiation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him mentally drained. Yet the cacophony outside made it impossible to find solace. Deidara, go teach them a lesson. Silence their ruckus. Deidara, equally irritated by the noise, was all too eager to comply with Naoya's command. However, as he prepared to move, Naoya added, but do take care not to go overboard. They haven't committed any grave offenses. A mere scare will suffice. Perhaps take out 100 of them. But do not kill them all. Deidara. He believed that his escapades in Awakens had already been quite mad, frequently experimenting with explosives within the village and demolishing structures. However, he had never once claimed the lives of 100 individuals. The most he had inadvertently harmed or killed was fewer than 10. An incident that had resulted in a severe beating from Inoki and his subsequent expulsion from the village. 100 people. Truly, what a remarkable feat for Brother Naoya. Such ambition far surpasses that of the old man. Awakens deserves leadership from someone of this caliber. Upon returning, he would surely advocate for the old man to step down and make way for fresh talent. Deidara mused to himself, promptly gathering more clay explosives. For the amount he had brought was insufficient to satisfy Naoya's grim requirement of eliminating 100 individuals. Soon, Deidara soared out of the window on a clay bird, while the agitated townsfolk below continued to shout, uttering a barrage of vulgarities. Upon spotting Deidara, they exhibited no fear whatsoever, demanding that he descend and apologize, even to relinquish his reparations claims against Konoha. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman vociferously hurled the most vehement insults. although merely an ordinary citizen. Perhaps due to her long-standing life in Konoha, she displayed no reverence towards ninjas. The obscenities she spat were particularly foul, amplified by her exaggerated vocalizations, making her stand out distinctly amidst the throng. Deidara, perched upon his clay bird, readily identified the conspicuous woman and nonchalantly fashioned a clay bun, taking a bite himself. Ugh. Still as unpalatable as ever. It seems that developing food bombs is indeed quite challenging, Deidara lamented, before tossing the half-eaten bun down into the woman's arms. The woman blinked in surprise, grasping the bun. Catch! Deidara shouted, and with a resounding explosion, the woman, who had been so animated moments before, was instantaneously reduced to mere flesh scattered in all directions. The residents of Konoha had never witnessed such carnage. It was only when the remnants splattered across their faces that they finally comprehended the horror, scrambling in panic, crying out for their mothers, and fleeing in all directions. A murder. A rain of bloodshed. Run for your lives. In an instant, the once crowded gathering devolved into a frenzied escape, with countless feet trampling over one another. Deidara, meanwhile, felt as though he were ensconced in a shooting game, tossing half a clay bun, then a half clay cucumber, and then half a clay carrot. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, claiming several lives with each detonation, causing the crowd to flee even faster. Regrettably, the sheer number of people previously amassed made it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves from the chaos. Those at the front were trampled, those in the middle found themselves ensnared, while those at the rear perished one by one at Deidara's hands, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Fortunately, the personnel responsible for maintaining order in Konoha soon arrived on the scene. The Konoha Security Force, also known as the Uchiha Security Force, dispatched a teenage girl from the Uchiha clan who swiftly approached, deftly launching 2 shurikens that detonated Deidara's clay bombs midair. Deidara, curious, turned to observe the girl, momentarily stunned by her blood-red eyes and 3 black tomo. When he regained his senses, he found himself plummeting from his bird, securely bound by the girl, who prepared to escort him away. Upon witnessing this, Deidara cried out, "Brother Naoya, save me." Inside, Naoya had indeed noticed Deidara's predicament, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment at how easily Deidara had been subdued by a member of the Uchiha clan. He could not simply stand by as his subordinate faced peril. Chapter 58, Inversion of Truth. Is it customary for the Uchiha clan to arrest individuals without cause in Konoha? Naoya queried, positioning himself before the girl with an imposing demeanor. This visage seemed oddly familiar. The girl, undeterred, met Naoya's gaze with her 3 tomo and retorted, "Is capturing a criminal who slaughters civilians in broad daylight considered an arbitrary arrest? Oh, who witnessed this so-called massacre in broad daylight?" Naoya's fierce glare swept over the onlookers, his murderous intent prompting the already terrified villagers to retreat, unwilling to meet his gaze. Observing this, Naoya smirked and continued, "Deidara did not kill civilians. Those were merely spies from enemy nations attempting to disrupt the peace between Konoha and Awakens. Their demise was entirely justified." The girl scoffed at Naoya's shamelessness. "Can you truly label unarmed civilians as spies? That is utterly absurd," she declared. "Whether they are spies or not, the Konoha Security Force will ascertain the truth. According to Konoha's law, I must take him for interrogation, so please cooperate." Yet, Naoya did not yield, though the girl had maintained a cold demeanor until now. Her recent smile had rekindled his memory. If he recalled correctly, this girl was Uchiha Itachi's girlfriend, Uchiha Izumi. This revelation made the situation intriguingly complex. Naoya pondered for a moment, refraining from immediate action, and instead said, "You ought to consider the ramifications of taking Deidara away. He is the direct disciple of Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage. Have you contemplated the consequences of such an action?" Naoya threatened. However, youthful as she was, Uchiha Izumi felt no trepidation in the face of such a threat. With unwavering resolve, she asserted, "In Konoha, anyone who commits a wrongdoing must face appropriate consequences." The surrounding villagers, inspired by Uchiha Izumi's words, found their courage renewed, clapping and cheering in defiance of Naoya's intimidation. Witnessing this scene, Naoya shook his head, reflecting internally that the young girl was still too naive. He persistently pressed, "Are you truly determined to take Deidara away? This concerns the peace between our 2 villages." Uchiha Izumi, now dismissing further discourse with Naoya, coldly declared, "Step aside. If you impede me any longer, I shall arrest you for obstructing justice." Naoya feigned fear, raising his hands in surrender and stepping aside. Yet, a careful observer would discern that his gaze towards Uchiha Izumi was not one of fear, but rather imbued with a hint of pity. Deidara, witnessing Naoya's acquiescence, immediately expressed his desperation. Brother, save me. You can't abandon me. Naoya chuckled softly, saying, Fear not, Deidara. I shall lodge a complaint with the Hokage regarding her. That Uchiha clan member. Dare she disclose your name? Uchiha Izumi, without turning back, coldly replied, Uchiha Izumi. Complain all you like. Deidara was taken away by Uchiha Izumi, who bound him with rope and dragged him along the ground, all the way to the Konoha security forces station on the outskirts of the village. Deidara struggled fiercely, only to receive a punch to the head from Izumi, causing a sizable bump to form, rendering him docile. Upon arriving at the station, Uchiha Izumi promptly secured Deidara in an interrogation room, preparing to summon the designated interrogator. Izumi was confident that under the watchful eye of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, this Deidara fellow would reveal no secrets, and the truth of his public massacre of civilians would soon be established. However, would events unfold as smoothly as she envisioned? Clan leader, Hokage. Before the interrogator could arrive, both the Uchiha clan leader and the Hokage had already arrived at the security station, accompanied by Naoya. Izumi, your actions were rash. How could you arrest someone without understanding the true circumstances? Before Izumi could respond, Uchiha Fugaku chastised her, and with a wave of his hand, his clansmen hurried forward to untie Deidara. Uchiha Izumi, filled with reluctance, intercepted her clansmen and urgently implored Uchiha Fugaku, esteemed clan leader. I witnessed this individual mercilessly slaughtering innocents in the streets, and many others can attest to this. Please, trust me. A simple genjutsu using the Sharingan will swiftly reveal the truth. How dare you, Izumi? Are you questioning my decisions? Who do you think you are? You have truly disappointed me. Uchiha Fugaku glared fiercely at Izumi, his expression a tempest of anger. Perhaps few knew that Uchiha Fugaku was, in fact, a staunch hawk. His rigidity perhaps stemming from internal clan dynamics. Izumi felt a surge of injustice, her eyes misting with unshed tears. She could not fathom why, despite her conviction, the clan leader would not acquiesce to her plea for a mere genjutsu interrogation. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder and spoke. Fugaku, you are being too impassioned. We must exhibit patience with the youth. Izumi, is it? I recognize your intentions are noble, but before you proceed, take a look at this. Hiruzen produced a stack of documents. Izumi wiped her eyes and accepted the papers. Lord Hokage, what is this? She inquired, flipping through the documents, astonishment etching her features. On the first page, the profile of a deceased middle-aged woman clearly bore the markings of a Mist Village spy. Following that were records of cloud, grass, and sand spies. The death toll listed was predominantly spies, without exception. Suddenly, Izumi seemed to discern something amiss. She extracted one of the documents, which bore the label of a Rock Village spy. Lord Hokage, this. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hiruzen scratched his nose and turned to his aide, Kobayashi Naoya. After a moment of contemplation, Naoya stepped forward and explained, this is a spy from the Rock Village, but he betrayed his village during a mission, which is why Deidara was tasked with eliminating him. Izumi, not entirely satisfied, reluctantly set the document down and continued her search, fearing she might uncover further inconsistencies. Fugaku hastily snatched the papers away and declared, enough. The evidence is irrefutable. Deidara acted to eliminate a spy within our village. He bears no fault. Release him at once. Yet, Izumi was not ready to concede. Stubbornly, she positioned herself in front of Deidara, asserting, esteemed clan leader, that document is utterly untrustworthy. It must have been fabricated by that man. She pointed accusingly at Naoya. Naoya merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Fugaku's expression darkened further as she continued. Clan leader, if we merely employ genjutsu, release him. Fugaku interrupted. I demand you release him immediately. Chapter 59, Lady Mikoto. With her lips pressed together, Izumi gradually unbound the ropes binding Deidara. Freed, Deidara burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, Baka, I told you, you could never match my senior brother. Ha! You. Izumi clenched her teeth and balled her fists, but when she glanced back at Fugaku and the third Hokage, her resolve waned. Upon exiting the security department, Fugaku deeply bowed to Naoya and Deidara, expressing his apologies. I sincerely apologize for today's incident. It was a failure and oversight on the part of my subordinates that led to this misunderstanding. To make amends, I invite you both to my home for a meal. A sumptuous feast awaits your arrival. Naoya's eyes sparkled at the mention of a lavish meal prepared by the clan leader's wife, and he eagerly replied, Thank you. Clan leader Fugaku, please, Kobayashi-kun, do join us. Clan leader, I humbly accept your invitation. Thus, Naoya and Deidara made their way to the Fugaku household, while the third Hokage, burdened with duties, departed shortly after securing Deidara's release. Upon their arrival at the Fugaku residence, they were greeted at the entrance by a lovely lady awaiting them. "This is my wife, Uchiha Mikoto," Fugaku introduced. Naoya took a moment to admire Mikoto, who embodied the image of a gentle and kind homemaker. Her fair complexion and slender yet graceful figure evoked the charm of a protagonist from a slice-of-life film. "Lady Mikoto is truly beautiful. Clan leader Fugaku is fortunate," Naoya praised. Fugaku laughed heartily, then introduced Naoya and Deidara to Mikoto. "These are my esteemed guests, Kobayashi-kun and Deidara-kun. Please treat them with the utmost hospitality." "Of course," Mikoto responded promptly. After the introductions, they proceeded into the living room, where they settled down. Before long, Mikoto returned with steaming tea and an assortment of fruits. Naoya, seated near the edge, found himself in close proximity to Mikoto as she knelt beside him, gracefully arranging the tea set and fruits on the table. Clad in white short socks, her feet curled elegantly beneath her. Each bend of her waist revealed a stunning arc, accentuated by her slender form. Naoya found himself lost in thought, not for any ulterior motive, but simply due to his innate kindness. The thought of someone as gentle as Mikoto facing a tragic fate on the night of the clan's demise filled him with sorrow. He yearned to alter her lamentable destiny. Eventually, the tea set was fully arranged, and with great reluctance, Naoya watched as Mikoto withdrew from his view to prepare dinner. Fugaku poured tea for his guests, and the three engaged in light conversation, discussing trivial matters. Fugaku inquired about the scenery of the Land of Rain, while Naoya probed into Fugaku's governance of security matters. Neither revealed their true sentiments. Fugaku was probing, and Naoya felt somewhat shy. As the conversation progressed, Fugaku's impatience bubbled to the surface, steering the discussion toward the third Hokage. "Kobayashi-kun, I must say, the person I admire most is your esteemed teacher, Hanzo the Salamander. Are you familiar with the legendary Sannin?" Upon hearing Sannin, Naoya recognized Fugaku's intent and responded accordingly. "My teacher has spoken of them. These three ninjas inherited the power of the Holy Land, reportedly trained by the third Hokage himself." Fugaku nodded emphatically. "Indeed, the third Hokage is truly an exemplary ninja." Just then, a youthful voice interrupted their conversation. "Oniai-chan, I'm back. Today, my brother came to pick me up." Two figures, one large and one small, appeared at the entrance. "Are there guests today?" Sasuke asked in surprise. Fugaku's expression darkened immediately. "What an uncouth display. These are important guests. Itachi, take Sasuke to his room at once." At Fugaku's stern words, Sasuke's face fell. Itachi quickly ushered Sasuke away. Once the brothers had departed, Fugaku's demeanor softened considerably, and he explained to his guests, "Those were my two sons, my eldest, Uchiha Itachi, and my youngest, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke just started school this year. He is somewhat spoiled at home and a bit mischievous. I hope you will forgive him." Naoya chuckled. "It's perfectly normal for children to be a bit rowdy. I have heard that clan leader Fugaku's eldest son is exceptionally gifted, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7 and now serving in the Hokage's elite Umbu. His future is indeed promising." "Ha ha, Kobayashi-kun. You flatter my son too much." With Sasuke's interruption, the conversation inevitably shifted, and just as Fugaku sought to redirect the topic, Mikoto announced that dinner was ready. Fugaku was evidently somewhat discontented. In truth, his thoughts had long been perceived by Naoya. It was merely an attempt to probe Naoya's stance regarding the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage. The rationale behind this might stem from the Uchiha's isolation within Konoha. When faced with the prospect of a clan confronting an entire village, any rational individual would recognize that failure is a foregone conclusion. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku sought an opportunity from an outsider like Naoya, perhaps viewing him as an ally or a potential escape route. In any case, it was clear that Fugaku was in need of something from him. However, for the time being, Naoya chose to feign ignorance. "Haha. I have long anticipated Lady Mikoto's culinary skills. Let us partake of the dishes first, shall we, Clan Leader Fugaku?" "Ah, very well. Clan Leader Fugaku. Please call Lady Mikoto and the two young masters over. It is merely a family gathering, and there is no need for such formality." Fugaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, Fugaku felt a sense of unease. Wasn't this supposed to be his home? The group settled around the dining table, and it was evident that Fugaku maintained strict household discipline. Sasuke obediently sat in his chair, his eyes eagerly fixed on the meal. However, until Fugaku announced the commencement of the meal, he dared not move. Naoya, on the other hand, exhibited no such courtesy, disregarding any etiquette. He immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. It is only those who require something from others who concern themselves with propriety. For Naoya, as the one being sought after, Such decorum held no sway over him. Encouraged by Naoya's actions, Fugaku reluctantly followed suit and began to eat. During the meal, Naoya spoke little, and when Fugaku attempted conversation, his responses were perfunctory at best. In Chapter 60, a subtle shift occurs. Though Naoya was disinclined to engage with Fugaku, he made an exception for Mikoto. Naoya picked up a piece of fish-shaped confection and couldn't help but praise. Lady Mikoto's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. She has even mastered the intricate dish of koyu. Mikoto, pleased by Naoya's acknowledgement, humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing really. Itachi simply adores such sweet treats. So I often practice making them." Lady Mikoto is far too modest. "It is truly delicious," exclaimed Naoya, taking a bite of the koyu, which revealed a flowing red bean filling infused with the fragrance of sakura honey. He was not exaggerating. Mikoto's culinary prowess was indeed impressive. After a moment's thought, Naoya placed another piece of koyu into Mikoto's bowl. "Lady Mikoto, as the chief architect of this delightful feast, you should indulge yourself in the delicacies as well." Mikoto was taken aback by this gesture, unsure of how to respond to the dish placed before her. Fortunately, when her gaze met Fugaku's, she realized he was indifferent to the matter, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief and take small bites of the food. However, as they continued to eat, Mikoto suddenly felt a hand discreetly resting on her leg beneath the table, caressing her. "Ah!" She instinctively gasped, and the hand quickly withdrew. "What is wrong, Mikoto?" Fugaku inquired. Confusion etched on his face. "It's nothing. I just burned myself a little. I apologize." Mikoto flustered, attempting to cover the truth. "Honestly, at your age, you should be more careful," Fugaku reproached. Meanwhile, Naoya stood and poured Mikoto a glass of water, casting her a meaningful glance as he presented it to her. Mikoto instinctively averted her gaze. Thank you." After the meal, the moment of farewell arrived. Fugaku had yet to discern Naoya's true feelings, but after some contemplation, Naoya decided it might be prudent to instill some confidence in Fugaku for Mikoto's sake. Thus, as he prepared to depart, Naoya suddenly remarked, "Clan leader Fugaku, today's hospitality has truly been most satisfying. It appears that the Uchiha clan is not as haughty as the rumors suggest. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit the Uchiha again." Upon hearing this, Fugaku's face lit up with joy. Although Naoya's words did not constitute a formal alliance or commitment to cooperation, the mere expression of goodwill implied that collaboration was not entirely out of reach. Fugaku's mind began to race with possibilities. If Iwagakure or Amigakure were to serve as clandestine allies, even in the event of a coup's failure, the Uchiha would have a fallback. "Is that Korin Naoya important to you?" Mikoto, standing nearby with her head lowered, asked quietly. Fugaku's expression turned serious at her words. "Indeed, not only for me, but for the entire Uchiha clan, and even Konoha as a whole. His existence is immensely significant." Itachi, who had been standing behind them and had initially intended to escort his brother back to their quarters, was suddenly captivated by his father's mention of matters concerning the whole of Konoha and leaned in closer to listen to Fugaku's words. Fugaku gazed into the distance, pondering for a moment before stating, "The most formidable aspect of Korin Naoya is his identity. He is a disciple of Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, and simultaneously a student of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, from Awagakure. He has inherited Hanzo's abilities and carries forward Mu's dust release technique, making him pivotal to the attitudes of both the Awagakure and Amigakure." Having said this, Fugaku glanced at his eldest son. Assuming Itachi's presence was motivated by concern for the clan, he thus decided to share further thoughts. Currently, the animosity towards the Uchiha clan within the village is escalating, and the emotions of our clan members are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. If that day truly comes, Fugaku's gaze shifted toward the Hokage building, the intent behind his words unmistakable. If such an event were to transpire, Korin Naoya would be an invaluable ally for our clan. In success, he could provide covert assistance. In failure, he could serve as our escape route. Fugaku articulated his vision for the clan's future with profound foresight, regrettably oblivious to the troubling expressions that had emerged on the faces of his wife and son behind him. Mikoto's head drooped even lower, her slender fingers turning pale from the pressure of her grip. Itachi's brow furrowed deeply, his complexion growing ominously grave. The following morning, Itachi departed early under the pretext of an Umbu mission, but instead of heading to the Umbu, he made his way to the Hokage building. He could not stand idly by while his clan attracted external enemies to threaten the village. He needed to report everything that transpired last night to the Hokage without omission. However, upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he discovered Shursui was also present, along with Uchiha Izumi, who had captured Deidara the previous day. Itachi, you're here. Just in time. There's a very important mission I need to assign to you all. Seeing so many people gathered, Itachi felt it was inappropriate to speak openly. So he quietly awaited Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Hiruzen rummaged through the documents on his desk, finally producing a file and handing it to the three in front of him. The trio took the documents and began to read. The file contained descriptions of Konan, Naoya, Deidara, and Akatsuki's members, while Deidara and Akatsuki were of little consequence. The focal point lay with Naoya. The documents meticulously detailed Naoya's age, the jutsu he had mastered, and insights into his character, among other information. Konan Naoya, proficient in taijutsu, body flicker technique, the paper jutsu that grants immunity to physical attacks, the summoning technique of the mountain pepper fish, and the immensely destructive dust release. The analysis suggested that Naoya was relatively young, with a chakra reserve that might not be substantial, and speculated that his resistance to genjutsu could be relatively low. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the three as they finished reviewing the intelligence, then inhaled a puff of smoke before explaining. This document was compiled by Konoha's intelligence department based on the information currently available on Konan Naoya. Due to his exceedingly secretive nature, there might be discrepancies between this intelligence and reality. However, this represents the utmost effort Konoha could muster. With that, Hiruzen bowed slightly to the three, stating, "I am counting on you this time." The Uchiha trio, moved by his words, knelt on one knee in a gesture of loyalty. "Lord Hokage, please assign me a task, and the Uchiha clan will exert every effort, ensuring that we do not betray your trust." Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, displayed a satisfied expression. He then proceeded to relay the terms of the wager he had made with Naoya, albeit with slight modifications. He omitted several conditions and merely stated that winning would absolve them of the debt, while losing would entail substantial compensation. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly bowed once more, pleading with the three Uchiha to secure victory for Konoha, emphasizing the critical importance of the 10 billion ryo to the village. Chapter 61. The status of the Uchiha clan. Faced with such a solemn request from the Hokage, the three young members of the Uchiha clan could hardly refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, they simultaneously assented to the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed with satisfaction at their swift agreement. In truth, his actions today were somewhat overstepping. Traditionally within Konoha's unspoken rules, the Uchiha clan's shinobi were often excluded from the Hokage's core forces, requiring the approval of the clan leader for any mobilization. However, the three ninjas he selected, Shisui, Itachi, and Izumi, managed to circumvent Uchiha Fugaku's authority. Shisui and Itachi were the only two Uchiha who had joined the Umbu, thus able to heed the Hokage's direct commands. As for Izumi, her recent disagreement with the clan leader had diminished her faith in Uchiha Fugaku, leading her to comply with Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Of course, this was also due to the reasonableness of the task Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned them. Naoya's strength was nearly insurmountable, yet he possessed a notable weakness in genjutsu. This made the assignment particularly suitable for them. By winning the match, they could not only eliminate the debt, but also earn the villagers' esteem and alleviate tensions between the clan and the village, a trifecta of benefits. Both Shisui and Itachi, along with Izumi, brimmed with confidence regarding the task, even expressing their gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen for providing them with an opportunity to prove the Uchiha's worth. Before long, the trio took their leave, but halfway through, Itachi returned. He conveyed to Sarutobi Hiruzen the matters discussed with Fugaku the previous night, requesting that the Hokage grant leniency towards the Uchiha clan, as he was willing to endeavor to amend his clan's perceptions. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, feeling a sense of comfort. He narrowed his eyes and assured Itachi that he did not hold the issue against them. The Uchiha were merely a clan within the village that had temporarily strayed from the righteous path, and the village would guide them back. During this conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired about Naoya's stance, and upon learning that Naoya had not expressed any intention to ally with the Uchiha, he visibly relaxed. Soon, news broke at midday. In the presence of the Hokage, the three Uchiha prodigies established a wager with the Rain country's genius, Naoya. Should Konoha's representatives triumph in the Chunin exams, the opposing party would waive the previous debt. Once this announcement was made, the spirits of Konoha's residents soared. Although the Uchiha clan had garnered a less than favorable reputation among the populace due to their temperament, their strength was universally acknowledged. This was the formidable Uchiha clan. How could they possibly lose? Simultaneously, information regarding the two competing teams was released, further reassuring the villagers. From Konoha's side, they dispatched Shisui, a jonin who had earned his title through sheer prowess during the Third Great Ninja War. The announcement claimed that Shursui had been demoted to a genin for inadvertently damaging vital documents in the Hokage's office. But he was now re-entering the Chunin exams, a clear indication that Konoha's higher-ups had devised this strategy to secure victory. The second contender, Itachi, was the son of Uchiha Fugaku, having graduated at the age of 7 and joined the Umbu at 11, a renowned prodigy. The final member, Izumi, while perhaps not as illustrious as the former two, was still a formidable talent, serving as a squad leader within the Konoha Guard at a young age, and had awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan. With such a lineup, these 3 Uchiha geniuses were more than capable of undertaking numerous S-rank missions. On the side of the Rain Village, while their strength was commendable, they hardly seemed a match for the Uchiha clan. Konoha intentionally downplayed Naoya and his companions' abilities, merely describing them as minor country ninjas skilled in taijutsu, possibly adding a label of genius, which led most of Konoha's residents to believe victory was assured. With some deliberate promotion, the Uchiha clan swiftly ascended to the status of Konoha's saviors. The previously indifferent villagers began to extend warmth and greetings towards the Uchiha clan members, showering them with praise that made even the stoic Uchiha members blush with embarrassment. Some merchants, upon seeing Uchiha members enter their shops, would offer discounts, complimentary items, or small gifts. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's reputation soared to unprecedented heights within Konoha, blissfully unaware of the true origins of this newfound goodwill. The Uchiha members attributed it to the decisions of their clan leader, praising Fugaku's wisdom. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku himself was seething with anger, having been completely oblivious to such significant developments. Soon, he summoned Itachi to his quarters. Within, fierce arguments and shouts erupted. "Why did you make such a monumental decision without consulting me? Do you realize the ramifications this could have on our clan? And yet, things are looking up. The relationship between our clan and the village has improved." Improved? You are pushing the clan towards the abyss. All you think about is the clan. Your perspective is limited to that. My duty is for the village, for Konoha. Mikoto stood outside, her face etched with concern, yet she dared not intrude. A sudden slap echoed as Itachi stormed out, his face marked with the imprint of his father's hand. "Itachi." Mikoto noticed the mark and instinctively stepped forward. But Itachi sidestepped her and left the house. Moments later, Fugaku emerged from the room, his expression grim. He glanced at Mikoto, clenched his fists, and sighed in resignation. At this point, the die had been cast, and there was no turning back. After a long moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku returned indoors and retrieved 2 scrolls from a hidden compartment. He summoned a trusted aide from the clan and handed over the scrolls. "Deliver these techniques personally to that rebellious son of mine. Inform him that Naoya is not as simple as he seems." Kakashi's eyes were taken by him. "Exercise utmost caution." Before long, Fugaku's aide arrived at the Umbu's base. "Uchiha clan ninja, this is the Umbu headquarters. Unauthorized personnel, please refrain from entering." The Umbu ninja stopped the Uchiha member, yet spoke with great courtesy, a level of respect that the Uchiha had seldom experienced. The Uchiha ninja stated his purpose. The Umbu ninja contemplated for a moment and replied, "We can relay your message to Lord Itachi." Chapter 62, The Hyuga family. The Uchiha ninja hesitated, as the clan leader had instructed him to hand the scrolls directly to Itachi. Observing his uncertainty, the Umbu ninja added, "Lord Itachi is currently engaged in secret training to defeat the Rain Village ninjas. If you do not trust my words, you may wait outside. He will likely finish his training by nightfall." "By nightfall, you say?" The ninja of the Uchiha clan hesitated momentarily. Yet considering the respectful demeanor of the ninja before him towards Itachi, he deemed that no unforeseen events would transpire. "I certainly trust the ANBU ninja. Please, do convey these 2 scrolls to Itachi on my behalf." With that, the Uchiha ninja extended the scrolls. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi accompanied Naoya at the memorial stone in Konoha, paying their respects. It was merely a tribute. After all, given the daylight, Naoya was only there out of reverence for the deceased, casually observing the surroundings. Hyuga Hayashi respectfully introduced Naoya to the identities of those interred here. Those who lay beneath the memorial stone were all valiant heroes who had perished in battle for Konoha. Their prowess was irrelevant. For instance, Konoha's White Fang, who possessed strength rivaling that of a Kaguya, was denied burial here due to his suicide, while Obito, whose skills were merely those of a Chunin, was honored with a resting place at the memorial stone after sacrificing himself on a mission at the Kanabi Bridge. At the forefront of the numerous graves rested the esteemed Hokage, including the 1st, 2nd, and 4th. Hyuga Hayashi guided Naoya respectfully past these Hokage, and at each station, Naoya placed a flower as a token of reverence. They then proceeded past several more graves, predominantly of ninjas who had fallen in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, until they arrived at one particular grave. Hayashi introduced, "This is the grave of Lady Uzumaki Kushina, the fourth Hokage's wife. Her deeds during her lifetime have been kept confidential. All that is known is that she perished while fighting to protect the populace on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. Truly, a magnificent ninja." Naoya was profoundly moved and offered a flower at her grave. Continuing on, they passed several more graves, including one belonging to a ninja with whom Naoya was well acquainted, Might Guy. This was the father of Kai. Baki often reminded Naoya not to judge others by their appearance, a sentiment stemming from this very ninja. However, Naoya personally felt that Guy's abilities were somewhat lacking, as he couldn't even defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, rendering rebirth unnecessary. They continued onward, and soon Hayashi introduced another ninja, Noira Rin, a chunin, who selflessly chose to end her life to protect Konoha from the threat of the Three Tails. A truly great ninja. Naoya was instantly moved. Great, so very great. He hastily removed a flower and placed it at Rin's grave. Afterward, the two continued their exploration, hoping to uncover more surprises when suddenly a ninja approached and called out to them. "Hayashi, what are you doing here? Hurry up, Hinata-sama is calling for you. He specifically requested you for training. If you're late, you'll surely face the consequences." Hyuga Hayashi froze momentarily, turning to Naoya and clasping his hands together. I must take my leave." Naoya nodded, watching Hayashi depart before utilizing his stealth technique to follow suit. This jutsu had become increasingly effective. He was eager to discover what awaited. The one calling for Hayashi to train was Hyuga Kinmoto, a member of the clan's main house. Within the Hyuga clan, there were 2 branches: the main house, responsible for clan management, currently comprising 3 members, Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hinata, and the newly born Hyuga Hanabi, and the elder branch, which did not partake in management but oversaw the caged bird seal. This branch currently consisted of 2 members, the elder and his grandson, Hyuga Kinmoto. Naoya followed Hayashi into the vast and intricate residence of the Hyuga clan. In terms of population, the Hyuga clan was significantly smaller than the Uchiha clan. However, in terms of the complexity of their housing arrangements, the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly the most intricate that Naoya had ever encountered. As he navigated with Hayashi through the labyrinthine corridors, he soon found himself utterly disoriented. Escaping by foot now seemed impossible, and he felt that flying upwards might be his only option. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the Hyuga clan, where a secluded courtyard awaited. In the courtyard stood a young man clad in a pristine white robe. "Hayashi, you're 13 minutes late. You've wasted 13 minutes of my time." The young man spoke in a calm tone. Hayashi's forehead instantly broke into a cold sweat, yet the young man said no more, merely casting a fleeting glance at Hayashi before asserting, "Let us commence the training." Hayashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and responded affirmatively. The two then engaged in combat within the courtyard. Both executed the Hyuga's gentle fist with great proficiency. However, it was evident that the opponent's technique was far more refined than Hayashi's, which was only to be expected, given his status in the main house. Naoya found himself bored watching for a while, as the anticipated bullying seemed absent. Although Kinmoto launched ferocious attacks during the training, aiming to inflict lethal damage, it was clear that his actual capabilities paled in comparison to Hayashi's. Despite his relentless onslaught, he could not inflict any real harm on Hayashi. Naoya could easily discern that Kinmoto's speed and strength fell short of Hayashi's, and his movements were stiff and mechanical, akin to a clumsy imitation. Such glaring flaws in his attacks not only failed to improve during the training session, but, due to Hayashi's restraint, appeared to worsen. Naoya even began to suspect that Hayashi was intentionally allowing Kinmoto to falter, perhaps aiming to cultivate him into a weakling. However, Naoya soon realized his misjudgment. After approximately 10 minutes of training, Kinmoto began to pant heavily, prompting a Hyuga clan maid to bring him tea. After sipping the tea, Kinmoto appeared rejuvenated and waved Hayashi off, substituting him with the very ninja who had initially summoned Hayashi for training. It was then that Naoya finally grasped the true meaning of letting someone win. The branch house ninja charged forward with a powerful Hyuga palm strike, fortuitously revealing the technique's telltale signs, allowing Kinmoto to narrowly evade the strike. Following that, a series of punches and elbow strikes ensued, each attack meticulously perceived by Kinmoto, who barely managed to dodge them. At that moment, Kinmoto felt himself entering a state of genius. The two battled fiercely in the open space, engaging in hundreds of exchanges until both exhausted their chakra reserves, at which point Kinmoto unleashed his final technique, the heavenly spin, to claim victory. "You're quite impressive. Keep working hard. This time, I won by virtue of my heavenly spin, which feels somewhat unearned. Here, Take this training scroll for the heavenly spin. Learn it, and return to me for more practice. The branch house ninja departed with tears of gratitude in his eyes. Observing the entire scene, Naoya could only conclude that this individual's ability to act to such an extent indicated that his strength was at least thrice greater than Hayashi's. After the branch house ninja left, Hyuga Kinmoto cast a dark look at Hayashi. The latter trembled in fear upon witnessing Kinmoto's expression. Hayashi, you wasted 13 minutes of my time. Do you have any idea how significant those 13 minutes are to me? Kinmoto spoke in a flat tone, while a maid attended to him, wiping the sweat from his brow and adjusting his attire. Yet, the more placid Kinmoto appeared, the deeper Hayashi's dread grew. Kinmoto-sama, I didn't mean to, Suddenly, Hayashi collapsed to the ground, the caged bird seal flaring painfully, an agonizing sensation coursing through his body. He writhed on the ground, veins bulging, muscles quivering, resembling a frog thrown into hot oil. Kinmoto remained unfazed, treating the incident as commonplace. Lounging on a chair in the courtyard while the maids continued to serve him. Hayashi, deliberately arriving late and neglecting your focus during training. Are you particularly concerned that my training will surpass yours? Hayashi could no longer utter a word, his body convulsing on the ground uncontrollably. Kinmoto, witnessing this, lost all interest as well. Alas, what a disappointment. I initially intended to punish you for a full 13 minutes. Yet it appears that less than a minute was all it took. Never mind, for we are of the same clan, and I shall not hold it against you. With that, Hyuga Kinman withdrew his technique. However, at that moment, Hiraman had already succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to move. Kinman shook his head and turned back towards his room. Just then, an elderly man emerged from within the house. He cast a glance at the unconscious Hiraman and, frowning, instructed a nearby maid, awaken him, change his clothes, and provide him with some compensation. Let it not appear as though the main family is bullying him. After delivering his orders, the elder retreated into the house, not sparing Hiraman a second glance. Jizai observed the entire scene from the sidelines and discerned that the main family of the Hyuga clan did not intentionally seek to oppress the branch family. Rather, their arrogance was ingrained within them, leading them to instinctively regard the branch family as less than human. Jizai had no intention of punishing Hyuga Kinman, for he found his character rather admirable. Conveniently, he could utilize him as material for the upcoming reanimation ceremony that night. After a considerable duration, Hiraman finally stirred awake. Seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, he silently accepted the compensation offered by the maid and subsequently departed. The 2 stacks of crisp bills, amounting to approximately 20,000, appeared akin to a ransom for Hiraman's life. Jizai materialized beside him and inquired, "Is this a frequent occurrence?" Upon seeing Jizai, Hiraman was momentarily taken aback, but soon fell silent. He opened his mouth, contemplating a myriad of accusatory words in that fleeting moment, yet ultimately refrained from voicing them. Instead, he simply nodded and replied, "Yes." In response, Jizai patted Hiraman's shoulder, offering no words of consolation. "Now, tell me about the 2 members of the main family." This statement seemed to carry more weight than any other, as Hiraman's eyes instantly brightened. Jizai clan leader, it is as follows. As Hiraman recounted, Jizai began to grasp the history of those 2 members of the main family. Hyuga Kinman was the grandson of the Grand Elder, designated as the heir to the caged bird seal. His father had perished in war at a young age, and even his Byakugan had been seized by the Mist Shinobi. This incident became a source of shame for the Hyuga clan, and from a tender age, Hyuga Kinman vowed to avenge his father by reclaiming the Byakugan from the grasp of the Mist. Unfortunately, Kinman's talents were not particularly remarkable, and in his solitary training, he often sought out the branch family's prodigies for practice. Hiraman had frequently been summoned by Hyuga Kinman for such training, during which even the slightest dissatisfaction would result in severe punishment. Consequently, unable to endure the humiliation, Hiraman had deliberately joined a border squad to evade Kinman's training sessions. The elderly man was none other than the Grand Elder, Hyuga Kinman's grandfather. A dignified and serious elder who typically acted with leniency and seldom resorted to the caged bird for punishment against the branch family. Yet, on Hiraman's first day of training with Kinman, the Grand Elder had issued a dire warning, commanding Hiraman to hold back during practice. Otherwise, should he notice Kinman's strength rapidly increasing, he would have Hiraman executed by the caged bird. It was difficult to fathom that such an act could be perpetrated by Kinman's own grandfather. Perhaps it was fear for his grandson's life on the battlefield that compelled him to act in such a manner, Hiraman speculated. Jizai could not help but exclaim, "What a twisted main family. Hiraman, come to the memorial stone location tonight. I have a task for you." Hiraman's excitement surged at these words. Yes. Subsequently, Jizai departed from the Hyuga clan and made his way to the flower shop. Welcome. Oh, a guest from the rain-hidden village. A melodious voice rang out from behind the counter. Jizai looked around but saw no one. Down here, big brother, came the disgruntled voice. Jizai glanced down to find a golden-haired little girl standing behind the counter, entirely obscured by its height. Ah, so you are here, little sister. Have you already taken on the role of shopkeeper at such a tender age? What is your name? Humph, why do you want to know my name? The little girl huffed, crossing her arms. Jizai, enchanted by her cuteness, merely smiled and refrained from further inquiry, as he had likely already deduced her identity. Do you have chrysanthemums in the shop? My name is Ino. The shop fell silent for a moment, and little Ino's face flushed crimson. She had expected Jizai to inquire further about her name, but instead, he had asked to buy flowers. Embarrassed, Ino hurriedly dashed to the back of the shop under the pretense of fetching flowers. Jizai surveyed the 2 large bouquets of chrysanthemums and then glanced at Ino, who had fled, finding her antics rather amusing. With Ino gone, the counter was unattended, prompting Jizai to take a seat on it and keep watch. He casually opened the drawer beneath and was astonished to find a considerable amount of money. Hey, uncle, do you know where Ino went? The term uncle caused Jizai's expression to darken visibly. He looked up to find no one, only to see a pink-haired little girl gazing at him with curiosity. Upon recognizing her identity, Jizai snorted. Forehead girl, my Ino said she won't play with you anymore. Ah, Sakura seemed struck by lightning. Why? Wanna know? Jizai extended his hand and poked Sakura's forehead, stating, play a game with me first, and I shall tell you. Sakura immediately nodded, unhesitatingly agreeing to the game. For it was merely a game, and Ino was her dearest friend. However, she then recalled something and looked at Jizai. Oh, by the way, uncle, what is your relationship to Ino? Are you her father? Chapter 64, Forehead Girl's Response. Jizai's expression darkened further. In the past, others had remarked on his youthful appearance and boyish looks, with even Ino referring to him as big brother. He could not fathom how Sakura could perceive him as Ino's father. Without addressing Sakura's question, Jizai pulled her closer, gathered her hair, leaned in closely, and faced her. Sakura flinched, particularly at Jizai's eyes, which she found somewhat unsettling. Uncle, what are you going to do? I'll scream. Jizai chuckled coldly. Scream all you like. No one will heed you. With that, he reached out his hand. Sakura, frightened, shut her eyes, yet the anticipated event did not unfold. Instead, Jizai placed his hand upon her forehead. He quickly took a pen and drew a game of tic-tac-toe on her forehead. Sakura had closed her eyes in fear, feeling only a cool sensation on her forehead, entirely oblivious to what was happening. Jizai, suppressing a laugh as he beheld Sakura adorned with the tic-tac-toe design, released her. All right, you may go find Ino. She's in the back fetching flowers. Sakura paused. Ah, didn't you say we would play a game? And you haven't told me why? Jizai replied with a smile. No need. Just go find Ino and tell her you came to play tic-tac-toe with her. She'll understand. Really? Sakura beamed with joy and dashed off to find Ino. Jizai remained quietly in place, and before long, the sound of Ino's cheerful laughter echoed from behind. Ha ha ha, tic-tac-toe, Sakura. I love playing tic-tac-toe. Let us play together. Ha, you're killing me. Soon. An indignant Sakura stormed out from the back, and upon seeing Jizai, she brandished her little fists and charged at him. How dare you trick me? Unforgivable. Jizai gazed calmly at the approaching Sakura, and as she drew near, he suddenly extended 2 fingers and pressed them against her forehead. Sakura was abruptly forced to halt her steps. Due to the disparity in their heights, her punches and kicks could not reach Jizai despite her fervent attempts. At that moment, Ino appeared from behind, cradling 2 bouquets of flowers, and upon witnessing Sakura's predicament, her laughter grew even more jubilant. Ha ha ha, Sakura, are you practicing acrobatics? Sakura, realizing that she could not strike Jizai, felt her eyes welling up with tears as Ino continued to tease her. With a defiant gaze fixed on Jizai, she exclaimed, if you have the ability, let go of your hands and see if I want tea. With a startled cry, Sakura rushed into Jizai's embrace as he hastily released her. Ino seized the opportunity to jest further. Ha, Sakura, have you thrown yourself into his arms? I thought you said you were going to teach him a lesson. Shoo. Jizai interjected, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, then gently ruffling Ino's hair to signal her to remain quiet. He pointed at Sakura, and as Ino followed his gaze, she realized that Sakura was silently crying. With her face buried in Jizai's chest, Sakura shed tears, expressing her grievances. Yet her arms continued to punch Jizai's back, as if to assert that she was indeed reprimanding him, concealing her sorrow. Ino, observing this, turned away, suppressing her comments. That was a bit excessive, Shizai mused to himself, recognizing that Sakura was still a child and that his earlier jest had perhaps crossed a line. After what felt like an eternity, Sakura finally composed herself. Although her tears had vanished, her eyes remained red-rimmed. Ino, this is your birthday gift. I'm leaving now. With that, Sakura cast a fierce glance at Shizai before dashing out of the flower shop. Ino, realizing she needed to chase after her, found that Sakura had vanished in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, Ino shot Shizai an irritated glare and handed him the 2 bouquets, stating, "That will be 500 ryo. Settle the bill." Shizai, taken aback, looked at Ino in disbelief. "Ino, my dear, are you truly so heartless? You just made your friend cry, and instead of comforting her, you come to collect my payment?" Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you blaming me for Sakura's tears? Isn't it your fault for bullying her?" Shizai blinked innocently. "How could it possibly be me? I didn't even know Sakura's name before today. The one who bullied her is clearly you. Honestly, you little rascal, so young yet your character is so wicked, making your friend cry and then trying to pin the blame on someone else." With that, Shizai shook his head and sighed as he exited the flower shop. Ino stood frozen in place, contemplating her actions. "No, I didn't mean to bully Sakura. I simply couldn't help but laugh a little. Wait, I haven't paid yet." She hurriedly pursued Shizai, only to find that he had already disappeared from the street. Darn it. Ino stomped her foot in frustration. He may be handsome, but who would have thought he could be so dastardly, trying to shirk his debts? Truly, the most charming boys are the greatest deceivers. As Shizai stepped out of the flower shop, intending to procure a shovel, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face from before, Uchiha Izumi. In recent days, many from the Uchiha clan, including Izumi, had significantly increased their patrols, often circling the same streets multiple times, reveling in the newfound affection and admiration from the villagers. "Stop right there. What do you intend to do?" Izumi, flanked by 2 stern-faced Uchiha, confronted Shizai. To this day, Izumi harbored lingering resentment toward Shizai, convinced that the information from that day was fabricated, alleging that Kobayashi Shizai had bribed Uchiha Fugaku, and together they had deceived the Hokage. Especially after hearing Fugaku invite Shizai to his home, her suspicions only intensified. Izumi silently vowed that once the Chunin exams concluded, she would seize the opportunity to uncover the truth behind that day and expose the duo's misdeeds to seek justice for the innocent villagers who had perished. So, when she spotted Kobayashi Shizai on the street once more, an instinctual feeling surged within her, warning her that he was up to no good. Without hesitation, Izumi led her comrades to block his path. Shizai narrowed his eyes at the 3 Uchiha standing in his way. "Step aside, or I shall eliminate you." In an instant, a formidable aura of menace enveloped him, causing the 2 Uchiha to instinctively take a step back. It is vital to note that Shizai was no benevolent figure. He had once laid waste to a village. Izumi's complexion paled slightly, yet she bit her lip and stepped forward, resolutely obstructing Shizai's advance. "State your intentions, or you shall not pass easily." Chapter 65, The Wisdom of Still Water. "Is that so?" The next moment, Shizai executed the water body flicker technique. So swift. One Uchiha gasped, barely managing to catch a glimpse of Shizai's figure, his body lagging in response. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Izumi drew her kunai, intercepting Shizai's attack. The clash of their weapons rang out, producing a resounding thud, and the tremendous force compelled Izumi to take a step back. "Impressive," Shizai complimented. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Unseen dust. "What?" The 3 Uchiha's expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to pinpoint Shizai's location. Suddenly, a blinding white light surged from the side. Dust release, original world severance technique. Too swift, too unexpected. The Sharingan managed to catch a glimpse of the dust release, but the body could only react slightly, and then the technique swept past, erasing half of one Uchiha's arm. Ah! A harrowing scream erupted, yet before he could tend to his injury, another flash of white light swept through, taking half of his foot as well. Ah! A third flash illuminated the scene as another Uchiha collapsed to the ground, permanently incapacitated for battle. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, Izumi's kunai clattered to the ground. Shizai's figure gradually materialized in the air, adorned with white wings, resembling an angel, yet more akin to a demon. "Young lady, this is all you're doing." Izumi could no longer contain her tears, which burst forth uncontrollably. "Please, I beg you, find a way to spare them." Shizai smiled, utilizing the shadow clone technique to lift an unconscious Uchiha and landing before Izumi, raising her chin with one hand. Then, Shizai activated his Sharingan. Not so obedient. "Are we?" In an instant, He rendered Izumi immune to her jinjutsu. In her shocked gaze, he turned his hand and inserted his finger into her mouth. Izumi gagged. Leaning closer to her ear, Shizai whispered, "If you wish to save your comrades, come to this address." With that, he soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. A paper crane fluttered down, unfolding to reveal an address and a time, 1 o'clock in the morning. Shortly thereafter, Yambiyu ninjas arrived at the scene, and the remaining Uchiha was transported to the hospital for treatment, while Izumi made her way to the Hokage's office. I have heard about the events leading up to this. Izumi, the ninjas from the Rain Village have been exceedingly arrogant. I will certainly confront Hanzo about this matter and ensure that the Uchiha receive a proper explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared with a firm thud on the table. However, just then, Danzo burst through the door. "It is not permissible, Hisashi. This is a critical juncture between our two nations, and during this period, we must prioritize the greater good. We cannot allow individual matters to jeopardize the peace of the village." Subsequently, in the presence of Izumi Uchiha, the two elders engaged in a heated dispute. Izumi clenched the crumpled paper in her hand tighter and tighter until she exclaimed, "Danzo, I will consider your opinion." Danzo's expression brightened at her words as he exited the room. "Hisashi, you won't regret this." Sarutobi Hisashi let out a deep sigh and turned to Izumi with an apologetic gaze. "I'm sorry. As Hokage, I must prioritize the village." "I understand," Izumi replied. Looking at Sarutobi Hisashi, "I know the Hokage's predicament. Please do not put yourself in a difficult position. I will seek justice for my teammates in the competition." With that, Izumi left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hisashi furrowed his brow as he watched her depart, sensing something amiss. He instructed someone lurking in the shadows, "Follow her and ascertain if anything unusual occurs." Meanwhile, Izumi first visited the hospital to check on her injured teammate. Fortunately, her teammate's condition was stable, and there was no immediate danger to life. Next, she sought out Shursui in the Umbu, but regrettably, she was unable to enter the Umbu's base. Although she wished to send a message through someone, the Umbu members stated that this was a critical period, and they could not disturb Lord Shursui and Lord Itachi's training. With no other choice, Izumi was left to wait anxiously until deep into the night. Finally, Shursui and Itachi emerged from the Umbu base together. "Itachi, Shursui," Izumi hurriedly approached, blocking their path. "Izumi, what brings you here?" Izumi quickly recounted the events of the day. However, upon hearing her story, both Itachi and Shursui nodded in agreement, stating in unison, "Lord Danzo is correct. We cannot allow personal matters to disrupt the peace of the village." Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed unimaginable that such words could come from them. Was the life of her clansmen not valuable? Yet, this was not the moment for such discussions. She had more pressing information to convey. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, Izumi finally spoke solemnly, "Shursui, Itachi. There is one more thing. The information given by the Hokage is erroneous. Kobayashi Naoya is not afraid of Jinjutsu. This mission is flawed and may be a conspiracy against the Uchiha clan." The moment those words escaped her lips, Shursui and Itachi's expressions shifted dramatically. Itachi, with a darkened countenance, questioned, "Izumi, do you realize what you are saying? You dare to suspect the Hokage." Izumi hurriedly defended herself. "Itachi, please listen. I have personally experienced this. Kobayashi Naoya, enough." Itachi glared fiercely at Izumi. "Is it not your own strength that is lacking?" Izumi took a step back, unable to believe Itachi's harsh words. However, Itachi did not relent, continuing with a deliberate cadence, "Your inability to succeed in the mission has led you to slander the Hokage. Seeking to abandon the task, correct?" Izumi felt a wave of indignation wash over her as she stammered, I did not." Shursui, sensing that Itachi was being excessive, raised his hand to intervene. Seeing this, Itachi chose to relent out of respect for Shursui and turned to leave. After Itachi departed, Shursui contemplated briefly before addressing Izumi. "Izumi, try to understand Itachi. He bears immense pressure. This mission is pivotal for the Uchiha's integration into the village. It has been Itachi's long-held aspiration, and he has already severed ties with clan leader Fugaku for this purpose. But, Shursui, I truly, no more, Izumi, I understand." Shursui sighed deeply before continuing. "Kobayashi Naoya is exceptionally powerful. I have inquired with Granny Cat. This is a test set forth by the village for the Uchiha. I will lead our clan through this trial." As he spoke, Shursui's Sharingan began to spin, transforming into a pinwheel. Izumi watched in astonishment, swallowing her words. Returning home, Izumi collapsed into bed. In the middle of the night, she suddenly awoke, clutching a crumpled note in her hand. Chapter 66, Is Digging a Pit a Crime? Unfolding the wrinkled parchment, A few words emerged: Spirit Memorial. This location was familiar to her, and as she recalled that another teammate was still in Naoya's clutches, unease gripped her heart. It was her fault. Had it not been for her, both teammates would not have encountered misfortune. Recently, the family of that teammate had visited her home inquiring about their whereabouts, and she had been forced to lie, claiming that the individual had a mission and would return tomorrow. She resolved, I must go see. Regardless of what Kobayashi Naoya demands, I will bring my teammate back. With determination, Izumi stealthily exited. Outside, a member of the Umbu assigned to surveil her followed discreetly. There were 3 Umbu members tasked with monitoring Izumi, part of the same squad. During the day, 2 were present, but at night, only 1 remained due to reduced activity, because the observer kept a distance. Izumi was entirely unaware of being followed as she made her way to the Spirit Memorial. Upon arrival, she found herself early and sought a place to wait. A few hundred meters away, the observing Umbu ninja scrutinized Izumi closely. Is she waiting for someone? He pondered. Moments ticked by, and soon, the appointed time arrived. Well, if I'm not mistaken, are you on surveillance duty? Of course, don't disturb my work. The Umbu abruptly turned, only to find a bearded man grinning at him, mimicking a gun with his hand. Baka bang. A water iron cannon technique swiftly pierced through the Umbu's skull, causing the lifeless body to thud to the ground. Naoya approached from behind, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the head of a stunned Hozuki Mangetsu. You are truly foolish, Mangetsu. Do you not realize that living sacrifices are of utmost importance to me? Mangetsu wished to clarify that it was Naoya who had ordered the silencing, never mentioning anything about leaving a living sacrifice, but regrettably, Naoya had control over his mouth, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. All right, Mangetsu, I know you feel remorse for the earlier incident. It's fine, I have magnanimously forgiven you. With that, Naoya patted Mangetsu on the shoulder and walked ahead. Hozuki Mangetsu could only emit muffled sounds of distress. Naoya soon arrived at the Spirit Memorial, where he encountered Izumi, who had been waiting. Ah, Miss Izumi, you've arrived. Naoya exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms wide in a welcoming embrace. Izumi, with a stern expression, ignored Naoya and directly inquired about her teammate's whereabouts. According to our agreement, I am here. Where's my companion? Naoya chuckled at her words, but did not respond, instead widening his arms further, the meaning unmistakable. Upon seeing this, Izumi clenched her fists, but considering her clansman and companion, she ultimately had to relinquish her grip. Gradually, under Naoya's smiling gaze, Izumi stepped forward, embracing him. Hey, what are you doing? I asked you to brush the dust off me. Naoya complained. Huh. Izumi let go in an instant, her face flushed like an apple. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Izumi became flustered, hastily brushing the dust off Naoya's clothing. In her haste, she inadvertently struck the firearm. Ahem. Naoya cleared his throat, quietly advising Izumi. If you are eagerly anticipating something like this, just come find me discreetly. This is not the time for such things. I still have my subordinates around. As he spoke, Naoya gestured towards Hozuki Mangetsu, who stood not far away. Izumi, momentarily bewildered, thought, what am I anticipating? As she pondered this, she clenched her fist, wondering, what is this? The hunting rifle awakens. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Izumi Uchiha swiftly released her grasp as if struck by lightning. This was merely an unfortunate accident. I had not anticipated it, she thought, feeling utterly embarrassed. However, she knew she had to address her teammate's condition. He has already been taken for treatment, declared Naoya in a flat tone. What? Izumi exclaimed, her shock palpable. Where was he taken for treatment? To the Konoha hospital, of course. Is there a second ninja hospital in Konoha? Ding. Izumi Uchiha's affinity level has increased to 10. Izumi glanced at Naoya, surprised to discover that he was capable of doing good deeds. Well, in that case, I shall take my leave. With a thud, a corpse was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. If you dare to leave, you will be the one responsible for his death. The moment Izumi attempted to take a step, she halted abruptly. You dare to kill an Umbu ninja in Konoha? Naoya shook his head. I did not kill him. He pulled over the body of Hanzo Mizukichi. He did. Hanzo awkwardly smiled at Izumi. Pleased to meet you, descendant of the Uchiha clan. Izumi's gaze darted back and forth between Naoya and Hanzo. What difference does it make whether he killed him or you did? Enough of this debate. As long as you comply, I will handle the matter of the murder for you. Naoya reassured her while collecting the corpse. Izumi felt a twinge of unease. You killed him. How can you take care of it for me? Naoya, sensing her discomfort, explained with care. Because if you do not comply tonight, I will frame you for this Umbu ninja's death. You may not know, but this Umbu was specifically assigned to monitor you. Upon hearing this, Izumi's previously flushed face turned pale. She was not naive. An Umbu ninja monitoring her meant she had already deduced whose subordinate he was. If Naoya truly chose to frame her, she would find it impossible to explain herself. Biting her lip, Izumi looked at Naoya. What do you want me to do? I must clarify that I will not engage in any activities that violate Konoha's regulations. Her voice diminished, lacking conviction. Naoya chuckled, gently ruffling Izumi's hair. Do not worry. Everything I intend to do will not breach Konoha's laws. After a brief wait, Hinata Hayashi hurriedly approached. I apologize, my lord. The patrols of the Hyuga clan are quite stringent at night. I barely evaded the Byakugan's gaze to make it here. Naoya waved dismissively. It's fine. Now that we are all here, let us commence our task. With that, he produced flowers and a shovel. The flowers were divided into 5 portions, placed before the graves of 5 ninjas, the first, second, and 4th Hokages, Kushina Uzumaki, and Rin Noera. Naoya then instructed the 3 to begin their work. Izumi, come here. I need you to dig a hole at this spot. Digging in Konoha is not against the law, right? Izumi gazed at the epitaph of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, her hands trembling uncontrollably around the shovel. Heavens, what am I doing? I am actually digging up the grave of the first Hokage. She felt as if she had been lured into an abyss by Naoya, with no way back. Do not feel burdened, Izumi. You are merely digging a hole. It is a perfectly normal activity. Naoya encouraged her from the side. Clink. The shovel struck a wooden plank. It's all right, Izumi. You've merely unearthed a piece of wild timber. This is not unusual. Let us pry it open. Izumi hesitated, unable to bring herself to strike the plank. The legacy of Hashirama Senju loomed large among the residents of Konoha. Even as an Uchiha, she had grown up listening to tales of this ninja deity. Let me assist you. Naoya stepped forward, grasping Izumi's hand and making a powerful swing. Boom. The coffin lid, no, the wooden plank, was flung aside. However, upon lifting it, they discovered an empty space within. As expected, there is nothing here. Naoya shook his head in disappointment. But soon, good news arrived from nearby. Haha, I found it. A corpse clad in blue armor was unearthed. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Naoya quickly smiled and sealed it away. Before long, Hinata reported good news as well. The 4th Hokage's body has also been found. Well done, Hinata. Naoya applauded in celebration. Subsequently, he led Izumi to dig for Kushina, instructing Hanzo and Hinata to excavate Rin. Before long, both bodies were successfully retrieved. Excellent work. The task is complete. Now let us proceed to the Hyuga clan. Naoya commanded, but at that moment, Izumi took a step back. Naoya looked puzzled. What is it, Izumi? You can no longer use the Umbu matter to threaten me. I have followed your instructions and completed the task. We are even now. I do not wish to proceed with the Hyuga matter. Naoya's eyes narrowed sharply. Oh, Izumi, you are truly adorable. But who told you that we are even now? He leaned closer, staring intently into her eyes, which made Izumi avert her gaze. Seeing this, Naoya chuckled lightly. How about this? I will not press you further. Just give me a kiss, and I will consider us even. How does that sound? As he spoke, he turned his cheek towards her. This is unacceptable. Izumi immediately sought to refuse, but then remembered that if she did, Naoya would likely become relentless. Just a quick one. Izumi reluctantly confirmed. Naoya nodded. Just a quick peck. Izumi steeled herself, closing her eyes and bracing herself for the kiss. Naoya, seizing the moment, turned his head, and their lips met unexpectedly. Izumi's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively tried to push Naoya away, but he embraced her tightly, leaving her with no means of escape. After a prolonged moment, a delicate thread of tension lingered in the air. You are bullying me. I do not like you. Izumi whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. Naoya gently stroked her back in a comforting gesture. It is all right. I do not like you either. I am simply captivated by your beauty. A mere passing fancy. Izumi's tears began to flow more rapidly. I never want to see you again. With that, she attempted to flee, but Naoya held her firmly, refusing to release her. Let me go? You claimed you do not like me. Why are you still holding me? Izumi struggled, though it felt more like a playful protest. Naoya replied, because I still need you to assist me with the Hyuga affair. Izumi, incredulous, gazed up at him. You are not serious. Naoya shook his head. How could that be? My word is my bond. There once was a girl from Konoha, even more beautiful than you. She said she did not want me to touch her, and I kept my promise, even when it became apparent she had developed feelings for me. However, as Naoya spoke, Izumi's focus seemed to shift. You have other girls? She questioned through gritted teeth. Naoya nodded honestly. Indeed, I have several, each one kinder and cuter than you. Ding. Izumi Uchiha's affinity level has increased to 30. Izumi Uchiha's initial affinity reward has been granted. Shared power of Izumi Uchiha 13. Random ability gained. Shuriken manipulation technique. And 1 entry for a basic lottery. Uchiha Izumi's voice grew increasingly plaintive, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. You claim to be a man of your word. Did you not? Then we are even. Let me go? Upon hearing this, Naoya pondered for a moment before releasing Izumi. As she was freed, Uchiha Izumi shot a fierce glare at Naoya before turning to leave. Miss Izumi, I will assist you in dealing with the matter of the Yinbyu ninja you killed. But what about your illicit excavation of the first Hokage's remains? Izumi abruptly halted her steps. She cast a scornful glance at that insufferable man who had stolen her first kiss and toyed with her emotions. Is there a man in this world more vile than he? Enough of this nonsense. Naoya stepped forward, grasping Izumi's hand. Let us go to the Hyuga clan together. This time, Izumi turned her head away, remaining silent. The Hyuga clan, having experienced an incident of infiltration from the Hidden Cloud village, now maintained an exceptionally stringent defense. Even a clansman like Hayashi had to exert considerable effort to enter and exit, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to breach their walls. However, for Naoya, infiltration posed no challenge, as he had devised a superior plan. He produced a single-eyed whirlpool mask and placed it on Uchiha Izumi, subsequently instructing her. Just follow my lead and remember to activate your Sharingan. Who would heed your commands? Izumi scoffed, pouting. Naoya, noticing her reaction, lifted her chin and enticingly remarked, if we succeed, I shall reward you with a kiss. Instantly, Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson. Who would want a kiss? Such trivialities hold no appeal for me. Oh, is that so? Naoya raised an eyebrow. In that case, if we fail, you shall be punished with 100 kisses. Izumi was taken aback by his words. Before long, the preparations were complete. Naoya approached the elder brother of the Akatsuki, Gazuki, and clapped him on the shoulder. I entrust this to you, Gazuki-senpai. Gazuki smirked. Oh, so now you remember to show respect to your elders. Huh, Kagaya brat? Naoya blinked. Isn't this for the revival of our land of water? Please do not be so stingy, Gazuki-senpai. Gazuki waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. I will give it my all. Chapter 68, I bet on your gun. It is worth noting that Gazuki's sacrifice is none other than the head of the Kagaya clan, the stronger the ninja sacrificed in the Edo Tensei technique. The greater the power that can be harnessed. Currently, Gazuki could not exert 100 of his strength, but at least 80 would suffice. Coupled with the Gazuki clan's unique body techniques, attacking a mere Hyuga would be child's play. Gazuki swaggered towards the gates of the Hyuga clan. Who goes there? 2 patrolling members of the branch family immediately spotted Gazuki. He exaggeratedly leaned back, holding his forehead and laughing maniacally. I've been discovered. In that case, allow you to witness the prowess of Gazuki Kagoro. Bang! Gazuki formed a gun with one hand, unleashing a rapid water iron cannon technique that instantly pierced through one of the branch member's shoulders. The other branch member's face paled in shock as he swiftly activated a signal flare, shouting, enemy attack. Intruders in the clan. Soon, a throng of branch members rushed out from various houses, and Hayashi seized the opportunity to blend in among them. Return to heaven. 8 trigrams air palm. A series of attacks were directed at Gazuki, but he effortlessly evaded them with his water transformation technique. Now this is an entertaining battle. Gazuki exclaimed as he leaped high into the air, mimicking a dual-gun stance, weaving through the crowd like a double-tailed eagle, unleashing water iron cannons that felled countless branch members. Had Naoya not instructed him to refrain from lethal force, the Hyuga clan would have suffered catastrophic losses by now. Meanwhile, Naoya, seizing the moment while the majority of the Hyuga clan members were distracted by Gazuki, led Izumi to the small courtyard of the Kaminaraman grandfather and grandson. The 2 were still fast asleep, but the young maid had awakened, hearing the sounds of chaos outside and intending to alert them. Bang! Naoya instantly appeared behind the maid, knocking her unconscious with a swift chop and tossing her back into her room. Aren't you going to do something strange? Izumi asked unexpectedly. Naoya was momentarily taken aback, then playfully pinched her ear, whispering, Are you feeling jealous? Uchiha Izumi's face turned red, and she chose to ignore Naoya. The 2 then proceeded to the main house. Naoya dealt with the elder, while Izumi faced off against Hayashi Kaminaraman. One was frail with age, and the other was a mere waste, allowing Naoya and Izumi to effortlessly subdue them. However, to Naoya's surprise, Hayashi Kaminaraman recognized Izumi immediately. You are Uchiha Izumi. How dare you conspire with outsiders to invade the Hyuga? Are you betraying the village? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi panicked. Naoya felt a twinge of embarrassment as he had momentarily forgotten the Byakugan's ability to see through illusions, the mask was ineffective for Izumi, especially since she had recently become a public figure, making her recognition by Hayashi unsurprising. Never mind, it's of little consequence. Naoya turned to reassure Izumi. Do not worry. These two are merely corpses. They shall not reveal your identity. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi felt a wave of relief, yet simultaneously a chilling sense of dread. Why did this fellow speak so nonchalantly about killing members of the Hyuga main family? Meanwhile, the Kaminaraman grandfather and grandson were plunged into terror upon hearing Naoya's words. Do not act rashly. I can. Before the elder could finish, Naoya swiftly struck, removing the elder's Byakugan in 2 quick motions. The elder immediately knelt in agony, howling. Following that, he did the same to Hayashi's Byakugan. Hayashi's reaction was even more dramatic, rolling on the ground in excruciating pain. Naoya, intrigued, squatted down to inquire, pray tell, which is more painful, this or a caged bird? The answer, of course, remained elusive. Naoya then severed an arm from both men, leaving a trail of blood in the room. He used the corpse bone technique to create signs of a struggle, even leaving a small shard of bone embedded in the wall, and finally shattered Izumi's whirlpool mask, leaving half of it behind. Thus, a perfect frame-up was complete. Naoya tidied up the scene before hastily departing with Izumi. The pair made their way to the back mountain of Konoha, where Naoya instructed Izumi to gather materials for the Edo Tensei technique. Meanwhile, Kazuki had already engaged the Hyuga clan in a fierce battle for over 300 rounds. Naoya had initially planned for him to delay for 10 minutes, but it had now extended to nearly 30. Kazuki contemplated that he had fought enough and it was time to retreat. Due to Kazuki's previous water transformation and water iron cannon techniques, he had charged into the crowd as if it were an uninhabited realm, leaving the Hyuga members cowering in fear. Thus, when Kazuki decided to withdraw, not a single soul dared to obstruct him. However, just as Kazuki prepared to leave, a lone member of the branch family stepped forward, blocking his path. Ha ha ha, Kazuki Kagoro. After being so arrogant for so long, why the sudden urgency to flee? I wager your chakra is depleted. Although it was merely a guess, the branch member's expression was remarkably confident. He then produced a 100 yen bill. I bet 100 that your chakra has run dry, rendering you incapable of unleashing even a single water iron cannon. Bang! A hole appeared in the branch member's forehead as his body fell backward. I win, Kazuki exclaimed, catching the bill that floated down and departing with nonchalance, while behind him, the mournful cries of the Hyuga clan echoed. The recent casualty among the Hyuga clan was the only branch member to have died in the battle. The others had only sustained severe injuries. Naoya had meticulously prepared for the summoning ritual, and after much contemplation, he concluded that the candidates for the Edo Tensei would be Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rin Noera. This decision was reached with utmost rationality and seriousness. Presently, he possessed the remains of the first Tsuchikage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, Kushina, and Rin, 5 individuals in total. However, the soul of the fourth Hokage was with the Shinigami, rendering him ineligible for the summoning, thus excluded. The second Hokage, with his white hair, was not to Naoya's liking, so he was also dismissed. The first Tsuchikage specialized in earth release, a technique that Naoya himself did not excel in, leading to his exclusion as well. Therefore, after thorough and reasoned deliberation, Naoya ultimately decided to proceed with the summoning of Kushina and Rin. Soon, before the astonished gaze of Izumi, the 2 ninjas, Kushina and Rin, were resurrected by Naoya. Am I not dead? 2 voices echoed in succession as Kushina and Rin curiously surveyed their surroundings. Sister Kushina, Rin. The 2 exchanged surprised glances, only to realize that something was amiss with their current state, prompting them to turn their attention to Naoya. It's you. You resurrected me and Rin, didn't you? Kushina furrowed her brow. Naoya nodded, placing his hands behind his back as he approached Kushina, a concoction of persuasive words brewing in his mind. Kushina, you ought to be respectful when addressing me. You should refer to me as the clan leader. The clan leader? Chapter 69, Framing and Fabricating Facts. You must be jesting. You're the leader of the Uzumaki clan? I have never heard of such a thing, and besides, the Uzumaki clan has been eradicated. At the mention of the clan's annihilation, a hint of sadness washed over Kushina. Eradicated? Naoya scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further, instead opting to let the facts speak for themselves. Diamond seals. Suddenly, a dozen robust golden chains emerged from his back, swirling gracefully in midair. The diamond seals were a unique ability that could awaken within the Uzumaki clan. The stronger the bloodline, the more chains would manifest. Typically, direct descendants of the Uzumaki clan possessed 5 chains. However, due to Naoya's exceptional lineage, endowed with thrice the bloodline power of Minato and an additional infusion from Kaguya, He boasted an impressive array of chains numbering in the dozens. Kushina gazed in astonishment at the chains behind Naoya, incredulously murmuring, "How can this be? Such a level of Uzumaki bloodline. What is happening?" Observing Kushina's bewildered expression, Naoya felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He pondered for a moment before continuing his manipulation. "Kushina Uzumaki, do you not realize that while you enjoyed peace in Konoha, your scattered kin endured unspeakable humiliation? As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you never considered extending a helping hand to your fellow clansmen." Faced with Naoya's accusations, Kushina found herself unusually flustered. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. The third Hokage told me that all of our clan members had perished. I'm so sorry." Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt the weight of guilt for her ignorance. Stemming from the third Hokage's concealment of the plight of the Uzumaki remnants and his reluctance to allow her to leave the village. Rin, witnessing Kushina's distress, yearned to comfort her but felt uncertain about how to proceed given the involvement of the village's upper echelons. Meanwhile, Naoya had just come to the shocking realization that the third Hokage had indeed orchestrated such treachery. Is this not divine providence? His eyes subtly shifted as he devised a comprehensive narrative of blame. "Of course, you wouldn't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen coveted our Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. It was he who covertly instigated the war that led to our clan's destruction." Naoya unveiled a staggering revelation. Kushina, Rin, Izumi Uchiha, and the approaching Kagaya Mutsu were all left in stunned silence by Naoya's proclamation. Kushina, Rin, and Izumi found it hard to believe that the usually benevolent third Hokage could have engaged in such underhanded actions. Meanwhile, Mutsu wrestled with self-doubt. He distinctly recalled that the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was due to his own desire for their sealing techniques, leading to a coalition with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages to obliterate the land of whirlpools. When had Sarutobi Hiruzen played a part in this? He remembered the Hokage merely accepting bribes and delaying military response, failing to provide timely aid. Mutsu found himself engulfed in profound self-reflection. Then, he contemplated Naoya's bone pulse, attempting to formulate a plausible explanation. Perhaps a member of the Kagaya clan who participated in the war had hidden an Uzumaki descendant, and their union bore Naoya. To shield Naoya from harboring resentment against the Hidden Mist village, his parents had concealed the truth of that fateful day, choosing instead to place the blame on the ineffective Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, that must be it. Mutsu felt he had uncovered the truth of the past. Regardless, Naoya's bone pulse was undeniably real. He was undoubtedly a prodigy of the Land of Water, destined to bear the mantle of revitalizing the Hidden Mist village. On the other hand, Kushina found it difficult to accept Naoya's assertion that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the mastermind behind their clan's downfall. However, the undeniable authenticity of Naoya's Uzumaki bloodline compelled her to reluctantly acknowledge that Hiruzen was indeed the architect of the Land of Whirlpool's demise. Subsequently, Naoya recounted numerous tragic tales of other clansmen, further solidifying Kushina's belief in the veracity of his words. Nagato, having fled to the Land of Rain, faced relentless persecution from Konoha's Umbu after his identity as an Uzumaki was revealed. His parents were murdered by Konoha's Umbu, and after narrowly escaping, he was subsequently hunted down by the root, resulting in the loss of his legs. He was now forced to hide in underground caverns in the Land of Rain to evade Konoha's ninjas. Another clansman, Minato, who had escaped to the Land of Grass, suffered horrific abuses at the hands of the Grass village, treated as a living blood bag, nearly succumbing to a gruesome fate. Stop. After merely hearing two tales, Kushina was already convinced of the truth in Naoya's words. She sank to the ground in anguish, tears streaming down her face as guilt for her clansmen overwhelmed her. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Naoya hurriedly feigned sorrowful expressions. He approached Kushina and gently lifted her up. "No, Kushina, this is not your fault. You were merely deceived by the wicked. The true villain is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is the real executioner behind all of this." As he mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naoya's expression twisted with seething rage, though it ultimately culminated in a resigned sigh. "Kushina, I am powerless. As the current head of the Uzumaki clan, I am no match for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is too formidable, the strongest Hokage in history, and I cannot even lay a finger on him." As he spoke, Naoya struck an empty space with his fist, seemingly venting his inner turmoil. Continuing, he declared, "I cannot avenge my clansmen. I am unworthy of being their leader. However, I must now shoulder the responsibility, for the Uzumaki clan still languishes in suffering, and they are waiting for me to save them." Having laid the groundwork for so long, Naoya finally revealed his true intentions. He suddenly grasped Kushina's hands with utmost seriousness. Kushina, there is an Uzumaki clansman in Konoha who is enduring unimaginable torment. Saratobi Hiruzen intends to mold him into a weapon of war. I need your help to rescue him. It must be you. Only you can accomplish this. Will you help me, Kushina? Only you can do it. Kushina felt slightly perplexed, wondering what could possibly require her exclusive involvement. Yet, upon meeting Naoya's earnest gaze, she found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. It had been a long time since she had seen her kin after the passing of Granny Mito. I am willing. Naoya smiled, beaming with joy. Thank you, Sister Kushina. Kushina wrapped her arms around him, her expression neutral, yet her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Deep down she thought, humph, this fellow, who previously carried himself with the airs of a clan leader, is now willing to call me sister. Ding. Kushina's affection level has risen to 20. Kushina's initial affection reward has been granted. Shared strength with Kushina, 13. A random ability from Kushina, the 4-symbol seal, and 1 basic lottery draw opportunity. Chapter 70. Rin of Obito. Naoya then turned his gaze towards Noera Rin and politely addressed her, Rin Senpai. I sincerely apologize for the presumption of bringing you back to life. The reason is not trivial. I have a friend who earnestly wishes to see you once more. To fulfill his desire, I had no choice but to resort to this measure. Rin, upon hearing this, did not harbor any resentment towards Naoya. Her gentle nature rarely allowed anger to surface. May I inquire as to the identity of your friend? After a moment's contemplation, Naoya replied. He was once a comrade of yours, possessing a Sharingan. As for the rest, it is up to you to deduce. A figure began to materialize in Rin's mind. I know who he is. Rin exclaimed, beaming with a sweet smile. Has Rin Senpai confirmed it? Naoya inquired. Rin nodded confidently, stating, indeed, there can be no mistake. Naoya silently mourned for Obito for 3 seconds, before saying to Rin, in that case, for the time being, please accompany me in the guise of a maid. I believe you will soon meet. Understood, Rin readily agreed. Subsequently, Naoya placed the illusion moon into the coffin and returned to the embassy with Rin and Kushina to rest. Suddenly, Naoya recalled something and knocked on Kushina's door in the middle of the night. After a brief moment, Kushina opened the door, still awake. The body created by Edo Tensei is a mere illusion, devoid of fatigue, exhaustion, or pain. However, this does not imply that Kushina is a perpetual motion machine. Although her vessel may be an illusion, her soul is genuine, and it too requires rest to rejuvenate. What is it, my little clan leader Naoya? Seeking me at such a late hour? I have a matter that requires your assistance, Sister Kushina. Naoya declared, pushing his way inside. Be careful, you reckless child. Kushina admonished. At that moment, Naoya produced a white jade tablet and placed it in Kushina's hand. This is a jade tablet inscribed with sealing techniques. I would like you to help me decipher the seals within, Naoya explained. Kushina examined the jade tablet closely. It was intricately carved, and with considerable effort. She utilized her chakra to discern some minuscule characters within. Kushina clenched her fist. Bang! A punch landed on Naoya's head. Were you doing this on purpose? Such tiny writing is impossible to read. Naoya rubbed his head, expressing his discontent. Sister Kushina, you are far too violent. No one will like a girl like you. What did you say? Kushina activated her anger mode. And no, I meant that I will take responsibility for observing the small characters inside. While you only need to focus on deciphering the seals, Naoya stammered. Kushina huffed and replied, that is more like it. However, it's too late today, come back tomorrow. With that, she ushered Naoya out of her room. The next morning, news of the attack on the Hyuga clan sent shockwaves throughout Konoha. Hundreds were injured. 1 branch member was dead, and 2 main family members were missing. Shinobi from the Mist Village launched a ferocious attack, seizing the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Even the family heirloom that recorded the caged bird technique was lost. This incident was too significant. To prevent the branch family from reacting, Hisashi refrained from publicizing the news. During the assault, the Mist Ninjas did not conceal their actions, employing standard water transformation techniques, water iron cannon techniques, and the skeletal remains discovered at the scene, all pointing unequivocally to the mist. Additionally, a shattered mask was found, reminiscent of the masked man from the Ninetales incident years ago. Could it be that this individual had ties to the Mist Village? In any case, this incident had escalated into a severe issue between villages. Unlike Naoya's previous endeavors, this time the Mist Village brazenly invaded the Hyuga clan, forcefully stealing 2 pairs of Byakugan. Such an act incited fury among all clans in Konoha, as no one knew if they would be next. War is imperative. We must go to war. Danzo's roar echoed in the Hokage's office early in the morning. We shall advance directly from the land of bears, seize the 4 islands of the water country, and strike straight for the Mist Village. demanding the return of the stolen Byakugan and reparations. Upon hearing Danzo's declaration, Hizashi's eyes lit up. Danzo's words echoed his own thoughts. Waging war against the Mist Village to reclaim the Byakugan and the lost heirloom was essential. The leaders of other clans also felt that the Mist Ninjas should not be easily forgiven, but they sensed that Danzo's plan was somewhat flawed. Seizing the 4 islands of the water country? Konoha's ninjas are not adept at naval warfare. Previous conflicts with the Mist Village were land battles. But attacking the 4 islands would necessitate combat at sea, where Konoha would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Moreover, a crucial point arose. What does Konoha need with those 4 wretched islands? They are barren save for wild clams, and even if we occupied them, they would serve no purpose. Demanding the return of the Byakugan is one thing, but what if the Mist Village refuses to surrender? The length of Konoha's supply lines would be a liability, as many resources must be transported via waterways, and if a stalemate ensues, we would certainly be dragged down by the mist. Danzo's plan was undoubtedly a perilous pitfall. The clan leaders exchanged glances, all aware that Danzo's strategy was flawed. Yet no one dared to voice their objections as they awaited the Hokage's stance. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the clan leaders below. He knew that Danzo's proposal could not be accepted, but as Hokage, he could not express this directly. If he endorsed Danzo's plan, he would be perceived as warmongering, alienating the anti-war faction. Conversely, opposing Danzo would paint him as weak and ineffectual. Thus, the Hokage could not intervene directly. It was essential for someone to stand up against Danzo's opinion, allowing him to navigate the situation delicately. Ultimately, he aimed to broker a consensus that would satisfy the majority. In this manner, regardless of whether the outcome was failure or success, the blame would be shared, and success would be attributed to the Hokage's wise leadership. Such was the path of the Hokage. My teacher's choice to select me was indeed a wise one. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused internally, casting his gaze around. He finally settled on Nara Shikaku. Sighing in resignation, Shikaku stood up, compelled by the circumstances. Chapter 71, Mischievous Naruto. It is well known that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are staunch supporters of the 3rd Hokage. Whenever the 3rd Hokage had commands or policies to issue, these 3 clans would lead the charge, rallying others to support the 3rd's initiatives. Shikaku rose, surveying the room, and remarked, I concur with Elder Danzo's sentiments. The Mist Village's brazen attack on Konoha's shinobi must not be easily forgiven. However, war should not be hastily initiated. I believe we should first send envoys to the Mist Village to hold them accountable, employing diplomacy before military action, and only resorting to war if absolutely necessary. The eloquent Rikuji, while ostensibly not opposed to war, found himself amidst a fervent atmosphere among the various clans. However, should the conflict drag on for months as Rikuji suggested, once the fervor subsided, who would still have the inclination to engage in battle? The understanding of the interdependence of allies and adversaries was evident to all. Yet, what good was understanding when peace was so alluring? Sarutobi Hizashi, too, grasped Rikuji's implications, nodding in agreement. Rikuji has considered this thoroughly. I wonder if anyone harbors alternative opinions? The heads of the clans fell into deep contemplation. What did the Hokage signify? Did this thoroughness imply agreement or dissent? It seemed to lean towards approval, albeit not unqualified. In support, Inuzuka clan leader stepped forward. Our Inuzuka clan is rather straightforward and not adept at strategizing, but I believe that Rikuji, revered as the intellect of Konoha, has devised a plan that is undoubtedly prudent. With this declaration, the leaders of the clans echoed in unison, affirming, indeed, indeed. Rikuji is the intellect of Konoha. Entrusting this to Rikuji is certainly a sound choice. Sachikage observed this scene, his chest heaving with indignation, before slamming the door in a fit of anger. The 3rd Hokage opened his mouth to assert his position, but quickly realized that Sachikage was not addressing him, and thus swallowed his words. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, could only offer a resigned smile at the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, Naoya and Kushina, disguised, lay in wait at the entrance of the ninja academy. Soon after, as school let out, a stream of students emerged, among them a spiky-haired boy and a dark-haired boy, none other than Naruto and Sasuke. Upon sighting Naruto, Kushina's heart surged with excitement. Is that him? It's Naruto, isn't it? She glanced at Naoya, who nodded in affirmation. Kushina was on the verge of rushing out when Naoya held her back, covering her mouth to prevent her from revealing herself. Of course, Naoya could also use the Edo Tensei technique to control Kushina, ensuring her compliance, but casting that technique required hand seals, which was overly cumbersome. It was far simpler to just hold her. Don't bite me, you brat. Kushina glared at Naoya in irritation. Then let go of me. Naoya, realizing his oversight, sheepishly replied. Apologies, Sister Kushina, I wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, it seemed that Kushina was more focused on Naruto at that moment. Hey Sasuke, let us duel. Today, I must defeat you, Naruto proclaimed loudly. However, Sasuke merely cast a disinterested glance at Naruto. Idiot. After that, no matter how much Naruto shouted, Sasuke paid him no mind. Kushina felt a vain throb on her forehead. Why did her son seem like such a fool? Let us keep watching, Naoya suggested. At that moment, a pink-haired Sakura suddenly appeared, gazing at Sasuke with starry eyes. Sasuke-kun, can we walk home together? Sasuke, without even glancing at Sakura, coolly responded, not interested. Naruto, seizing the opportunity, eagerly jumped in, his eyes filled with affection. Sakura-chan, Sasuke isn't interested, so why don't we walk home together? However, Sakura shot him a disdainful look. Idiot. After a moment of pestering Sasuke, seeing there was no hope, she departed alone. Meanwhile, Kushina felt her teeth grind in frustration. Not only was her son a fool, but he was also a lovesick puppy. You are the son of the fourth Hokage, the hero who saved Konoha. How can you be so easily swayed by an ordinary pink-haired girl? Kushina, in a fit of determination, contemplated rushing out to give Naruto a piece of her mind. Naoya, sensing her rising impulse, restrained her once more and urged, let us keep watching. After Sakura left, only Naruto and Sasuke remained at the school entrance. Sasuke continued to wait in silence while Naruto played on a swing, trying to provoke Sasuke into a duel with his taunts, but to no avail. Half an hour passed, and slowly the teachers began to leave the school. At last, a familiar figure appeared before Sasuke, a mature boy with tear-streaked cheeks, exuding a maturity rivaled only by Asuma's. Brother! Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Itachi's embrace like a child seeking affection. It seemed he truly was just a child. Regardless, the Sasuke of now was a stark contrast to his previously cold demeanor. I'm sorry, Sasuke, for being late due to training. It's alright, brother. I understand you've been working hard. I'm just happy you took the time to come pick me up. Sasuke clung to Itachi, basking in the warmth of brotherly affection. Nearby, Naruto hung his head, feeling dejected. Itachi's gaze fell on Naruto, instantly taken aback by the immense chakra emanating from him. Such a level of chakra, he had only witnessed in that one individual before. The same pale blue eyes. Was it mere coincidence? Sasuke, who is he? Itachi inquired. Sasuke shrugged, dismissing Naruto with a wave. Just an idiot. Naruto, indignant at the insult, sprang up. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will become Hokage. I will definitely defeat you, Sasuke. Sasuke merely scoffed, uninterested, his focus solely on Itachi. Let us go, brother. Yeah. The two brothers departed, leaving Naruto to continue playing on the swing, swinging carefree even as the area emptied of people. Kushina began to sense something was amiss. Why was Naruto still not home? Was he so absorbed in play that he lingered out so late? Home. Kushina suddenly realized something, silently observing the scene. An hour passed, then two, until darkness enveloped the village. Alone, Naruto walked down the path leading home. Chapter 72, Dust Release, Grasping the Sun. The night in Konoha painted a harmonious tableau, children frolicking, groups of elders chatting, adults returning home after a long day's work. Naruto was but a fragment of this scene, an outsider among them. Fox, get lost, you wretched creature. How could the Hokage allow him to attend the ninja academy? The fox should be executed. Various malicious remarks were hurled at Naruto, and Kushina silently observed, her voice turning hoarse and low. This was all the third Hokage's doing, wasn't it? He sought to control the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naoya nodded. Indeed. Each ninja village employs similar tactics against Jinchuriki. Kushina clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously. But Naruto was different. His parents had perished for Konoha. He should be a hero, not this. Naoya gently patted Kushina on the back, offering comfort. Don't be naive. There is no such thing as heroes. A child who has lost their parents and lacks clan support is merely an orphan. Kushina. Naoya's words struck a chord, tightening her grip even more. The verbal assaults against Naruto continued unabated. Though Naruto cared about these taunts, his innate resilience allowed him to withstand the negativity without succumbing to despair. In other words, Naruto was the kind of person who would almost never be broken by external derision. Suddenly, he leaped onto a wooden barrel, unbothered by the gazes around him, and proclaimed with pride, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will become Hokage. One day, I will earn your recognition. Stop dreaming, filthy fox. A somewhat portly middle-aged man kicked over a wooden barrel, causing Naruto to tumble out and land clumsily on the ground. The crowd erupted in laughter. Naruto grimaced and began to clap, wincing slightly from the pain. At that moment, Kushina could no longer contain herself. Her crimson hair stood on end, resembling a fearsome red demon. "Chieftain, allow me to take action. I promise I shall fulfill any request you make thereafter." Without hesitation, Naoya released his hold on Kushina. The next instant, she charged forward with a fierce shout. Die. Kushina delivered a solid punch to the middle-aged man's abdomen. A wave of white energy seemed to materialize at that moment, exploding forth instantaneously, sending the man flying backward, crashing through several buildings. Naruto watched in astonishment as Kushina's flowing red hair left an indelible impression in his memory. "It's Kushina." In the shadows, several ANBU members were equally astonished, their eyes wide as they beheld the familiar figure with red hair. "It's Kushina. Lady Kushina. Quick, notify the Hokage." "Wait, that person is Naoya Kobayashi." Observing from the shadows, Naoya strolled leisurely towards Kushina, his palm outstretched, a pure white orb of light coalescing within it. Naoya held the orb, shaking his head with a sigh. "Kushina, oh Kushina, we have exposed ourselves. The formidable third Hokage will surely put us to death." Grandfather Wunti, Naruto, having a fondness for the third Hokage, innocently recounted to the two about the various good deeds the Hokage had done for him. Kushina was nearly brought to tears, pulling Naruto into her embrace and crying out, "Naruto, I am your mother. I'm so sorry, I've come late." "Mother." Naruto stared blankly at Kushina, realizing that his eyes had become moist without him noticing. For reasons unknown, he felt no doubt about the truth of Kushina's words. "Mother, why? Why did you go away? I always thought I didn't have a mother." Tears streamed down Naruto's face. In front of his mother, he could no longer maintain his composure. "We must eliminate some pests. We cannot allow them to truly inform the third Hokage," Naoya remarked. Pushing the light orb high into the sky, he then performed a sealing technique to protect their surroundings, finally clenching his palm gently. Dust release, detonating palm. The orb in the sky suddenly shattered, unleashing an endless white light that enveloped everything. The white light radiated from Naoya and the others, carving out a circle with a radius of several kilometers within Konohagakure, ensnaring even the ANBU members who were rushing to inform the Hokage within this radius. In the next moment, everything within that range was instantaneously reduced to atomic form. "What is this?" Naruto gazed in shock at the barren surroundings. Under the influence of dust release, even the houses and parts of the ground had vanished. He hurriedly asked Naoya, "Odo-san, where is everyone? Why has everyone disappeared?" How perceptive Naruto is. Naoya chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. "I just sent them on a journey to the Pure Land." Kushina, flustered, playfully punched Naruto. "You fool. He is your brother, your brother." Naruto smiled foolishly. "Ah, so he is my brother. I have a brother. I won't be afraid of Sasuke anymore." Kushina's heart ached even more at his words. At that moment, Naoya sensed many people approaching. He quickly feigned urgency and said to Kushina, "Kushina, it's time to say goodbye. The third Hokage has sent someone to capture you. If we don't leave now, we will surely be killed." Kushina looked at Naoya with suspicion, then glanced around at the desolate surroundings. "Your strength, my chakra, has been depleted," Naoya replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke anxiously. "The technique I just used was my limit. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage, and I stand no chance against him. If we don't say goodbye now, we will surely be killed. Moreover, if he learns that Naruto has discovered the truth, Naruto will undoubtedly face peril." "I understand, Kushina," she said, tightening her embrace around Naruto, deep sorrow reflected in her gaze. "Naruto, I'm sorry, but your mother must leave." "Wait, why, mother? We finally met again," Naruto exclaimed, filled with urgency. "I'm sorry, Naruto. But remember what your mother said. You must never tell the third Hokage about today's events. Your current predicament is entirely due to him. He wishes to control you completely. If he discovers that you have seen me, he will surely kill you." Naruto stood frozen in place, disbelief washing over him. How could this be? Grandfather outside, various chaotic voices emerged. "Over here, hurry." Upon hearing this, Naoya grasped Kushina's hand. "All right, we must go." With that, Naoya swiftly knocked Naruto unconscious with a swift chop to the neck, then dispelled the sealing technique and hurriedly left with Kushina. Chapter 73, Playing with the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been attacked. This was a significant incident, sending shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konohagakure, with Sarutobi Hiruzen overwhelmed with urgency. The most critical matter was Naruto. Fortunately, after an examination at the hospital, they determined that he had merely fainted and suffered no other injuries. Next came the task of reassuring the various clans, informing them that there was no need to worry, as Naruto was unharmed. And there had not been a second Nine-Tails incident. The clans breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Members of the Uchiha clan returned home, disheartened. Subsequently, Danzo arrived to voice his concerns. Hiruzen, I've told you before, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should be entrusted to me for training. Such an incident would never have occurred under Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, Danzo, Naruto loves this village. He has a deep bond with it, and we must trust in him. Danzo scoffed, Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. I am the Hokage. The door slammed shut behind Danzo, and shortly after, Tsunade entered. Hiruzen, the estimated number of casualties is nearly 20,000. How many corpses? Hiruzen replied grimly. I understand. Tsunade left, and after a while, Mito Minju entered. Hiruzen, the newly vacated land properties. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then responded, Konohagakure belongs to everyone. Let us split it 37 to 63. Discuss with the various clans and allocate them 30%. Mito Minju departed as well. Ultimately, Hiruzen was left alone in his office. He calmly practiced calligraphy, an endeavor that continued for several hours until, by midnight, an ANBU member reported in. Hokage-sama, Naruto has awakened. At that moment, Hiruzen was writing the character for Virtue when he heard the ANBU's report, causing his hand to tremble, ruining the character as the lower half was smudged with ink. However, Hiruzen paid no mind to this. He hurriedly adjusted his attire and rushed to the hospital. Upon pushing open the door, his previously stern expression softened into one of warmth and kindness. Naruto, are you feeling better? Naruto looked up. Grandfather, I don't know. Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. Naruto, do you remember what happened earlier? I don't know. 5 o'clock. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. Naruto, you may be too exhausted and have forgotten many things. You should rest for now. With that, Hiruzen exited the hospital. Meanwhile, Naoya was also awake, engaged in research with Kushina concerning the Hyuga clan's talisman. The talisman was slightly larger than a pendant and contained intricate carvings. Although the inscriptions were so minuscule that they were entirely invisible to the naked eye, etched internally within the talisman. Byakugan activate. Under the all-seeing gaze of the Byakugan, Naoya meticulously deciphered the characters one by one. So you are indeed from the Hyuga clan, Kushina exclaimed, utterly astonished. Naoya waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such skills were merely fundamental. Is it so peculiar for one to bear a heavier burden of responsibility? Kushina found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps the tumultuous era of war was indeed chaotic. Gradually, as Naoya continued to read the text, Kushina worked on the decryption, and the two toiled through the night, exhausted, until they finally unraveled the technique of the caged bird. Kushina peered at the jutsu, her brow furrowing slightly. This is incomplete. It only contains the sealing, without the unsealing. I suspect there must be another identical tablet inscribed with the unsealing. Another tablet? Could it be with Hizashi? Naoya pondered before resolving to visit the Hyuga clan when the opportunity arose. Kushina, you must be worn out. Let us rest. All right. Just as Kushina intended to rest, Naoya unexpectedly lay down on her bed, adopting a posture that suggested he intended to sleep there. Hey, wait. You can't just stay here. Naoya pulled Kushina closer to him. Kushina, I cannot risk leaving you alone. If you were to sneak away to see Naruto and got caught, what would happen? Understanding Naoya's concern, Kushina felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. But that doesn't justify us sleeping together. How can we possibly share a bed? Naoya regarded Kushina with disdain. Kushina, what are you thinking? You don't even possess a physical form right now. What could I possibly do? Besides, given your age, why do you still cling to such unrealistic notions? You little brat, who are you calling old? Kushina retaliated with a punch, only to be pinned down by Naoya. All right, be good and sleep. After a few minutes, Naoya remarked, Kushina, your body feels too cold. It's quite uncomfortable to hold you. Go to hell, you perverted brat. Who told you to hold me? Come on, Kushina, don't be mad. I'm just worried you might try to escape. How about this? Use your chakra to warm yourself up. Otherwise, I fear I might catch a chill. Warm up? In your dreams. It would serve you right if you caught a cold. Kushina remained unyielding. Faced with this, Naoya had no choice but to deploy his trump card. Kushina, I can arrange for you to see Naruto every day. Gradually, the chill in Kushina's body began to dissipate. At this temperature, it's just right. Remember your promise. You must keep your word. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. The following day, an UMBU member summoned Naoya early in the morning. Knock knock. Kobayashi Naoya. The Hokage requests your presence. In a flurry, Kushina concealed herself. Naoya reluctantly rose from bed. Upon opening the door, he slapped the UMBU member. You. The UMBU, infuriated, moved to retaliate but was halted by a comrade. Naoya paid them no mind and unfurled his wings, soaring directly to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, is there something you require of me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grim. You were responsible for yesterday's incident, were you not? Dust release. Naoya feigned surprise. It seems nothing escapes the keen eyes of the third Hokage. Yes, I did it. He acknowledged openly. Hiruzen trembled in anger. Attacking the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. What are you plotting? A war against Konoha? Indeed. Naoya stepped closer to Hiruzen, speaking with deliberate seriousness. Originally, Master Hanzo and Brother Inoki had conspired to secretly prepare a coalition of 20,000 ninjas, intending to launch a simultaneous assault on Konoha from the land of grass and the land of river. This revelation left Hiruzen drenched in cold sweat. Such a monumental undertaking had gone unnoticed by him. When did you? How could you? Suddenly, Hiruzen recalled that Rain Village had sealed itself off long ago. He had dismissed it as a mere minor ninja village at the time, but now, he wondered if preparations had begun then. The more he contemplated, the more dread he felt. Chapter 74. The Future of Konoha. However, Hokage-sama, there is no need for concern. As both the Rain Village and the Rock Village are known for their peace-loving nature. Hiruzen's lips twitched. Peace-loving villages stockpiling an army of 20,000 ninjas? Naoya, oblivious to Hiruzen's thoughts, continued. Master Hanzo stated that if we were to attack Konoha, we must first ascertain the status of the Nine Tails. Thus, he suggested I test the strength of Konoha's Jinchuriki. To be honest, it was the first time I witnessed caution in Master Hanzo's demeanor. He paused. And as you have seen, the strength of the Nine Tails is terrifying. I barely managed to escape with all my strength. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression softened slightly. What you mean to say is, Naoya waved his hand dismissively. Under your wise leadership, Konoha has once again achieved peace. Hiruzen inhaled deeply and replied gravely, this time. Konoha has suffered greatly. Do you realize how many lives were lost due to your test? Hokage-sama, the compensation amount, if I recall correctly, is only 500 million, right? Hiruzen faltered at this, remaining silent for a long moment before finally responding. Konoha's losses far exceed 500 million. Uchiha Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. What did you say? Hiruzen shot to his feet. This is no jest. Naoya, with a calm smile, casually pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing steadily at Hiruzen as he spoke slowly. Uchiha Fugaku once approached us for an alliance, stating that he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and could control the Nine Tails, asking us to assist him in claiming the Hokage seat, promising to let us handle the land of grass and the land of water. However, we ultimately declined. Hiruzen fixed a piercing gaze on Naoya. I refused to believe that you would turn down such an offer. Naoya nodded. The conditions were indeed enticing. Even my master considered agreeing. However, Brother Inoki, upon hearing about the Mangekyo, firmly rejected it, stating that he had witnessed the terror of the Mangekyo. It is the power of a god. Should the Uchiha ascend to the Hokage position, both the land of earth and the land of rain would inevitably descend into chaos. Having said that, Naoya curiously inquired of Hiruzen, Hokage-sama, do you truly believe the Mangekyo to be so fearsome? It is merely a pair of eyes. How powerful can it be? How powerful? Hiruzen's eyes reflected terror. That was before the founding of Konoha, during an era of clan warfare in the Land of Fire. The Sarutobi clan was but a minor clan, and I was still very young, yet to even refine my chakra. I will never forget that day when a towering armored warrior stood before our clan, asking my father if he wished to join Konoha. My father replied no. The armored warrior then swung down his blade, cleaving our family home in two, with half of our clan members swept away by the wind. Afterward, my father agreed to join Konoha. I witnessed that moment. I was fortunate to survive, having lived on the other side of the mountain. Ever since then, the Mangekyo has become an indelible fear in my heart. Inoki was right. It is the power of a god. Hiruzen sighed deeply and sat down slowly. Kobayashi Naoya, what do you hope to gain by telling me all this? Naoya pondered for a moment before replying. A single Mangekyo. That is impossible. Hiruzen retorted angrily. The Mangekyo belongs to Konoha. Outsiders shall not lay a finger on it. I can assist Konoha in eliminating the Uchiha. I only require a few corpses. Unnecessary. Hiruzen flatly refused. The Uchiha are our comrades. Konoha would never betray its own. Naoya could not help but scoff at this. Third Hokage, your demeanor lacks intrigue, Naoya remarked, gesturing towards himself. I am acutely aware of my position as the future leader of Rain Hidden Village, and perhaps even the potential future Hokage of Rock Hidden Village. As for you, you are the Hokage of Leaf Village. We all possess bright futures. Why then must we engage in this charade? Allow me to be forthright. I stand ready to support Asuma in his bid for Hokage. That is my sincerity. Asuma Sarutobi fell silent, retrieving his familiar pipe and taking slow, contemplative puffs. Naoya pressed his palms together, unleashing 6 beams of white light that rendered 4 figures undetectable as they vanished into thin air from the corners of the room, the trees outside, and the rooftop. The vision of Leaf Village's future obscured Sarutobi's eyes, leaving him oblivious to Naoya's ominous actions. Please depart, Kobayashi Naoya. You have misjudged me. As the Hokage, I will not betray the interests of the village. Naoya chuckled. I await your response. Upon exiting the Hokage building and returning home, Rin had prepared breakfast. Naoya-senpai, hurry. The food Rinshan made is absolutely delectable, Deidara exclaimed, his expression exaggerated as he devoured his meal. Rin, slightly embarrassed, interjected, no, it's just that Deidara is being overly dramatic. It is indeed true, Deidara insisted, presenting a piece of fish to Naoya. Brother, you must try this. Naoya declined outright. Deidara, I refuse to partake in your saliva-laden offering. Deidara, incensed, leapt up in indignation. What? I'm perfectly clean, you know. Naoya clenched his fist, and Deidara immediately simmered down. You make a valid point, brother. Hygiene is indeed paramount. Naoya relaxed his fist. Rinshan, please prepare me another identical portion and bring it to my room. With that, he retreated to his chamber for a nap. Once Naoya had entered his room, Deidara reverted to his usual self. This guy only knows how to trouble others. It's only because Rinshan is so patient that he can bully her. Rin hastily defended herself. Not at all. Cooking for Kobayashi-kun is something I should do. I don't feel bullied at all. After a while, Rin knocked and entered Naoya's room. Kobayashi-kun, it's time to eat. Feed me. Very well, she replied. And as she began, Naoya patted the bed beside him. It's too troublesome to feed me from below. Come up here. All right, Rin acquiesced. By the way, you know that friend I mentioned who I really wanted to see? He has become a rogue ninja in Leaf. What? Rin fumbled with her spoon, dropping it onto Naoya. How could Kakashi have become a rogue ninja? He is the brightest genius of Leaf. What on earth happened? Why? Naoya did not respond, but instead furrowed his brow at the food before him. Clean it up. No hands allowed. Will you tell me once it's clean? Rin queried. Of course, Naoya assured her. I understand. Chapter 75, Fifth Wind Shadow. After a while, Rin, her cheeks flushed, finished tidying up. Can you tell me now? Yes. Naoya pondered for a moment before speaking. He initiated the Nine Tails incident, resulting in the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife. That is impossible. Rin gasped in disbelief. Kakashi is Sensei's most cherished disciple. He could never do such a thing. Surely you jest. I must ask Kushina. This cannot be true. Naoya remained unfazed. Everything I say is the truth. Go ahead and ask. My words are unwavering. Rin felt a rising panic at Naoya's certainty. She seldom ventured out and was unsure of the truth in his claims. Could it be that everything Naoya said was indeed accurate? Kakashi. But how could this be? Why would he do such a thing? Because of you. Naoya drew Rin closer, speaking softly. Rinshan, after your sacrifice. He fell into an abyss of pain and guilt, until one day, someone told him they could resurrect you. Thus, he willingly became a pawn, forced into making many regrettable choices. Is it truly so? Upon learning that Kakashi's actions were all for her, Rin felt her strength drain away. Pain, guilt. I must see him. I cannot allow him to continue down this path. Rinshan, it is too late. He is now deeply entrenched in a quagmire from which he cannot return. Rin was devastated. How could this happen? He was the most brilliant genius. Naoya considered for a moment. Obito with his dual Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed worthy of the title genius. Indeed, he is a genius, but alas, he has strayed down a misguided path. Who is responsible for this? Rin's tone turned bitter. Naoya reflected before responding. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect that the individual who profited the most from the Nine Tails incident is likely the mastermind behind it all. I understand. By the way, Kushina is still unaware of the true identity of the perpetrator. She only knows that the assailant possessed a Sharingan. If you intend to question her, it would be prudent not to disclose this information, as it would greatly distress her. Rin's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she looked at Naoya. Kobayashi-kun, you are truly a good person. Naoya's eyes crinkled with a smile. You flatter me, Rinshan. I merely wish to reduce the sorrow in this world. Ding. Rin's affinity has increased to 20. Initial reward for affinity. Shared power with Rin at level 13. Random ability acquired. Mastery of sage techniques. And 1 entry for the beginner lottery has been granted. A beginner's lottery? Naoya noted, realizing that he had inadvertently accumulated 5 entries for the beginner lottery. Time for a 3-draw. Ding. The 3-draw for the beginner lottery is underway. Draw complete. Acquired basic gentle fist, ninja art, explosive tag array, and secret technique, water transformation technique. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Deidara burst through the door. Brother, ninjas from Sand Village have arrived. Oh, Deidara happened to spot Naoya reclining on the bed with Rin. Brother, my apologies. I must have entered the wrong room. Deidara began to retreat, but Naoya quickly interjected. Do not misconstrue this. Rin was merely feeding me. Deidara scrutinized Naoya, who loosened his grip and clarified. I was merely assisting Rinchan in checking if her thigh-high stockings had loosened. Deidara nodded. I understand. Brother, I won't mention this to Akatsuki. Meanwhile, outside, Sarutobi was welcoming the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and his entourage, who appeared quite disheveled and injured. Upon making contact, Raza explained, My apologies, third Hokage. We encountered some difficulties on the road, which delayed our arrival. Sarutobi quickly reassured him, Not at all. It is Leaf's hospitality that has fallen short. I have heard that my wayward apprentice attacked the sand convoy. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to the fourth Kazekage. The two village leaders exchanged pleasantries. Naoya abruptly threw open the window. Hey, you two. You are truly hypocritical. Stop pretending and wasting time here. If there's nothing else, scram and let me sleep. Raza turned his gaze towards Sarutobi. Understanding the situation, Sarutobi promptly introduced Naoya's identity to Raza. Upon hearing it, Raza's expression turned sharp. Just a mere disciple of Hanzo. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Did your teacher not instill manners in you? Naoya's eyes narrowed dangerously. He regarded Raza with a newfound amiability, akin to looking at a corpse. Kazekage-sama, I apologize for my transgressions. Truly my sincerest apologies. With that, he closed the window. Away. Clever Away. Away received. Naoya gazed at Away and spoke slowly. Go find Senior Scorpion and inform him that I have a fresh fourth Kazekage puppet awaiting him. After settling in Sunagakure and taking a brief respite, the formal Chunin exams were about to commence. This examination, spearheaded by Konoha, was jointly hosted with Sunagakure and Amigakure, with several surrounding minor ninja villages participating as well. The examination comprised 3 stages, a written test, survival, and combat. Throughout the duration of the exams, the third Hokage, the fourth Kazekage, and the legendary Sannin Hanzo of the Salamander would be present to demonstrate the significance of this event. Hanzo was portrayed by Away, who quickly located Scorpion and relayed the message. At that moment, Scorpion was en route, expressing great interest in the fourth Kazekage's puppet. Naoya mused whether it might be possible for Scorpion to inherit the position of the fifth Kazekage. After all, the current Gaara was still young, and it seemed there were no suitable successors in Sunagakure. Scorpion appeared to be a commendable choice. As for the fact that Scorpion was a rogue ninja who had slain the third Kazekage, what did that matter? If they could shift the blame for the third's death onto the fourth, and then eliminate the fourth to avenge the third, Scorpion would transform from a rogue ninja into a tragic hero seeking vengeance for the fallen Kazekage. Furthermore, Scorpion had a notable background. He was a direct descendant of the Kazekage lineage, with his grandmother Chiyo being the wife of the previous Kazekage. Consequently, this endeavor appeared quite promising. The only uncertainty lay in Scorpion's personal opinion, but Naoya had already devised a plan to persuade him. Soon, the first stage of the Chunin exams, the written test, began. Various teams entered the examination hall. Chapter 76, A Choice Between Two. The written test was rather straightforward, assessing the candidate's ability to gather intelligence. To ensure the accuracy of the answers, Konoha had arranged for 2 Chunin instructors to disguise themselves as examinees. Without a doubt, Naoya excelled in intelligence gathering. As the exam commenced, the candidates took their seats and began their assessments. Deidara glanced at the questions on the paper, feeling overwhelmed. Brother, what should we do? Naoya patted Deidara on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Akatsuki, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the essence of the test and began gathering information. Naoya observed Akatsuki, but chose not to intervene. He needed to catch up on sleep. Having stayed up late last night to replenish his chakra, today was ideal for rest. Before long, the exam concluded. Akatsuki presented 2 papers to Naoya, earnestly stating, Brother Naoya, I wrote out yours as well. Naoya shook his head. There's no need for such trouble. With that, he seized the disguised Chunin instructor beside him and snatched his paper, swiftly altering it to reflect his own name. You. This is against the rules. The Chunin instructor exclaimed angrily. Against the rules? Where's the infraction? Naoya questioned the instructor with a puzzled expression. Is my intelligence gathering inaccurate? Or is it simply that too many are in the know? As he spoke, Naoya conjured dust release in his hand. The chief examiner broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. No, you haven't broken any rules. You passed the exam. Naoya then pointed at Deidara and Akatsuki. What about them? They pass as well. Naoya finally smiled. Soon, the second stage of the exam commenced. Following the selection process of the first stage, Only 22 teams remained, 66 candidates. The second exam took place in the Forest of Death, overseen by Akimichi Choza, who distributed 11 pairs of scrolls among the 22 teams. These teams were to enter the Forest of Death, with victory only achieved by obtaining the opposing scroll and reaching the designated location within 5 days. At this moment, Naoya noticed Uchiha Shursui and his companions among the crowd. He had not seen them during the written test, likely due to them being in a different examination hall. Naoya offered a friendly smile to Shursui, who returned the gesture. However, Itachi's gaze was filled with caution and hostility, while Izumi seemed hesitant to meet Naoya's eyes. Before long, the 22 teams entered the Forest of Death, marking the official beginning of the survival and combat-themed exam. Quick, Deidara, go blow up Uchiha Shursui's team, Naoya shouted. Other teams turned to look at Naoya. In an instant, Naoya and his companions soared into the air. Naoya sprouted a pair of enormous wings made of paper. Akatsuki floated effortlessly, and Deidara rode atop a massive white bird. Shursui's expression changed, realizing the imminent danger. Indeed, Naoya and his team flew straight toward him, unleashing a barrage of explosive clay bombs, detonating tags, stones, and paper shuriken, wreaking havoc upon Shursui and his companions. Damn it! This Naoya Kobayashi is playing by his own rules. He had smiled so kindly before. Why must it come to a life-and-death struggle now? Faced with the aerial superiority of Naoya's team, Shursui had no choice but to retreat into the forest with Itachi and Izumi. Naoya's team flew exceptionally high, clearly having learned from Deidara's previous experience of being shot down by Izumi's Jinjutsu. Currently, Shursui's Sharingan techniques could not reach them, and even the Great Fireball technique was rendered ineffective. Shursui's team had no means to attack Naoya's team from such heights. Meanwhile, due to the betting nature surrounding this exam, the residents of Konoha were unusually attentive. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to broadcast the exam live throughout Konoha to bolster the morale of its citizens. Consequently, the scene of Naoya's team bombarding the Uchiha trio was vividly transmitted to the residents of Konoha. What is happening? Isn't the Uchiha clan invincible? Why are they not retaliating? Retaliate. Quickly unleash the invincible Uchiha techniques and defeat those damned rain ninja. The majority of the populace lacked clear awareness of the ninja strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, they perceived Naoya's team as unimpressive, merely tossing explosive tags and bombs. If they were Uchiha, they believed there were at least 100 ways to defeat Naoya. However, the reality was that Uchiha Shursui was cornered. Under the relentless onslaught of Naoya's team, Izumi was injured by shrapnel from an explosion, hampering her movement. Itachi sustained injuries to his back, with wooden splinters embedded in his lower back, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. Although Uchiha Shursui managed to evade harm due to his extraordinary speed, he could not abandon his teammates. Is it time to use my trump card? Shursui thought, gazing at Naoya's team high above. At this altitude, he could only see 3 small figures. Even the Susanoo would struggle to hit them. Just then, Naoya's team abruptly ceased their assault and descended slightly. Shursui instantly perceived a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Shursui, you have reached the end of your rope, haven't you? Naoya's voice echoed from above as he slowly descended. The outcome is still uncertain. Shursui replied with a serious tone, his eyes fixed intently on Naoya. However, to his disappointment, Naoya halted his descent at a certain height, maintaining a safe distance from Shursui. Haha, Uchiha Shursui, I acknowledge your strength, but your 2 companions are far from your caliber. Can you guarantee their safety in the upcoming battle? If I'm not mistaken, they must be injured and lacking combatability, correct? Shursui frowned. What do you want? I desire nothing but for you to make a choice. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, you can only take one. Only one. Indeed. A look of anguish crossed Uchiha Shursui's face as he helplessly lowered his head. After a considerable pause, he finally raised his head, silently opening his mouth. His voice was too soft for Naoya to hear. What? He involuntarily lowered his body slightly, striving to hear more clearly. This time, he grasped the essence of the situation. Uchiha would never forsake their companions. In the next instant, the corporeal green giant erupted forth, swiftly transforming from skeletal form to flesh and blood. Susanoo 99. Countless colossal chakra arrows erupted from the chest plate, piercing through the airborne chizai. Magnificent. Truly, the momentary body of Shursui is impressive. This technique is extraordinary. Is this the might of the Uchiha clan? In an instant, the residents of Konoha erupted in jubilant cheers, their surroundings radiating with the joy of victory. Chapter 77, The Uchiha Farce. The members of the Uchiha clan were utterly astonished by Shursui's power, with some of the elder clan members exclaiming the resurgence of ancestral glory. Even the usually stern-faced Uchiha Fugaku could not suppress a smile upon witnessing this spectacle. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was equally joyous. Rasha was taken aback by Konoha's might, inadvertently showering compliments, while Hanzo beside him remarked on the impressive nature of the technique, uprooting a potted plant from the Hokage's office to mimic arrows for practice. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face turned a shade of green with suppressed glee. How infuriating! I once believed Shursui to be inherently kind, unlike other Uchihas, yet I had not anticipated the depth of his cunning. He awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan without informing me. The teacher was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan is a collection of inherently malevolent beings. On the battlefield, it was far from over. Chizai's pierced body began to reconstitute itself before the watchful eyes of onlookers. Shursui's pupils constricted. He had received intelligence that Chizai was immune to physical attacks. Yet the essence of Susanu's assault was a tangible manifestation of in-released chakra. To his astonishment, such an attack was also met with immunity. Realizing Chizai's body was on the verge of recovery, Shursui had no choice but to further strain his ocular power. Great fire technique, Susanu 99. Once again, he unleashed the chakra arrows, this time imbued with raging flames, piercing through Chizai once more, igniting him in the process. Was this the end? Uchiha Shursui knelt upon the ground, blood tears streaming from his eyes. The Konoha residents observing were perplexed, still lavishly praising Shursui. As from their perspective, they could not discern Chizai soaring high above, oblivious to his recovery. They believed Shursui was merely desecrating a corpse, showcasing the martial prowess of the Uchiha clan. Only the Uchiha clan members wore solemn expressions, realizing Shursui had overexerted his ocular power. He could not sustain the second stage of Susanu indefinitely. Rasha cast a mocking glance at Hanzo. Isn't it time for you to rescue your disciple before he gets himself killed? For Rasha, having never witnessed Hanzo in action during his prime, he afforded him little respect. However, Hanzo remained unfazed, swiftly embedding 99 meticulously counted leaves onto his abdomen, forming hand seals before bellowing. Susanu 99. In an instant, the leaves rebounded from his belly, launching forth, with half striking Rasha squarely in the face. You old rascal! Rasha's roar echoed through the office. In the death forest, Chizai was engulfed in flames. The paper on his body burned rapidly, yet not as swiftly as his regeneration. Indeed, Teacher Konan's paper jutsu harbored numerous weaknesses, such as vulnerability to intense flames and oil. However, these shortcomings could be mitigated with sufficient chakra. As long as one had an abundance of chakra, all issues could be effortlessly resolved. In the next moment, Chizai erupted with a vast surge of chakra, amplifying the paper upon him, as a pair of angelic wings spanning several meters unfurled, extinguishing the scattered flames in an instant. Paper jutsu, true paper snow. Chizai raised his hand and blew, sending a flurry of paper from his palm, which soon multiplied in the air, transforming into a blizzard that blanketed the arena. This is bad. Shursui's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly enveloped Izumi and Itachi within Susanu. Outside of Susanu, the flurries of snow began to settle upon it, producing the sound of clashing metal. Paper jutsu, paper dragon. Chizai further intensified his chakra output, conjuring 300-meter-long paper dragons that entwined around Susanu, attacking with ferocity. Shursui gritted his teeth, maintaining control of Susanu as he wielded the spiral sword, which could easily pierce through the bodies of the paper dragons. Yet, in the next moment, the damaged spots on the dragons swiftly healed. Shursui had no way of knowing the extent of Chizai's chakra, but he realized he could not continue this way without risking blindness. Rasha gazed at the broadcast with a sense of alarm, thinking, wait, why does it feel like this little Chizai is even stronger than me? This can't be right. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing Chizai suppressing Shursui, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Observing the three paper dragons, his thoughts began to stir. This technique seems familiar, paper jutsu. Paper is just wood, and he belongs to the Uzumaki clan. It seems I should invite Tsunade over for a discussion. The Hokage's considerations were unbeknownst to the Konoha residents, who were watching the broadcast with their hearts in their throats. No way. Could the Uchiha be on the verge of losing? Someone initiated a chant, and suddenly the winds shifted. The Uchiha were about to lose, and the forfeiture would continue. The Uchiha had not even made it to the third match, already facing defeat in the second. The Uchiha colluded with outsiders, deliberately conceding in the second match. The news spread rapidly throughout Konoha, and coincidentally, many Uchiha members were dining and shopping at various establishments during this time. In the past, Uchiha members typically patronized their own clan shops for meals and shopping, rarely venturing outside. However, With the Chunin exams approaching, the Uchiha clan's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, adored by the Konoha populace. Many Uchiha members enjoyed discounts or even complimentary meals at establishments, and with the flattery from other patrons, many ventured out of the clan to dine. Yet at this very moment, these Uchiha members found themselves surrounded by infuriated Konoha residents. Isn't the Uchiha the strongest clan? Why can't you defeat your opponent? Have you accepted bribes from the Rain Village, deliberately throwing the match? The Uchiha clan are traitors to Konoha. One former shop owner, who had previously offered complimentary service to the Uchiha, was red with rage. How can you face us? Return our money. In an instant, Konoha was filled with outcries against the Uchiha. Wait, hold on. There's a twist, exclaimed one Uchiha member, excitement evident in his voice. At this declaration, everyone's attention was immediately drawn back to the broadcast screen. At that moment, Shirsue's eyes were streaming with blood tears as he was forced to dispel Susanoo. Strangely, Chizai did not continue his assault. Instead, a diminutive figure stood before Shirsue. Uchiha Izumi. Chizai, let them go. I will surrender myself to you. Chapter 78. Itachi's Magnanimity. Chizai sent forth a paper dragon to encircle Izumi, yet he refrained from further aggression. Uchiha clan members, have you made your decision to hide behind a woman? Chizai called out loudly. Hearing this, Shirsue staggered to his feet. There's no such thing. Release Izumi. Our battle is not over. Brother Shirsue, don't worry about me. Uchiha Izumi cried out anxiously. Brother Jisue, you must conserve your strength to uphold the family name. I will be fine, trust me, because. Kwan's face flushed slightly, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Brother Jisue, Kwan is right. We must leave. Upon hearing this, Kwan abruptly looked up to see Itachi supporting Jisue. His expression remarkably composed as he spoke. Itachi, you. Jisue gazed at Itachi in disbelief. Itachi's demeanor was unyielding, as if he glimpsed a future yet to unfold. Brother Jisue, the odds are not in our favor here. Kwan is correct. We must preserve our strength for the honor of our clan and village. Kwan's sacrifice bears significance. Jisue's eyes widened in shock. He could scarcely believe that Itachi had uttered such words. What nonsense are you speaking? Can a comrade be sacrificed so easily? Jisue exclaimed passionately. Yet, Itachi remained unervingly calm. There have been precedents in the village. In the past, during the White Fang's team, the one saved had stated he could sacrifice himself at any moment for the mission's sake. This is the will of fire. I believe Kwan understands this as well. You. Jisue took 2 steps back, feeling a profound unfamiliarity with Itachi at that moment. Ha ha ha, Jisue, you needn't be this way. In truth, only Itachi is sacrificing himself. The voice of Naoya resonated from above. He manipulated 2 paper dragons to bring Kwan to his side, then affectionately embraced her, gently kissing her cheek. Kwan, feeling bashful, turned her head away, much like a petulant bride. Naoya, Kwan you. Jisue felt his mind becoming muddled. Itachi, too, found it hard to maintain his composure. He trembled as he looked at Kwan, questioning her. Kwan, what on earth is going on? Kwan lowered her head, remaining silent. However, Naoya provided the answer. Itachi, isn't it obvious? Kwan and I have already pledged ourselves to one another. Out of familial consideration, I will spare your lives for the time being. You should be grateful to Kwan. He added, by the way, Itachi, you ought to express your gratitude to Kwan, for in terms of strength, you have no claim to live. It is only due to Kwan's repeated pleas that I have granted you this chance to survive. Itachi felt no anger. Nor did he succumb to hysteria. He merely sensed a pang in his heart, needing to pause. He stood in silence, his right hand clenched tightly, blood seeping from his palm. Itachi, are you all right? Jisue looked at him with deep concern. Itachi raised his head, forcing a smile. I'm fine, brother Jisue. Kwan's actions are justified. We should leave now. Let's go quickly. Itachi grasped Jisue's hand and hurried away, not daring to look back, fearing he might witness something he wished to avoid. Outside, the residents of Konoha observed the entire scene unfold. What a sight. So, it turns out he relied on a woman to escape. What will happen in the 3rd round? They will surely lose. They scoffed at the Uchiha clan, remarking, to rely on a woman to survive, and yet they dare to call themselves Konoha's foremost clan? Though the Uchiha had not outright lost, their prospects of victory appeared grim, and the villagers harbored resentment and hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku pounded the ground in frustration. His worst fears had materialized. The Uchiha would soon become the focus of scorn, with a compensation of 1 billion ryo hanging over them, as all the village's grievances and negative sentiments would be directed at their clan. Unfilial son, he lamented, for the Uchiha had initially been uninvolved in this matter. The orders had originated from Shimura Danzo, and the assailant had been the oil woman Ryoma. Yet now, the Shimura and oil clans had suffered little to no consequences, while the Uchiha were left to bear the blame. As the clan leader, Fugaku felt immense resentment towards Itachi, while Makoto, as a mother, worried more for Itachi's well-being. She understood that although Quan and Itachi had not fully defined their relationship, they shared a deep connection, just a thin veil away from acknowledgement. However, with the current situation, she feared that Itachi might not withstand such a blow. She pondered if there was any way to assist him. Naoya sat atop a paper dragon, embracing Quan as they soared through the skies. High above, Deidara and Akatsuki tactfully lowered their altitude. Quan-chan, do you like Itachi more, or do you like me more? Of course, I like Itachi. I don't like you at all, Quan retorted, her face flushed as she averted her gaze. Is that so? Naoya feigned a dramatically despondent expression. I suppose I was mistaken. After all, you have spent so much time with him. In your heart, I surely do not compare to Itachi. Hearing Naoya's melancholic words, Quan felt a pang in her heart. She longed to clarify that it wasn't as he thought, but her youthful reserve held her back. I'll take you down. I won't force you. If you like Itachi, then go find him. I won't bother you again. Naoya released his hold on Quan, and the paper dragon began to descend. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Tears shimmered in Quan's eyes as she contemplated her confession, ready to express her feelings once they touched the ground. Naoya, unaware of her intentions, assumed that his tactic of feigned withdrawal had backfired, lamenting that such methods weren't foolproof with girls. Just as the paper dragon was about to land, Quan prepared to confess, but Naoya suddenly pulled the dragon upwards. Did you think I would truly let you go? Naoya seized Quan's chin, stifling her impending words. I don't care about anything else. As long as it's someone I like, I will hold on to her for life and never let go. With that, Naoya disregarded Quan's feelings and leaned in to kiss her. Beep. Uchiha Quan's favorability rating has risen to 60. Advanced favorability reward granted. Uchiha Quan's strength-sharing ability is activated at 100, and 1 advanced and 1 intermediate lottery chance awarded. Lottery. Intermediate lottery 3 consecutive draws in progress. Draw completed. Obtained Corpse Bone Pulse. Dance of the Willow. Obtained Wind Release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Obtained Bloodline Limit. Sharingan. Detecting existing shared Sharingan. Fusion commencing. In the next moment, Naoya's eyes transformed, turning crimson as 3 tomo spun rapidly within. The 3 tomo continued to whirl until they abruptly halted, remaining as 3 tomo without evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only the tails of the tomo elongated slightly. Ugh, I can't breathe. Quan bit Naoya's tongue in irritation, prompting him to finally release her. After a while, Quan regained her composure, playfully swatting at Naoya's chest. You bad person. With that, she nestled into his embrace. You're so mean. I thought you truly didn't want me anymore. Naoya was taken aback, supporting Quan with both hands. But didn't you say you liked Itachi? That was in the past. Quan hurriedly defended herself. Things were like that before, but now my heart only holds you. Please don't abandon me. Of course. Naoya replied with a smile, leaning in to kiss her again. Ah no. After a playful exchange, Quan settled comfortably in Naoya's arms. So you're also a member of the Uchiha clan? She recalled having seen Naoya's Sharingan. Naoya pondered briefly before responding, I suppose so. I do have Uchiha blood flowing through me. Then why? Quan's voice trailed off. Naoya understood she was referring to the 2 Uchiha clan members he had incapacitated. I was saving them. Being injured is better than losing your life. Losing your life? Quan exclaimed in shock. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Naoya candidly responded. The higher-ups of Konoha intend to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. I may be able to save a portion of my kin, but the rest will certainly perish. What? How is this even possible? Izumi could scarcely believe Naoya's words. Why? The Uchiha are the foremost clan in Konoha. Although there has long been dissatisfaction among the higher-ups regarding the Uchiha, it has never escalated to the point of extermination. Seeing Izumi's disbelief, Naoya offered no further explanation. Just wait, and you shall soon discern the veracity of my claims. At that time, you may prepare a list for me. You understand my meaning. Shortly thereafter, Deidara and Akatsuki received another set of scrolls, signifying the conclusion of Naoya's second examination. With the second exam concluded, there remained a considerable interval before the third, during which Konoha was not at peace. The villagers' sentiments grew increasingly volatile, based on Uchiha Shursue's performance in the second exam. There seemed to be no hope of victory in the upcoming third exam, which would undoubtedly impose a substantial financial burden on all residents of Konoha, leaving no one unscathed. With the stakes involving everyone's interests and compounded by the villagers' existing discontent towards the Uchiha, there were those in the shadows inciting turmoil. Consequently, the rift between the villagers and the Uchiha clan erupted into open conflict. Within a single day, numerous incidents of direct clashes between villagers and the Uchiha guard occurred. In truth, the Uchiha were merely executing their duties, yet for some inexplicable reason, the villagers could no longer tolerate what had previously been regarded as normal enforcement. Faced with such circumstances, the Uchiha members opted for a decisive response. They quelled the villagers' unrest through sheer force. In terms of strength, the ordinary villagers were no match for the Uchiha, resulting in a swift influx of offenders into Konoha's prison. Ultimately, the situation escalated to the Hokage's attention, and Sarutobi Hiruzen found amusement in the chaos. Favoritism is imperative. It must be done. Soon, the Hokage issued a proclamation. The Uchiha are Konoha's strongest ninja clan. I implore everyone to place their trust in the Uchiha. They will surely create miracles in the forthcoming battle. Upon receiving this news, the residents of Konoha erupted in outrage. The Uchiha dominate Konoha. There is no law left. I believe that. I believe in nothing. Despite the Hokage's earnest attempts at mediation, the discord between the Uchiha and the villagers escalated to an almost irreconcilable state. At the Uchiha Nanha Shrine, all Uchiha members with awakened Sharingan gathered for a meeting. The atmosphere was oppressive. The dimly lit venue was filled with blood-red Sharingan. Fugaku surveyed the assembly of Uchiha members. During this gathering, the dovish faction fell silent, while the previously assertive hawkish faction spoke fervently. Leader, we cannot continue down this path. This is a conspiracy from the higher-ups to annihilate our Uchiha clan. Leader, let us rebel directly, storm the Hokage building, eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, and let the leader assume the role of Hokage. Fugaku remained silent, lost in thought. Ahem. Uchiha Shursui interjected. Shursui was a highly respected ninja within the Uchiha clan, having previously attempted to usurp power from the Senju during the era of the second Hokage. Although he ultimately failed, his reputation within the clan only grew, establishing him as a leading figure among the Hawks. Fugaku, the situation has become irreparable. If we fail the third stage of the Chunin exam, the Uchiha will bear the brunt of Konoha's scorn. What then will become of our clan? Must we truly pay the price for the higher-ups' failures? Upon hearing this, the Uchiha were thrown into turmoil. Why should we be held accountable for the compensation? This is the higher-ups' scheme. We must not let them succeed. The Uchiha were filled with indignation. Even the previously peace-loving dovish faction could find no rebuttal. Shursui gazed upon this scene with satisfaction, then turned his attention to Fugaku, saying, Fugaku, make your decision. I have secretly arranged an ambush for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With a single command, Konoha will once again be engulfed in the Nine-Tails chaos. Shursui-S Mangekyo can control the Nine-Tails. We are fully capable of successfully executing a coup. At the mention of Shursui, the eyes of all Uchiha members gleamed with hope. Shursui-S activation of the Mangekyo was a source of pride for the entire clan. Despite its subpar performance in the exams, they believed no one could rival the Mangekyo in direct combat. Indeed, leader, we have Shursui. Give the order. Please, leader. Give the command. Listening to the urgings of his kin, Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze to Shursui. Shursui, what are your thoughts? I wish to hear your opinion. Shursui stood alongside Itachi, his eyes closed. Upon hearing Fugaku call his name, he finally opened his eyes. He was not trying to appear aloof by keeping his eyes shut. Rather, he was attempting to preserve his eyesight due to its deterioration. Stepping into the center of the crowd, Shursui looked out at the fervent clan members, sighed internally, and began, Chapter 80, Kodoame Tsukumi. I wholeheartedly understand everyone's grievances, but I implore you to remain calm for the time being. In the third stage of the Chunin exam, I shall unleash the ocular techniques granted by my eyes. I am confident of victory. Please trust me this once. As he spoke, Shursui performed a formal bow to all Uchiha members. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Shursui's esteemed reputation quelled the fervor among the Uchiha clan. The following day, Uchiha Izumi stealthily approached Naoya, her expression filled with concern as she relayed Shursui's words. You must be cautious of that Kodoame Tsukumi technique. Don't let it lead to your demise. Naoya chuckled, ruffling Izumi's hair. Izumi, you know, your tsundere demeanor is as endearing as strawberry jelly. It makes one want to devour you. Hey, pay attention to what I'm saying. Izumi retorted, though she offered no resistance. Later, when Izumi brought up Shursui's Mangekyo again, Naoya remained unconcerned. I've long been aware of Shursui's ocular technique. It's called Kodoame Tsukumi, capable of directly altering a person's will. Izumi's expression shifted dramatically. Altering will? That's rather terrifying. Indeed, it is quite formidable, Naoya affirmed. However, regrettably, Shui can no longer utilize his ocular technique. Why is that? Izumi inquired, perplexed. Naoya chuckled again, producing a file of information. This morning, Shui visited the Hokage's office. His life is now on a countdown. Izumi remained bewildered. Naoya chose not to elaborate further, instead indulging in strawberry jelly once more. Hey, that tickles. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Shui unguardedly disclosed his plans to the Hokage. Coincidentally, Danzo was also present. Hokage-sama, Hokage's aide, my Mangekyo technique is Kodo Amitsukami, which can silently alter a person as well. I intend to use it on Naoya during the third match to ensure his defeat. I hope Hokage-sama can grant me approval. Shui earnestly requested, embodying the quintessential Uchiha's benevolence as he sought the Hokage's consent prior to taking action, unaware that the Hokage was already drenched in cold sweat from fear. Altering will. Silently altering will. Directly altering will. Hokage-sama, are you listening? Receiving no response, Shui questioned, perplexed. Sarutobi Hiruzen jolted awake, shaken from his stunned reverie regarding Kodo Amitsukami. He discreetly cast a glance at Danzo, discovering that Danzo had retreated behind him without him noticing. Shui, what conditions are required to activate that Kodo Amitsukami of yours? Conditions? Shui turned his gaze toward him, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. Rest assured, Lord Hokage. My Kodo Amitsukami can be activated merely by my gaze, silently altering a person's will without any prerequisites, though it requires approximately 10 years of cooldown thereafter. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly pressed his forehead and bowed his head. Ah, I see. I've been quite fatigued from work lately. My eyes are a bit sore and need a rub. Shui, I consent to your plan. Please prepare at once. Yes. Shui accepted the order and departed. Suddenly, as he reached the doorway, Shui turned back. Hiruzen, startled, nearly toppled under the table. Lord Hokage, please take care of yourself. Hiruzen awkwardly replied. Very well, Shui, you may leave. Yes. Shui exited, leaving Hiruzen and Danzo alone in the office. The two exchanged glances, quickly summoned the Hyuga clan leader. Soon, Hyuga Hayashi was discreetly invited. After thorough examination, both Hiruzen and Danzo found no signs of control over them and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, Hiruzen and Danzo sat together with grim expressions. Hiruzen, Kodo Amitsukami is exceedingly perilous. Such ocular techniques must never fall into the hands of the Uchiha. Danzo, Shui is different from the other Uchiha. I cannot act against him as Hokage. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Such a threat that can jeopardize Konoha must be eradicated preemptively. Danzo, the Uchiha are comrades of the village. I will not allow you to do this. Danzo discerned Hiruzen's intent. Bang. Hiruzen, you will regret this. I am the Hokage. After Danzo departed, Hiruzen retrieved his pipe and took a deep drag of smoke. He summoned the Umbu and instructed, bring Asuma back. He must return. Days later, news suddenly arrived from White Zetsu. Since the day Shui entered the Hokage's office, Zetsu had been covertly following him, and today he finally had news. Zetsu, hurry. Shui and Danzo are about to clash. Zetsu hastily followed, arriving just in time to witness Danzo using Izanagi to seize Shui's Sharingan. Your Sharingan, I shall take. Zetsu chose not to intervene directly, but summoned Gazuki Mangetsu. At that moment, Danzo reached for Shui's Sharingan. In a crucial moment, Shui cast a genjutsu that immobilized Danzo. I apologized, Lord Danzo. Still apologizing for his rudeness, Shui was abruptly interrupted. Izanagi, Danzo's unfavorable situation was instantaneously rewritten. He struck Shui in the abdomen and snatched one of Shui's Sharingan. Now, Gazuki lunged forward, employing the water transformation technique to morph into a mass of water. Slipping through Danzo's grasp, and in the next moment, the Sharingan appeared in Mangetsu's hand. Danzo was caught off guard by the time he realized it. Mangetsu had already secured the Sharingan. Mangetsu and Shui fled in opposite directions. Members of Root, lying in ambush, quickly sprang into action, half pursuing Mangetsu and half chasing Shui. Danzo remained still, unable to act. He lacked sufficient Sharingan to recklessly use Izanagi and thus refrained from the pursuit. However, he believed the success of both pursuits was almost guaranteed. After all, Mangetsu was merely a nondescript ninja of the Gazuki clan who had unexpectedly seized the Sharingan. Could he possibly defeat more than 10 elite root ninjas? As for Shui, having lost one eye, he could hardly stand against the elite of his own root. Meanwhile, the root ninja swiftly caught up with Mangetsu. Seeing this, Mangetsu playfully released a clone, a gigantic, animated version of himself, standing several meters tall. One must admit, Mangetsu's ninjutsu has always had a humorous flair. Boiling danger explosion. Boom. Several root ninjas were instantaneously scalded by steam. On the other side, Shursui summoned Susanoo. The pursuing root ninjas, gazing at their kunai, fell into contemplation. Susanoo. 99. Shursui had utilized this technique several times before without inflicting casualties. Yet this time it yielded unexpectedly devastating results. Several root ninjas were left in disarray, perishing on the spot. Chapter 81. The Peculiar Mangekyo. At the cliff's edge, Shursui called Itachi over alone. Brother Shursui, what has happened to you? Itachi stared in shock at Shursui, who had lost one eye, blood streaming from the hollow socket. Presenting a terrifying visage. Itachi, I have failed, Shursui confessed regretfully. I overestimated my abilities, unable to fulfill my promise. I have brought harm to our clan. Brother Shursui, please do not say that. Itachi rushed forward. Shursui shook his head, retreating to the edge of the cliff. At this point, I can no longer prevent the clan's coup. Should the Uchiha stand against Konoha, only destruction awaits. Other nations' ninja will seize the opportunity amid Konoha's turmoil, plunging the village into war. Thus, I believe I must sacrifice myself to extinguish the flames within our kin. Brother Shursui. Itachi dashed forward recklessly, but Shursui restrained him, handing over his remaining eye. Itachi, Danzo has taken my right eye. I fear he will not spare my left. Before that happens, I entrust this eye to you. From now on, the protection of Konoha and the Uchiha rests upon your shoulders. After delivering his final words, Shursui leaped from the cliff. Witnessing his friend's suicide, Itachi was engulfed by profound sorrow. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced the darkness. Dust release. Outer world separation technique. The left eye in Itachi's hand instantly turned to ash. Zetsu emerged from the shadows. Such a dangerous, I must not fall into your hands. Kobayashi Zetsu. Itachi trembled, enunciating Zetsu's name slowly. Hatred fury. Within his blood-red Sharingan, 3 Tomo rapidly spun and aligned in a row. Defeating Kobayashi Zetsu would resolve all of his problems. Itachi's heart roared. As if mirroring his inner turmoil, the ocular techniques Tsukuyami and Amaterasu manifested. Tsukuyami, the ultimate Jinjutsu targeting Kobayashi Zetsu's weaknesses. Amaterasu, the flame that adheres to Kobayashi Zetsu's paper techniques. A pair of shuriken-shaped new Mangekyo appeared in Itachi's eyes. Yet at this moment, Kobayashi Zetsu had already departed. Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of futility, as if striking cotton with a fist. Below the cliff, Zetsu had just collected Shursui's body. The next day, Itachi brought news of Shursui's death back to the clan. The clan erupted in chaos. Shursui was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the hope for its revival. And now that hope had been extinguished. What had transpired? Who was the culprit? Uchiha members swarmed, surrounding Itachi with eyes filled with hatred, including his father Fugaku and Izumi. Faced with the inquiries of his kin, Itachi remained silent. Shursui had taken his own life. If one had to name a murderer, it would be Danzo, who had seized Shursui's right eye. However, Itachi recalled Shursui's dying words. Itachi, from now on, the protection of Konoha and the Uchiha rests upon you. Itachi pondered. If he revealed the truth to his clan, then Shursui's death would have been in vain. It was Kobayashi Zetsu. Itachi whispered, his voice barely audible, as if he had not yet adapted to lying. Yet, all present were ninjas. Even the faintest of whispers was clearly heard. What did you say? In a moment of fervent agitation, Izumi's eyes glowed a deep crimson, and 3 Tomo manifested before her. Itachi, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his head and feigned sorrow as he spoke. It was Kobayashi Naoya who killed brother Shursui. He, fearing Shursui's ocular techniques, ambushed him from the shadows. Itachi, pretending to lament, cast aspersions upon Naoya, even convincing himself of his own fabricated grief, tears of sorrow streaming from his eyes. Izumi, witnessing this, took 2 steps back in disbelief. This cannot be. How could this be true? She shook her head, unable to fathom the reality. No, I must confront him personally. I must ask him. Upon hearing Izumi's determination to seek out Naoya, Itachi felt a surge of panic, fearing the revelation of the truth. Gritting his teeth, he insisted. It is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Kobayashi Naoya, terrified of brother Shursui's ocular techniques, desecrated his corpse using dust release. The Uchiha clan members, upon hearing this, ceased their doubts. Go and slay him. Avenge our kin. Kill Kobayashi Naoya. They cried out. Izumi, you must never associate with the murderer of Shursui. At these words, Izumi collapsed onto the ground, recalling a vital memory. That morning, Naoya had stated that Shursui's life was on borrowed time. It was she who had divulged Shursui's information to Naoya. Had she not placed such trust in him, had she not betrayed Shursui, he would still be alive. It was Izumi who had caused Shirsue's demise. One was her esteemed mentor, and the other was the man she cherished, Kobayashi Naoya. Sadness and guilt enveloped her, flooding her mind with dark emotions. In that moment, her Sharingan spun wildly, giving birth to two new ocular techniques that resonated with her innermost desires. Simultaneously, Naoya reclined upon Kushina's lap, savoring the delicacies offered by Rin. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his eyes as a potent force of yin release surged forth, transforming his gaze into that of the Sharingan, which began to whirl at an alarming speed. This was the power of the Uchiha Izumi's 100, a shared ability that would enhance as the strength of the bound individual increased, ever rising, never waning. At that moment, both Izumi and Naoya's Sharingan evolved concurrently. The three tomo intertwined, forming a singular emblem, surrounded by four crescent-shaped red sclerae. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was born. Two ocular techniques, infused with Izumi's will, came into existence. And Naoya too acquired the same powers as Izumi. The left eye, Dream Void Realm, could create a tangible dreamscape, drawing individuals from reality into a dream where they would live out their lives. The right eye, Dream Painting, consumed ocular power to transmute events from the dream world into reality. Information about these two techniques flooded Naoya's mind, and while he marveled at their might, he pondered what Izumi was experiencing to awaken such peculiar abilities. The thought of drawing someone into a dream and altering reality through that dream sparked hundreds of potential applications in Naoya's mind. Yet, something about these techniques felt oddly unsettling. Moreover, why had Izumi awakened her Sharingan? Naoya contemplated this, feeling compelled to check on Izumi. As the narrative seemed to slip from his grasp, she was his possession, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Resolving to head to the Uchiha compound, he set forth. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was aflame with fury. Intent on hunting down Naoya to avenge Shisui, Itachi endeavored to dissuade his kin from acting rashly, assuring them he would face Kobayashi Naoya in a fair fight during the third match to avenge Shisui. Just as he prepared to demonstrate his kaleidoscope, Kobayashi Naoya arrived. Chapter 82, Dream Void Realm. Naoya descended from the sky, landing amidst the crowd, beside Izumi. Izumi, are you alright? Ah, clan leader Fugaku, Lady Makoto, you're all here? He inquired, astonished. At that moment, the Uchiha present flushed with rage upon seeing Naoya. Kobayashi Naoya, how dare you show your face here? Roared the irate Uchiha Tetsuharu as he charged at Naoya. Izumi, with a sorrowful gaze, addressed Naoya. Why did you kill brother Shisui? Naoya, taken aback, responded. Who did I kill? Just then, Uchiha Tetsuharu drew his blade, but Naoya sidestepped and delivered a fierce kick to Tetsuharu's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Izumi, what do you mean I killed someone? Naoya asked, bewildered. Upon hearing his words, Izumi's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be? Itachi, sensing the peril, thought it unwise to let Naoya and Izumi converse further, lest the truth about Shisui be exposed. Kobayashi Naoya, you have slain brother Shisui, and now you dare to insult the Uchiha clan? Itachi bellowed, denying Naoya any chance to rebut. His eyes transformed into shuriken. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from the void, igniting Naoya. However, Naoya remained unfazed, forming a single-hand seal. Sealing technique. Fire's sealing method. The black flames of Amaterasu were swiftly absorbed by the sealing method. How is this possible? Itachi could hardly believe that his kaleidoscope technique had been so easily countered. Yet, reality was indeed as such. The emotions of the Uchiha clan were tumultuous. Initially, they were elated that Itachi had awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, only to be swiftly disheartened as they witnessed Naoya effortlessly dispelling Itachi's power. Gritting his teeth, Itachi activated the technique of his left eye. Tsukuyami. In an instant, Naoya was ensnared in an illusionary realm, bound to a crucifix beneath a blood-red moon, as Itachi approached with a glinting blade. As Itachi began to elaborate on his technique. In this world, every element, time, place, quantity, is under my dominion. The very next moment, the crucifix binding Naoya shattered, allowing him to break free. This is impossible. Itachi staggered back in disbelief. Naoya smiled. Nothing is impossible. This is merely the disparity in the powers of the Sharingan. With that, Naoya activated his kaleidoscope. Dream Void Realm. His left eye morphed into a whirlpool, instantly drawing Itachi within. In terms of sheer power, Naoya and Itachi were closely matched. Neither held a definitive edge in pure ocular strength. However, in the realm of mental fortitude, Naoya held a slight advantage, possessing a broader share of psychic power. A simple calculation revealed Teacher Konan's 10 shares of mental strength, 10 from the Wisteria, 3 from Minato, 1 from Kurenai, and several other scattered shares. Altogether, Naoya possessed around 20 to 30 shares of mental strength, which gave him a modest edge over Itachi. Note: the ages of characters in dreams are purely the imaginings of Itachi's mind. Itachi was reborn, returning to the best of times. At the age of 4, he found himself on the battlefield once more, bearing witness to the horrors of war. Amidst the chaos, he encountered a somewhat familiar figure. The pale blue eyes evoked unsettling memories. Itachi raised his blade, and at a critical moment, the other awakened their Sharingan, Tsutomu. Fugaku intervened, stopping Itachi, and they brought the boy home, renaming him Uchiha Naoya. Naoya was about 2 years older than Itachi and naturally assumed the role of Itachi's elder brother within the family. No, this is not right. Itachi's soul trembled violently, yet he could not break free from the confines of the dream. He fought valiantly, knowing fragments of future history. Resolved to alter his fate. Illusion, Fireball Technique, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Once again, Itachi diligently practiced these techniques. As if aided by divine intervention, his learning accelerated, and his execution reached near perfection. In stark contrast, Naoya struggled even with the hand signs. At the tender age of 5, Itachi and Naoya engaged in a friendly competition. Itachi was confident he could easily prevail. He could complete the 6 hand signs for the Great Fireball Technique in less than a second. Only the final sign remained. Naoya glared at him, the Tsutomu in Itachi's mind magnifying. Jinjutsu. It's a Jinjutsu. I've fallen victim to a Jinjutsu. I find myself utterly immobilized. Itachi had lost. Oh dear, my poor Itachi, you need only to survive in the shadow of your brother's brilliance for this lifetime. Do not burden yourself too much. Listening to Naoya's words, Itachi trembled with rage. Izumi, the girl he met in his previous life, had once again crossed paths with Naoya in this life. Yet, none of this mattered to Itachi. What truly weighed on his heart was Sasuke. Sasuke had been born, and he was Itachi's most cherished younger brother. But infuriatingly, the newly born Sasuke ignored everyone, only smiling in Naoya's embrace. No. A tremendous upheaval surged within Itachi's soul once more. Alas, it was still futile. Itachi opened his eyes. On the night of the 9 tails, the colossal beast wreaked havoc throughout the village. The higher-ups, unsurprisingly, issued an order forbidding the Uchiha clan from intervening. However, Itachi understood that it was precisely this command that would later place the Uchiha clan in an awkward predicament within Konoha. The Uchiha clan must act. They must persuade their father to rescue the 4th Hokage. Yet, a figure once again loomed before Itachi like a nightmare. Oh dear, my poor Itachi. Do not disturb the adult's decisions. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. This time, Naoya transformed into a 3-tomo. Itachi had no power to resist. By the time the Jinjutsu ended, the 4th Hokage had already perished. The 3rd Hokage was reinstated. Days later, the higher-ups issued an order for relocation. The hawks and doves within the clan quarreled vehemently. Itachi silently observed this scene. Just as in his previous life, the clan would ultimately be forced to relocate. Naoya suddenly stood up, his small figure and 3-tomo instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. To resist, we, the Uchiha, shall never submit. The clansmen were stirred emotionally. We shall never submit. The Uchiha's resistance proved effective. The higher-ups were compelled to compromise, yet the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha deepened. Upon returning home, Itachi furiously confronted Naoya. Why incite our clansmen to oppose the village? However, Naoya lay in Mikoto's embrace, utterly indifferent to Itachi's fury. Mikoto shot Itachi a reproachful glance, saying, Itachi, Naoya is your brother. You should yield to him a little. Apologize to your brother. What? Itachi could hardly believe it. At that moment, Fugaku also chimed in. Itachi, you are being unreasonable. Naoya is the future of our Uchiha clan. You should learn more from him. Hearing this, Itachi spat a mouthful of blood from his heart. No. Father, do you not realize he will lead the Uchiha into the abyss? At this moment, the young Sasuke also wobbled over. Brother hug. Chapter 83, Unmatched Power. Itachi opened his arms with eager anticipation, only to see Sasuke leap into Naoya's embrace. Then Naoya raised his hand and pushed little Sasuke down to the ground. You're too old for hugs. No time for that. Itachi watched this scene, his heart shattering. Itachi's soul once more struggled violently. No. Itachi graduated. This time, he graduated even earlier than in the original story. He completed his graduation at the age of 6. The reputation of the Uchiha made it difficult for him to find teammates in the village. However, Itachi did not need them. He had his closest friend, Shisui. He approached Shisui with a request to form a team, but, oh dear, my poor Itachi, your strength is still too feeble. You are utterly unqualified to join Shisui and me. What? It turned out that Naoya and Shursui had already been longtime teammates before Itachi. No, this is not right. Itachi could not comprehend, could not believe. Yet the truth was undeniable. Oh dear, my poor Itachi, if you insist on joining, then you can start as an intern in Shursui's team. Thus, Itachi became an intern. Cooking, fetching water, cleaning the battlefield, picking up scattered shuriken and kunai. These were the tasks of an intern. Ideally, this period of teaming up with Shursui should have been a rapid growth phase for Itachi's strength. However, at this moment, not only did Itachi not gain much power, but he also acquired a plethora of useless life skills. After some time, Danzo predictably approached the Uchiha. To investigate the mysterious ninja from the previous Nine Tails incident, Danzo requested Fugaku to provide a detailed list of all clan members. Itachi knew that in his previous life, the Uchiha clan had vehemently resisted this matter. Although they ultimately submitted the list, it had aroused the higher-up suspicions. This time, Itachi was determined to change the outcome of his past. He needed to persuade his father not to resist, but to submit the list directly. Fugaku and Danzo sat across from each other in their home. Danzo silently sipped tea. Itachi contemplated how to broach the subject of persuasion. Naoya approached. Slap. A large fan struck Danzo's face, sending him stumbling. You old dog, how dare you drink our Uchiha clan's tea? Danzo rose, glaring furiously, ready to retaliate. However, Naoya locked him in place with a mere glance, then delivered another punch to Danzo's face. The force was tremendous, knocking off Danzo's bandages, revealing a bright red Sharingan. Silence enveloped the room. Fugaku, who had originally intended to intervene, halted his actions. Elder Danzo, what? What is happening? What more needs to be said? Naoya stepped on Danzo's chest, rendering him immobile. This old dog illegally transplanted the Uchiha clan Sharingan. He is the culprit behind the Nine Tails incident. Having instigated the chaos to covet the position of Hokage, leading to the fourth's demise, and when his plans fell through, he shifted the blame onto us Uchiha. I suggest we kill him directly to clear our clan's name. Danzo, hearing this, was utterly panicked. No, I did not. This I was gifted to me by my comrade Uchiha Kagami. I am innocent, innocent. Danzo's cries attracted the attention of Root members outside. A dozen members of Root swiftly surged in. Itachi's expression changed drastically. Father, quickly release Elder Danzo. At this rate, Naoya will destroy the Uchiha. Naoya laughed heartily. Oh dear. My poor Itachi, your perspective cannot fathom the Uchiha's future. As he spoke, Naoya's eyes instantly transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As the Root members advanced to rescue Danzo, before they could act, a crimson skeletal arm suddenly erupted, sweeping all the Root members away. Following this, Naoya activated the second form of Susanoo, transforming into a 20-meter-tall Susanoo giant, grasping Danzo in his hand. Subsequently, Naoya used Susanoo to sweep away everything, dragging Danzo step by step towards the Hokage Tower. Today, I shall publicly vindicate the Uchiha. Itachi watched in terror as this unfolded. He hurriedly grasped Fugaku. Father, we must stop him. He is about to wage war against Konoha. Itachi did not see that at that moment. Fugaku's eyes were filled with exhilaration. Itachi observed the homes along the way that Naoya had destroyed, a surge of uncontainable fury rising within him. Naoya, this time, I will surely stop you. At this moment, the Uchiha clan territory still lay at the heart of Konoha, and upon Naoya's emergence as Susanoo, it drew the attention of all major ninja clans. With members of the Uchiha clan rushing excitedly to follow in Naoya's footsteps toward the Hokage Tower. Itachi, perceiving Fugaku's lack of intent to thwart Naoya, hastened to inform the Hokage. At this moment, Itachi's heart was solely filled with a sense of justice. If Naoya were to succeed, a calamity would undoubtedly befall Konoha. The only recourse was to alert the Hokage to suppress Naoya, thus potentially averting the impending disaster. The Hokage quickly gleaned the precise details from Itachi and, without hesitation, dispatched all available ninjas to obstruct Naoya's advance, while simultaneously sending envoys to discuss the possibility of a peaceful resolution with Fugaku Uchiha. Almost all members of the Umbu were mobilized, and a few ninjas from other clans were also sent to assist. However, the core elite ninjas of each clan conspicuously refrained from participating, choosing instead to observe the outcome of this conflict. The Susanoo manifested once more within the Uchiha clan, and upon its emergence, it directly challenged the Hokage. With the absence of wood release, one wondered if there remained any who could rival the Susanoo. Under the watchful gaze of all, initially, the Susanoo swept through the ranks of all ninjas with an almost cataclysmic force, rendering none a match for its might. However, the Umbu squads swiftly altered their strategy, shifting from direct confrontation to a tactic of ambush. This shift proved effective, as Naoya's progress was significantly delayed. Yet, just when it seemed the tide was turning, Naoya bellowed, "Sure sway." A green Susanoo descended from the heavens. The spiral sword forged a path, arrows pierced through foes, and the two Susanoos instantaneously exhibited unparalleled power. Elder members from various clans recalled the days of the warring states, reminiscing about the Uchiha brothers, Madara and Izuna. Itachi could scarcely believe the sight before him. His brother Shursui, the kind and gentle soul, had transformed into this. Brother Shursui, why? Why have you resorted to this? Did you not once vow to prevent internal strife? For if Konoha were to descend into chaos, foreign ninjas would seize the opportunity, plunging the village into war once more. Itachi interposed himself before Shursui, questioning him loudly. Shursui paused, taken aback. Did I ever utter such words? Indeed you did. In your previous life, Itachi thought to himself. Shursui pondered, unable to recall when he had spoken such sentiments, yet it mattered little. Itachi, I am uncertain whether I ever expressed those thoughts. But it is of no consequence, for I now possess unparalleled power, and I can suppress all with this strength. With that, Shursui erupted into deranged laughter. Chapter 84. Each to their own. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Shursui laughed with wild abandon, with a vigorous strike of his spiral sword. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, sending a dozen Umbu members flying. Itachi stood in a daze. No, this is not my brother Shursui. His soul once again trembled violently. Subsequently, Naoya and Shursui swept away all of the Hokage's forces, with Naoya holding Danzo hostage before the Hokage building, publicly announcing Danzo's crimes before mercilessly ending his life. The Hokage's credibility plummeted. Almost everyone believed that soon, Konoha would fall under Uchiha dominion. Various clans sought to pledge their allegiance to the Uchiha, while the Hokage's faction faced severe suppression, heralding a storm of power within Konoha. Itachi desperately sought to halt this unfolding calamity, yet felt utterly powerless. The political strife was brutal, as villagers turned against one another daily, many losing their lives. And Itachi's heart grew ever colder. Years later, after prolonged political battles, over 70% of Konoha's strength had aligned with the Uchiha clan, with an additional 20% remaining neutral. The Hokage's faction barely endured, consisting solely of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and Uchiha clans. Meanwhile, reports of movements from the four nations reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The wind, earth, lightning, and water nations seized the opportunity presented by Konoha's turmoil, conducting frequent activities along its borders. Foreign ninjas cast covetous eyes upon Konoha, and in this perilous hour, to expel external threats, internal stability was paramount. Only with the Uchiha at the helm could true peace be restored to Konoha. Within the clan, Fugaku convened the clan members, and, after a passionate oration, they agreed to initiate a coup that very night. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Itachi divulged Fugaku's scheme to the Hokage. Deeply moved by Itachi's noble betrayal of kin, the Hokage proclaimed Itachi's greatness. With a subtle sigh, Itachi remarked, I merely wish for Konoha to witness less bloodshed. On the eve of the coup, Itachi and Fugaku shared a rare drink between father and son, perhaps due to the impending ascension to Hokage. Fugaku found himself in high spirits and indulged in a few more cups than usual. Itachi, you truly ought to learn more from your brother. Suddenly. Fugaku clutched his throat, his expression frozen as he gazed at the cup in his hand. Itachi, with an impassive demeanor, rose. Father, I am sorry, but your existence will only lead the village into the abyss. Tears of sorrow streamed down Itachi's face as he struck the fatal blow. He seized the clan leader's seal and, in Fugaku's name, summoned Shursui in secret. Brother Shursui, Father fears that the Hokage's strength should not be underestimated and worries that your Koto Amatsukami may falter. This is a secret medicine of the Uchiha clan. Consume it, and it will enhance your ocular power, aiding you in controlling the Hokage more securely. Shursui, without suspicion, readily ingested the secret medicine. Moments later, its effects took hold, and Shursui watched helplessly as Itachi claimed his eyes. Traitor! Traitor! Shursui cried, but Itachi remained deaf to his pleas. Father, brother Shursui, your vision is too narrow. Confined to the gains and losses of our clan, you fail to see the covetous gazes of other nations, the horrors that await should war erupt. Soon, the appointed time for the coup arrived. Naoya gathered all the elite members of the Uchiha clan, yet they awaited Fugaku and Shursui's arrival in vain. They will not come. Heavy footsteps resonated as Itachi emerged from the shadows. Naoya's pupils constricted. That is, Shursui's eyes. In Itachi's eye sockets, Shirsue's Mangekyo spun ominously. Naoya, today we shall settle this. Koto Amitsukami. Itachi unleashed all his ocular power against Naoya. Yet, Jinjutsu, mirror world shift. Naoya's immense mental force overwhelmed Itachi, who, in terror, realized he was utterly powerless to resist, falling under Naoya's Jinjutsu, rendered immobile. Such a pity, my dear Udu, this is reality. No, this cannot be. Itachi's soul quaked once again. In the outside world, under Naoya's manipulation, Itachi confessed to patricide and the murder of Shirsue, further implicating that the Hokage had incited him to commit these acts. Thus, in a logical sequence, Naoya, under the guise of vengeance, killed Hiruzen Sarutobi and successfully assumed the mantle of the 5th Hokage with absolute strength. On the same day, the 4th Great Ninja War erupted, and Naoya dispatched all Sarutobi and Shimura ninjas to the battlefield. Concurrently, on the eve of Uchiha Itachi's impending execution, Naoya visited the dungeon and opened Itachi's prison cell. Oh dear Udu, despair now, feel powerless, live a wretched existence, and flee like a rat for survival. Uchiha Itachi defected from Konoha, becoming an S-rank rogue ninja. War is cruel, as vibrant lives extinguish, dying without value. The defector Uchiha Itachi bore witness to all this, further affirming his conviction that he was right. He must correct Naoya and change Konoha. 6 years later, the war concluded, with Konoha emerging victorious in the 4th Great Ninja War, yet simultaneously, Konoha sought to invade the Land of Lightning, intent on annexing its territory. During these 6 years, Itachi took in 3 displaced ninjas due to the ravages of war, forming the Mao squad to stealthily infiltrate Konoha with the intent to assassinate Naoya. As he returned to familiar grounds, Itachi was overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. He arrived at the heart of Konoha, where a statue loomed before him. Upon closer inspection, it was a statue of himself, bound and kneeling in submission. The inscription read, Uchiha Itachi, who manipulated the 3rd Hokage through illusion, instigated war, and committed fratricide, a crime unworthy of forgiveness. Occasionally, passing villagers spat upon the statue. Boss. This, one of the Mouse squad members hesitated to speak. Itachi let out a soft sigh. It matters not. I am no longer the person I was 6 years ago. Such petty tricks are utterly futile against me. Not far off. The sounds of laughter and joy emanated from the Uchiha clan's territory, compelling Itachi's steps toward his former home. Upon arrival, everything felt achingly familiar, as if time had stood still. In the room, a family portrait caught his eye. Mikoto and Izumi embraced Naoya, with Sasuke seated beside them, while Mikoto cradled an unfamiliar little girl. Hey, old man, who are you? A clear, youthful voice rang in Itachi's ears. Do I appear that aged? Itachi turned to find the little girl with lovely light blue eyes, and an unbidden fear gripped him. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the moment. Yoko. You each have your roles. You call him uncle, and he calls you sister. Naoya emerged slowly from the shadows. The little girl immediately leapt into his arms, exclaiming, Daddy. Naoya chuckled as he lifted her. Mikoto soon followed, gently taking the girl from Naoya and, with a warm smile, linking her arm through his. Itachi, do not oppose your brother. Return and kneel to him, and he shall forgive you. We can live happily as a family. Itachi's family. No. Ha. Itachi erupted into a frenzied, maniacal laughter. Naoya, I am no longer the person I was 6 years ago. You believe such blows can defeat me? You are gravely mistaken. Itachi roared, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Naoya remained impassive. 6 years. Naoya, I am prepared with the means to vanquish you. Intrigued, Naoya inquired what means. 3 members of Itachi's squad promptly produced 3 scrolls, presenting them to Naoya. Lord Hokage, these are the very items. Itachi's comrades stood resolutely behind Naoya, declaring, We have decided to betray you. Nonsense. This is not betrayal, but rather a transition from darkness to light. You are nothing more than a complete fool. Naoya is the sole path to peace within the ninja world. Itachi took a step back, a bitter smile gracing his lips. You think this will compel me to surrender? Susanoo. Naoya chuckled lightly, activating his own Susanoo. The 2 colossal figures clashed in the center of Konoha. Itachi's ocular power waned rapidly, his vision blurring, while Naoya appeared unaffected. Soon, Itachi could no longer maintain Susanoo. It dissipated, and he clumsily evaded Naoya's strikes. Around him, the anguished cries of villagers echoed, intermingled with curses directed at Itachi. He glanced around, witnessing the once vibrant Konoha transformed into ruins, realizing he had become the very person he despised. With no time for contemplation, Naoya's onslaught continued. Flee! Flee! Itachi ran frantically until he reached a cliff, where a familiar figure awaited him. "Sister, I have been waiting for you." "Sasuke!" Itachi exclaimed with joy. Sasuke was the only light in his heart. Desperately, he approached, yearning to see the grown-up Sasuke, but his current vision was insufficient to discern his face. "Sister, I missed you so much, but your time is running short. I have prepared a farewell drink for you." "Thank you, Sasuke." Itachi, without a second thought, drank the farewell drink with great fervor. "Sasuke, you..." Itachi collapsed. In his hazy vision, he saw Sasuke meticulously extracting his two eyes. "Uchiha Itachi, do you truly think you deserve to call me brother? Do you not realize that you murdered our father? For years, I wished for your demise." "No, Sasuke. It is not like that, no?" Itachi's soul writhed in agony. Itachi perished. The left eye, the dream void realm concluded. Naoya activated his right eye. The dream of illusory life. By expending ocular power, he could transform the events within the dream into reality. Naoya endeavored to manifest Itachi's death in the real world. It was indeed feasible, albeit at a great cost of ocular power. While he had resolved Itachi's fate, he himself would soon be nearly blind. After a moment's thought, he decided against such kindness, opting instead to spare Itachi. Naturally, a modicum of punishment was still warranted, retaining Itachi's suffering within the dream. This time, the expenditure of ocular power was minimal. In the external world, under the watchful gaze of many, Naoya activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, absorbing Itachi into his left eye. Mangekyo. The Uchiha clansmen present were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Kobayashi Naoya was of their bloodline. This was simply unbelievable. The lifetime experienced within the dream void realm translated into reality in an instant. In the next moment, Itachi was released. Under the gazes of the crowd, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony, emitting pained wails. No, I am not in the wrong. It is not my fault. I did not intend to kill our father. I was compelled to take Shirsue's life. I had my reasons. Sasuke, forgive me. Sasuke, forgive me. Itachi writhed on the ground, uttering nonsensical words, his body trembling in torment. This is an illusion. The Uchiha present exchanged glances. Realizing that Itachi had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, yet fell to the opponent's prowess in a single confrontation. Uchiha Fugaku hastily ordered Itachi to be taken away. Casting a wary glance at Naoya. "Kobayashi Naoya, you." Fugaku began, overwhelmed with questions, unsure where to begin. What truly happened with Shisui? Who killed Shisui? Why do you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Are you a lost Uchiha? All present Uchiha shared Fugaku's bewilderment, yet this time, despite their urgency, no one dared to take action. Naoya smiled, gesturing toward his Mangekyo. "Fellow clansmen, I did not slay Shisui. Itachi sought to frame me, and I was forced to demonstrate my strength." At this revelation, the expressions of all Uchiha shifted dramatically. It was evident that Shisui could not have been killed by Kobayashi Naoya, as the latter possessed the power to defeat Shisui honorably in battle. Itachi's previous claims crumbled. However, beyond this, the Uchiha were more invested in another matter. Of our clan, Uchiha Shana pushed through the crowd, standing before Kobayashi Naoya, her excitement palpable as she questioned, "Kobayashi Naoya, could it be? You are Uchiha?" "Let us discuss this matter later." Naoya interrupted. "For now, I simply wish to visit my sweet little girlfriend." "I am not little." Uchiha Izumi huffed, glaring at Naoya. "Oh, I never claimed I was here to see you." Naoya teased. "You." Uchiha Izumi's eyes reddened momentarily with indignation as she turned to leave. Observing this, Naoya swiftly stepped forward and embraced her. "All right, I was just teasing you. Why are you so quick to tears?" "I am not," Izumi retorted. The two began to playfully tussle, and Naoya unfurled his wings, soaring into the skies, leaving a crowd of envious Uchiha on the ground below. In the air, Naoya gently wiped away the traces of tears from Izumi's face. She then recounted the events that had transpired earlier. "Oh, so that's how it is. You allowed a mere false rumor to provoke you into activating your Mangekyo? I just care about you too much," Izumi admitted shyly. "So, what does the most concerned Miss Izumi intend to do to me with your Mangekyo?" Chapter 86. The Life of Scorpion. Naoya was drawn into a dream realm by Izumi, which, in stark contrast to Itachi's space, was filled with joy. Soon, they returned to reality, with Izumi contentedly nestled in Naoya's embrace. As he held her, he noted that compared to her appearance in the dream as a Hokage, Izumi's current strength was still lacking, reflecting the general impoverishment of the Uchiha clan. "Izumi, you must strive harder to reach the level of the dream realm," she whispered. "Yes, Kobayashi-kun, I will certainly endeavor to enhance my strength. In the days to come, I ask for your continued support. Rest assured, Izumi, I will assist you earnestly." Ding. Uchiha Izumi's affection level has risen to 80. Special affection reward granted. 300 shared strength abilities with Uchiha Izumi, and 1 special lottery draw opportunity. A lottery. 3 consecutive special lottery draws in progress. Draw complete. Obtain Sage Mode Dragon Cave, Forbidden Technique, Rebirth, and the 6th Path Sage Body. In an instant, Naoya felt a surge of life energy coursing through him, and his chakra multiplied several-fold. What's the matter? Izumi inquired, noticing Naoya's transformation with a hint of curiosity. Overjoyed, Naoya planted a kiss on Izumi's cheek. Some good fortune has befallen me. You truly are my little lucky star. Shortly thereafter, the happenings within the Uchiha clan reached the ears of the Hokage, including Naoya's Uchiha lineage and his activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was greatly astonished. Kobayashi Naoya possesses Uchiha blood. Rain hidden, dust release, vortex, Uchiha. Hiruzen instinctively sensed an impending crisis. Events seemed to be spiraling beyond his control. He promptly dispatched a secret order to summon the departed Jiraiya and Tsunade back. The storm was brewing. Change was imminent. In the dead of night, a mysterious figure stealthily infiltrated Konoha. Scorpion Senpai, you finally arrived. Just as Scorpion emerged from the crimson flow, Naoya rushed forward and enveloped him in a bear hug. The force was so great that one of Scorpion's arms snapped with a crack. You little rascal. That was my newly replaced arm. Scorpion bellowed. Naoya scratched his head awkwardly. Scorpion Senpai, that's not my fault. Your arm is too fragile. You ought to use an arm crafted from full chakra metal. That would be both strong and durable. Scorpion, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how much that would cost? Yet, Naoya merely shook his head. I am not joking. Look. He produced a meticulously crafted Sand Village forehead protector from his pocket and solemnly placed it in Scorpion's hand. Scorpion Senpai, if you desire the position of Kazekage, I can arrange it for you. Scorpion stared at the forehead protector in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. Kazekage, that is of no interest to me. It is the eternal beauty of art that I pursue, Scorpion declared, though Naoya noticed that he still clutched the forehead protector tightly. Naoya chuckled. Scorpion Senpai, the position of Kazekage would not conflict with your art. With that, he playfully patted Scorpion's shoulder. The power of the sage body manifested at that moment, bending the alloy shoulder framework under Naoya's touch. See, Scorpion Senpai, your shoulder is decaying. You little brat. Scorpion roared. Naoya laughed and sidestepped. All right, it's settled then. Just await my arrangements. By the way, may I borrow the 3rd Kazekage's puppet? Take it yourself. The following day, Naoya pinned a letter to Chiyo in Scorpion's name. The letter expressed Scorpion's longing for his homeland and family, as well as his regret over his past defection. He also indicated that he had discovered the identity of the murderer who had slain the 3rd Kazekage, urging Chiyo to lead an elite team secretly to assist in eliminating the culprit, hoping to atone for his past transgressions and return to the village. Truth be told, Naoya was not particularly adept at forging letters that conveyed genuine emotions. After all, someone as upright as himself would never lie, let alone deceive a poor old woman with a letter. The phrasing throughout the letter was rather poor, exuding an air of falsehood and insincerity. Could such a letter deceive Chiyo? Naoya felt a twinge of concern. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he added 2 words at the end of the letter, Grandma. He took a lock of Scorpion's red hair and placed it inside the envelope, subsequently dispatching away to deliver the letter to Sunagakure. In Sunagakure, Chiyo was busy managing the village's backlog of affairs. Among the 5 great hidden villages of the ninja world, Sunagakure was undoubtedly the weakest. Even the blood mist of Kirigakure, which had suffered under the control of 2 generations of Mizukage, had greater overall strength than Sunagakure. The village was truly devoid of capable individuals. Currently, the only formidable figure was Raza. This left Chiyo with no choice but to don her armor and personally handle the village's matters after Raza's departure. Elder Chiyo, you have a letter. For me? Chiyo queried, accepting the letter with confusion. Upon seeing the signature, her expression shifted dramatically. You may leave now. Maintaining her composure, Chiyo set the letter aside and waited for her subordinate to depart before tremblingly opening it. As soon as the letter was unsealed, a strand of red hair floated down from within, triggering a key item, Scorpion's hair. Chiyo's intelligence plummeted by 99. She then meticulously read through Scorpion's letter, failing to detect any discrepancies. Only feeling exhilarated and comforted, Scorpion was returning. Scorpion was finally coming back. Upon reaching the end of the letter and seeing the 2 standalone words, Chiyo could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Grandma. Scorpion has finally called me Grandma. That afternoon, Chiyo urgently entrusted the village's affairs to her younger brother, Izo, and personally took the lead. Mobilized the puppet troops. We are setting off. Meanwhile, Naoya effortlessly infiltrated Raza's chamber using dustless mist. Mangekyo Sharingan. With a mere gaze, Raza was easily manipulated by Naoya. He placed the borrowed third Kazekage scroll into Raza's bag. Everything was now in place. All that remained was a witness. For the time that followed, Naoya lingered in the room, occasionally consulting Scorpion about puppetry techniques, not seeking mastery, but merely the ability to control chakra threads and release jutsu would suffice. To ensure that the plan would not be delayed, he declined 2 invitations from Fugaku to visit his home, fearing that he might inadvertently waste time and miss the opportunity. Thus, after 2 days, Chiyo and her team finally arrived. Chapter 87. The 4th Kazekage, Raza. Scorpion-senpai, it's time to go. Huh, what is happening? Scorpion appeared bewildered, still completely unaware of Naoya's plan. Scorpion-senpai, haven't you been secretly investigating the murderer of the 3rd Kazekage since your defection? Now, the culprit has been found. Scorpion and Naoya soared out of the Hidden Leaf Village, arriving near the Valley of the End. There, the controlled Raza had long awaited with his subordinates. As Naoya and Scorpion descended from the sky, they were immediately surrounded by Raza and his men. Meanwhile, Chiyo, leading her puppet army, had stealthily arrived, instantly recognizing Scorpion, whose appearance had remained unchanged. However, upon realizing that Scorpion was facing Raza, the 4th Kazekage, Chiyo furrowed her brow and commanded her puppets to lie in wait, refraining from making a hasty move. Seeing that everyone had gathered as planned, Naoya took control of Raza and initiated the grand spectacle. He commanded Raza to step forward and proclaimed, "Scorpion, what a surprise it is that you have uncovered the truth." "What truth?" Scorpion inquired. Raza chuckled heartily. "Indeed. It was I who killed the 3rd Kazekage." The elite ninja team surrounding Scorpion turned to Raza, their faces etched with disbelief. Among them, the team leader, Maki, was particularly taken aback. "Kazekage, you jest, do you not?" Yet, instead of clarifying, Raza shot a deadly glare at Maki. "What? Do you intend to betray me simply because I killed the 3rd Kazekage?" Maki felt his worldview shatter. Killing the 3rd Kazekage was merely a trivial matter? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Raza cackled ominously. Why? Haha. The reason is simple. The 3rd Kazekage was far too young. Had he lived, who knows how long it would have taken for him to become Kazekage. Moreover, he intended to groom Scorpion to succeed him as the 4th Kazekage. I saw no hope, and thus had no choice but to eliminate him. Maki staggered back in shock, standing beside Scorpion, unable to comprehend Raza's twisted logic. Could it be? You truly are the murderer of the 3rd Kazekage? Raza laughed maniacally. Indeed, it was I. He then produced a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to reveal a single word. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing the living puppet of the 3rd Kazekage before the crowd. A human puppet. Chiyo gasped in shock. No wonder the true culprit behind the 3rd Kazekage's demise was elusive. It turned out the 4th Kazekage had transformed his body into a puppet. Scorpion felt as though his mind had short-circuited. Had he misremembered? Wasn't it he who had slain the 3rd Kazekage? The reasoning was simple. As the so-called strongest Kazekage, he could not protect his subordinates, nor could he avenge their deaths, and instead agreed to sign a humiliating vassal treaty. Scorpion could not tolerate such a leader, so he had killed him. But now, Raza seemed to have lost his mind or be under someone else's control, openly admitting to his heinous actions. Scorpion glanced at Naoya, increasingly realizing how unfathomable this young boy was. Meanwhile, Raza produced 2 more scrolls, unleashing a torrent of sand, iron, and gold, creating a massive black and gold metallic canopy in the sky. Raza laughed maniacally. Maki, it's not too late for you to turn back. If you return to the village now, I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall be buried with this secret. Do you truly believe I have the option to turn back? Maki replied, knowing that returning would mean death. Thus, he and his elite ninja team swiftly allied with Scorpion. Scorpion, we will cover your retreat. You must carry the message back to Sunagakure. Maki urged anxiously. It's too late. Raza laughed triumphantly. Magnet release, sand iron world. The immense magnetic force gathered the sand iron, forming a black canopy above, with sharp spikes raining down, completely sealing off their escape routes. Raza laughed maniacally once more. Ha ha ha. Today you shall be buried alongside this secret forever. Scorpion, it's your turn to speak. Naoya whispered urgently. Scorpion appeared momentarily dazed. Speak. What words? Naoya shook his head in exasperation. You really are a fool. At a time like this, you ought to deliver some rousing words. Oh well, I'll say it quietly. And you can repeat after me, understood? Scorpion imperceptibly nodded. Thus, Naoya and Scorpion began to speak in unison, though only Scorpion's voice could be heard. Raza, your scheme shall not succeed. I shall not flee. United, we can shatter your conspiracy. Comrades, for the future of Sunagakure, charge. With that, Naoya discreetly kicked Scorpion, prompting him to lead the charge. Raza, enraged, unleashed a furious torrent of chakra. Ninja chakra is composed of both mental and physical energy, and typically, a ninja has a relatively fixed amount of chakra. Exceeding this limit can inflict significant harm on the body and mind. However, Naoya, controlling Raza's body, relentlessly extracted chakra, disregarding the toll on Raza's health. At that moment, Raza unleashed the Sand Iron World technique, followed by the Sand Gold Burial, and then returned to the Sand Iron World technique. Scorpion and his allies found themselves unable to raise their heads against Raza's brutal tactics, forced to evade continuously. Naoya summoned the salamander, which swam through the sea of sand gold, rescuing Ninja on the brink of despair. In summary, Raza single-handedly stood against Naoya, Scorpion, Maki, and an entire elite ninja team, his power undeniably worthy of the title 4th Kazekage. Yet, the cost of such exertion would be that even if Raza survived, he would not live much longer. From her concealed position, Chiyo, upon witnessing her grandson in peril, could no longer remain idle and led her puppet army into the fray. The sudden arrival of a dozen elite puppet masters momentarily halted Raza's onslaught, even hinting at a counterattack. Naoya, realizing the dire situation, was taken aback by Raza's incompetence. Despite pouring all his strength into the battle, he struggled against even this modest force. He had initially intended for Scorpion to perform a heroic act of self-sacrifice to protect Sunagakure's people, but it seemed he would have to reduce that scene. A miscalculation. Consequently, Naoya directly manipulated Raza to exhaust all of his life force and extract a massive amount of chakra. Magnet release, Super Sand Gold Burial. The sky filled with sand gold, crashing down like the collapse of mountains, scattering everyone in disarray. Raza laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Even together. You are no match for me. Amidst the torrential sand gold, Naoya shouted, Scorpion, hurry and assist. Protect everyone. Me? You want me to protect everyone? You have the 3rd Kazekage's puppet. What do you expect me to do? Scorpion protested. But before he could argue further, Naoya shoved him forward. Scorpion, quickly unleash your strongest technique to defeat him. With that, Naoya winked at Scorpion. Truth be told, Scorpion felt a lack of confidence facing the overwhelming sand gold. Yet finding himself in this position, he had no choice but to muster his courage. Secret technique, 100 puppets manipulation. To the astonishment of all, hundreds of puppets materialized in the air, standing their ground against the sea of sand gold. Though the quality of the puppets varied, the onlookers could not discern this. They only perceived Scorpion as being mightier than the entire puppet army. Magnet release, Sand Gold Burial. Secret technique, 100 puppets manipulation. The two factions of ninjutsu collided under the watchful gaze of the crowd. In that moment, Naoya exerted his control over Rasha, withdrawing the chakra from the Sand Gold Burial technique. Instantly, the Sand Gold Burial was shattered by the 100 machine manipulation as hundreds of puppets surged forward, charging towards Rasha. No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept defeat. Rasha's desperate cry echoed, only to be silenced by a swift strike from Scorpion's puppet, severing his head. Scorpion, having achieved his goal, basked in the glory of heroism. Scorpion Senpai, once we return to Sunagakure and you become wealthy, remember to send me 10 or 8 pounds of chakra metal. How could one possibly amass such wealth, you little brat? Chiyo chuckled, observing the playful banter between Scorpion and Naoya. Such is the essence of youth. Suddenly, Chiyo's expression shifted as she noticed the 3rd Kazekage's puppet in Rasha's possession. The craftsmanship of this puppet. No, it must be my old eyes playing tricks on me. Silently, Chiyo stored the puppet away. Farewell, young Naoya. Thank you for looking after Scorpion. You must visit Sunagakure when you have the time. Scorpion interjected with indignation. Hey, don't say that. It's not like I needed him to take care of me. I've been the one taking care of him. Naoya waved his hand with a smile. Goodbye, Granny Chiyo. I promise to attend the ceremony when Scorpion Senpai succeeds the Kazekage. Upon hearing Naoya's candid words about becoming the Kazekage, Scorpion felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned away. I never said anything about becoming the Kazekage. Naoya laughed heartily. Rest assured, Scorpion Senpai, should anyone dare contest your claim to the Kazekage position, I shall lead the allied forces of Awagakure and Amigakure to flatten Sunagakure and carry that person away. At this proclamation, a cold sweat broke out on Maki, who stood nearby. This guy. Thus, matters concerning Sunagakure reached a conclusion. With Rasha's demise, a significant shift in power ensued, prompting the Sunagakure delegation in Konoha to depart. Meanwhile, the third round of the Chunin exams drew ever closer. The villagers of Konoha harbored an increasing prejudice against the Uchiha clan, with nearly everyone convinced that the Uchiha would undoubtedly fail in the upcoming round. Yet, the Hokage, citing the need for belief in the Uchiha, forcefully suppressed this wave of bias. It was foreseeable that when the Uchiha ultimately lost the bet in the third round, the pent-up emotions of the villagers would erupt, leading to dire consequences for the Uchiha. In light of this, Uchiha Fugaku grew increasingly anxious, repeatedly inviting Naoya to discuss a resolution to this predicament. Having previously postponed their meeting due to matters concerning Sunagakure, Naoya, now that those issues had been resolved, acquiesced to visit Fugaku's home once more. Upon arriving at the Uchiha residence, the atmosphere was markedly tense, in stark contrast to their previous cordial encounter. Sasuke hid away in his room, too frightened to emerge, while Mikoto stood anxiously by. Itachi knelt in the center of the hall, his eyes red, offering an apology to Naoya in this humbling manner. Kobayashi-kun, I sincerely apologize for any trouble my son has caused you. Today, I have specifically brought him to express his contrition and hope you can forgive his past transgressions. Fugaku bowed deeply in earnest apology. Naoya, observing this, chuckled and patted Fugaku's shoulder. It's all right, let him rise. I bear him no ill will. You see, Itachi and I share a bond. It's merely a small misstep, one I've long since put behind me. Fugaku felt a surge of joy, interpreting Naoya's words as a familial connection to the Uchiha clan, especially since so many had witnessed Naoya activate his Sharingan that day. This newfound hope bolstered Fugaku's confidence in the matters he wished to discuss. As they settled, Naoya and Fugaku faced each other, with Itachi standing to the side and Mikoto kneeling beside Naoya, pouring tea. The tea flowed gently into the cups, and after a moment of consideration, Fugaku finally spoke. Kobayashi-kun, I brought you here because I have a request. Naoya casually replied. Feel free to speak, Fugaku-san. I must be candid, Fugaku continued. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I must ask if you could please show leniency regarding the bet associated with the Chunin exams. Naoya responded nonchalantly. That's quite a bold request. Fugaku pressed on. Kobayashi-kun, if you agree, the Uchiha clan can offer you 500 million ryo as compensation. Naoya retorted. Fugaku-san, wasn't the agreement with the Hokage for 1 billion ryo? But this 500 million is for you personally. Fugaku reminded him quietly. Naoya shook his head, firmly rejecting Fugaku's plea. I'm sorry, Fugaku-san, but I cannot betray the interests of my village. Fugaku clenched his teeth in frustration. 600 million ryo, plus 5 secret Uchiha Jutsu scrolls. This is all the liquid assets the Uchiha clan possesses. Any more would require selling off our ancestral property. Kobayashi-kun, you too are of the Uchiha. Could you not lend us your assistance? I truly beg you. Fugaku's forehead struck the table heavily, revealing his desperation to salvage the Uchiha clan. I apologize, Naoya sighed, shaking his head again. I cannot sacrifice my village's interests. Despair washed over Fugaku as he realized the gravity of the situation. In the forthcoming third round of the Chunin exams, Itachi would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat at Naoya's hands, leading to pressure from the Hokage and resentment from the villagers. Fugaku-san, while I cannot accede to your terms, I may still be able to assist the Uchiha clan. Oh, Fugaku's spirits lifted immediately. How so? Naoya smiled and replied, this matter is of great significance. I implore you to maintain discretion and not let this information leak. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression grew serious, sensing that Naoya was about to divulge something of great import. He activated his sensory ninjutsu, focusing intently. After a moment, he concluded the technique. Rest assured, Kobayashi-kun, there are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak candidly. Naoya glanced at Itachi beside him and began, then I shall proceed. Fugaku encouraged him, please do. Naoya silently shook his head, thinking, Fugaku, dear Fugaku, I warned you. But it seems that kind words can hardly sway the damned. Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, recognized the long-standing animosity between the Hokage lineage and his clan. The recent wager, initially unrelated to the Uchiha, had been foisted upon them by the duplicitous Hiruzen's Sarutobi. Are you aware of this? Fugaku sighed. Alas, I know. It is my son's naivety that has blinded him to Hiruzen's machinations. Beside him, Itachi lowered his head, fists clenched tightly. Naoya continued, at this juncture, the Uchiha clan cannot evade the responsibility for reparations. However, with time before the third Chunin exam, I propose we alter the date. Alter the date? Fugaku was taken aback. Naoya spoke candidly. To be frank, the Rain and Rock villages have amassed a coalition of 20,000 shinobi at the borders of the Land of Fire. My primary purpose in coming to Konoha was to gauge its vulnerabilities. 20,000 shinobi? Fugaku's breath quickened. What do you mean? A glint of malice flashed in Naoya's eyes. If clan leader Fugaku strikes first, sending Itachi to discreetly eliminate Hiruzans, I believe it would pose little challenge for one who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With Hiruzans dead, Konoha would surely be left leaderless, allowing me to lead the coalition to attack the borders of Konoha. Clan leader Fugaku could then take the field, ceding control of the western mineral veins of the Land of Fire to us, and the Earth and Rain nations would withdraw their forces. At that point, you would return with glorious merit, and the position of Hokage would be yours to claim. This. Fugaku's excitement was palpable after hearing Naoya's plan. If they followed through, the Hokage position would be well within reach. However, Itachi trembled with rage beside him. Naoya Kobayashi, he seeks to instigate war once more. And my father, fixated on the clan, pays no heed to Konoha's interests. Assassinating the Hokage and igniting a shinobi war will leave countless people displaced. Naoya Kobayashi, I must prevent you from succeeding this time. Just as Fugaku was about to acquiesce, Itachi suddenly knelt before him. Father, please, no? Itachi gazed earnestly into Fugaku's eyes. The Uchiha are a part of Konoha. Naoya Kobayashi cannot be trusted. Once war commences, it will not cease easily. Konoha will suffer grievous losses. Beneath a collapsing nest, no egg remains intact. Fugaku paid no mind to Itachi's words. What does Konoha's suffering have to do with me? As long as I can ascend to the Hokage position, everything else is inconsequential. With this thought, Fugaku was inclined to agree with Naoya's plan. However, being of indecisive nature, he was suddenly struck by doubt. What if the plan failed? What if the assassination of the Hokage was exposed and Itachi was captured? He turned to Naoya. Kobayashi, my trust in you is unwavering. Yet I worry, what if the plan fails? The Uchiha clan may find it impossible to remain in Konoha. Naoya, with a reassuring smile, replied, Fear not, clan leader Fugaku. I am also of Uchiha blood. Should the plan falter, you can lead your clan to the Land of Earth or the Land of Rain. At the very least, you will secure a position as an elder advisor. Even if you were to meet an untimely end, I shall take care of your wife and adopt Sasuke as my son, guiding him as my own. With Naoya's words, Fugaku was devoid of doubt. He promptly summoned Sasuke from the room. Young Sasuke, having overheard snippets of the conversation, appeared bewildered as Fugaku called him forth. Sasuke, this is the illustrious Naoya Kobayashi, a renowned figure in the shinobi world and a member of our Uchiha clan. From this day forth, he shall be your adoptive father. When I am not present, he will assume the role of your father. Quickly, kneel and greet your adoptive father. Fugaku commanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke dutifully knelt and bowed before Naoya. Greetings, adoptive father. Naoya's face broke into a radiant smile as he affectionately lifted Sasuke. Rest assured, Sasuke, as your adoptive father, I shall be your greatest ally. No one in the shinobi world will dare to bully you. Aside from the Akatsuki, there is no one I do not know. Wherever you find trouble, I will resolve it. Thank you, adoptive father, young Sasuke whispered. Fugaku, witnessing this, smiled with relief. Meanwhile, Itachi was seething, clenching his nails into his palms. Ah, Naoya Kobayashi. He seeks to corrupt Sasuke. In this life, I shall not allow it. System notification, Uchiha Mikoto's affinity level increased to 10. Chapter 90, Sarutobi Itachi. Naoya departed, igniting the flames of ambition within the Uchiha clan. In the days that followed, despite Itachi's fervent attempts to dissuade his father from pursuing a coup, he found his words falling on deaf ears, as Fugaku was consumed by his desires. Fugaku frequently summoned clan members, issuing a series of commands, resolutely preparing for the impending upheaval. In such circumstances, Itachi could only murmur an apology to his father in secret. Alone, he made his way to the Hokage's residence. Sarutobi was startled, nearly mistaking Itachi's visit for an assassination attempt. Hokage-sama, my father is conspiring with Naoya Kobayashi to assassinate you. Sarutobi trembled, nearly dropping his pipe. However, having served as Hokage for many years, he quickly regained his composure, fixing a calm gaze upon Itachi. Itachi, what intelligence do you possess? Please, elaborate. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi proceeded to recount every detail of Naoya and Fugaku's conversation, even revealing his two ocular techniques to Sarutobi. As Sarutobi listened, cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. He was all too aware of the nature of Konoha's clans. If Naoya's plan were to succeed, Fugaku might indeed attain the Hokage position. However, he took solace in Itachi's presence. Itachi was far superior to his own son, Asuma. With this thought, Sarutobi began his performance. I apologize, Itachi. The situation has escalated to this point due to my negligence as Hokage. For the sake of Konoha, I would gladly sacrifice myself. But we must not allow Konoha to be engulfed in war. As he spoke, tears streamed down Sarutobi's face, his guilt evident as he looked at Itachi. Itachi, I had anticipated this outcome. Jiraiya and Tsunade have quietly returned to Konoha, but I do not wish to quell the Uchiha rebellion through force. After all, you have experienced war. My death matters little, but I implore you, do not let Konoha sink into the quagmire of conflict. Please. Sarutobi bowed deeply, fully grasping Itachi's sentiments. Itachi clenched his fists, his expression grave as he helped Sarutobi to his feet. Hokage-sama, I understand. I will eradicate all unstable elements. The sins wrought by the Uchiha shall be mine alone to bear. In that moment, Itachi radiated a sacred aura. Yet, amidst this brilliance, he posed one final request to Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, after this matter concludes, I ask that you restore honor to the Uchiha name and ensure Sasuke's safety. This is my last request. Sarutobi nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Itachi, both you and Sasuke will be hailed as heroes of Konoha. Every villager will remember your contributions. Itachi exhaled deeply. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With the Hokage's agreement to his two requests, Itachi felt no further need to speak. Sasuke, whom he cherished, would be protected. The Hokage's promise to restore the Uchiha name effectively fulfilled Shirsue's dying wish, or so Itachi understood it. Ultimately, all he needed to do was eliminate those who rebelled, and Konoha would attain peace. It was a trifecta of benefits. Itachi was truly magnificent. Father, for the sake of Konoha, I am deeply sorry. Itachi silently proclaimed within his heart. After Itachi departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly rose in a flurry. Quickly, send more people immediately. Summon Tsunade and Jiraiya back to the village at once. At the Ninja Academy, another day of classes concluded. The students gathered in small clusters. And since they were from the lower grades, many were still accompanied by their parents. Sasuke was among them. Today, it was his adoptive father who came to pick him up. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but his adoptive father appeared quite youthful. Even more so than his own brother, whose mature appearance made their father seem significantly younger by comparison. Moreover, Sasuke did not mind spending time with this adoptive father. He felt a natural sense of ease in his presence. Both his mother and father adored this man, and he had frequently visited their home in recent days, bringing not only improved meals, but also smiles to his parents' faces. However, he was concerned about his mother, who had recently developed a sudden fever, her cheeks flushed and worrying. As Sasuke's mind wandered, he was distracted by the noisy banter of Ino and Sakura, which he found rather annoying. In Sasuke's heart, the hierarchy was clear: brother-father and mother-adoptive father Naruto, Sakura, and Ino. Ino pig, move aside. The spot next to Sasuke is mine. Wide forehead. It's clearly my position. Sakura and Ino quarreled over who would stand beside Sasuke. They had once been good friends. Sakura had often been teased as a child for her broad forehead, and it was Ino who comforted her and gifted her a hairband. Ino had advised Sakura that the teasing was due to her bangs covering her forehead, and if she tied her hair back, revealing her forehead, the ridicule would cease. Following Ino's guidance, Sakura did just that, and indeed, no one teased her anymore. From that point on, Sakura and Ino became the best of friends. However, upon entering school, Sakura discovered that both she and Ino harbored feelings for Sasuke, leading her to proactively sever ties with Ino. Some might view Sakura as heartless for abandoning her best friend for a boy, but the reality was quite the opposite. Sakura understood Ino's character. She feared that Ino's generous nature would prevent her from pursuing her own happiness, leading her to relinquish Sasuke willingly. Thus, Sakura chose to end their friendship. In the midst of their bickering, Naoya sauntered over lazily. It was not Sasuke, nor Ino and Sakura, who first noticed Naoya, but Naruto, who was swinging alone not far away. It's Udo-san. Since that day, he met Naoya and Kushina. Naruto had not seen either of them for quite some time. He even began to think it was a dream. Yet here was Naoya, appearing once more. He asked back, how wonderful. Naruto felt utterly content. He dared not hope that Naoya would come to see him. Merely witnessing Naoya was sufficient. As long as he could see Udo-san, he was no longer the lonely orphan. He held on to the hope of continuing to live. On the other side, Sasuke quickly spotted Naoya as well. He waved his arms joyfully. Over here, adoptive father. Sasuke's words astonished many, especially Sakura and Ino, who widened their eyes and gazed in the direction he was waving. They soon recognized the familiar figure. You big bad guy. Sakura angrily waved her small fists as she rushed over. Chapter 91, Picking up Sasuke after school. Naoya placed a finger on Sakura's forehead, instantly halting her advance. Wide forehead. If I'm not mistaken, you like Sasuke, right? I am Sasuke's adoptive father. So if you continue to be rude to me, Sasuke will no longer pay you any mind. What? Sakura froze in place. She turned to look at Sasuke, who haughtily nodded. Naoya beamed with pride, pointing at Sakura and laughing. From now on, you shall refer to me as Father Udo-san. Speaking of fathers, Naoya pondered numerous meanings. In the land of the little days, the term father could signify many things. It could be father, father lord, or simply dad. In essence, the usage of this term was quite versatile. Meanwhile, upon seeing Naoya, Ino became noticeably flustered, as if she wished to hide from him, quietly attempting to blend into the crowd to slip away unnoticed. Ino, Naoya called out loudly. Ino's movements froze, and she reluctantly turned around. Ino, why are you running away upon seeing me? Naoya stepped closer, patting Ino's shoulder as one would a dear friend. By the way, were you just competing with Sakura for Sasuke's attention? Then you must address me as well. No, absolutely not. Ino gazed into Naoya's eyes, vehemently denying the incident, as if the very notion of vying for Sasuke's affection was exceedingly embarrassing to her. Naoya chuckled at Ino's flustered demeanor, piquing Sakura's curiosity. Hey, if Ino says that, then Sasuke must be mine. Ino shot a final glance at Sasuke before shifting her attention back to Naoya, nonchalantly stating, well, then I concede. Huh. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward to touch Ino's forehead. Wow, you're so hot, Ino. You really do have a fever. Ino angrily pushed Sakura aside and glanced at Naoya, thinking to herself, indeed, I do have a fever. Ding, Ino Yamanaka's affection level has risen to 10. Then, Ino feigned annoyance as she looked at Naoya. Hey, that guy, you still owe me for that day's expenses. Upon hearing this, Naoya pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. After a moment, he slowly replied, if it's Ino, calling me brother would be out of the question. Ino was instantly filled with indignation and embarrassment. Hey, who wants to call you brother? I'm talking about the expenses from that day. Naoya finally understood. Oh right, expenses. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a small box. Consider this a token of apology for you, Ino. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the small box. Naoya opened it to reveal a shimmering aquamarine pendant. Wow, it's so beautiful. Naoya explained. Ino, this is called the aquamarine star. It's a treasure I brought back from the land of water. Ino gazed at the pendant with adoration, the aquamarine gem sparkling brilliantly under the sun. However, in the end, Ino placed the pendant back into the box. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Really? Have you made up your mind? Are you certain you don't want it? Naoya inquired. Ino gazed longingly at the pendant, but ultimately shook her head. It's too valuable. I cannot accept it. Naoya directly stored the pendant away. Ino felt a pang of disappointment as she watched it disappear. That big bad guy. He could have been more gracious. How infuriating. If you don't want the pendant, how about I treat you to barbecue instead? At the mention of barbecue, before Ino could respond, Choji's eyes lit up from a distance. Oh, barbecue. Naoya big brother is the best. Naoya cast a resigned glance in his direction. Hey, I never said I would bring anyone else along. Choji grinned, pulling out a large bag of chips from seemingly nowhere and offering it to Naoya. Big brother, these are my absolute favorite chips. I'm giving them to you. Naoya shook his head helplessly. Everyone, let us all go together. That sounds great. Hinata, come along too. Naoya waved at Hinata, who was sitting shyly a short distance away. Ah, Hinata paused, then quickly shook her head. I want to be going. We must go. Naoya declared, his expression stern as he faced Hinata. Your father has provoked me. If we do not attend, I shall pay him a visit at the Hyuga household. Hinata was taken aback by his words. Ah, please no. I will go, she responded quickly. Naoya then turned to Naruto, who was joyfully swinging nearby. Naruto, come here. He called. Naruto, having eagerly awaited the invitation, dashed over with delight. Sakura, feeling annoyed, pouted. Why call that bothersome guy? I've come to realize that both you and this nuisance share the same blue eyes, she remarked in astonishment. Naoya playfully tugged at Sakura's cheeks. Children should be polite. You ought to address him as father. No, she retorted, laughing. As they chatted, the group arrived at a barbecue restaurant, a venture of the Akimichi clan. Thanks to Choji, they received a discount of 20%, proving that the little chubby boy was quite resourceful. They occupied a private room, and the children filed in. But Ino was halted by Naoya. Ino, please fetch some drinks for everyone. I would like orange juice. I want apple juice. I want plain water. I want milk. I want barley tea. You little rascal, no barley tea for you. Ino was overwhelmed by the myriad of requests. Why must I be the one to do this? She complained. Naoya chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Ino, do me a favor. Ino's cheeks flushed crimson, and she obediently went to get the drinks. By the time Ino returned, everyone was seated, leaving only the outermost spot beside Naoya available. Thrilled to sit next to him, Ino feigned indifference. Humph. I didn't want to sit here anyway. Naoya nodded. How about we switch places with Hinata? Ino's expression froze. Meanwhile, Hinata, oblivious, stood up, genuinely intending to switch seats. All right, I was just joking, Naoya laughed, encouraging Hinata to sit back down. Everyone, make sure to eat plenty. I've ordered enough barbecue for 100 people. We mustn't waste it. What? 100 servings? The group was astounded by the sheer quantity. Incredible. Choji felt enveloped in bliss. From this moment onward, Naoya was undoubtedly his big brother. Hinata only murmured a faint agreement that went unheard by the others. I'm starting now. Chapter 92, The Hero of Konoha. The final outcome surprised everyone. Choji, the most anticipated contestant, could only manage 30 servings before he was contentedly full, while Hinata effortlessly consumed 50, leaving everyone in awe of her capacity. Ultimately, Naoya settled the bill, amounting to a staggering 2.07 million ryo. Ino, don't move, Naoya said as he stealthily placed a pendant around her neck from behind. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, this is one of kind, exclusively for you, Ino. Do not refuse it. She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Once the barbecue concluded, the children joyfully bid farewell to Naoya. Thank you, brother Naoya. Only Sakura wore an odd expression, feeling slighted that she was the only one not sharing the same familial title. When the others departed, only Sasuke and Naruto remained by Naoya's side. He patted their heads and said, you two should head home together. I have a visitor. All right, father. Sure, uncle. Sparks of rivalry ignited in Sasuke and Naruto's eyes. Naruto spoke first. What a nuisance. Even uncle is competing with me. Sasuke retorted. You're the one competing with me for father. They bickered as they left. After their departure, a kindly old man, pipe in mouth, appeared in Naoya's line of sight. Hokage-sama, it has been a while, Naoya greeted with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Kobayashi-kun, you've been clandestinely associating with the Jinchuriki again. Naoya waved his hand dismissively. The Uchiha are plotting a coup. Hiruzen's movements stilled momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. We are discussing the Jinchuriki now. Itachi has already defected to your side, hasn't he? Hiruzen's eyes widened in realization. After a brief pause, he said, Kobayashi-kun, please follow me. They moved to a more private location to continue their conversation. What do you truly mean? Hiruzen inquired. Naoya's expression was enigmatic. Does Hokage-sama not comprehend? The promises I made previously are still in effect. Moreover, he paused, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. Can you truly trust Itachi's words regarding the conditions for awakening the Sharingan? He is capable of killing his own father. That clan is filled with madness. Hiruzen halted his smoking, staring intently at Naoya. Kobayashi-kun, are you also a member of that clan? Naoya shook his head. I am different from them. My inherent strength is sufficient. Awakening the Sharingan would merely be the icing on the cake. Besides, I have the legacies of 2 nations awaiting my inheritance. Hokage-sama, our interests are very much aligned. Together, we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome, overcoming the Uchiha twice. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, taking a few puffs, brows knitted in contemplation. How so? Naoya smiled. Uchiha Itachi defected, murdered his father, massacred his entire clan, and attacked the diplomatic envoy from the Rain and Rock villages, intending to instigate war and annihilate Konoha. Fortunately, Konoha's elite jonin, Sarutobi Asuma, saw through his deceit in time, single-handedly uncovering Itachi's plot, and ultimately, with the collaboration of the envoy from the Rain and Rock villages, Kobayashi Naoya defeated Itachi, safeguarding the village's peace, and using this as an opportunity to forge a lasting peace treaty with the Rain and Rock villages. After finishing, Naoya looked at Hiruzen, whose heart raced uncontrollably. How can I trust you? Naoya replied, Hokage-sama, our interests are interconnected. We are both in positions of power. And who would willingly accompany the Uchiha madmen in their folly? Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, I also possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Are they not Konoha's eternal allies? Am I wrong, my Hokage-sama? After a lengthy silence, Hiruzen finally spoke. This is a grave matter. The Uchiha are also a part of the village, and as Hokage, I cannot make hasty decisions. Naoya chuckled. As expected of Hokage-sama, such eloquence in a single statement. I shall take my leave now. By the way, please reserve a shop for me on the new street near Naruto's house for future correspondence. Do not forget. With that, Naoya departed, leaving Hiruzen behind, smoking contemplatively. Upon returning to the Hokage office, Hiruzen gazed at the Hokage monument outside and felt a pang of guilt towards his mentor, Tobirama. Over the years, He had done much to disappoint the expectations of his teacher. Thus, perhaps this one act would not make a difference. Hiruzen murmured to himself. Umbu, has Asuma returned to the village? An Umbu member appeared from the shadows. He has returned, but he seems reluctant to see you. Bring him to me. Shortly after, Sarutobi Asuma was summoned. Old man, what do you need? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Asuma, there are individuals in the village looking to conspire with outsiders to incite war. This matter involves the envoys from the Rock and Rain villages, Kobayashi Naoya. His status is quite elevated. Only you are suited to investigate this matter within the village. I hope you can uncover the truth and protect Konoha. Upon hearing the seriousness of the situation, Asuma's demeanor shifted to one of grave intensity as he accepted the documents from Hiruzen, scrutinizing them closely. Asuma Sarutobi was taken aback by the intricate identity of the young man, Kobayashi Naoya, who was a disciple of Hanzo, a second-generation Tsuchikage, and belonged to both the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans. Indeed, this complexity necessitates your investigation, nodded Hirazina Hizashi. However, rest assured, Naoya is quite amiable. He possesses the bloodline of Konoha. Although he hails from abroad, he still embodies the will of fire. You might find it beneficial to consult him on this matter. Asuma nodded, putting away the documents. Understood, old man. We must act swiftly, he replied. I am aware, came the response. Meanwhile, Naoya stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga clan once more, this time arriving at the residence of Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata was currently bathing, while Hayashi was occupied in the courtyard with some research. Unbeknownst to them, Naoya silently searched for the remaining fragment of the jade tablet. He meticulously scoured the study, the bedroom, the kitchen, and the bathroom, but to no avail. It wasn't until he glanced at Hayashi that he realized the jade tablet was in his hand. This tablet was the emblem of the clan leader. Traditionally kept in a secret chamber, yet Hayashi had been holding it for days as he investigated the caged bird seal. The elder branch of the Hyuga clan held the knowledge of the sealing technique, while the clan leader's lineage was responsible for its release. With the elder branch now extinguished, no one was left to perform the sealing, and while it was manageable in the short term, a significant shift was bound to occur over time. Thus, Hayashi was in urgent need of utilizing the clan leader's release technique to reverse the seal of the caged bird. However, his sealing skills were inadequate, rendering the process exceedingly challenging, and he could not seek outside assistance. At this critical juncture, Naoya appeared. Chapter 93, The Brave Hinata. Naoya had always relished in the joy of assisting others selflessly. He contemplated how, if he were to seize the caged bird release from Hayashi, it would alleviate his burdens in an instant. I truly am a genius, Naoya mused. Hyuga clan leader, may I kindly request the jade tablet you possess? He materialized from the shadows, politely inquiring. Hayashi was immediately startled, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a living person before him. If this had been an enemy, he would have surely met a grim fate. He took a couple of steps back, struggling to regain his composure, and scrutinized Naoya closely, quickly recognizing his identity. Kobayashi Naoya. What do you intend to do? Naoya responded earnestly. It is quite simple, Hyuga clan leader. I wish to have the jade tablet in your possession. That is impossible. Hayashi replied without hesitation. This is the emblem of the Hyuga clan leader. It cannot be entrusted to another. Oh, Naoya tilted his head. Hyuga clan leader. There is an old saying in Konoha. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. If you do not cooperate, do not blame me if I break your legs. Hayashi's expression instantly turned to one of fury. Kobayashi Naoya, you are audacious. This is Konoha. Are you attempting to incite war between our nations? Upon hearing this, Naoya's face turned peculiar. Why does this sound like my own words? He dismissed the thought and activated his Byakugan. Hyuga clan leader, this is a matter of your clan. I believe even Hokage-sama cannot intervene. Seeing Naoya's Byakugan, Hayashi stumbled backward, disbelief etched on his face. Why you? Without further ado, Naoya executed the body flicker technique, appearing behind Hayashi and swiftly subduing him with the sealing technique. He snatched the jade tablet from Hayashi's grasp and then raised his hand, deliberately proclaiming, All right, Hyuga clan leader. Now I shall break your legs. Hayashi struggled violently, yet he was immobilized by Naoya's sealing technique, unable to move or speak. Suddenly, at this critical moment, Hinata burst out of the house. Father, she exclaimed, wrapping herself in a towel, rushing to stand in front of Hayashi, arms outstretched to shield him from Naoya. Naoya, please spare my father. Naoya looked at the anxious Hinata and smiled. He playfully poked her forehead, gently pushing her over. Silly Hinata, I am helping you. If I break your father's legs, he will never force you into those dreadful training sessions again. Isn't that a good thing? Hinata, in her youthful haste, failed to discern how Naoya knew of her aversion to combat and urgently explained, "No, Naoya, although I dislike fighting, he is my father. Please, spare him. You can punish me instead. I will do anything." "Anything?" Naoya countered. "Then how about you accompany me to the land of rain and be my little sister?" "Oh, the land of rain?" Hinata hesitated, for Konoha held her friends and family, and she was reluctant to leave. "Naoya and I. All right, I was just teasing." Naoya chuckled, helping Hinata back to her feet and ruffling her hair. "Since I have a kind heart, I shall spare your father this time, all for your sake." Kind-hearted? Hayashi, bound on the ground, was seething with indignation. He was being driven to the brink, invaded, robbed of his treasure, threatened with injury, and now even having his daughter abducted. Yet this individual claimed to be kind. Was there such a person in this world? Where was justice? Naoya, oblivious to Hayashi's inner turmoil, departed after releasing him from the sealing technique, issuing a warning. "Hyuga clan leader, this matter must not be disclosed, otherwise I shall come in the dead of night to take Hinata away. And remember, her appetite is 50 times that of an average person. Do not allow her to go hungry. Starving children will affect their growth." With that, Naoya vanished. Once Naoya left, Hayashi stood frozen for a few seconds until Hinata called out to him, snapping him back to reality. "Father, is what he said true? Your appetite?" Hinata, slightly embarrassed, replied, "No, it's not that. It's only 49 or 48 times." Hayashi was at a loss for words. In the following days, Naoya frequented the Uchiha residence, engaging with Fugaku and occasionally mentoring Sasuke in his training. Concurrently, due to his dedicated instruction and the tender care he showed to Mikoto, her fondness for him blossomed, elevating her affection level to 60. Naoya thus gained 3 opportunities for a lottery draw, with both the junior and senior draws accumulating to 3 consecutive attempts. Without hesitation, he opted to proceed with the lottery. Ding! Junior lottery, 3 consecutive draws in progress. Draw complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring water release, water shockwave, obtaining the corpse bone pulse, 10-finger puncture, and obtaining intermediate puppet technique. Ding! Senior lottery, 3 consecutive draws in progress. Draw complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bloodline limit, wood release, obtaining the bloodline limit, ice release, and acquiring sage mode, wet bone forest. Detecting existing sage mode, dragon cave. Sage mode fusion in progress, sage mode proficiency increasing, degree of mutation decreasing. Wood release, a legendary power of the first Hokage, who brought peace to a tumultuous era. This technique, composed of water and earth chakra, Naoya attempted to channel it, feeling a wooden segment slowly sprout from his palm, merely a simple piece of wood, devoid of life, and without the prospect of branches or leaves. Naka attempted to amplify the output of his chakra, yet the result was merely a thickening and enlarging of the wooden form, with no other alterations. Could it be that he was reminded of a speculation from his previous life, which posited that Hashirama's wood release was comprised of 3 types of chakra: water, earth, and yang? This amalgamation was precisely what granted it such formidable power, with the essence of yang chakra defined as imbuing forms with life. Naka, too, possessed the ability of yang release. He had acquired a portion of the multiplication technique long ago, and with the recent attainment of sage body, the power of yang chakra within him had grown significantly. This time, he infused the yang release chakra into the wood release and activated it once more. Indeed, this time the branches that sprouted from his palm bore leaves, and Naka even sensed that he could control them to blossom and bear fruit. He had mastered the wood release of the Senju clan. Oh, and there were also those related wood release techniques. Naka recalled that Hashirama's jutsu were exceedingly powerful, yet remarkably simple in execution. One merely needed to clap their hands and form the snake hand seal to release them. With this thought, Naka imitated Hashirama's gesture, clapping his hands together and forming a standard snake seal, exclaiming the wood release, wood dragon technique. A vast surge of chakra surged within him, yet nothing transpired. He attempted another technique, wood release, wooden man technique. Still, nothing happened. Wood release, birth of a world of trees. Damn it, none of these techniques worked. That thick-browed, big-eyed fellow, Hashirama, must surely be hiding something. It appeared he would need to consult the sealing scrolls at some point. Chapter 94, Itachi has been betrayed. After conducting his own investigation for some time, Asuma Sarutobi sought out Naka. Upon seeing Asuma, Naka immediately comprehended the reasoning behind Hiruzen's choice. Clearly, in the heart of this Hokage, the bonds of loyalty and affection made Naka, who could not bear to slay his own father, far more trustworthy than Itachi Uchiha. Yet, how would Itachi feel about this? "Mr. Itachi, congratulations, you have been betrayed again." Naka courteously welcomed Asuma, who was, it must be said, quite a commendable individual. Although Asuma himself was rather unremarkable and his strength left much to be desired, his dedication to the will of fire was genuinely pure. And his future wife was quite beautiful, while his daughter was rather adorable. In summary, Asuma Saratobi was indeed a fine ninja. Asuma held a favorable impression of Naka, perceiving him as courteous and genuinely concerned about family matters, which made him feel a sense of kinship. He inquired about the Uchiha clan's activities, to which Naka responded candidly. Recently, the Uchiha clan has been convening frequently. Just the other day, Izumi mentioned that the clan's young leader, Itachi, has been acquiring a large quantity of explosive tags and ninja tools, although I am uncertain of their specific intentions. Upon hearing this, Asuma's expression grew grave. Thank you for the intelligence, Naka. I have also uncovered some troubling information. The recent actions of the Uchiha clan may be directed against you. You must exercise extreme caution in the days to come. Naka nodded appreciatively. So that is the case? I am truly grateful for your warning. In the following days, Asuma continued to investigate the relevant clues, and as his inquiry deepened, a harrowing truth began to unfold before him. It appeared that Itachi's intent was to assassinate Naka, thereby igniting a conflict between their nations and seizing the position of Hokage amidst the chaos. Upon grasping this frightening revelation, Asuma was swept into a state of panic. The magnitude of Itachi's plot was utterly terrifying. However, what Asuma did not realize was that the information he had uncovered had been deliberately orchestrated by Hiruzen. Asuma promptly reported his findings to Hiruzen, yet lacking concrete evidence. Hiruzen could only order Asuma to closely monitor the Uchiha clan and report any developments. On yet another day, the Uchiha clan convened in secret once more, with this gathering being particularly conspicuous, drawing even many unawakened Uchiha to attend. Asuma immediately recognized that the time for action had come. He hurried back to the Hokage's office to inform Hiruzen of the situation. However, Hiruzen remained obstinately cautious. Asuma, the Uchiha clan is an essential family within the village. Without evidence, I cannot simply command the Yambu to apprehend them. Asuma, unaware of Hiruzen's underlying plans, found himself increasingly frustrated by what he perceived as the Hokage's naivety. He earnestly pleaded, "Old man, this concerns the peace of the ninja world. Even without evidence, if we apprehend Itachi, we can gather proof through interrogation." Yet Hiruzen remained unmoved. Asuma, Itachi's status is unique. He is the son of Fugaku Uchiha. Without evidence, I cannot unilaterally order his capture. Fuming, Asuma slammed the door as he returned home. With the Hokage unwilling to deploy forces, Asuma had no choice but to seek external assistance. He had many friends, yet the gravity of the situation demanded both character and strength. After considerable reflection, Asuma ultimately thought of two individuals. One was Kurenai, and the other was Naka. Kurenai needed no further introduction. She was his long-sought companion and a formidable jonin. As for Naka, he was the target of Itachi's assassination. Asuma had to ensure his protection to thwart Itachi's scheme. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha had made his final preparations. He summoned Itachi to his study to relay the details of the assassination plan against Hiruzen. Simultaneously, Fugaku had also prepared for failure. He had secretly procured a vast arsenal of wartime supplies, including explosive tags, shuriken, and sealing scrolls. Should Itachi's plan falter, he would lead the clan in fleeing the village to rendezvous with Naka in the land of rain. With contingencies meticulously laid, Fugaku could scarcely fathom how he might fail. Perhaps soon, the position of Hokage would rightfully belong to him, a dream even the illustrious Uchiha Madara had not realized, now poised to become his reality. May the heavens favor the Uchiha. However, Fugaku could not have anticipated that after briefing Itachi, the latter would kneel before Hiruzen and disclose the entirety of Fugaku's plan. This could hardly be blamed on Fugaku. Such a maneuver was beyond the comprehension of ordinary reasoning. Before taking action, Itachi voiced his final concern. "Hokage-sama, what of Sasuke?" Hiruzen offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not. Sasuke is out playing with Naruto today, guarded by Umbu ninjas. He will not return home before nightfall." Instantly, Itachi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Sasuke was safe, as long as he remained unharmed and was not misled by that Naka fellow, then it would all be worthwhile. "Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave. Go forth." Simultaneously, Naka instructed Izumi to compile a list. Izumi, entirely unaware of the unfolding events, complied with Naka's orders. Ultimately, the list encompassed over 200 individuals, all friends and family of Izumi, clearly indicating her wide circle of acquaintances. Transporting so many people safely was an untenable task. Naka could only promise to take care of them to the best of his ability during the impending conflict. He informed Izumi that a battle was forthcoming and advised her to gather these individuals, acting according to the situation. At that moment, Asuma arrived at Naka's door with Kurenai in tow. Naka, the situation is urgent. You must hear me out. Soon, Asuma relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Naka. Upon hearing it, Naka feigned contemplation. So, they intend to act today? Indeed, Asuma affirmed with a heavy nod. After a moment of contemplation, Naoya proposed. Why don't we take the initiative? The Hokage is struggling due to a lack of evidence, and since Akane excels in Genjutsu, we can infiltrate the Uchiha clan and capture an individual involved in this matter. That would provide us with the evidence we need. Asuma's eyes lit up immediately. Naoya, you are truly astute. There is no time to waste. Let us act at once.